Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 859 to Chapter 924. If John knew that this was a dream, it meant that he was having a lucid dream. In the wizarding world, lucid dreams were called lucid dreams or lucid dreams. Those who had lucid dreams could modify their current dreams to a certain extent. For example, no matter how weak one's body was in the real world, as long as one could achieve lucid dreams, he or she could become a Superman in the dream. So far, Angor did not see any changes in John's dream. There was one obvious indicator for modifying a dream: the trajectory of the dream would change. When one was dreaming, the logic was not particularly clear. Physical constants, world background, environmental details, and so on might not respect reality, but at most, it was a vague dark line. Generally speaking, one would not pay attention to it. However, in lucid dreams, the dream would definitely change. Not only the logic of the lines, but also the logic of the dream that was happening in the real world would collapse. For example, 1 second, one was being chased by an evil spirit, and the next second, one could kill the evil spirit in one hit. Or one could say that the dream was originally a magic-free world, but suddenly turned into a high-magic world. Both the style and logic of the dream could change 360 degrees. When having a lucid dream, one would naturally let the dream benefit oneself. John walked back home from a long journey and stood at the door, looking at his wife affectionately for who knew how long. In terms of the time in the dream, it was already a long time. Despite the long time, the logic lines were clear and did not collapse. Apart from the fact that the dream was not fully manifested, it was almost like John's memory was reappearing. This kind of situation, if it was Ming Meng, was very rare. As Angor wondered if John was having a lucid dream, a little girl with her hair tied up in a bun suddenly rushed to them from behind. She accidentally bumped into John's leg and fell on her butt. When John looked down at the little girl, Angor also saw her face clearly. She was about 8 or 9 years old, wearing a pink princess dress and carrying a backpack. Her hair was tied up into 2 small buns. She looked very similar to the woman in the attic. The little girl sat on the ground and pouted. She wanted to cry out loud. Xiao Mu. John suddenly called her name. The little girl was surprised. She blinked her teary eyes and instantly became happy. Daddy. That's great. Daddy's back. The girl called Xiao Mu did not care about the pain in her back. She immediately got up and hugged John's leg, overjoyed. John patted his daughter's head and gently said, "Good girl, Mu. But don't be so reckless next time. Keep your head down. You'll run into a pole next time." At this moment, the woman also walked down from the pavilion. She came to the door and looked at her husband and daughter with a face full of smiles. John reminded his daughter a few more times and brought her and his wife into the house. During this time, John was talking to his wife about how much he missed her. Their daughter was nestled in John's arms obediently, giggling from time to time. The warm atmosphere calmed him down a little. This kind of plain but blissful dream was probably the best dream for Chown, wasn't it? From their conversation, Angor learned the name of John's wife, Xia Haiwei. John's name was Xiao Mu. Xia Haiwei was a full-time housewife. Her daily tasks were to take care of the family and take care of her daughter. Xiao Mu was studying in the 2nd grade in the neighborhood. Since it was only 100 meters away and they were all in the same research area, Xiao Mu often went to school by herself. They talked to each other for a long time and the scene never changed. After they finished eating, John said, "The research in the lab has completed a stage. I'll have a month's holiday." When Xiaoan said this, Xiao Mu and Xia Haiwei were pleasantly surprised. Because of Xiaoan's work, their family often spent less time together and more time apart. A month's time together was not much, but it could relieve some of their longing. But the next second, John's words changed their expressions. "But, I said it last time. The research this time is actually a collaboration between many countries. We're only responsible for cultivating and providing plant samples. But when I left today, I received news that the plant samples may have various problems. After the research here, I'll be summoned to Long Island in America to participate in the official experiment at the headquarters." Xiao's body stiffened. "You mean, your next research is going abroad?" Although the mother and daughter did not see John often, they knew that John was in a research institute in this city. Since they were in the same city, at least there was hope. As long as John rested, he could take the bus home. But if they were separated by an ocean, Xianxia did not dare to imagine how long it would be before they could meet again. We do have to go abroad, but because this plan is too important, we might not be able to reunite for many years. Therefore, I have applied to the headquarters to see if I can bring you all with me. Xianxia, then, did the higher-ups approve? John nodded. Approved. Previously, Xianxia had only felt reluctant to part with John. But now she was asked to go to the United States with Xiaomu. She was still not used to it. There were many practical problems that needed to be solved, such as family, friends, finances, children's education, water and soil problems, and so on. This made her a little hesitant. While Xianxia was making her decision, Angor noticed that John was staring at his wife quietly. It was as if he wanted to engrave his wife in his eyes forever. That kind of deep nostalgia, with a trace of helpless sadness. Angor felt that John was really in a dream. The way John looked at his wife was not as if they had been separated for half a month, but as if they had been separated for decades. Xianxia could not come to a decision. John finally said, "Come with me. Not only because I want you to stay with me, but also because I want to show you, my favorite student." As soon as Xianxia nodded, the entire dream underwent a great change. Countless fragments of the dream passed through John's body. Angor saw many things that seemed to be John's memories. For example, a steel car flying in the sky, a colorful tunnel under the sea, eating breakfast with his family, growing plants in a lab, holding an academic conference with many white-robed scholars. The main character of all the fragments was John. However, Angor noticed that John's temperament was changing from a young and immature man to a mature and elegant one. When all the fragments were gone, Angor found himself in a new scene. He found himself in a fully enclosed metal lab that was beyond his imagination. There were all kinds of holograms, strange experiment tools, and screens filled with symbols and numbers. Everything surprised him. So, this is a laboratory from Earth? Angor had seen many cities and cultures on Earth in documentaries, but this was the first time he saw a laboratory that housed the most advanced technology from Earth. The scene in front of him made him feel very curious. John was sitting in front of a glass frame, seemingly recording something. Inside the glass frame was a strange mist, which prevented Angor from seeing what was inside. But it seemed to be a plant. A middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly came in. "John, it's your turn now." "Hey, where are the others?" They went to the observation base. P-type plants 87 to 132 are decaying on a large scale. John sighed. "Looks like I have to go alone today." The middle-aged man considered for a moment. "All right. If you're alone, you can take 5 R-type plants 7 to 13 with you. You have 30 minutes to record." The alien eye has been slow lately. "I think 30 minutes is too long." With that, the middle-aged man left. John, on the other hand, stood there in a daze. Angor didn't know why John suddenly froze. But when John lifted the 5 overlapping glass incubators with trembling hands, Angor suddenly saw something familiar. All 5 incubators contained plants. Angor didn't recognize the others, but the one at the top was very familiar to him. It was morning dew. When he saw the morning dew, he realized something. John once told Angor that he came to the wizarding world because something strange happened while he was studying the alien eye. The alien eye brought him from Earth to the wizarding world. At the same time, John also brought morning dew. When he saw morning dew in one of the incubators, Angor knew that something strange happened to the alien eye during his study. Angor frowned. The dream weaver ant touched John with its white tentacles, and he should be dreaming. Why did this happen? This scene was definitely a nightmare for Chown. As Angor tried to figure out if the dream weaver ant did something wrong, John's hands began to tremble even harder. His entire body was trembling as if he was afraid of something. Angor was a little confused. John didn't know that the alien eye was about to go out of control. He shouldn't be afraid now. Unless, he knew what was going to happen. Now, he was sure that John was really having a lucid dream. Only in the bright dream state would one have a clear memory and thoughts. If John's dream was real, it would be a good thing for Angor. This was because he could learn dream reading, and then he would be able to enter the dream and communicate with Xian face to face. This was because only those who had lucid dreams could communicate directly in the dream without any guidance. John's hands began to tremble even harder. Someone pushed the door open. "John, we've confirmed that the alien eye is the cause of those decaying plants." "Huh? Why are you trembling? Is something wrong with your body?" The person who came in was a man about John's age. He was holding a holographic recorder with a touch screen. "Nothing. I'm just feeling cold." "Maybe I caught a cold last night," John answered half-heartedly. "You're sick? Leave the records to me. I'll do it." The man wanted to take the glass case, but John quickly stepped back. "No need. It's just a record. Go ahead and record the decaying plants. I'll go now." With that, John turned around and left. Angor witnessed it all. He had thought that the Dreamweaver ant might have made a mistake, but looking at Xian's obviously abnormal attitude, he was basically sure that Xian was having a dream. The current scene was most likely not caused by the Dreamweaver ant, but Xian wanted to do this. The Dreamweaver ant would never make mistakes in its creation. Only the dreamer could change the direction of the dream. But why would John do this? Why would John choose this dream when he knew it would start a new nightmare for him? Or could it be that the direction of the dream would change in the future? Angor kept watching. John carried the glass boxes through several heavily guarded checkpoints and finally arrived at a spacious hall. "Researcher John, please change into your protective suit to avoid damage." At the entrance of the hall, a virtual figure suddenly popped up on a screen and asked John to change into a room on the side. Xian went through the various procedures smoothly, just like a person who was really going to do research. He was meticulous in every step. Angor felt that something was wrong with his serious attitude. Was John really going to change the dream? If not, was he going to go through the nightmare again? After changing into the protective suit, John passed through the checkpoint unhurriedly. He stopped at the entrance for a few seconds and walked into the heavily guarded hall with the 5 glass boxes. He slowly approached a highly protected glass cabinet in the center of the hall. Inside the cabinet was an item that Angor was familiar with. He always wore it around his neck and never took it off: the alien eye. John sat next to the glass display case of the alien eye and took out various instruments. He signaled the researcher on the other side to turn on the high-energy ray while he placed the plants in the glass case next to the alien eye one by one to record the specific data. Angor noticed that John's hands never trembled again after he put on his protective suit and entered the hall. He seemed to have made up his mind to go through the dream again. John pushed the glass boxes into the alien eye one by one and took them out again. When John took out the last plant, Morning Dew, from the glass box, his hand paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. If Angor hadn't been paying attention to John's movements, he would have missed the brief pause. This pause seemed to indicate that John was still hesitant. Angor didn't know how John was feeling right now. But he didn't think it was as easy as it seemed. John took out the Morning Dew and waved at the researcher behind him. The researcher reached out a finger and pressed the button to turn on the high-energy laser. In the glass cabinet, the high-energy ray generator was aimed at the alien eye. After a flash of light, nothing happened to the alien eye. John continued to record the data with his parasitic chip. Everything seemed normal. Angor sighed in relief. It seemed that John's lucid dream really changed the story. He felt both happy and disappointed at the same time. He hoped that John wouldn't have to go through the nightmare again, but he also hoped that John would come to the wizarding world and meet him again. Since John changed the dream, Angor knew what he was going to do. After all, Earth was his real home and the place he cared about the most. Angor thought the dream would end here, and he would move on to the next one. But it didn't. The dream was still going on. After the generator ended, Xian reached out and took out the Morning Dew from the glass cabinet. Among the 5 samples, the only one that didn't show any obvious signs of decay, so he had to take it back. At this moment, the generator in the glass cabinet, which had stopped, suddenly burst out with a brilliant light again. In the past, the high-energy laser didn't affect the alien eye too much. The alien eye would only absorb a small part of the laser, while the rest of the energy would slowly fade away in the special environment. However, this time it exceeded everyone's expectations. The alien eye suddenly glowed and absorbed the laser. In the next second, an extreme change occurred. Space collapsed, and a spinning black hole suddenly appeared and covered John's position. John wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he looked at the researcher who was operating the laser in the distance. Just like everyone else, the researcher was shocked by the sudden appearance of the black hole. He only wanted to kill John. He didn't expect something like this to happen after he deliberately turned on the laser. The black hole appeared, and space collapsed. Inside the black hole, Xian quietly looked at the researcher who wanted to kill him. In the end, he seemed to murmur to himself, "At this point, should I thank you or hate you?" There was no hatred in John's eyes, only deep regret. So John had such a story before he traveled to the wizarding world. It wasn't like what John said, where he was dragged into this world because someone wanted to kill him. But he didn't expect something like this to happen in the end. Also, John didn't change the dream. He still chose to be swallowed by the black hole. Angor felt even more conflicted about this choice. Just as John was in the black hole, two women, one big and one small, suddenly walked out of the darkness. Their bodies emitted a lustrous radiance as they held John's hands, one on the left and one on the right. They were Xiaoyue and Xiaomu. When Angor saw them, he knew that John was the one who changed the dream this time. "Where are we going now, Dad?" Xiaomu held John's hand and asked with an innocent face. Her voice was as clear as a mountain stream. Xiaoyue smiled and leaned her head gently on Xiaoen's shoulder, her face full of tenderness. "It's been 3 years since we came to America. I said I would take you to see my favorite student. Now, we're going to his home." John spoke to Xiaomu in a loving tone. "What's your student like, Dad?" Hearing this question, Xiao's expression suddenly brightened. "He's just a mischievous brat. When you see him, don't be fooled by his innocent look. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But don't think of him as a bad person. He's always going against your wishes. As long as you try to pacify him, he'll be very obedient. And to me, he's not just my favorite student. He's also my closest family member, just like you." John's words were calm, but the emotions contained in them could never be ignored. "What's his name?" John didn't answer. Instead, he looked into the darkness. Suddenly, the dream shattered and reformed. They were now in the wooden house in Pat Manor. Someone knocked on the door. Xiaomu and Xiaohiwei looked at the door and saw John smiling. "Professor, I'll come in if you don't answer." A tender voice sounded from outside the door. The door was pushed open, and a fair and tender little head slowly poked out. "The person I'm talking about is him. His name is Angor." John suddenly answered Xiaomu's question and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "If only you could see him." Angor quickly left John's dream. As soon as he left the dream, he began to pant heavily. He wanted to use this method to relieve the strange feeling in his eyes. "Your eyes are red. Why?" A voice suddenly came from inside the room. He quickly looked up and saw a woman in crimson red standing in the middle of the room. Eureka was standing behind him, holding a pyramid-shaped nest in her hand. "Dreamweaver ants? That's a rare thing." Eureka peeked through the hole and tossed the Dreamweaver's nest to John's pillow. "You went to John's dream? What did you see?" Eureka asked. Angor stood up and bowed to Eureka. Although he didn't want to answer Eureka's question, he wasn't happy that Eureka had barged into his room and treated it as her own. However, he knew he wasn't strong enough to fight against her, so he had to hold back. "As you can see, Lady Eureka, I went to John's dream. It's been a long time since I last saw my family." Moved to tears? Eureka's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "What a wonderful relationship. That's the truth. Don't you think it's a great honor to see someone you haven't seen for a long time, Lady Eureka?" Eureka's expression darkened when she heard Angor's words. Eureka humphed and stopped asking. "Come with me. I need to talk to you." Angor had no choice but to follow Eureka. Before leaving the room, Angor looked back at John's coffin with a determined look. Ever since the death of his parents, he had never experienced such an emotional roller coaster. Furthermore, he had never had such a strong desire to accomplish something. He wanted to save Xiaon. Not only did he want to save Xiaon, but he also wanted to search for the mysteries of space. He wanted to go to the other side of the universe. Out of instinct, Angor held the alien eye in front of his chest as if it would give him some confidence. Eureka, who was walking in front of Angor, didn't notice it. She was thinking about something else. She already knew that Angor was trying to create a dreamweaver ant. At first, she thought Angor only wanted John to have a good dream so that he could be in a better state of mind. But she didn't expect Angor to use Dream Walk to enter John's dream. His train of thought was rather strange, and he actually managed to find a dreamweaver ant that would not harm Chan's body and could even make Chan enter a dream. Eureka didn't know Dream Walk, so she wasn't interested in John's dream. Instead, she became more and more interested in Angor. She had a feeling that Angor had a lot of secrets, and she wanted to know more about him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Eureka's house. The blue sky was clear, and the weather was clear. The end of the sea and the skyline almost merged into one. Under such a bright and beautiful sunlight, a flying boat flew across the sky, leaving behind circles of foam-like mist. Angor was sitting inside the boat with an expressionless face while looking at the owl perched on the bow of gondola. The owl flapped its wings and pointed in a certain direction. "That way, you hear me? That way. Are you an idiot? That way." Angor glanced at the boundless sea and tried to imagine how to roast the owl over a fire. But he still obeyed. "So you're saying you're an idiot with no sense of direction? You can't even follow the map. Fortunately, Master arranged for me to follow you. Otherwise, you would never reach Lloyd's in this lifetime." The owl proudly held its head high in regards to its important position. Angor didn't argue with the owl because he knew he could easily get lost on the sea. However, he didn't care about Bruley's arrogant attitude. "We're not at the old Earth, and we're not at Pad Manor. No one will know if I kill you, and no one will come to save you. So, keep your arrogant attitude to yourself, or else." Angor chuckled, which made Bruley shudder. Bruley looked at Angor in fear. Bruley finally cowered under Angor's cold stare. Its fluttering feathers slowly closed up, making it look like an eggplant that had been beaten by frost. "You broke my monocle, and I didn't even blame you for that. Why are you yelling at me?" This owl was Eureka's familiar, which was the watcher at the entrance of Pad Manor. They were heading to a city called Lloyd's, which was built at the bottom of the sea. It was a city of mermaids and mermaids. Lloyd's was located at the edge of the Whalebone Sea, which was close to the Blackberry waters. Angor was going to Lloyd's to help Eureka with something. A day ago, Eureka summoned Angor to her stilt house. "I need you to go to Lloyd's and find someone for me. Also, I need you to bring something back." "I don't have time," Angor replied almost immediately. "I'm not going to negotiate with you. You don't have a choice." Eureka's tone was flat. Angor didn't respond. He had just returned to Pad Manor, learned dream entry, and met John in his dream. He didn't want to leave at all, even though he didn't know where Lloyd's was back then. Eureka sat by the window with her legs crossed and snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the owl Bruley flapped its wings and flew over to them. "I'll send Bruley with you. It knows where those people are. There are a lot of things this time, so I'll have to put them in your space bracelet." Eureka glanced at Angor's bracelet curiously. She wanted to know more about the bracelet and how an apprentice managed to get his hands on a mid-tier space storage. But she didn't ask. "Why don't you go yourself, lady?" Angor asked after a moment of silence. Eureka only gave him a meaningful smile. Angor finally realized what a stupid question he asked. Eureka was a wanted criminal. She wouldn't do it herself. But that didn't mean she could order him around either. That was what Angor thought. Eureka saw through Angor's nonviolent attitude. She didn't use violence as Angor wished. She didn't have a lot of bargaining chips in her hand, but she was confident that she could keep him in check. "For example, last time, you asked me to help you maintain John's tri-state balance. That's your request, right?" "I didn't say anything, so according to the law of equivalent exchange, you owe me something in return," Eureka said. "You're the one who created the tri-state balance." Angor retorted angrily. "Without the tri-state balance, John would have been dead before you came back. You should thank me for saving your life." Eureka's words were harsh, but they weren't without reason. Angor still didn't like it. Saving John was in line with Eureka's principles. After all, John was a rare specimen to Eureka, and Eureka was using him as a bargaining chip against him. Of course, he wasn't going to let that happen. Eureka saw that Angor didn't dare to say anything. Instead, she decided to give him a piece of her mind after hitting him with a stick. Lloyd's is right in the Whalebone Sea. It's not too far away. With your airship speed, it'll only take you 2 weeks to get there. If you use the sequence of gravity, it'll only take a few days. It won't take too much time. Eureka paused. You're worried about John, aren't you? Don't worry, he'll be fine. He didn't want to listen to Eureka's explanation until Eureka told him something else. You've always wanted to save John, right? If you have any ideas and need my help, I'll do my best to help you. Eureka didn't want John to die in the first place. Not only would she be able to get something out of this, but she would also be able to do Angor a favor. Angor knew this, but he had no choice but to jump into Eureka's trap. No matter what he did to save John, the tri-state balance would still be a problem. He could maintain the balance, but he would need Eureka's help if the balance changed. Besides, Eureka had already made it clear that she was willing to help John to a certain extent. What's Lloyd's? What do you want me to do? The last time Angor passed by the Whalebone Sea, he was heading back to the old Earth. Now that he was approaching this sea region again, he was heading towards a city that only existed in legends in mortal novels. Since the weather was getting hotter, the Whalebone Sea was unobstructed. Angor could see several cargo ships in the sky. However, he didn't really want to talk to them. Instead, he steered the airship toward Lloyd's direction. The passengers on the cargo ship saw the airship in the sky. Not long after, stories about the beautiful moon ships on the Whalebone Sea spread like wildfire. Of course, this was a story to be told later. Angor was currently thinking about something in his mind. John's dream allowed him to learn a lot of things that John didn't tell him before. He also learned that John's attitude toward the wizarding world on Earth had never changed. John missed his home, his wife, and his daughter, but he didn't hate the wizarding world, even if the world's consciousness was trying to harm him. Angor wasn't the only reason he didn't hate the wizarding world. Also, as a scientist, John was always curious about the unknown world. In his dream, Angor felt regret, sadness, parting, and nostalgia. But he didn't feel any regret. John didn't regret coming to the wizarding world, but Angor still hoped that he could take him back to Earth one day. Even if they were separated by the universe, if John could come here, there was still a chance for him to go back. Angor set a new goal in his future. Not only did he want to find the path of truth, but he also wanted to explore the secrets of the universe and find John's path. For other people, studying the universe and dimensions was an unrealistic dream. But for Angor, it wasn't impossible. The alien eye was one of the key elements. However, before becoming a wizard and knowing nothing about space, Angor didn't dare to touch the alien eye. Especially after seeing the Montauk Project on Earth. Those scientists were not afraid of death and used all kinds of methods to stimulate the alien eye. In the end, not only did they lose the alien eye, but they also caused the space to collapse. In the end, there were bound to be heavy casualties. With this in mind, he would be more careful and not blindly trigger the alien eye. His goal was to understand and reactivate the alien eye in a safe way. This was going to be a long and arduous study. But once he had a direction, he would eventually find the exit. Of course, future goals were just empty words. Angor still needed to focus on the present. For example, how to save John, this was a medium-term goal, and he couldn't come up with a solution yet. He already achieved one of his short-term goals, to enter John's dream. Next, he hoped to talk with John in his dream, so he planned to learn a new cantrip called dream reading while completing his medium-term goal. However, Angor didn't know how to do it yet. Since he was going to explore the Blackberry waters, he might as well go to the land of revelation and find Freud. Before Freud's death, his nickname was Dream Reader. Angor assumed that Freud didn't only know dream reading, but he also knew how to use it. However, the land of revelation was still quite far away. Even with the speed of Angor's flying boat, it would still take him half a month to get there. And before that, he still needed to go to Lloyd's. With this in mind, he patted Toby's shoulder. Turn into a griffin. Puzzled, Toby transformed into a huge griffin. That terrifying appearance of fire scared the owl, Bruley, so much so that it shivered. Angor hopped onto Toby's back, put away Gondola, and asked Bruley to join him. We need to get going. In order not to be shaken off, Bruley still hopped onto Toby's back and grabbed Toby's mane. In the next second, Toby vanished into thin air, surrounded by a grey aura. From time to time, Toby would transform into a griffin and carry Angor to Lloyd's. When he ran out of energy, he would switch to Gondola. Occasionally, Angor would eject his soul to travel a certain distance. The 2-week journey only took them 2 days to arrive at their destination, the Xianxia Trench. If Toby's transformation could last longer, and if they had more power of gravity, it would only take them less than half a day to reach the Xianxia Trench. The reason why Angor remained calm in front of Eureka was that he could use the sequence of gravity to escape if Eureka couldn't use her aura to suppress him. The Xianxia Trench was one of the most inconspicuous trenches in the Whalebone Sea. Both the trench's depth and width were below average. However, due to the abundant resources in the sea, there was a special type of sea snail that was highly beneficial to mermaids, which led to the construction of a mermaid city. This was the first time Angor heard about such a place. He never saw any sign of such a place on the White Clam Market or any other sea map. When he left the Land of Revelation, he had to go through this place as well. However, he didn't expect to find such a place at the bottom of the trench. Let's dive. According to Master, the Ashen merchants will arrive at Lloyd's in 2 days, Bruley the owl told Angor while flapping its wings. Angor nodded and dove into the sea without wasting any time. After diving for several hundred meters, he realized that Bruley wasn't following him. Angor had no choice but to return to the surface. I don't know how to swim, Bruley complained. He expanded the purification field until it covered Bruley completely before diving back into the water. Along the way down, Bruley kept turning her head like a curious baby at the wondrous scenery in the sea. Once they left the surface of the sea, Bruley couldn't see anything clearly, so it begged Angor to use Illuminate again. I heard that owls have excellent night vision. But you? Angor glanced at Bruley in disdain. Night vision also requires light. Bruley said, also, I'm different from other owls. Other owls have poor day vision and good night vision, but I have good day vision and poor night vision. Actually, I used to have night vision, but you broke my monocle, so I can't see at night. Angor quickly changed the topic when Bruley was about to bring up the monocle again. Miss Eureka said that you've been to Lloyd's before, and that she knows who you are. But I don't think you've been here before, said Angor in a plain tone. Bruley said, I've been to Lloyd's twice. The first time was with my master, and the second time was with Mr. Red Hair. They both opened a plain passageway to get here. So you're saying I'm not strong enough to open a plain passageway? Angor raised an eyebrow. No. Bruley immediately denied it. I mean, this is the first time I've seen the real view of the bottom of the sea. I'm a little curious. You know, us birds can't swim. As soon as Bruley finished speaking, Toby flew out of the purification force field like an arrow. He swam around the seabed and returned with his head held high. With a flick of its feather, the seawater splashed everywhere. Many water droplets fell on Bruley's body, as if it was trying to show off its power. Bruley added, of course, there are exceptions. In the end, he decided to fulfill Bruley's wish. They needed a source of light to reach the bottom of the ocean. They couldn't see anything clearly, and it would be difficult to find their way around. Instead of using light, he asked Toby to take out a piece of fluorite. Toby took out the fluorite lamp. Bruley looked at him enviously, and Toby was very proud of himself. If Angor didn't stop him, he would have flown out again. Soon, they reached the bottom of the sea. After swimming for more than 10 miles, they saw an abyss-like trench. Where is Lloyd's in the trench? Angor went to the deepest trenches in the Sea of Purification before, so he knew that they would take a long time if they didn't know the exact location. Just swim in the widest direction. Also, there are many mermaids collecting shells near Lloyd's. Maybe we'll see mermaids before we reach the bottom of the trench. We can just ask them then, Bruley replied. Angor nodded and decided to follow Bruley's plan. After all, Bruley was a bird, and it knew the general direction. The trench looked like a giant, dark mouth. Compared to it, Angor looked like a minuscule ant. He had been to a lot of trenches, but he still couldn't help but feel awestruck by the sight. He slowly descended, and wherever the fluorite illuminated, he saw nothing but darkness. Bruley, who was originally very interested in the underwater scenery, was now a little scared. In this absolute darkness, not only did she have to face the suffocating pressure, but she also had to listen to the terrifying sounds of the ocean currents colliding from time to time. The pressure made Bruley want to close her eyes. Not long after they reached the bottom, they heard a faint song that scared Bruley even more. Is a ghost song? Bruley asked in a trembling voice. Angor shook his head. It's a mermaid. So you're right. We haven't reached the bottom of the trench yet, Angor said as he quickly swam toward the source of the song. Toby used the sequence of gravity to push them forward. Soon, they found their target. It was a little mermaid who was looking for shells on a platform on the wall of the trench. The little mermaid didn't try to run away because she thought they were some kind of monster in the sea because of the fluorite. However, when it saw the figure behind the light source, it was shocked and almost dropped the lantern in its hand. But when she looked closer, she saw that it was a human. The little mermaid's eyes lit up and she licked her lips subconsciously. She had always heard from her elders that human flesh was very delicious, but her singing was not charming enough, so she had never successfully seduced a sailor at sea. Now that she saw a human, her first reaction was, finally, I can enjoy human flesh. With her immature brain capacity, she could never imagine how an ordinary human could appear in the deep sea. Before she could carry out her plan, she was caught by Angor's hand of spell. She was still struggling while baring her sharp fangs at Angor, trying her best to show her hostility. Look at her. She's going to eat you. Bruley gave the little mermaid a pitiful look. She was pretty, but she didn't know what to do. Under the shock of the powerful energy, the little mermaid finally succumbed. Take me to Lloyd's, Angor ordered. But the little mermaid only gave him a confused look and kept mumbling something he couldn't understand. Angor glanced at Bruley. I don't know how to analyze languages. Can you speak it? Bruley shook its head. I'm just a bird. How can I speak it? Angor remained silent for a moment. What do I need you for? Bruley didn't know Lloyd's language either, but he had to create the perfect opportunity. Angor didn't want to waste his time looking for Lloyd's in this dark trench. He reached out a hand and sent a wisp of nightmare energy into the little mermaid's forehead. The little mermaid's eyes widened in fear as if it saw its mortal enemy. It had already stopped struggling, but now it was struggling even more fiercely. Angor released the hand of spell and let the little mermaid go. The little mermaid quickly turned around and ran away while screaming in fear. Angor casually followed behind it. He used the nightmare fear-inducing spell to let the little mermaid see the scariest scene and block her judgment. Under such circumstances, the little mermaid would instinctively run to the safest place, and in this dark trench, the safest place was Lloyd's. While the little mermaid was terrified, Angor didn't mind at all. He even asked Bruley about Lloyd's. Just as Bruley was about to say something, she saw a gray shell fall out of the little mermaid's backpack. Bruley's eyes lit up and urged Angor to catch it. Angor grabbed the shell. It's just an ordinary seashell. I'm a bit hungry. Can you give it to me? Bruley stared at Angor with wide eyes. Angor, on the other hand, checked the shell and smiled at Bruley's curious eyes. An ordinary seashell? It turns out that the famous mermaid shell has been reduced to an ordinary seashell? Bruley's expression changed when Angor mentioned the mermaid shell. So you know what it is, mister. Bruley knew how valuable a mermaid shell was. Bruley knew he wouldn't get the shell this time. To its surprise, Angor simply tossed the mermaid shell to it after mentioning its name. You don't know what a mermaid shell can do? Bruley couldn't help but ask. Of course I do. Angor glanced at Bruley in confusion. Why did the creature look at him like that? Mermaid shells were a special ingredient that could enlighten one's mind. Back at Phantom Island, Greya used to make mermaid shell soup, which increased Angor's spiritual power by 0.5 without consuming any potential points. Of course, Greya was the only one who could make such a special dish, and she also used many top-tier ingredients. However, mermaid shell soup could only be used once. Even if Greya did it again, it wouldn't increase Angor's spiritual power. Angor didn't need the mermaid shell at all. He didn't care about the enlightening one's mind effect either. A mermaid shell cost at least 100 magic crystals on Fey Continent. However, Angor could easily refine items that cost thousands of magic crystals. Bruley, on the other hand, didn't know that. It was still trying to guess. Why did you give it to me when you know what it does? Why is that? Oh, I know. Could it be that you're trying to curry favor with Master by currying favor with me? Bruley seemed to have found a reason to be proud again. Let me tell you, even though I'm Master's favorite pet, it's impossible for you to get on my good side and make Master have a good impression of you. Unless you can do the following. Before Bruley could finish, Angor stuffed the shell into Bruley's chattering mouth. Shut up. If you say anything else, I'll kill you. Bruley quickly shut up when she saw the murderous look in Angor's eyes. But it was still confused. Did Angor really give the shell to it for free? A mermaid shell was a type of seashell, but it usually hid deep in the sand. Sometimes, one would have to dig dozens of meters deep to find it. While you were digging, the mermaid shell would run away. And when a mermaid sang a song, the mermaid shell would stay still and listen to the mermaid's song. It would even move toward the surface of the sand uncontrollably. Therefore, generally speaking, only mermaids and mermen could find them. This was why they were called mermaid shells. Mermaid shells were extremely valuable and could even be exchanged for magic crystals. One magic crystal was enough to support a mermaid's life for several years or even decades. Therefore, it was an extremely precious treasure to every mermaid living in Lloyd's. Meanwhile, the little mermaid was running for her life. She didn't even pick up the mermaid shell when she saw it. What did the mermaid see in the nightmare terrors? What kind of horror did she see? With that in mind, Angor quietly withdrew a small amount of nightmare energy from the mermaid's forehead. Normal fear spells could not retract the illusion nodes, but the nightmare fear spell itself was different. However, he could only capture a small portion of the illusion to see what the victim was afraid of. Moreover, once he did that, a huge flaw would appear in the entire nightmare fear spell. Any supernatural being would be able to discover that it was an illusion and break through the entire fear spell by intercepting the fragments. Although there was such a flaw, he was facing an ordinary little mermaid. Even if he found the flaw, it would be of no use. Then, he closed his eyes and examined the portion of nightmare power he had extracted. Is that a shrimp? In the image, the little mermaid was being chased by a giant shrimp with stone chrysanthemums growing on its body. The shrimp had large, hook-like teeth and looked quite vicious. Was this the natural enemy of mermaids? Angor couldn't remember seeing this kind of shrimp. Maybe it was some kind of monster that lived in the deep sea. About 10 minutes later, the little mermaid reached the bottom of the sea in fear. She swam through the dark tunnels, which looked like stairs, and saw a light in the distance. Angor asked Toby to extinguish the fluorite, retracted his aura, and slowly moved forward. He thought that Lloyd's would be in front of him, but to his surprise, it was just a small village. There were about 20 huts, most of which were colorful coral huts, but there were also stone huts. These houses were similar to the buildings of the Gui tribe, and the doors were all at the top of the room. He had learned that the Gui tribe had the blood of the merfolk, and it seemed that it was true. The little mermaid ran to the entrance of the village and cried to the two mermen holding tridents. The sorrowful and terrified voices attracted many mermaids and mermen from the village to swim out. When they heard what the little mermaid said, they were all shocked. They picked up their weapons and looked out of the village. But after a long while, he still didn't see his so-called natural enemy. The merman with the trident had a puzzled look on his face, but the little mermaid did not seem to be faking it. He thought for a moment and took out a conch shell and placed it between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, ripples spread out from the conch. Probing through the water waves? Angor watched curiously in the dark. When the ripples reached him, they did not cause any ripples. The merman looked at the little mermaid for a long time without finding anything. He yelled at the little mermaid and pushed her away. The little mermaid felt so wrong that the other mermaids around her began to criticize her. Angor watched the little mermaid arguing with them. She even took out her backpack and pointed at the unsealed hole. I found a mermaid shell, but I didn't pick it up because of that monster. No one believed her. In the end, the crowd dispersed. The little mermaid could only lower her head and weep. Poor thing. Bruley clicked its tongue. If you're so pitiful, just give it back to her. Angor glanced at Bruley, who quickly stuffed the mermaid shellfish into its mouth as if it didn't want to give anything to anyone. Angor looked at the village again. There was a merfolk settlement here, and it should not be far from Lloyd's. Still, searching blindly would waste a lot of time. He wondered if he should kidnap another mermaid from the village to lead the way. As he pondered, snakes began to move under the sand in the distance. No one in the village was paying attention to them. By the time he noticed it, he already heard someone screaming in fear from afar. More than a dozen eel snakes charged with electricity suddenly sprang out of the mud and sand, stirring up the entire village. Many of the mermaids who were electrocuted showed varying degrees of blackness and slowness. There were even several mermaids who were electrocuted and unfortunately died. Everyone rushed to their own residences. Inside the residences, lightning could not pass through, and the power of the eels could not break through the solid walls of the residences. Several seconds later, all the mermaids scattered and ran into their own houses. Only the little mermaid did not seem to be a resident of this village. She foolishly wandered around outside the village, wanting to rush into the village to seek shelter. However, when she finally found an opportunity to find a nearby house, the green-tailed mermaid pushed her out and closed the door and windows. The little mermaid also sensed the coldness of the other mermaids in the village. She bit her lip and ran out of the village. While running, she was followed by a few eel snakes. The merfolk in the village were also calculating the same thing. If the little mermaid ran away, she would definitely take the other eels with her. Facts proved that this was indeed the case. The little mermaid ran as fast as she could. However, she did not notice that none of the eels behind her that were less than 10 meters away did not let go of electricity. These eels were all created by Angor's illusions. As for the real eels, they were all cut into pieces. Some were thrown away, while the rest went into Toby and Bruley's stomachs. The little mermaid chose a very secluded escape route. They had to go through many holes in the stone walls, some of which were obviously man-made, while others were naturally formed. All of the paths were designed in a strange way. Without the little mermaid's guidance, Angor would never have found them. After about an hour, the little mermaid emerged from a pitch-black hole, and a large expanse of colorful light appeared in front of her. His eyes glowed when he looked at the source of the light. It was an enormous underwater city. Through the nearby darkness, he looked into the distance, at the endless city buildings filled with beautiful colors, which made them seem even more colorful. Even though he had seen a Duan city before, he still had to admit that the craftsmen in this city were amazing. That's Lloyd's! Bruley exclaimed in excitement. Do you see the water barrier at the center of the city? That's the waterless zone, where we need to go. The Ashen traders are stationed there. Lloyd's was so big that Angor could not see the end of it. Of course, it could also be that the distant seawater was too dark, which magnified the visual difference. Still, he could see as many places as he could in most cities. The buildings here were built in the style of an ocean fantasy. There were also some floating coral buildings floating above the city that shined brightly. Mermaids and mermaids of different colors were also swimming around the city. There were even giant whales playing with them. Compared to the mermaid world described in fairy tales, this place was even more dreamy. With that in mind, he slowly swam toward Lloyd's. At the entrance of Lloyd's, he saw the little mermaid trying her best to explain to the guards. The end result was the same as what happened in the village. No one believed her, and she was chased away. The little mermaid who was depressed once again swam along the edge of Lloyd's Canyon. When she reached a place where there was no one around, she suddenly saw an ink-colored crystal sitting quietly in the sand. Her eyes lit up and she quickly rushed to the crystal. Is this a magic crystal? On the other side, Angor had already entered Lloyd's. Why did you give her a magic crystal? Bruley asked curiously. Guide fee. Angor gave a simple answer. However, he was actually thinking about the scale of karma in his mind. He had his own way of judging. The little mermaid's hostility toward him came from her nature. Angor had already paid her back for the threat and the loss of the mermaid shell. In terms of leading the way, he was the one who started it, so he needed to give something in return. The magic crystal was his reward. Angor didn't want to cause any trouble, so he hid his presence as soon as he entered Lloyd's. He didn't swim above the city either. No one noticed him on his way, which allowed him to reach the water barrier at the center of the city. Angor thought he could go through the barrier just like the Duons did. However, this was not the case. When he came into contact with the membrane felt like a balloon and could not be penetrated. The barrier isn't that strong, but don't even think about breaking it. There are many supernaturals in Lloyd's. If you do, the water around the barrier will pour in, and the supernaturals inside will retaliate. Bruley paused. There are wizards in there as well. You'll offend them if you do that. The only way to get in is through the front gate. Bruley pointed at a main road in the distance. There was a black dot at the end of the road, which was the entrance to the waterless area. However, Eureka didn't seem to have prepared anything that would allow him to enter the waterless zone without a permit. If it was just a well-guarded entrance, he could use infinite reticence without being noticed. However, he noticed that there was an energy barrier around the entrance. Any living creature that entered the barrier would cause the barrier to ripple. There are supernaturals guarding this place? Angor looked at the two mermaids behind the door in surprise. He was hiding in the shadow of a room in the corner. He patted Bruley's shoulder and asked, "What's going on in there? Why are supernaturals guarding this place?" Some supernaturals from Fey Continent were responsible for the construction of the waterless area. Because of the value of the mermaid shellfish, many sorcerer organizations and sorcerer families had set up shop here in order to purchase mermaid shellfish at a low price. Therefore, there are many extraordinary individuals gathering in the waterless district. You can basically treat it as a mini adept market. Wizards were always interested in profit, and mermaid shells were indeed valuable. In any adept bazaar, the job of the guards was carried out by extraordinaries. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. However, since there were supernaturals guarding the area, he couldn't use normal methods to sneak in. So this is your master's perfect plan? He doesn't even need to give us a certificate? Angor complained. Bruley didn't seem to mind at all. My master always took me to the waterless area through a plain passageway. We don't need the certificate outside. Angor already knew Bruley's answer. He ignored Bruley's chatter and looked at the entrance of the waterless area, trying to figure out a way to get in. Maybe he should just break in? Then he could activate the sequence of gravity and walk faster. Even if the guards noticed him, they wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Angor considered the plan a good one. Before he could make up his mind, he saw a group of mermaids approaching from the main road. The leader of the group was a fat merman with a black tail. Two strands of catfish-like black whiskers swayed back and forth, as if they were swaying in the water. His cheeks were too fat, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. He was wearing golden ornaments all over his body, which made him look like someone trying to show off his wealth. Angor noticed the man because he was holding a certificate in his hand. Angor squinted his eyes as he looked at the certificate. A moment later, Angor swaggered into the waterless area with the pass in his hand. However, at this moment, his appearance had changed into the appearance of the merman from before. As for the male mermaid, he was currently immersed in an illusion filled with beautiful women, unable to extricate himself. Angor would not stay in Lloyd's for too long. He would leave once he got what he wanted. Therefore, he decided to borrow a certificate without anyone knowing and return it when he left. As for the merman, he didn't lose out either. The beauty was bone-melting and boundless. Especially the beauty created by the nightmare illusion technique. Just the touch alone was enough to make him dizzy with excitement. I'll give you a beautiful spring dream, and the price is to borrow a few hours of proof. What a reasonable deal. He thought to himself proudly. The waterless district. This place was more like a city on land. The buildings crisscrossed with each other, and their colors were brilliant and bright. If the streets were not filled with corals and shells, it would be impossible to imagine that this place was thousands of meters under the sea. Just as Bruley said, the waterless district was a hodgepodge of different races. There were many humans and non-marine humans, and the mermaids here all looked like nobles. Because only merfolk nobles would deliberately restrain and forbid the consumption of humans for food. Angor found his shadow, changed his appearance, and walked out as a human. There were many humans here, but he still activated infinite reticence just in case. Then he asked Bruley, "Where is the Ashen Time caravan you mentioned?" "You go to the Abyss Zone first." "Abyss Zone? Where is it?" Bruley pointed at the center of the waterless district, where a white tower that looked like a garden in the sky stood. "The Abyss Zone is in the shadow of the Tower of Peace." The Tower of Peace was the symbol of the waterless district. It was built by the Rogues royal family to symbolize the unity of all races. It was ironic that many races had yet to achieve true peace with each other, let alone across races. This was especially true for humans. Almost every human who saw the Peace Pagoda would use a mocking attitude to explain the empty dream of peace to the people around them. Even more ironic was the fact that the Abyss Zone, the largest and most chaotic dark trading area in Lloyd's, was located in the shadow of the Tower of Peace. The Abyss Zone worshipped power. Death, fear, and sin were all over the place. For this reason, the residents of the waterless district called the Abyss Zone Tower of Sin. The Tower of Sin was the real one, while the Tower of Peace was just a facade. As soon as Angor stepped into the Abyss Zone, he immediately sensed the change in the atmosphere. Apart from the smell of blood in the air, there was also the blatant looting not far away. It was a level 1 apprentice, probably at the peak of level 1. He was running toward the exit of the Abyss Zone with a bag made of fish skin in his hand. However, when he was several steps away from the light, a burly man in a green vest came down from the sky and kicked him back into the Abyss Zone. "Kid, you think you can leave the Tower of Sin without paying something? You're too naive." The burly man clenched his fists and approached the apprentice step by step. "Here you go." Afraid of the difference in strength, the apprentice timidly handed the bag to the burly man. "You're smart, aren't you?" The burly man checked the bag but didn't leave. Instead, he approached the apprentice step by step. "I can guarantee that you can leave the Tower of Sin, but this isn't enough." The burly man gave a bloodthirsty grin. After a series of screams, the apprentice's head was tossed out of the Tower of Sin, while his body was tossed into a dustbin by the burly man. When the others looked at him, the burly man spoke in a mocking tone, "See, I did what I said." Part of his body left the Tower of Sin, didn't it? This was just a normal scene in the Abyss Zone. No one cared about the dead apprentice, nor did anyone blame the burly man. Many people even jumped onto the rooftops to watch while the burly man dealt with the dead body. The level of evil and chaos here was beyond Angor's imagination. Angor looked back at the Tower of Peace, where he could still hear the gentle singing, and the evil that was happening in the shadows. He finally understood why everyone was mocking the Tower of Peace. If there was white, there would be black. There was always a gray area between white and black, but there was no such thing in Lloyd's. The contrast between black and white was so obvious that it made one's hair stand on end. The burly man, who had finished dealing with the dead apprentice, returned with his loot. Halfway through, he bumped into Angor, who was standing still. "Hey, there's someone else here?" The burly man thought he didn't notice Angor's presence earlier, but he quickly checked him up and down as soon as he saw him. "Weak aura. A level 1 apprentice, I think." The burly man thought for a moment. "Nothing on him. Is he a newbie here for sightseeing?" Before the burly man could decide whether to kill the person in front of him, Angor simply glanced at him and walked deeper into the Abyss Zone. The burly man glanced at where Angor was heading. "That's the trading point?" His eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "I'm going to cast a long line. Let's hope I can catch a big fish." Without hiding anything, the burly man followed Angor in big strides. The burly man thought he was speaking in a low voice. However, Angor's body was so strong that he could easily hear the chirping of insects from dozens of meters away without using his senses, not to mention that the burly man was only 5 meters away. Fishing? It's hard to say who's going to catch who. Bruley, who was flying high in the sky, watched the burly man's behavior with interest. The burly man followed Angor and soon arrived at the trading point. He didn't notice that no one except him seemed to notice Angor's presence. Instead, his strange behavior attracted some people's attention. When they arrived at a dark alley, Angor stopped and looked up at the sky. Bruley kept circling around the area, indicating that the Ashen Time caravan was inside. Angor glanced at the burly man from the corner of his eyes and walked into the dark alley without hesitation. The burly man finally had some doubts. But it wasn't because of Angor's gaze. Instead, it was because of the dark alley. Not long ago, the burly man heard that a merchant group called Ashen Traders had appeared in this alley. They sold a lot of top-tier goods, but few people could afford them. The person he was following had entered the territory of the Ashes Time caravan. Could it be that he wanted to buy something from the caravan? If so, he would make a fortune by robbing them. However, a person who could afford to buy the Ashen Time caravan's items should have an extraordinary background. If he were to make a move on him, would he cause trouble? This was also where the burly man hesitated. After considering for a while, the burly man decided to follow Angor. If he could really pull this off, he would definitely make a profit and not lose anything. Even if there was a problem, as a level 2 apprentice, he should be able to handle it. After making sure the burly man was following him, Angor continued walking into the dark alley. When he reached the end of the alley, he saw a group of ruins in the distance. When he saw the ruins, he also saw a group of people wearing black cloaks standing in the middle of the ruins, near the iron cages. They were either standing, sitting, or leaning against the walls of the ruins. However, all of them were near the iron cages. The cages were all covered with black cloth. Angor couldn't see what was behind the cloth, but he already had an idea. When Angor looked at the cages, the people in black also looked at him. Most of them only glanced at Angor for a second before looking away. They assumed that Angor was just another buyer who came to check out the goods. Apart from the people in black cloaks, there were also other buyers who lifted the black cloth covering their cages to look at the cages. However, among the many black-cloaked people, a man who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the ruins suddenly took off his hood, revealing a strange face. Angor couldn't tell his age from his appearance. His face was covered by scales that looked like a lizard's, while his right eye had a vertical pupil that looked like a snake's. His name was Rossum, and he was the vice-captain of the Ashen Time caravan. Most people would mistake him for a humanoid at first glance. However, he was actually a human. His skin was transplanted with the scales of a dragon lizard man from a high plane, while his eyes were the eyes of a withered serpent. Apart from that, many parts of his body were modified. Only his brain and heart still belonged to a human. Such transplants were common in the wizarding world. Humans weren't the best among the countless races in the general plane. Many races were born with stronger bodies than humans. Some of them could reach the wizard level at birth, and when they reached adulthood, they could even reach the legendary level, such as the abyss demons. Therefore, it was common for people to transplant organs from other races in pursuit of greater power. However, at the same time, it was also extremely expensive. Rossum's transplanting cost at least 6,000 magical crystals. However, the money spent was worth it. Rossum was able to become the second-in-command in Ashen Time because after the transplant, his powerful body could almost reach the level of a half-step wizard. Rossum, what are you looking at? It was a tall man who was leaning against a golden cage beside Rossum. He followed Rossum's gaze and squinted his eyes. Huh? That's a pretty strong kid. His presence is worth investigating. But compared to his strength, his looks are pretty good. If I were to capture him and sell him to the puppet master, I might be able to make a profit. Everyone knew that Bogula was obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes. On the other hand, the young man not only fit Bogula's description, but also had a perfect appearance. Their caravan had done similar business with Bogula before. Rossum stared at Angor for a moment before he turned to the man beside him. Captain Beals, what if I tell you that Bogula once tried to recruit him but failed and even got himself killed? Will you still try to recruit him? Beals raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, waiting for Rossum to speak. Captain, do you remember the alchemy video that spread across the fake continent before we came to Lloyd's? Rossum asked. Beals nodded. Although he hadn't seen the video before, it didn't mean that he didn't know. After all, it was an alchemy image that had shocked half of the alchemy world. So you're saying that he's related to the alchemy image? Beals asked curiously. Not just related. If my memory serves me right, he's probably the main character. This person should be the main character of that video. Rossum paused for a moment before uttering a name. Beals remained silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. Looks like we're in luck. Beals looked at Angor with a fervent gaze. If Rossum was right, they could establish a good relationship with this young man. As long as they could get some low-grade alchemy products from him, it would be a great boon for the Ashen Caravan. After all, Beals was widely acknowledged as a future master alchemist. Then, he leaned over to Rossum's ear and whispered a few words. Meanwhile, Angor's attention was attracted by the burly man standing behind him. Perhaps the burly man was confident that he had Angor under control. He didn't even bother to keep a distance from Angor. Instead, he stood 3 meters behind Angor and stared at him with a vicious glare. Those who didn't know the man would assume that he was Angor's bodyguard. However, those from Sin Tower had already given Angor a death sentence in their minds. For example, the onlookers were all looking at Angor with pity. I hope you're smarter than that, apprentice. Maybe I'll let you walk out of Sin Tower alive if I'm in a good mood. The burly man chuckled and threatened Angor. Angor glanced at the man with a smile and walked toward the ruins. The burly man noticed Angor's strange reaction. That smile did not look threatening at all, but he still felt something was off. However, the man quickly dismissed the thought. He was more confident in his own strength than these little tricks. Someone approached Angor as soon as he arrived at the ruins. Honorable guest, I am Rossum, the vice captain of the Ashen Caravan. Is there anything I can help you with? Rossum didn't put on his hood. Instead, he put on a bright smile. The onlookers were puzzled. Since they could afford the goods here, they knew a thing or two about the Ashen Caravan. No one in the caravan cared about the concept of service. It was up to them whether they wanted to buy something or not. This was especially true for the 2 leaders of the caravan. If Angor didn't buy the core goods, he or she wouldn't even have the right to talk to them, let alone bow to them like this. Even the other members of the caravan looked at Angor curiously while trying to figure out who he was. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked up at the sky. After a series of strange screeches, an owl descended from the sky and landed on a tall wall nearby. I'm not here to buy anything, Mr. Rossum. Angor reached out his hand. Bruley quickly took out a grey card from its feathers and placed it in Angor's hand. I'm here to take something. Angor handed the card to Rossum. Rossum took the grey card and glanced at Bruley. He seemed to have recognized it, and his eyes were filled with respect. Honorable guest, are you here for Lady Seely's goods? Yes. It was Bruley, who had been behaving arrogantly ever since she arrived. Yes, my master, Lady Seely. Madame Seely's goods are personally guarded by our commander. Please follow me. Rossum lowered his head and spoke in a humble tone. Lady Seely? Angor frowned. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he followed Rossum. Meanwhile, the burly man was hesitating. Although he didn't know who Rossum was, he could clearly sense Rossum's strength. He was at least a rank 3 acolyte, and he had transplanted so many alien organs. If even Rossum was so respectful towards this big fish he was following, could it be that he had really screwed up? While the burly man was still hesitating, Angor suddenly stopped and looked at him. The burly man felt a little dizzy when he saw Angor's eyes. Then he realized that he was already following Angor's footsteps. By the time he realized it, he was already at the center of the ruins. There were only 4 people here, Rossum, Beals, Angor, and him. The burly man's legs began to tremble. That strange scene made him realize that he had really messed with someone he couldn't afford to offend. He was about to leave, but a strange force kept pushing him back. It was already too late when he realized what was going on. The burly man was even more certain that he was in trouble because he saw the captain of the caravan who called himself Beals. In his eyes, this Captain Beals' strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a bloodline user, and so was Beals. The man's blood aura was so strong that his legs almost gave out. Meanwhile, the big fish in front of him didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he was talking to Beals as if nothing had happened. More importantly, Beals seemed to be talking to the big fish as if they were equals, but Angor could tell that Beals respected the big fish a little bit more. At this time, the other buyers who were looking at the goods also noticed this. They didn't know who Angor was, but they knew who the burly man was. As the burly man's legs gave out, he suddenly heard someone whispering in the wind. Looks like Shark Hunter got himself into trouble this time. Shark Man was the nickname of the burly man in the Sin Tower. For the first time, Shatu felt like a little puppy being fed by a pack of wolves. Most importantly, others treated him as a wolf. Shark Man could tell that Beals and Rossum both thought he was Angor's bodyguard. Both of them were looking at him with concern. Only Shark Hunter knew how difficult it was to explain his current situation. He didn't want to tell them the truth yet, so he had to pretend that he was Angor's bodyguard. He only hoped that the original big fish, the current master, would not expose his identity. While Shark Hunter was feeling anxious, Beals and Angor were having a pleasant conversation. Beals purposely lowered his status and tried to flatter Angor. Angor was still doubtful about their friendliness, but he didn't mind getting to know more people since Beals was so humble. After exchanging greetings for a while, Beals finally said, "I've already stored Ms. Seeley's goods in a single-use space capsule. Would you like to inspect the goods first?" Beals said as he took out 3 small capsules and handed them over. Angor glanced at the capsules. They were the standard ones from Floating Mech City, and they were about the size of a small wooden house. What did Eureka buy from Beals? Angor wondered. What did she buy? We need to check them. Bruley spoke up. Do you know what's inside? Angor glanced at Bruley. Bruley raised his head. Of course. Master told me to personally inspect the goods. Angor nodded in agreement. He was also curious about what Eureka was looking for. If you want to inspect the goods, please come this way. Beals pointed at a stone house not far from them. It was one of the few intact buildings in the ruins. There were several strange-looking beasts tied to the side of the house, each of which was full of goods. There were a lot of things inside the capsules. Besides, if there were any valuable items inside, they might attract unwanted attention. Beals chose to check the goods inside the house because he had thought about Angor's safety. Angor followed behind Beals. When he passed by the light golden cage that Beals had been leaning against, the wind gently blew the black cloth on the side of the cage. Through the gap in the cage, he saw a white and tender human hand. The hand was still slightly bent, which meant the person inside the cage was still alive. Angor wasn't surprised at all. He already knew what was going on when he saw the iron cage covered with black cloth. This kind of decoration was almost the same as the slave goods he had seen at the Twilight auction. Therefore, this so-called Ashen Time caravan was most likely a slave trader. Slave traders were common in this world. There were no restrictions on the world, and only the strong were respected. As long as there was a demand, there would always be a market for slaves. However, slave traders weren't a likable group, so many slave traders liked to call themselves chambers of commerce, caravans, and traveling groups. Although it was a general term, it was still doing dirty things in the gray area. While Angor was following Beals, Shark Man was wondering if he should take the chance to leave. But when he saw Rossum's expression, his heart skipped a beat. Rossum didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to be asking, "Why are you still outside when your master is inside?" Shark Man hesitated for a while and followed Angor. However, he didn't enter the house. Instead, he waited outside like a submissive servant. After Shark Man left, a member of the caravan walked up to Rossum and whispered, "I heard from the buyers that the man's nickname is Shark Man. He's a problematic character in the Abyss District. He likes to rob and kill. I think he's targeting the buyer." "They're not together." Rossum chuckled. "Both the captain and I know. But since our esteemed guest wants to play, we'll just play along." After a pause, Rossum continued, "This kid's reaction speed is quite fast. He actually played the role of a servant. However, he should take a look at his own status. What qualifications does he have to be this guest's servant?" The man in the black cloak sweated profusely. "So we were just playing dumb? Who's this guest, Vice Captain? Why are you and the captain both so courteous?" Rossum didn't seem to mind. "Simple. Because he's worth it. Let me put it this way. Everyone in Lloyd's, including that wizard who sits on the ocean throne, is worth less than this man." The man in the black cloak widened his eyes. He still didn't know who Angor was, but he knew that this man was someone important. If we, the Ashen Time Caravan, can gain the favor of this person, it will be beneficial to us in the future. Rossum said, "Go, and tell the other members of the caravan that they must not offend this distinguished guest. Otherwise, they will be branded with a slave mark and sent to the iron cage as goods." Understood. By the way, let's not talk about this. Tell me, who's better at acting? Me or that shark hunter? Don't you think my eyes are more interesting? Yes. On the other side, Angor leaned against the wall of the stone house and stared at the pile of materials in a daze. What Eureka asked him to bring were all materials. Most of them were magic plants, such as water caltrip pearls from Goi Mansion, crocodile fruits from Swamp of Hallucination, insect flowers from West Ridge Highlands, and even materials from his plane. Most of these materials were used to make healing potions, and most of them were used to heal spirit injuries. Since Eureka couldn't even release her aura, Angor was sure that she was the one who prepared all these materials for him. If Eureka's spirit injuries are healed. Angor frowned. He still had an advantage over Eureka, he could escape. Once Eureka's spirit recovered, her aura would return. It would be impossible for him to escape under the influence of a wizard's aura. Besides, his relationship with Eureka might not be as peaceful as it used to be. Eureka's injuries must not be healed, or at least not so soon. Angor narrowed his eyes and wondered if there was a way to secretly add materials to the plants so that they would lose their effects. Meanwhile, Bruley was getting angrier and angrier by the second. After checking the last capsule, Bruley yelled at Beals, "Beals, you're not allowed to do anything. Mr. Beals, why are there so few potions?" Bruley pointed to the edge of the stone house, where there were more than 20 bottles of potions. And they're all low-level potions. Not a single mid-level potion. Beals glanced at Angor, who didn't seem to notice Angor at all. "You were there when we made the deal with Lady Seelie, didn't you?" Angor tried to sound him out. "You were there when we made the deal with Lady Seelie, weren't you? As I said, there are many wizard organizations all over Fey Continent preparing for war. Potions are a lot scarcer than before. We don't have the same status as the auction houses, so it's good enough that we can get them. Besides, Lady Seelie said that if we don't have any finished potions, we can find the materials to replace them." Beals felt a little relieved when he saw that Angor didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he even seemed to be happy about it. Bruley stomped its foot in anger. "We asked for potions, not materials. Lady Seelie said that if we don't have enough potions, we can replace them with materials. But that doesn't mean we have to use potions if we don't have enough materials." This was the difference between clam chowder and clam soup. Or meat with green peppers and meat with green peppers. Beals knew that, but he did try his best. It was true that potions were hard to come by on Fey Continent. Lady Seelie said that we can replace potions with materials, and we've already covered the difference. Beals pointed at the magic crystals on the other side. They didn't take a single cent off the price of the potions and materials. If you can't buy it, then you can't buy it. Unless you ask Lady Seelie to buy it from the wizard organization herself. Bruley didn't know what to say. Eureka couldn't even show up in public right now. Besides, Red wasn't coming back yet, and even if she did, she might not be able to find enough potions in Valley of Storm. More importantly, Eureka didn't want to owe the Whis too much. Still, Eureka was in a difficult situation. There were only a few materials and potions, which went against Eureka's original intention. Bruley didn't have any reason to refuse. Beals did try his best, and Eureka did say that she could replace potions with materials. Bruley wanted to protest, but it didn't dare to make the decision for Eureka. Angor suddenly spoke up, "If your master asked for materials, she must have a way to make them. Why are you so worried?" Bruley didn't want to answer. But when it considered that Angor wasn't as bad as it thought, and he even gave it the mermaid shell, it hesitated for a moment. "My master isn't an alchemist. Someone else is. But he's not home right now." "Someone else?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "You mean my brother's teacher?" "Yes. But he doesn't seem to know much about alchemy. His failure rate is so high that he can't even make basic potions." Bruley sighed. Angor was glad to hear this. He was just thinking about how to slow down Eureka's recovery, but reality told him that he didn't need to do anything. He just needed to let nature take its course. Little did he know that if he didn't release the Nightmare Queen to destroy the world during the Twilight Auction, the Fox Harpsichord and the Frog Chanter wouldn't have appeared. The series of events that happened in the Evernight Kingdom and Fairy World wouldn't have happened. Of course, the Shadow of Demon was also one of the reasons why potions were so hard to come by. There was no denying that Angor had made a great contribution to Eureka. He just didn't want to think too much about it. So, do you want it or not? Angor looked at Bruley and decided to leave the decision to it. He didn't care whether Bruley wanted the potion or not. Of course, it would be better if Bruley didn't want it. She wouldn't even have a chance to recover. Bruley wondered if Beals would give it a refund if it didn't want the potion. Bruley looked at the pile of materials and Beals' terrifying strength, but it still didn't dare to refuse. In the end, Bruley nodded. I'll take it. Bruley didn't know what Eureka would do if she found out about this. However, as long as it explained the situation here clearly, its master would understand, right? Bruley thought in its mind. Beals found Bruley's hesitation a little funny. A future master alchemist is right beside you, and you're still thinking about your potion? Something fishy must be going on. Maybe Angor wasn't as friendly with Lady Celia as he thought? Otherwise, why didn't she know who Angor was? If that was the case, should he help Angor and earn his favor? Beals considered for a moment and decided not to say anything. After all, the above was only his guess. Moreover, in many cases, excessive solicitude might not be exchanged for a favorable impression, but suspicion. Since Bruley had decided to accept the materials, Angor didn't waste time. He sorted everything in the room and put them into his space bracelet. When Angor was done, Beals glanced at the locked door and spoke in a low voice. Hey there, what's your plan, guest? If you think it's too much trouble, we can help. Beals was talking about Sharkman, who was pretending to be a servant. Angor shook his head. It's nothing, Captain Beals. Don't bother. Beals didn't say anything else. A while later, they walked out of the room while chatting. Sharkman quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at Angor in the eyes. He waited until they were far away before he followed them and continued his acting. When they returned to the ruins, Beals pointed at the iron cages. Our caravan has brought some top-quality goods. If you're interested, you can buy one and bring it back. Angor recalled the white, slender hand he saw when he entered the room. He couldn't help but look at the golden cage. Beals noticed Angor's gaze and grinned. The one in the cage is the most valuable item we brought this time. If you like it, why don't you buy it? When Beals said this, the surrounding buyers all stared with wide eyes. Beals didn't even show them the cage, and now he was asking the young man whether he wanted to buy it or not. What kind of treatment was this? Even though they were complaining in their hearts, these buyers subconsciously moved closer to the center. Whether they could buy it or not was another matter, but to see what kind of top-grade goods it was indeed in everyone's mind. I'm just here to collect the goods. I don't intend to buy anything. With that, he turned to leave. Beals said, why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll really like it. Beals' words were echoed by the crowd. Someone even asked Angor, why don't we take a look and satisfy our curiosity? Angor considered for a moment and nodded. It would not hurt to have a look anyway. Seeing this, Beals removed the black cloth covering the golden cage, revealing the true appearance of the goods inside. Everyone was shocked when they saw this piece of trash. Even the members of the merchant group were shocked when they saw her again, even though they had seen her countless times. Angor was also surprised. When he saw the hand, he assumed it was a human or a humanoid, and judging from the skeleton, it was likely to be a female. But that was not the case. Inside it was a half-tree feather girl. The feather girl only had her upper body. Her skin was white as snow, and her body was covered in dense feathers. The feathers varied in size, softness, and hardness. Some grew in circles while others grew in rows. The only thing they all had in common was that they were as white as snow. There were no feathers on the feather girl's face. Her face was beautiful, but there were no pupils in her eyes. The feather girl did not have a lower body. Her lower body was a yellow-green tree stump with its roots cut off. She looked like a woman who was struggling to get out of a tree. However, it was not the tree that bound her. She simply turned into a tree. This half-tree feather girl seemed to be able to move her upper body, and even her fingers could move. However, from the perspective of a magus, she could not be considered a human. She was more like a plant, a mysterious plant. In the wizarding world, there was a special name for this half-tree feather girl, goddess of spring, Demeter. According to legends, the goddess of spring was a goddess who protected the land and nourished nature. She could make the land fertile, make plants flourish, and change the environment. The Demeter had a similar effect. However, the area she could protect was determined by her age. The older she was, the wider the area she could protect. He once saw a Parmagi winged man selling himself at twilight auction, so he decided to do some research on the winged men. It was said that a sage of the Chevy Feathermen clan once chose a godly tree to transform into a tree before he died. Tens of thousands of years later, this tree could protect an area as large as the entire Furon continent. The older a tree feather girl was, the more valuable it would be. The Demeter in front of him didn't look very old. Judging from the patterns on the tree stump, she was only 13 years old. Maybe it was because she had no roots, so she couldn't absorb nutrients from the earth. Or maybe it was because she was cut off and couldn't enjoy the power of nature. The Demeter began to shed tears. In her pure white eyes, snow-like tears fell slowly, finally landing in a glass bottle at the bottom of the cage. The Demeter's tear was a material used to grow magic plants, so it had a certain value. This is a wild Demeter that our caravan team found in the Maribel Highlands. Are you interested? Beals didn't even look at the surprised buyers. Instead, he kept his eyes on Angor. Beals was planning to sell the unowned wild Demeter to Sky Auction, but he didn't mind selling it to Angor if the latter was willing to buy it. As for others, he wouldn't sell it even if they had the money. Thus, when someone was tempted and prepared to bid, Beals' gaze was like a cold knife, and the other party immediately shut up. Sharkman was also staring at the Demeter in awe. As far as he knew, the Demeter could not only improve the earth, but also adjust the concentration of primal mana in the area she protected. This was a rare treasure for any wizard. Since the Demeter was related to the Winged clan, it wasn't easy to sell it on the surface. Only wild Demeter could be found. This was why the Demeter was so valuable. Sharkman gulped. If he could get his hands on the Demeter, it would be worth hundreds of years of looting in Sin Tower. But no matter how good the Demeter was, it was not as important as his own life. Sharkman slowly looked at Angor. Since Beals only asked about him, did that mean he could afford the Demeter? Did that mean he didn't only fail this time, but also at the edge of the bottomless abyss? Angor didn't care about Sharkman's complicated thoughts. All his attention was on the Demeter. Sunders once mentioned that he wanted to plant a Demeter on Phantom Island. But since Brood Cavern and the Parmagi Winged clan were always on good terms, they couldn't buy one. So they had to find another way to replace the Demeter. Phantom Island relied on magic arrays to adjust the concentration of primal mana. The demonic beast's dung were used to nourish the earth. The phantom servants were also responsible for the growth of plants. With the Demeter, Angor could save a lot of effort. Truth be told, Angor didn't even consider buying anything before Beals removed the black cloth. But when he saw the Demeter in the cage, he was tempted. The Demeter was very useful for supernaturals, especially when it came to adjusting the concentration of primal mana. Angor's progress was too fast, so he couldn't use the Demeter for now. But his brother, Leon, had already begun to understand the world of supernaturals. Moreover, the area guarded by the Demeter would have a strong life force. It might even have a slow effect on Chown's body. That was why Angor was interested. I wonder if you've changed your mind after seeing this. Beals laughed. Angor remained silent for a while. Captain Beals, you've really given me a dilemma. I see. So you're interested? If so, I'm willing to give you an honest price. How about we become friends? Beals used a voice transmission spell to give Angor a price. The onlookers complained in their minds about Beals' scheme. But they had no choice. Even if Beals didn't do that, he wouldn't sell them the item anyway. Beals' serious attitude made them even more curious about Angor's identity. 10,000 magic crystals. That was the price that Beals quoted. It wasn't too expensive, and if it was put in an auction, it would be worth at least 50,000 mana crystals. Angor glanced at the Demeter, who was still crying. He considered and nodded to Beals. All right, deal. Beals smiled and pointed at the stone house. In order to facilitate the transaction, it looks like we'll have to go in again. When Beals and Angor disappeared into the house, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. They didn't know how much the item cost, but they knew it wouldn't be cheap. That young man could afford it? And why was Beals treating him so respectfully? Who was he? Rossum, the vice captain of Ashen Time, noticed that several of them were looking at Angor with strange expressions. They even sent their servants to sneak away. It seemed they were planning to take advantage of the situation. Rossum smiled coldly and walked to one of his men. He whispered something to him and disappeared. Inside the stone house, Angor and Beals finished their business. Beals was going to ask the caravan members to escort the Demeter to Angor's place. Normally speaking, a Demeter couldn't be stored in a space storage. But Angor refused. He simply put the Demeter inside his bracelet. Beals wasn't too surprised. Angor was an important figure in the caravan, so it wasn't a big deal for him to have a space storage that could store living creatures. However, this didn't mean the others would let it go. When Angor came out of the house, no one noticed the iron cage with the Demeter inside. They quickly realized something and looked at Angor from head to toe. In the end, most of them focused their attention on Angor's wrist. Some of them looked surprised, while others looked greedy. Angor didn't seem to mind their gazes. But in fact, he had already memorized their expressions. Ever since he learned that the Abyss District was the evil shadow under the Tower of Peace, he was prepared to be robbed. Whether it was Shark Hunter or the others, Angor had a plan. He was about to leave, but since he and Beals seemed to be having a good time, he politely bid farewell to the man before leaving. Beals didn't ask him to stay. He took out a grey card and handed it to Angor. Even if our Ashes Time caravan leaves in the future, we will leave one person to guard these ruins for a long time. If you need anything, whether it's items, materials, slaves, information, or even just let us send a message for you, you can use this card to find one of our members at Lloyd's. Beals narrowed his eyes and continued in a joking tone, if you're here, I'll give you a discount. Angor accepted the card and nodded to thank Beals. Then, he called Bruley and left for the street outside. As Angor's servant, Shark Hunter did his best to follow him. Several other buyers also left in a hurry. Beals knew what they were going to do, but he didn't stop them. These people couldn't do anything to Angor, not to mention Rossum had already joined the fight. After a while, a black mist floated to Dobia's side. Along with the hissing of a snake, the black mist rolled and condensed into a black-robed figure. It was Rossum. Beals glanced at Rossum. Although Rossum looked normal, there was a faint layer of blood energy lingering around him. Looks like you've made your move. Beals leaned against the wall of the ruins and lit a cigarette. Some people didn't listen to my advice, so I had to make an example out of them. Rossum paused for a moment. I saw him leaving. Did you do anything, Captain? Is it possible to establish a relationship with him? Beals spat out a mouthful of smoke and shrugged. Nothing. Rossum's expression sank. Could it be that the commander doesn't trust my judgment? If we can form a relationship with him, it definitely won't be bad for Ash Time. Of course I trust your judgment. But sometimes, we need to learn to wait. Angor is already suspicious of us for being too polite. If you really want to build a good relationship, you need to plan slowly. Beals explained his thoughts. He made an exception and decided to leave someone behind in Lloyd's because of Angor. He could see that Angor was actually very cautious in his mind despite his friendly look. Trying to build a good relationship with Angor on their first meeting was basically impossible. Angor might even become suspicious of them. Now was not the best time, so Beals decided to leave everything to the unpredictable future. Greetings would not make Angor lower his guard unless Angor took the initiative to do so. Only when Angor had something to ask of them and used the card to get closer to them would it be the best time for them to do so. Rossum didn't agree or disagree with Beals' suggestion. Instead, he used his actions to show his attitude. I can stay here for the next 10 years and act as the liaison. Beals gave Rossum a thoughtful look. He knew Rossum had decided to bet on Angor. If Angor really came, Rossum would be the first to talk to him, which would make it easier for Beals to get on his good side. All right. On the other side, Angor was lost in his thoughts. He had reached the exit of the Abyss Zone. When he looked back, he didn't see anyone coming to stop him apart from Sharkman, who was still in a daze. When he was in ruin, he saw those people looking at him like they wanted to kill him. Why didn't they attack him now? Or maybe they didn't plan to attack him in Lloyd's but in the deep sea instead. Angor considered the possibility. Visibility would be affected in the deep sea, and it was easy for people to hide in there. With that in mind, Angor stopped thinking about those people. He would deal with them when the time came. But for now, he had to deal with Sharkman first. Sharkman had been doubting his life all along. He couldn't understand why he suddenly turned from a hard-working raider to an actor's servant. After leaving ruin, Sharkman was still in a state of confusion. When he finally got ready to face reality, he looked up and saw Angor looking at him with a strange smile. Mister, you must have felt that my previous behavior was very strange. Shatu's mind began to turn rapidly as he tried to find an excuse for his previous behavior. Angor didn't say anything. He simply looked at Sharkman and waited for his next words. Sharkman already had a lot of ideas in his mind, most of which were to kill or rob Angor. However, when he thought about all the strange things happening along the way and how even Beals respected this man, Sharkman began to think that he couldn't defeat this man with brute force. But if he didn't use violence, how could he get away safely? Sharkman rolled his eyes and said something that even he didn't believe. Actually, everything I did before was an art. It was a kind of performance art that explored the depths of myself. And you, mister, have been chosen as my partner for this performance. I see. Angor nodded. Sharkman was glad to see this. He thought he managed to fool Angor, so he planned to find another partner to run away. But before Sharkman could say anything, Angor slowly lifted a finger and released a strange aura from it. Under this aura, Sharkman felt his vision getting more and more blurry. Angor didn't care what Sharkman was thinking right now. However, he did have the intention to kill him before. Before entering the ruins, that kind of malice was almost tangible. Therefore, from the beginning, he did not intend to let Shatu live. While Angor was trying to create a death illusion for Sharkman, the mermaid song that had been playing in the Tower of Peace suddenly changed its tune. It was replaced by a cold female voice, which was calling for help to the people in the water zone. Thousands of stone chrysanthemum shrimps are attacking the outer city's settlement at the west gate of Lloyd's City. If any supernaturals are willing to help, we will pay them a certain amount. The announcement was repeated 3 times, but no one in the water zone moved. They didn't seem surprised at all. Angor heard from the crowd that the speaker was the princess of the Rogue Mermaid Palace. This kind of announcement would be made every once in a while. At first, some people tried, but they soon found out that the rewards they were promised were all mundane things, such as pearls and gauze clothes shed by rogue mermaids when they shed their skin. These were the most valuable items for rogue mermaids, but they were not attractive to supernaturals at all. Since then, no one was willing to listen to the Tower of Peace's request. When the people around him talked about these things, they were all gloating over his misfortune. Stone chrysanthemum shrimps were the natural enemies of mermaids. In the past, the number of stone chrysanthemum shrimps attacking Lloyd's City was never this large. But this time, there were thousands of them. The casualties in the outer city must be severe. Maybe half of them were killed. Many people walked toward the outer city with the intention of watching a good show. Angor was thinking about the mermaid princess he met at Blackberry Waters, Barley. The reason why he was able to create the ocean rhythm was thanks to the inspiration given to him by Barley, as well as her continuous singing afterward. According to the people in the water zone, the one who asked for help was the princess of the Rogue Mermaid Palace. If Angor remembered correctly, Varley was also the princess of the Rogue Mermaid Palace, and her cold voice was similar to Varley's. Was it really Varley? Angor didn't plan to ask. He wasn't going to participate in this request anyway. But if it really was Varley, he wouldn't mind giving her a hand. Angor glanced at Sharkman, who was still in a daze. Sharkman was already halfway through creating his illusion, but now, the stone chrysanthemum shrimp's attack this time was the worst one in the last decade. The mermaids living in Lloyd's thought that there was no hope for them, but to their surprise, a powerful transcendent stepped out. 1 against 1,000, he forced the stone chrysanthemum shrimps back and protected the outer city of Lloyd's City. However, when the stone chrysanthemum shrimps' attack was over and the mermaids were grateful, the supernatural disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the great hero in the mermaids' minds was hiding in a dark corner near the water zone. There was a fat catfish man who was having a beautiful dream in his spring illusion. It was the same man who borrowed the pass from Angor earlier. After exhausting himself in the illusion, he fell into a sweet dream. Angor returned the pass to him and used Hand of Spell to drag the catfish man to the street outside and threw him together with his bodyguards. When he woke up, the catfish man would once again return to his normal life. After sending the catfish man away, Angor looked at Shark Man, the great hero of the mermaids. It was Shark Man who used a nightmare illusion to lure Shark Man to help the mermaids kill the stone chrysanthemum shrimps. This was his first time helping the mermaid princess, who might be called Varley. Now that Shark Man's remaining value was used up, Angor planned to create more death illusions for him. But this time, since Shark Man did his best to kill the mermaids, Angor added a boundless spring dream to his death illusion. Bruley didn't say anything since they left Lloyd's Island. 60 years ago, Master, you saw someone selling a wild Demeter at a fair in the City of Truth. Master wanted to buy it with all his money, but he didn't buy it because it was too expensive. I think someone from the Truth Council bought it. So, I'm really curious. How did you manage to buy a Demeter? Bruley continued, also, I noticed that Beals of Ashentime seems to treat you differently. Even when Master came last time, he wasn't as nice as he was now. Why is that? Angor's attention was fully focused on the darkness around him so that he wouldn't be ambushed. The answer to the first question is that I happen to have that many mana crystals. As for the second question, I don't know the answer to it either. Bruley really wanted to ask more questions. Where did you get them? How did an apprentice get so many magic crystals? But it knew it was too personal for it to ask, so it had no choice but to keep it to the back of its mind. Angor didn't run into anyone on his way out of the Messina Trench, which confused him a little. Those buyers all wanted to kill him, so why didn't anyone do anything? But at least he didn't have to waste time. When he left the sea, the sky wasn't completely dark yet. However, the sunset had already dyed the sky red. It's dusk now. If we hurry, we should be back by tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow, Bruley said after calculating the time. Let's not go back yet. I need to go to the Land of Revelation first. Of course, Bruley objected immediately. However, Angor didn't pay it any mind and continued flying toward the Land of Revelation. As an owl, Bruley couldn't fly for long periods of time. It was basically impossible for it to flap its wings and fly back to the old Earth without stopping. Therefore, it could only flap its wings and follow Lin Sanjia's lead. The Land of Revelation wasn't far from here. It would only take a few days by gondola. Toby transformed into a griffin and hurried on his journey. Before dawn, the coastline of the Land of Revelation could be seen in the distance. Angor had no sense of direction on the sea, but he didn't have to worry about it on land. It didn't take long for them to lock on to the direction of Freighting Town, which was near the Central Empire. Why did you come to the Land of Revelation? Do you want to betray our master and send a message to Goman King here? Bruley questioned him along the way. I've never been on the same side as your master. How can I betray her? Angor paused to stop Bruley from nagging him. John is still asleep, and my brother is still growing. I don't need to expose Master Eureka's location. Plus, I don't need the money. Then why are you here? I'm looking for a person. Or, a soul. When the airship arrived at Freighting Town again, Angor noticed that the town was still as artistic as it was several months ago. However, Freighting Town wasn't the same as before. On his way to Tyson Alley, Angor saw Imperial Knights guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from entering. However, these Imperial Knights were all mortals. They could stop mortals, but they couldn't do anything about supernaturals. He went straight to the orphanage as if there was no one there. Before he entered the orphanage, he already heard someone screaming inside. Angor also heard monsters roaring and eerie cackling coming from the wind. The feathers on Brulee's back stood on end as she listened to the sounds inside. Her eyes were filled with vigilance. Angor reached his spirit feelers into the orphanage to check. However, he found that the death by dawn illusion he had left here was running at full power, and all kinds of strange things were happening to a group of about 20 mortals. They were running away from the main building controlled by Butcher Sunny and heading to the playground. That was their only chance of survival, the safe zone controlled by Alda. However, it wasn't time for the safe zone to be activated yet. The main building was filled with terrifying creatures from the illusions, which made it even more dangerous for them. Many of them were on the verge of collapsing inside the illusion. The screams were a sign that they were about to collapse. So Freud really turned this place into a horror park in just a few months. Angor thought Freud was just joking, but he didn't expect the man to actually do it. He just didn't know if the men and women who were struggling in the death by dawn were the tested talents or the nobles who were bored and looking for excitement. The illusion of the orphanage was supposed to prevent outsiders from entering. However, as the creator of the illusion, Angor had the highest authority in this place. Angor didn't bother to hide his presence and entered the orphanage without hesitation. Freud was sitting across from Nea in a room in the basement of the orphanage. They were talking about the quality of the new batch of talents. When Angor entered the orphanage, Freud suddenly jumped up from his seat. "What's wrong?" Nea looked at Freud in confusion. "Someone's here," Freud said in a serious tone. "I'll check it out." Nea's expression tensed up as well. She was the one who suggested that the talents of the Tower of Hurricane come here to train. If something happened to them because of an outsider's interference, she would have to take full responsibility as well. "It's nothing. It's Mr. Pat." Freud's face relaxed a little when he sensed the visitor's aura. Angor arrived at the door at the same time. When the door was pushed open, he saw Freud's excited face and Xianxia, who was trying her best to please Angor despite the fact that she was trying her best to please Angor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Freud couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Pat, are you here for?" Angor knew what Freud was trying to ask. He had been too busy with John to study the dream Welk, so Freud was destined to be disappointed. Freud's eyes dimmed a little when he saw Angor shaking his head. "I'm here to ask you something." Angor glanced at Xianxia and gestured for Freud to follow him outside. Freud nodded and followed Angor out of the room. Angor sent Brulee away as well. Brulee gave Angor and Nea a doubtful look. But when it recalled Angor's explanation about how he didn't betray Eureka, it didn't say anything and simply flew away. Angor followed Freud to the roof of the main building, where they could still hear the screams coming from below. Angor looked down and saw that under Sunny's pressure, the group of men and women who didn't know that they were in an illusion began to display their different personalities. The true beauty of human nature and the evil of human nature were all reflected in them. However, there were few who were kind. Under extreme fear, the madness and malice that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time finally broke through the restraints of morality and was released. Angor already knew how evil human nature could be. He didn't really care about what happened to the mortals. Instead, he looked at the little girl in a red dress who was holding a giant scythe. Sunny's a lot better as a butcher than when she trained Tulu. When Tulu was struggling to survive in this illusion, Sunny's murderous aura was still lingering in her body, which made it easy for her to lose control of her emotions. But after spending some time with Freud, Sunny's butcher was still as scary as ever. But in fact, she had already learned how to control her temper and killing intent. Sunny's just a little stubborn. She needs to be tamed, Freud explained. Well, that depends on who's the one taming her. If it's someone else, they'll still die anyway. Are they all talents? Yes. They're the first batch of talents from the Tower of Hurricane. Freud pointed at the ghosts in the sky, who were still holding alchemy tools. In order to get more customers in the future, I'm going to follow and record the whole process of these talents' evolution. Freud read many novels from Earth, which helped him to change his vocabulary. Also, he seemed to have learned some of the marketing techniques from Earth. Yes, they're evolving. They're trying to summon the beast in their hearts. Angor shook his head and explained his purpose. I'm here to ask for your dream reading spell. Of course, you can make a reasonable request in return. Freud was a little surprised by Angor's request. You've helped me a lot, Mr. Sunders, and I still owe you more in return. So, I'm willing to give you the spell. Don't worry about it. It's normal for there to be a difference between our deals. Angor didn't really care who owed Freud more. If it was a matter of love, Angor wouldn't mind. But this was a business deal, and he had to make the final decision. Freud considered for a moment. Can you answer a few of my questions then? You don't have to answer them if they cross the line. If that's all you want, I'll agree. Mr. Pat, are you going to learn dream reading on your own? Did you already learn how to enter someone's dream? Freud remained silent when he heard that Angor had already learned dream walk, and it only took him 2 months to learn it. When he first learned dream entry, it took him half a year. Moreover, he already had the dream attribute talent. As far as he knew, Angor's talent was actually illusions. Are you sure you don't have 2 talents, Mr. Pat? Maybe you're hiding a dream manipulator talent. No, I don't. Angor wasn't sure about that. Normally, it would take him at least 2 years to learn dream walk. There were other reasons why he could learn dream walk so quickly. However, he couldn't tell Freud about them since they involved too many secrets. Unless... Freud swore an oath. Freud sighed. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse to live in the same era as Angor. Oh, wait. Angor was already dead? Second question. What kind of dream reading spell do you want to learn, mister? Since Angor did not seem to understand, Freud quickly explained. Dream reading isn't just a cantrip. You can use other cantrips to achieve the same effect as spells, Freud explained. For example, alchemy's thaw spell can be evolved into smelt, and so on. Their effects are similar, but they all have different levels. Dream reading is the same. They're all called dream reading spells, but they're divided into 4 levels: listen, guidance, command, and tamper. Listen is a level 2 cantrip that allows you to communicate with someone in a dream. If the person is dreaming, you'll be able to communicate with them as if they're in real life. Guide is a level 3 cantrip. It can guide the dreamer to ask what they want to ask. When I was alive, I reached the level of guide in dream reading. Command is a level 3 cantrip that doesn't require guidance. You can order someone to do or say anything in their dream. As for tamper, it's a beginner cantrip that only wizards can learn. Freud didn't explain the effects of tamper, but Angor guessed that tamper would allow him to manipulate someone's dream at will. Angor only wanted to learn dream reading because he wanted to communicate with John. He didn't need guidance or guidance. I want to learn listen, Angor said without hesitation. Freud nodded and thought for a while. It's dangerous to read someone's dream because he's the master of that person's dream. Others wouldn't be able to discover you if you simply entered a dream. However, if you were to read a dream and communicate with the other party, others would definitely be able to sense you. Once the person in the dream severed your dream bridge and made you extremely weak in the dream, you would be in danger. Although it's not fatal, if something goes wrong with the dream antennae, one's spirit will be weakened for a long time. You're just learning and listening, and you don't have any ability to protect yourself in the dream. Even if you enter the dreams of your friends and family, as long as the other party isn't in a lucid dream state, how can you guarantee that they won't attack you in the chaotic dream? No, he won't. I'm going to visit someone in a lucid dream. Angor considered for a moment. Angor tried to recall John's dream. John tried to control himself even in the dream. Most people who had lucid dreams would go through a period of restlessness. They would do whatever they wanted in their dreams, such as obtaining absolute power, seducing countless beautiful women, and doing everything they didn't dare to do in the real world. As for John's dream, Angor felt nothing but peace and tranquility from beginning to end. Most of the time, John didn't say a single word. It was like a silent play. There was no impulsiveness, frivolity, or resentment from being sick for a long time. There was only peace and a hint of regret that he didn't want to show in front of his wife and daughter even in his dream. Angor was sure that John's dream was a lucid one. If John knew that Angor could enter his dream, he wouldn't do anything to harm him. Freud looked at Angor's confident expression. I see. One last question. Why do you want to learn how to read dreams? Also, Freud was curious why John only wanted to learn how to communicate with others in their dreams instead of trying to learn something from other people's dreams. In the past, Freud used to read dreams to get the information he needed. He even learned a lot of cantrip knowledge by reading dreams. Angor was sure that his dream reader wouldn't harm him. In other words, the dream reader was someone close to him, someone he could trust completely. In that case, why didn't they talk face to face? Why did they have to communicate in dreams? Freud's question made Angor fall silent. After a while, Freud scratched his head. You don't have to answer me if you don't want to, mister. I'm just curious. I don't mean to pry. It's not that I can't tell you. Angor finally opened his mouth. I have a family member whom I respect a lot. He's in a coma and can't wake up. We haven't found a way to save him yet. I miss him, so I want to talk to him by reading his dreams. Freud frowned. People who are in a coma usually don't dream. Dreamweaver ant. I found one in floating mech city. Well, a dreamweaver ant can do that, Freud said. Freud shook his head regretfully. I wanted to get my hands on a dreamweaver too, but I couldn't find one even after I died. Freud added, Mr. Pat, if there's something wrong with your relative's body, he can always choose a transplant. No. He's just immortal. Seeing Freud's curious look, Angor decided to explain John's situation in detail, but he didn't tell Freud that John came from another world. Perhaps it was because he had been suppressed by Eureka for the past few months, but there was nothing he could do to vent his frustrations. Angor told Freud about John's situation in detail, including the tri-state balance. However, Angor described the erosion of the great consciousness as some kind of mysterious curse. Most official magi might not be able to remove this mysterious curse. When he told them about John's story, the heavy burden in his heart was lifted a little. Even the gloominess in his chest had dissipated by quite a bit. Freud listened quietly and thought about something from time to time. Angor let out a long sigh. I have less than 2 years left, and I still can't find a solution. I'm such a failure. If that's a failure, then I'm the kind of person who can't be dug out from the ground. Freud continued, I heard from Naya that you're doing really well on the Fey continent. According to my sources, you'll be featured in the next issue of Forest of Time in 10 years. After all, you created a high-tier alchemy item as an apprentice. Angor knew about Forest of Time. It was published by the Truth Council of the City of Truth, which was considered the most authoritative magazine in the southern wizarding region. It only published the latest and most authoritative research papers and papers that were worthy of being remembered by future generations. Angor didn't know how famous he was in the Fey continent right now, and he didn't think he was qualified to be featured in the magazine. He thought Freud was joking. But how did Freud know that he created a high-tier alchemy item? He didn't tell anyone that he created ocean rhyme, did he? Even if he did, no one would believe him. Before Angor could ask more questions, Freud suddenly changed the topic. Well, as long as we don't limit ourselves to a mortal body, there's still a way to save your loved one. Angor looked up at Freud. You have a way to save him? Freud nodded, then shook his head. If you say that even wizards can't do it, how can I? The method I'm talking about is actually just an idea of mine. What is it? Angor quickly asked. Sir, your family member's body is on the verge of collapsing. Even if there's a way to save him, I don't think he'll live long as a mortal. Freud's words were harsh, but he was telling the truth. Even if Angor successfully placed the rune on John's body to resist the corrosion of the world's consciousness, John would only live for 20 years at most. Even if Angor could find a way to prolong his life, there was still a limit to how long a mortal could live. So you're saying we should let him die and turn him into a soul? Angor shook his head. No. The chances of a mortal turning into a soul are too low. Besides, his brain is damaged, and his spirit isn't working properly. His dream won't be complete, which means his spiritual power level is below 3. In such a situation, he will only turn into dim spiritual light or soul fragments after his death. That's not what I meant, sir. Have you forgotten what I'm trying to do? For example, let him live in the dream realm. The dream realm is a barren place, but if you can combine your illusions with the dream whelk, you'll be able to live in your dream and in the real world. Angor didn't expect Freud to change the topic again. Also, Freud's words made sense. It was just like how players who abandoned their physical bodies and lived in holographic games. If he could perfectly control the dream Welk, he would be able to drag things from the real world into his dreams. Freud noticed Angor's curious expression. Like I said, there are living creatures in the dream realm. I've read in a book that even creatures that live in the dream realm can enter the real world. I don't know about the others, but if you can combine your illusion with the dream Welk, you might be able to control a piece of dreamland. As I said before, infinite alchemy is just the beginning. It will soon evolve into a perfect world. Freud continued to describe the beautiful future he had envisioned. A perfect world? Angor didn't think such a utopian idea would come true. The dream realm wasn't as mysterious as the nightmare realm, but it would never be perfect as long as it had the property of dreams. Angor knew that Freud was trying to encourage him, but he still felt that the idea was worth something. But could a person's memory, consciousness, and logic really be preserved in the dream realm when they died? Freud's words couldn't be confirmed, but Angor couldn't verify them with a large amount of data. Next, Freud returned to his old room in the Church of the Deceased. The decorations inside were still the same. He sat down in front of a desk and began to write down the words of dream reading. While Freud was writing, Angor checked the situation downstairs. It was already past midnight. 6 hours before dawn, the safe zone in the illusion would open up. The group of people was now sheltered by Alda on the playground. Alda was sitting on a rusty wooden horse while singing a lullaby without paying any attention to the talents. It sounded childish, but it had a gentle quality to it. Those who were still panting heavily and rejoicing that they had dodged a bullet slowly fell asleep under the influence of this lullaby. When everyone was asleep, the little girl in a red dress, Sunny, showed up at the side of the playground. "You're quite considerate of them, aren't you?" Sunny wasn't happy. "I haven't had enough of their screams yet, and you've already put them to sleep. So boring." Alda tried to appease her in his childish voice. "Don't be mad, okay? They still need to be trained by you during the day, right? If they can't sleep well, they won't have the energy to scream during the day, right? Besides, if they can't fall asleep, they might just surrender during the day. That's even more boring." Sunny thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. "Fine. They're in your safe zone anyway. I can't do anything about it." After Sunny said that, her eyes slowly looked at a woman who looked very noble by the side of the field. "I'll target this woman tomorrow. Even if I can't kill her, I'll scare her to death." Sunny turned around and went back to the main building. She was looking forward to receiving Freud's compliment for completing her mission today. A moment later, he heard the door of the roof being pushed open. They were none other than Sunny and Xianxia. Bruley was standing behind Xianxia as well. "Where's Master Dixon?" Sunny looked a little scared when she saw Angor, but her attitude remained the same. She was still impulsive and rude. Xianxia whispered apologetically, "Mr. Pat, I can't stop Sunny if she insists on coming to you." Angor glanced at them. He was the owner of the illusion, so he knew what was going on inside. For example, Xianxia wasn't lying. Sunny had indeed rushed to him after asking about Freud's whereabouts. However, Xianxia clearly didn't try her best to stop Sunny. She could have chosen to hide Freud's whereabouts from the beginning. Bruley was following Xianxia because Bruley went to the basement to ask Xianxia for information while Angor was talking to Freud. Or to be more precise, Bruley was trying to get information about Angor. However, Xianxia was smart this time. She didn't answer Bruley's question directly. Angor knew that Xianxia didn't really care about stopping Sunny, but he didn't point it out either. "Freud is helping me with something," Angor replied. Sunny wasn't happy with the answer, but she could see that Angor didn't want to talk about it. She left in a huff. Xianxia was a little disappointed. She asked Sunny to go to the rooftop just so she could find out why Angor was looking for Freud. She didn't expect to get nothing out of it. Since Sunny was gone, Xianxia decided to leave as well. But before she could, Angor stopped her. "There's something I need to ask you." Angor pointed at the people on the field. "Freud told me that they're talents from the Tower of Hurricane?" Xianxia nodded. "That's right. I asked the organization to let the talents come here to train before returning to Fey Continent." "Mr. Pat, is there something wrong with them?" "Not really. But there's a troublemaker." Angor pointed at the noble-looking woman whom Sunny said she would go after during the day. She knows the secret of Daybreak Doom. Angor was talking to Freud earlier, but he already knew everything that happened in the illusion. He also knew why Sunny was going after the noble-looking woman. Earlier, when Sunny was trying to kill the noble-looking woman as a butcher, the woman had already shown up at the orphanage. The woman calmly revealed the secret of the orphanage. She put on a fearless look and said, "You don't dare to kill me anyway. Everything else is just an illusion. What am I afraid of?" She kept provoking Sunny. If this had happened a few months ago, when Sunny still hadn't gotten her temper under control, she would have been courting death by doing this. Fortunately, after Freud took care of her for a while, Sunny's self-control had improved a lot. "I gave Freud full control of the illusion, so I shouldn't interfere. But if you're here to test her, you shouldn't have told her the secret. It's not only disrespectful to Sunny, but also to me, the creator of the illusion." Xianxia glanced at the woman awkwardly. "It's my fault. Rose is the princess of the Silver Heron royal family. She's usually a good girl. She said she was scared, so I told her what happened while I was comforting her. I didn't expect, so you Silver Heron royals all share the same temperament. Arrogant and rude, just like Dove 4 years ago," Angor said in a sarcastic tone. Dove was a talent who joined Angor on the Redbud. Unfortunately, Dove was killed by his own slave. Xianxia also knew about this. She also knew that Dove and Angor were on the same ship, and she believed that Dove might have mocked Angor on the ship. Xianxia didn't know how to respond to Angor's mockery. She could only apologize. After sending Xianxia away, Angor sighed again. This was a mortal's business, and he didn't want to get involved. Still, he was the one who created the illusion, and he didn't like the fact that someone didn't take it seriously. He considered for a moment and decided to upgrade the illusion while Freud was still writing dream reading. While the core elements remained the same, Angor decided to incorporate some of his talents, such as emotion control, as well as some memory blocking techniques he learned from the Mystery of Nightmare Realm. A moment later, without anyone noticing, Angor began a new chapter of the Twilight's Doom illusion. First of all, the mortals who entered the illusion would have their memories blocked for 2 years at most. Even if they already knew about the Twilight's Doom, they wouldn't be able to ignore the various dangers in the illusion. In such a desperate situation, they would be able to bring out their true nature. Second, Angor increased the emotional activity of the people in the illusion. Even the tiniest bit of fear would be magnified. Third, Angor already added some Easter eggs to the illusion to help people avoid Butcher's pursuit. Now, Angor removed all the Easter eggs. Instead, he changed them to passive ones, which tested one's human nature. Once someone reached the limit of human nature and grew stronger, the Easter eggs would be automatically activated. The update is over. I hope you have a good time. He smiled maliciously and spoke to the talent who was still sleeping on the ground. Freud sensed the changes in the illusion as soon as he came out of the Church of the Deceased. As the second authority holder, he knew what happened earlier and understood Angor's intention. Freud sighed. If you continue to deepen this illusion, I'm sure all the wizard organizations around here will add this as part of their recruitment missions and make this a must-pass place for them to pass through. I'm going to have a lot of work to do. Freud knew that the changes in the illusion would bring him a lot of benefits, so he was happy to see it happen. I've left the dream reading spell in your room. You can check it whenever you want, Freud said. Angor reached his spirit feelers into the Church of the Deceased and saw a handwritten copy of dream reading on the table in the illusion room. At the same time, there was a book written by Freud called The Combination of Illusions and the Dream Welk, the fourth revision. It was clear that Freud had not forgotten his research in the land of revelation. I see. Angor nodded. As for the solution you mentioned, I'll give it a try when I get back. No matter what happens, I'm still grateful for your advice. Freud smiled shyly. As long as you don't forget to give me a place in your dream world when you succeed, sir. Also, I'll keep my promise. If you succeed, I'll swear an oath. Angor didn't stay for long. He bid farewell to Freud at 2 in the morning and headed back to the old Earth with Bruley. On his way back, Angor couldn't help but feel happy. At first, he didn't want to leave, but the result wasn't bad. He learned that Eureka's spirit power wouldn't recover any time soon, and he obtained a priceless Demeter. Most importantly, he learned a way to save John from Freud. It was a bit of an unorthodox method, but it wasn't a bad choice if it worked. Even if it didn't work, at least he now had a research direction. However, he felt like he forgot to do something after leaving the land of revelation. When Angor returned to the old Earth 2 days later, he suddenly realized that he forgot to ask Freud about how he managed to craft a high-tier alchemy item. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to ask about it. It wasn't a bad thing to hear about it anyway. At least his name would be known. Besides, there were a bunch of mermaids and mermaids around when he was doing the alchemy. It was only natural that someone would tell others about it. Angor put the question aside and flew toward Yame province. He still saw a lot of refugees on his way back, but he could tell that they were much calmer than before. Even the residents of various places were smiling under the shadow of the battle cloud. It was clear that Shannon's victory in Moonwater City had given the citizens of Gold's Pink Empire some peace of mind. At least, the people of Gold's Pink Empire would not be completely hopeless against Halon. The closer he got to Gru Town, the happier he felt. Bruley, on the other hand, seemed to be worried about something. Angor knew what was bothering Bruley. Bruley was worried that Eureka would blame him for bringing back the materials. Still, he didn't blame Bruley for this. After all, Eureka was the one who made the agreement with the merchant group. Just tell me the truth. I'm sure Miss Eureka will understand. Bruley was still worried about Angor's words. But soon, it looked around and asked in a flattering tone, "Can you help me?" "Help you? What can I possibly do?" Bruley saw that Angor wasn't going to refuse and became excited again. "You bought a Demeter, right? You can give it to Miss Eureka and tell her that the leader of the merchant group didn't complete the mission given to him by Miss Eureka." Angor looked at Bruley from head to toe as if he was looking at an idiot. "Do you think all humans are idiots like you? Why don't you take a look at all the materials you bought? They're not even as expensive as the Demeters. Even if Miss Eureka believes you, do you really think Ashentime would do something like that?" "But..." Bruley raised its wings weakly and tried to struggle. "Most importantly, I bought this Demeter with my own money. Why should I give it to your master?" Bruley said, "Don't you want to build a good relationship with master? If you help me, I can put in a good word for you in front of master." "I don't think you've misunderstood me. I've never wanted to build a good relationship with your master," said Angor. "That's impossible, so don't even think about it. If you try to use me again, I won't be able to deal with your master, but dealing with a bird like you is still very easy." With that, he turned his head away. It was rare for him to be so kind, but what he got in return was a belly full of anger. When he returned to Pad Manor, the first thing he did was to go to the Stilt House and show Eureka all the materials he got from the caravan. Eureka was still smiling at first, but as Angor took out more materials, her expression grew darker and darker. She began to glare at Bruley. Bruley curled up on the ground and shivered at her glare. "Bruley, what's going on?" Eureka's voice didn't fluctuate much, but it was clear that she was trying to suppress her anger. "It has nothing to do with me. It's Beals," Bruley explained in a trembling voice. Angor didn't expect Bruley to drag him into this mess even though it didn't try to make fun of him like a joke. Bruley had only symbolically described the cause and effect of the materials. But it didn't stop there. Bruley told Eureka about how expensive the Demeter was, how many people admired it, and how Beals respected Angor so much. Bruley successfully diverted Eureka's attention to Angor. While Bruley sighed in relief, Angor couldn't help but curse the owl in his mind. Even though Eureka would eventually find out about the Demeter, Bruley was clearly trying to change the subject. How could he not be angry about that? "You bought a Demeter?" Eureka looked at Angor curiously. Angor gave Bruley a cold glare before he nodded. "Yes. My brother is about to enter the wizarding world, and the Demeter will help him adjust the mana density so that he can meditate more easily." Eureka, of course, knew about the Demeter's power. She wanted to buy a Demeter when she wanted to settle down, but in the end, she gave up because she didn't have enough magic crystals. Now that she had to avoid Goman King's bounty, she didn't really care about the Demeter. Compared to the Demeter, Eureka was more interested in Angor. "Bruley told me that Whale Hunter likes you a lot. Can you tell me why?" Eureka asked. Whale hunter? Angor looked at Eureka in confusion. He thought Eureka would ask him to show her the Demeter, but she didn't expect such a strange question. The leader of Ashen Time, Beals. His nickname is Whale Hunter. He's a bloodline wizard who's good at hiding and taking advantage of others, Eureka explained. Why does he look at me differently? I don't know. This is the first time I heard his name. Angor glanced at Bruley, who was playing dead. Bruley knows about it too. Eureka was sure Angor wasn't lying. A Demeter isn't cheap. Where did you get them? I know alchemy, he said after a moment of silence. When Angor left the stilt house, he had a strange expression on his face. Eureka didn't believe him at all when he claimed that he was an alchemist and earned the crystals himself. Later, he changed his story and said that he got the crystals from a wizard-level monster that Sunders hunted, and Sunders gave him some of the monster's materials, which he then sold. Eureka believed him right away. But Angor wasn't lying either. Both of his answers were correct. The reason why he had so many crystals was because of the blood-creeping bone woman Sunders killed in Witch's Town in Nightmare Realm. He obtained a blood-creeping bone woman and sold it for 230,000 crystals. After paying 150,000 crystals to Sunders, Angor kept 60,000 for himself. And the money he used to buy the Demeter was indeed from these 60,000 magic crystals. Therefore, what he said was true. However, Eureka preferred to believe the answer she had in mind. After answering Eureka's question, Angor left the stilt house. Eureka didn't bother looking at the Demeter either. She knew Angor would tell her that the Demeter was planted in Pat Manor. When Angor left, Eureka heard Bruley sobbing inside the stilt house. He was planning to let the Demeter out so that it could take root in his bracelet, which would be better than letting it cry in silence. But since the Demeter wasn't an ordinary creature, he decided to discuss it with Leon first. It was already midnight, and Angor didn't want to disturb Leon's rest. He planned to talk about the Demeter tomorrow. He would be away from Pat Manor for 4 days, so he went to the ice room first to check on John's condition. Chown's condition was still very good. Now that he was recovering from the life-replenishing water and the dream brought by the Dreamweaver ant, Chown's expression in his sleep was obviously much more relaxed than before. Angor cast Dream Walk on John. John's memories were still going on in his dream. But this time, he wasn't talking about Earth. He was talking about Pat Manor. He was living a peaceful life in Pat Manor with his imaginary wife and daughter. But there was one thing that gave Angor a headache. In his dream, John decided to pair Xiaomu up with Angor on his own accord. In his memory, Xiaomu was still a child, and Angor was even younger than her. Angor left John's dream with a speechless look. At least John was doing well in his dream. Maybe Freud's suggestion was worth something after all. However, whether Freud's research could take shape or not still required a large amount of experimental data to support it. Right now, it was just empty talk. Angor gave the Dreamweaver ant some of Akiso's blood and left the ice room. When he returned to his bedroom, he saw a small illusion in a corner of the room that remained untouched. It seemed that Eureka didn't come to his room while he was away. Angor removed the illusion and revealed the soft larva's nest. Before leaving, Angor went to check on the special egg. He wondered how it was doing. When he reached his spirit feelers inside, he saw several soft larvae already hatched. Unfortunately, they were all ordinary soft larvae, which meant they weren't worth much. Angor then checked the egg he separated from the rest of the nest. It wasn't hatched yet. Keeping it alone would consume a lot of Akiso's blood. It only took 4 days for Angor to use up all the blood he put into the egg. Angor poured more blood into the egg. Since the egg could still absorb the blood, it must be in good condition. Why do I feel like the egg is bigger than before? Am I imagining things? No matter what, he just hoped that he could get a soft larva out of it. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Ori went to clean the room and spread the news about Angor's return. In less than 10 minutes, Leon came looking for him. Leon wanted to know why Angor left the room, as well as to make sure Angor was safe. Angor briefly told Leon about his trip before talking about the Demeter. The Demeter was too precious. As soon as Leon heard this, he did not hesitate to reject the plan to plant the Demeter in the manor. I don't think Pad Manor has the ability to keep the Demeter. You and Lady Eureka might be fine now, but you'll have to leave one day. Who knows, maybe I'll leave in the future as well, Leon said. Leaving such a precious Demeter in Pad Manor will only bring us trouble. In other words, Angor was right. Let's leave it here while I'm in the manor. When I leave, I'll take it with me or set up some illusion traps around it. We'll talk about that later. In the end, Angor decided to plant the Demeter. However, once the Demeter was planted in the ground, Angor would have to chop off its trunk and roots just like what he did to the Ashen merchants, which would do great harm to the Demeter. Therefore, Angor didn't plant the Demeter on the ground. Instead, he created a piece of cloud soil. Cloud soil was the reason why Phantom Island could float in the air. Cloud soil was the product of a special material that reacted with clouds. It wasn't difficult to make cloud soil. As long as Angor followed the proper steps, even an alchemist could do it. By noon of the same day, Angor successfully crafted the cloud soil embryo. Angor flew to the outskirts of Gru town and found a piece of fertile soil to fill the bowl. Soon, the 5-meter square island was floating above the manor. Angor set up an illusion around the island so that it would remain as a cloud during the day and automatically cover itself during the night. This way, no one would be able to see it. Next was the Demeter's planting. Originally, the Demeter was crying sadly, but when she was buried, her beautiful face finally broke into a smile. Even the slightly grayish feathers had become extremely white after being nourished by the fertile soil. Together with her smile, she really looked like the goddess of spring. Leon was in a daze as he watched from the side. Such a fantastical and beautiful plant had completely subverted his imagination and knowledge. However, what happened next was even more shocking. When the Demeter's smile returned, the tree stump began to grow new buds. As the new buds appeared, the natural aura of life began to slowly spread out. The Demeter's natural aura didn't cover a large area, but it covered the core of the manor. Leon watched as the milkberry tree grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fresh flowers around the milk tree also became more delicate and beautiful. Not only that, the Crococ's land began to bear fruit under the influence of the Demeter's presence. Within a short time, the Crococ's land changed drastically. There was one more thing that Leon could clearly feel. Breathing through his nostrils seemed to become more comfortable, and even the surrounding temperature became more pleasant. The Demeter is still recovering. It won't take long for her stump to grow back into a big tree. Its aura will cover the whole town, including the hills and fields. You don't have to worry about food anymore. As long as you don't slack off, you won't go hungry, Angor said to Leon, who was still in a daze. That's only the most basic of changes? Leon sighed. I wish I could keep her here forever if I didn't have to worry about other people's greed. Leon shook his head and left the island with Angor in his airship. I always thought that the wizarding world was a wonderful place, but I never really understood it until I saw the Demeter. Now, I really want to become a wizard as soon as possible. So far, only Angor, Leon, and Eureka knew about the Demeter's appearance. However, the changes in the manor were obvious to all. The servants didn't know what was going on, but they all assumed that it was a supernatural move. After all, it was a good thing for the manor, and everyone was happy to see it. Later that night, the Crococs even organized a grand banquet for the celebration. While the people in the manor were singing and dancing, Angor quietly left Gru town. A while later, he arrived at Waterford under the cover of the night. This was the city that he always wanted to visit when he was a child. Waterford was much more peaceful than when he last saw it. At least, there weren't any starving people outside the city. The situation in the city was also relatively stable. Even though it was still late at night, many shops in the city were still lit up. Angor didn't stop at the city center. Instead, he went to the Western District, where the largest prison in Waterford was located. His destination was the prison called Black Sand. A large number of criminals were gathered here, most of whom were on death row. He was here to use these criminals as data for his experiments. He didn't know how to save John right now, so he decided to use Freud's suggestion as his research direction. If it worked, he could use it as a backup plan. Even if John's body couldn't be saved, as long as he didn't lose his aura, he could still become a resident of the dream realm. However, Freud's suggestion was only a hypothesis. Angor still needed to test it out first. First, he wanted to find out if a person who died in his or her sleep could really preserve his or her memories, consciousness, and logic in his or her dreams. Speaking of which, this was an experiment using living people. Of course, he would not use innocent mortals as his test subjects. After some consideration, he decided to go to the prison where the condemned prisoners were kept. Angor didn't mind if other people chose to be good or evil. However, he didn't like the idea of evil. Freud said that his experiment had already been proven. Still, Angor couldn't let go of John's safety. He needed more data. There were different kinds of dreams, such as light dreams, deep dreams, and bright dreams. Different dreams would have different effects. For example, many people in the real world didn't realize that they were dreaming, and their dreams were usually chaotic and illogical. If someone died in the real world and turned into a dream realm creature, would he or she be able to think as smoothly as he did in the real world? Angor wasn't sure about that. But before that, he needed to make sure that the dreams would still exist if the body died in the dream. Angor snuck into Black Sand Prison and set up a mist illusion at the bottom floor of the prison. Then, he began his experiment. He chose a prisoner on death row and entered his dream through a dream bridge. The prisoner was having a nightmare where he was chased by a group of female ghosts, who were all screaming for him to pay with their lives. There was even a child under the age of 10 among them, who was completely naked and covered in filth. Damn bugs, Angor muttered in his mind. Since he was in a dream, he would need other methods or the help of his companions to kill someone. Angor decided to use an illusion to control another prisoner in the prison and use him as the executioner. However, his first experiment ended in failure. When the prisoner died, the intense pain caused by his body woke him up. Once he woke up, the dream couldn't continue. Angor considered for a moment. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he needed to use another method. At least, he couldn't make the subject feel any pain. Before the second experiment, Angor used a nightmare illusion to block the prisoner's sense of pain before continuing. This time, the experiment was very successful. The prisoner died without feeling anything. He was still enjoying himself in the dream and didn't know that his body was already dead. However, due to the death of the prisoner, the dream bridge lost its support and disappeared not long after. When Angor left the prisoner's dream, the dream bridge disappeared as well. He could no longer use the dream bridge when facing the prisoner's body. In other words, he would never know what would happen to the prisoner in the dream. After all, the dream world was so big, and everyone's dreams were independent of the dream world. Everyone's dreams were like the subsidiary realms of the wizarding world. Without finding the entrance, one would never know that there were so many subsidiary realms in the wizarding world. It was basically impossible to find the prisoner in such a huge dream world. As for how to solve the problem of where the prisoner would land in the dream world, that was the next step of his experiment. Angor didn't need to worry about that for now, but he still felt a little anxious. Next, Angor continued his experiments. He needed a large number of samples, which included different types of dreams, as well as the thoughts and logic of different people in the dreams. This was also a key point for him to record. During this period of recording, there were some small incidents that happened. Angor noticed that 7 of the prisoners were wronged and became scapegoats. Angor didn't do anything to these innocent people. Instead, he recorded their information on the warden's notebook before leaving. Not long after Angor left Black Sand Prison, the entire prison was in an uproar. However, he didn't pay much attention to what happened next. That night, the data he obtained was still sufficient. The only thing he regretted was that none of the dreamers could maintain their consciousness in their dreams. In other words, none of them had a clear dream. Because of this, Angor couldn't be sure about one thing. If he had a clear dream and his body died, would he be able to keep his consciousness intact in the dream? If he could confirm this, he would be able to confirm whether John was still alive in the dream world. After all, only someone who had a complete consciousness, emotions, and logic could be considered a real person. Otherwise, John wouldn't be John even if he was still alive in the dream world. However, there weren't many people who had lucid dreams. Normally speaking, anyone could have lucid dreams, but only once in a while. And once in a while was so rare that it might only happen once every few years. Instead of relying on luck, Angor decided to train someone who could have lucid dreams. He was right. Lucid dreams could be trained. Besides, it didn't matter if a person was talented or not. As long as he or she could dream, he or she would be able to do it. Of course, according to Freud, there were cantrips in the dream system that could allow someone to have a lucid dream. However, Angor was not a wizard who specialized in dreams. He couldn't go to the land of revelation to learn cantrips from Freud, so he decided to use his own method. Lucid dreams were also known as lucid dreams back on Earth. Lucid dreams had been studied since ancient times, and there were even ways to train oneself to do so. Angor returned home and took out his hologram tablet. After finding a way to improve his lucid dreams, he prepared to leave the city. Since he already visited the prison in Waterford, he decided to go to Moonwater City this time. Since Princess Shannon won the battle at Moonwater City, she moved to Onyx Province. General Allen, who volunteered to be the commander of Moonwater City's army, volunteered to come here. When he arrived at Moonwater City, he went straight to Allen. Allen treated Angor with great respect, not only because of Angor's supernatural status, but also because he owed Angor a favor. Allen nodded without any hesitation after learning that Angor was looking for a group of heinous prisoners. He did not try to ask Angor's intentions. In less than an hour, Aaron brought out a group of ragged prisoners from the prison in Seamoon City. Angor didn't plan to bring them back to Pat Manor. Instead, he found a piece of empty land near the military camp and gathered them there. "You're all going to die, but you have to promise me something and fulfill it. I'll give your family or friends 10 gold coins as a reward." Angor didn't want to lie, so he went straight to the point. For a moment, the prisoners below began to riot. However, the military camp was right next to them, and Allen had arranged a team of well-trained soldiers to patrol the area. Angor did not need to do anything himself. After experiencing this suppression, this group of prisoners finally accepted their fate. They were destined to die, but at least they could leave behind a fortune for their families before they died. Next, Angor shared the method to improve the chance of waking dreams with everyone and left them to their own devices. After all, it was not difficult to increase the chances of having a lucid dream. In simple terms, there were only 4 steps: obsession, details, suggestion, and discrimination. Dreams reflected the subconscious of the human body, so the more obsessed one was, the easier it was to dream. Before starting to dream, when one's obsession was clear, as long as one thought about the details, the more details one had, the more the obsession would occupy one's mind, and the easier it would be to dream about it. And when the obsession really turned into a dream, through long-term psychological cues, one would have doubts at this moment: am I dreaming or am I awake? Finally, when you recognize, this is a dream. This meant that you had already entered the stage of lucid dream. However, elementary lucid dream only told you that it was a dream. You still had to keep reminding yourself in the dream, or you would easily forget that you were dreaming again. Lucid dreams were much easier to achieve after a long period of mental cues. One would have a complete consciousness in the dream, and they would be able to create a new world as they wished without being trapped in confusion. Angor did not expect all of them to have lucid dreams. As long as they could see themselves clearly in the dream, it was enough for him to carry on with his research. The prisoners did not know why they needed to study such a thing, but they had no right to ask. They could only practice step by step. Angor decided to stay in Moonwater City for the time being. He needed to observe the prisoners' dreams every night to determine the next step of his research. While training them, Angor also organized the data he obtained from Black Sand Prison. At the same time, he also took some time to learn dream reading. Similar to dream walking, Angor planned to use the same method to forcibly construct a model using the calculation ability of the hologram tablet and the positioning ability of the axes of the universe. According to the hologram tablet's rough estimation, it would take half a month to finish. Since Angor would enter dream reading every night, he was able to keep track of the prisoners' progress. Every 3 days, he would pick out the ones who were slacking off and ask Allen to take them away. As for what would happen to them, it was easy to guess. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Angor returned to Pat Manor several times. As the Demeter began to take effect, everyone in Pat Manor began to look better. Even the old farmer who worked in the fields all year round had a different complexion. Everyone who was within the Demeter's range would be in their best condition, both physically and mentally. To sorcerers, this wasn't much, but to mortals, it would have an immediate effect. Angor also went to see Eureka once. According to Bruley, the Demeter's aura could heal Eureka's wounds. That was why Eureka's complexion was better than before. Eureka asked Angor about what he was doing. Angor only told her that he was conducting human experiments in Moonwater City. He didn't tell her the details, and Eureka didn't ask. Instead, she began to talk about potions. Last time, when Angor was helping John maintain the tri-state balance, he gave Eureka a lot of valuable potions, so she asked if he had any more. Now that Eureka couldn't recover her spirit power, she wanted to use Angor's potions. Angor had a lot of potions, but they were all for John's condition. Of course, there were also potions that could help John recover spirit power, but they were all mild and low level. Angor didn't hide the fact that he had potions that could help John recover spirit power. Eureka was a little disappointed, but she didn't mind. In the end, Eureka still bought several bowls of Chikato witch soup from Angor. It wasn't a big deal, but it was still better than nothing. After Angor left, Eureka thought about the materials she got from Ashtime and hoped that Redhead would come back as soon as possible. A week later, when the cantrip model of dream reading was about to be fully analyzed, one of the prisoners finally completed a lucid dream. Angor watched the man's dream from start to finish, which was about the man's greatest desire, to avenge his father. To avenge his father. Judging from this, the man seemed to be a filial son. However, his father was also an extremely evil person. He had completely inherited his father's violent bloodline. He had abused his wife until she died. For money, he had stolen and killed countless people. Only after he was sentenced to death did he feel remorse. The reason why he felt remorse was because he had a son. The reason why he was so eager to learn the lucid dream was that he wanted to earn some money to give to his son. Later that night, Angor blocked the man's pain and killed his body. While the dream bridge was about to break, Angor could clearly see that the man was still conscious in the dream, searching for his father's murderer in the darkness. After leaving the dream, Angor fell into deep thought. Since the man was still conscious in the dream, maybe he really became a resident of the dream realm. He took a detailed note of this observation. Although it seemed that death in a dream could preserve one's consciousness in the dream realm, this was only an isolated case. He needed more data to support his theory. The next day, Angor fulfilled his promise and asked the soldier to give the 10 gold coins to the man's son. According to the soldier's report, the man's son was only 15 years old, but he was already addicted to gambling. When he got the money, the first thing he did was to go to the casino, and when he came back at night, he had already lost all his money. 10 gold coins should have been enough for him to live a happy life until he reached adulthood. Angor didn't comment on the man's behavior. In this society, people were born with different personalities. It was difficult to grow a flower from the mud. Even if it did, it would only be a flower of evil. Learning dream reading seemed risky, but it was also full of dangers. One careless mistake and the spell would backfire. But in reality, it was as steady as a mountain. When the cantrip model glowed, it meant that dream reading was successfully constructed. Currently, this unconventional method could only be used on dream cantrips that were closely related to nightmare illusions, and it couldn't be used to construct cantrip models instantly. But it wasn't an offensive cantrip anyway. He could always build it slowly. Besides, it would save him a lot of time. If he was interested in dream cantrips in the future, he could always learn it the normal way. After successfully constructing dream reading, Angor didn't try to communicate with the prisoners in their dreams. After all, his dream reading technique only had the function of listening and communicating. If he were to communicate with these criminals in their dreams and was discovered, he might have his dream antennae cut off in the dream realm. When that happened, he would suffer great losses. So for now, he only planned to use this cantrip on John. He didn't even dare to use it on his brother, Leon. After all, Leon never learned bright dreams. He might get hurt accidentally if he entered someone's dream. At first, Angor planned to return to Pat Manor and talk to John in his dream. However, after the first bright dream appeared among the prisoners, more and more bright dreams appeared in the area. In order to get more data, Angor had to hold back his urge to go home. When morning star appeared in the night sky, dawn song began to play in the military camp. After a busy night, Angor finally returned to his temporary cabin. Last night, he recorded the dreams of 5 people, and the results were relatively clear. Basically, they were all like the first person. Although their physical bodies were dead, there were still remnants of spiritual light in their dreams. He jotted down the data in his notebook and began to think about the past. Everything was going well so far. However, there were still some questions that he could not let go of. Strangely, every time he used the dream bridge to enter someone's dream, he would see a wasteland in front of him. So far, he had entered the dream more than 200 times, and he never missed such a scene. It didn't affect the dream, and it only flashed for a second each time. Still, Angor was quite curious about it. When he went to the land of revelation to look for Freud, Angor told him that Freud always stepped on the dream bridge and entered the dream without anything strange happening to him. So, it's all about me? Angor wondered. But why was he different from Freud? Looking back at the origin of dream walk, there were 2 differences between him and other people. First, he had to construct the model of the cantrip by force. But he didn't think that was the reason. Apprentices who just joined the wizarding world usually built the model of a level 0 cantrip by force. However, as the level of the cantrip reached a higher level, it would become more difficult to do so. Also, the cantrip model varied from person to person, so they had to learn it step by step. Second, Angor was able to learn dream walk so quickly because he had nightmare energy. His dream walk was based on nightmare illusions. Technically speaking, his dream walk should be called nightmare dream walk. Is it because of nightmare illusions? That endless wasteland has something to do with nightmare illusions? Angor wrote down his speculation in his notebook so that he could verify it later. Speaking of which, the nightmare realm and the dream realm were similar in some ways. He also heard that ancient wizards called the nightmare realm the dream realm. However, the dream realm referred to the dreamland, while the dream realm referred to the dream realm. The dream realm referred to the dream realm, while the dream realm referred to the dreamland. The name was the same, but people had different understandings of it. The nightmare realm didn't have a real name until hundreds of years ago. The dream realm and the nightmare realm might look very different, but in terms of some characteristics, they did share some similarities. The nightmare realm's ability was to project reality, shine into illusions, and create reality. According to Angor's research, the dream realm also had the ability to project reality and illusion to a certain extent. However, the details were not as clear as the nightmare realm, and it could not generate reality. But just from these 2 similar characteristics, dreams and nightmares were inextricably linked. Perhaps that boundless wilderness was really the product of the combination of dream and reality? I wish I could go in and take a look. Angor sighed in his mind. Unfortunately, he did not know how to get in. The next night, he continued to explore his dream. That night, 2 people had a clear dream. They both died silently in the night, but in their dreams, they walked into an unknown distance. Angor stayed for another 3 days and collected 19 lucid dreams in total. It was not a lot, but they all had different personalities, ages, genders, and backgrounds. In the end, Angor came to the same conclusion. He was sure that those who died in lucid dreams could continue to exist in the dream realm. However, Angor could not tell how long they would exist. Once they died, the dream bridge would break, and he would not be able to keep track of them in the dream realm. However, before the bridge broke, Angor could sense that they did not show any abnormalities in their dreams. Conservatively speaking, it was more likely that they would become residents of the dream realm. There were only 10 prisoners left in the camp. Angor asked them to increase their chances of having lucid dreams. It would be best if they could have real lucid dreams, where they could preserve their consciousness and clear logic. However, real lucid dreams were still hard to come by. They could only come by luck. Angor only hoped that they could do it. He didn't think they could. With that done, Angor left Moonwater City and returned to Pat Manor. It had been almost a week since he learned the dream reading spell. He was eager to return home and communicate with John. Now that he was back, he couldn't wait to go to the ice room. To his surprise, he saw his older brother, Leon, in the room. Leon was recording John's body data. He came once a week to record the changes in John's body. According to Leon, Eureka wasn't the one who asked him to do this. It was John's teacher who asked him to. Angor could tell that Eureka wasn't interested in John at all. Red Hair the Wiss, on the other hand, was more interested in John's special case. I heard from Miss Eureka that you went to Moonwater City to do some kind of experiment? Leon asked Angor. Angor nodded. He didn't plan to tell Leon about the experiment. Leon sighed. I don't like the old man, but I hope you can succeed. Thank you. Leon put a hand on Angor's shoulder. I'll be going now. Don't forget to come back for dinner tonight. After Leon left, Angor finally looked at John. It had been a week since they last met, and John seemed to be doing well. Seeing the smile on John's face eased Angor's anxiety. He sat in the ice room for a while before using Dream Walk to open the dream bridge and let out his dream tentacles. At the same time, he constructed the cantrip. Model for dream reading. As soon as the spell was completed, Angor felt a mouth appearing on the dream tentacle. It wasn't a literal mouth. Angor had a vague feeling that he could talk now. He nervously walked onto the dream bridge. Not surprisingly, he saw the scene of the wilderness that flashed by. Next, he stepped onto the dream bridge and arrived at John's entrance. As soon as he entered, he heard a series of chuckles coming from John. A man's voice was as pleasant as a breeze, while a woman's voice was as crisp as a bird. Angor tried to figure out what was going on in John's dream and why he was smiling in his sleep. He had a lot of guesses, but when he entered the dream and saw the scene in front of him, his head was filled with black lines. She saw a young lad happily chasing and playing with a pretty young lady under the tree-lined corridor. The young boy climbed up a tree and revealed his handsome head. He said to the young lady in the distance, "Xiao Mu, come and chase me." The lady was laughing so hard that the sunlight shone on her face, making her look like a young girl. "I'm older than you. You have to call me Miss Mu, no, Queen Mu, little brother Angor." Angor watched the scene in silence. The boy was Angor, and the lady was John's daughter, Xiao Mu. They were laughing and playing in the shade of the tree. If only he wasn't the main character of this scene. Angor sighed in his mind. Last time, John only told Angor to develop a romantic relationship with Xiao Mu. But this time, they were playing a chase scene. Angor wondered if they would start the reconciliation process next time. John and his wife, Xia Yue, were strolling behind Angor and Xiao Mu. Xia Yue covered her mouth and giggled. "Look, Mu and Angor are a good match. Love needs to be nurtured from a young age." John, on the other hand, kept a straight face. "Humph. I didn't recognize this bastard. How dare he have any thoughts about my daughter? When we get back, I'll teach him a lesson so hard that even old Pat won't recognize him." Angor was speechless. "This is your dream. You did it on purpose. And you're blaming me." Angor clenched his teeth in anger. At this moment, the gentle wind once again brought the bell-like laughter from afar. Angor looked over and saw the boy being chased by the lady. They were running in circles around a tree. They didn't think it was childish at all. Xia Yue and John were giggling. If Angor had hands, he would have covered his face with his hands. So embarrassing. So shameful. Also, Angor could not stop laughing. That devilish laughter was driving him crazy. Angor couldn't help but shout when he saw the plot going from bad to worse. You don't even do this in TV shows. So old-fashioned. As soon as Angor spoke, the dream paused for a second as if time had stopped. The only one who could move was John. Chown's expression darkened. He knew very well that he was dreaming, and this dream had evolved from his heart. However, in his evolution, this voice would not appear in the dream. It was an unexpected voice. "Who's talking? Who are you?" John spoke in a hoarse voice as if he was going to use the dream to capture the speaker. And as the creator of this dream, he was indeed capable of doing so. Angor sighed in relief when he saw that John was asking questions instead of attacking. At least he was right. John had absolute rationality in his dream. He had inherited Angor's personality as a scholar. Because of this, he knew how to control himself. They were completely different from the prisoners in Moonwater City. Those people were as weak as ants in real life, but they could do whatever they wanted in their dreams. Angor sighed. "Professor, it's me. It's me, Angor. Angor's voice reached Chaun's ears. Chaun paused and asked himself, oh, so thoughts can change the dream? So lucid dreams can also be uncontrollable? Angor found Chaun's words amusing. I'm a variable in your dream, sir. But I'm not self-generated. I'm the result of an external force. So you're saying you're the real Angor? You came into my dream? John rubbed his chin, which was covered with a thin layer of stubble. That's right. What makes you think I'll believe you? How can you prove that you're not a figment of my imagination? Chaun questioned. Feel carefully, sir. You should be able to sense my presence. Once you do, you'll believe me. If it were someone else, he would never reveal his location, which could easily put him under the influence of the strange dreams. But he trusted John completely. Chaun was not only the creator of this dream, but also the highest executor. In other words, he could do whatever he wanted in this dream. With a quick thought, Chaun sensed a strange flow of information around him. The information did not belong to this world at all. As Angor said, Chaun quickly realized that the information flow did not come from his dream. So there's an external trace. So it's an intervening variable, Chaun muttered to himself. But how can you prove that you're my student, Angor? How should I do that, sir? Angor asked. Chaun only smiled. Under Angor's confused gaze, the dream around them suddenly changed. They appeared in a strange classroom. Chaun stood in front of a podium and said, "This is a classroom in a university when I was working on Earth. If you want to prove yourself, it's easy. Solve the following questions, and I'll believe you." With that, a holographic screen appeared in front of Chaun. The glowing lights on the screen were forming a series of questions. Question 1. If 1,000 people stand in a circle, starting from number 1, kill one person every 2, and one person will survive. How many people will that be? Question 2. Solve the order of the following matrix. Question 10. Correct the hologram below using the 5 Seidel aberrations and use the Vigenar matrix to decipher the final password according to the spectral arrangement. Angor stared at the 10 questions in bewilderment. He had imagined countless times what would happen when he met John, but he never thought that John would ask him to do the questions. Previously, I didn't even settle the score with your daughter and me. Now you want me to do the math? What happened to the reunion that was supposed to happen? Didn't he say that if he never forgot, there would be an echo? Was this the echo? Angor roared in his mind. However, John placed the 10 questions on the podium and waited for Angor's answer. With no other choice, he began to calculate. Ever since he became a transcendent, his thinking speed had greatly increased, so these questions were not difficult. It did not take him long to finish the first 9 questions. As for the last question, he didn't even bother to calculate it. He directly filled in the answer, 9371201. John did not speak until Angor finished the last question. He sighed. It's really you, Angor. I don't need to lie to you, sir. Angor did not know what to say. I didn't think you'd come to my dream. Is this the power of wizards? John sighed and suddenly changed the topic. But why are you so stupid? Just do the last question and you'll be done. Angor did not understand. Huh? Do you remember where the last question came from? It's from the hologram tablet my professor gave me. It's the last question before unlocking it. Angor remembered that he did a total of 100 questions, and this was the last one. That's it then. Just write down the answer. I can recognize you immediately, so why do you have to write the questions in front? John clicked his tongue. But you're quite efficient now. Looks like you didn't slack off after leaving Gru Town. That's good. Next, John seemed to have a great desire to teach. He spent half an hour lecturing Angor about how laziness causes people to regress. Only hard work can make people move forward. When Angor finally spoke, John said in a low voice, "Sir, you're asking me to do a question as soon as you arrive. Aren't you going to ask me why I came to see you in my dream?" This. Chaun pondered for a moment before softly saying, "Are you trying to tell me that there's no hope for me?" Angor did not answer. John continued, "Actually, I already accepted my fate a long time ago. How can I resist the power of a great consciousness? When I was dreaming, I tried to guess my own situation. Now that you're back, you didn't wake up my body but came to my dream. The answer is obvious. John did not seem to mind at all. But it doesn't matter. Just like what I said to you in the hologram tablet, my life is worth living. 2 universes, 2 skies, 2 civilizations, 2 bonds. They all have traces of my existence. What more can I ask for? Angor sensed that John's mood was stable. Everything he said was true, but Angor could not bring himself to say it out loud. It's not that I can't save you. I'm trying to find a way to keep you alive. Angor spoke without hesitation, but John could sense Angor's hesitation in his words. Chown smiled. Of course it's good to be able to save him. I actually still have a lot of questions about this world full of extraordinary power. But even if you can't save me, you don't have to worry about it. To some extent, you've already inherited everything from me. John changed the topic when he saw Angor getting too emotional. By the way, I suddenly started having lucid dreams. It's because of you, right? Before this, I felt like I was floating in the dark without any thoughts. It's because of a creature called the Dreamweaver ant. But I didn't expect it to be a lucid dream, sir, Angor replied. Dreamweaver ant? It sounds similar to the ant in the dream of Nank. Chown immediately recalled a story from his hometown. Yeah. When I saw the ant in Floating Mech City, I also remembered the Nank ant you mentioned, so I took it back. I heard that the Dreamweaver ant has been extinct in the southern wizarding region for hundreds of years, Angor said proudly. John noticed Angor's pride and chuckled. Then he noticed something else in Angor's words. Floating Mech City? John pondered for a moment. Judging from the words alone, he felt like he was looking at a magnificent city in the sky. This world was really interesting. John could not wait to ask Angor about his experiences over the years. What was the real world like? As a scholar with a strong thirst for knowledge, John was more than willing to die in the evening if he could learn the truth in the morning. Of course, he would be even happier if he could still live in this world. Next, Angor began to tell John about his experiences. While Angor was talking, John would change the dream into scenes from John's stories to support Angor's narration. However, John's body was damaged, and his spirit power was weak even though he could control his own dreams. He could not even show the complete details of normal dreams, let alone this bigger and more fantastical dream. After changing his dream several times, the accuracy of the details in his dream had decreased. Angor was talking about how he met a giant cloud whale in the sky while riding the redbud. Following Angor's explanation, John drew the image of the cloud whale in his dream. Looking at the miraculous creature that was as huge as a mountain, John could not help but exclaim, "It's like the legendary Kraken. I can't imagine how it came to be when the oxygen content of Earth is almost the same as Earth's." John urged Angor to continue, but Angor stopped. "We still have a lot of time. Let's call it a day." Angor lowered his voice. "You don't feel tired in my dream, Professor, but I still feel hungry. I haven't eaten for several days. Let me eat and sleep well, and we'll come back tomorrow?" John's dream still relied on his brain activity. A large number of changes in his dream might cause some damage. He had a lot to say to John, but he decided to take a break just in case. John nodded. "You're right. I don't know if it's day or night now, but you've been in your dream for a long time. It's about time for dinner. Anyway, what you told me today also touched my mind, and I need some time to digest it." Angor and John chatted about their daily lives for a while before saying goodbye. Before leaving, Angor could not help but ask, "Professor, I came to see you in your dream. Why aren't you touched at all? Didn't you always say that the 3 happiest things in life are finding something you lost, getting scared for nothing, and meeting again after a long separation?" John rubbed his temples and grumbled, "I've been controlling my dream to go through your memories from when you were a baby to when you were a teenager. I completely forgot that you used to be so naughty. You think I'm touched by that? I'll be lucky if I don't beat you up." Angor was speechless. Did it have anything to do with him? After leaving John's dream, Angor suddenly realized that he did not ask why John paired him with Xiao Mu. Not only that, but he also lowered his IQ and chased around a tree stump like a little girl. "Even if it's just a dream, you're still tarnishing my image." For the next few days, Angor would stay in John's dream to talk with him. As Angor revealed more information about the wizarding world, John became more and more curious about the wizarding world, especially when it came to the nature of wizards. He would spend a lot of time thinking about it every day. This half a month was probably the most comfortable time he had ever spent in Pad Manor since he came here. However, if one was content with leisure, it would be easy to be caught off guard by the unexpected. Soon, Angor noticed that the revitalizing water's effect on John had begun to weaken. In a few months, John's health would deteriorate again. Once again, the alarm bell in his mind began to ring. One day, Angor entered John's dream and told him about his experience in Fairy World. Fairy World is an affiliated world. It's divided into the outer, middle, and inner realms. It's like parallel worlds. This was the first time Angor talked about affiliated worlds and the structure of the wizarding world using the dream world as an example. This was also the first time Angor told John about the dream world. After hearing Angor's story, John fell into deep thought. As someone born in a technological civilization, it was hard for him to digest the conflicting worldviews. When John came back to his senses, Angor considered for a while and decided to talk to him about his current condition. Angor had been avoiding talking about John's health these days. Chan was very cooperative and did not ask further. However, he had to face this problem eventually. He could not hide it forever. It took him some time to explain John's condition to Angor. Angor's expression became a little heavy. John chuckled. I thought the letter I left in the hologram tablet was our farewell letter. I didn't think I'd have a chance to sit down and talk with you again. My wish is fulfilled. John waved a hand. Old Pat, Angor, Leon, and many other familiar faces appeared in front of him. In the end, he stopped at Xia Yue and Xiao Mu. I'm glad that the people I met along the way helped me a lot. They brought me many wonderful memories. John looked at his wife and daughter. I still have some regrets, but most people can't have everything perfect in their lives. I don't care anymore, so why do you have to hurt yourself? Professor, you're in bad shape, but there's still a way to save you. However, this also involves a secret that will shake the entire world of adepts. Under John's surprised gaze, Angor moved on to another topic, the origin of mankind. Of all the planes that the adepts have explored, only the world of adepts has pure humans. Therefore, it is a common understanding that humans cannot exist in other worlds. However, the appearance of my mentor has broken this consensus. If John was discovered, it would definitely shock the entire wizarding world. It might even rewrite the history of the wizarding world's human origins. The turbulence caused by this would not only affect the modern world, but it might also continue for countless years to come. Next, he told John about Eureka and Thua's visit to the manor. Although Eureka isn't interested in you, that's because she's a wanted fugitive right now. But the Whis is different. He has an unusual interest in mentors. Angor's words were too much for John to digest, and he needed more time to digest them. So, what do you mean? He looked at Angor with a worried look. What do you mean? If I can't save you, I'll bring your information back to Brute Cavern and ask for help from others, Angor said. Angor considered for a moment. But if my professor is saved, he might lose his freedom. I'll be a lab rat? Chown frowned. Non-native humans are valuable test subjects for other wizards. Angor did not answer directly, but John knew what he meant. Chown thought for a moment and said hesitantly, it's good to be able to survive. But when I think about becoming a lab rat and being studied, I still feel uncomfortable. Well, there's another way. Once again, he left Pad Manor on his gondola and headed to Moonwater City. Previously, the method he had told Chown was to first expose his existence and second was to become a resident of the Dream Realm. Angor wasn't sure if he could do either. The first method was to tell Brute Cavern about Chown's whereabouts. This method might save Chown's life, but once the news got out, they would not be able to see each other again. Besides, Chown had many secrets that he did not want to expose. For example, Chown was worried that a wizard might use him to locate Earth, which would bring disaster to Earth. Of course, Angor did not think such a thing was likely to happen. After all, wizards could not even reach the end of this universe, let alone other universes. Still, Angor was worried about this method. It would be fine if Sunders was the one who gave Chown to Sunders. At least Sunders would treat Chown kindly for Angor's sake. However, Angor did not know when Sunders would return from the Abyss Plane. He might not even come back for 10 or 100 years. Angor did not want to imagine what would happen to Chown. Therefore, Angor preferred the second method, which was to become a resident of the Dream Realm. Becoming a resident of the Dream Realm was easier said than done, though. Angor could not let Chown aimlessly in the vast Dream Realm. At the very least, Angor needed to gain control of a part of the Dream Realm. If he could use the Dream Whelk to create a paradise for Chown, he would not mind letting Chown live there. But if that did not work, Angor would go with the first method. Angor explained the pros and cons of both methods to Chown. No matter which option Chown chose, Angor needed to shorten his time and make himself feel more pressured. Angor had no choice but to bid farewell to Chown for now and return to his experiment. It was a drizzling night when Angor arrived at Moonwater City. The city in the distance had a kind of graceful beauty in the rain, as if it were a painting. Angor did not have time to enjoy the view. He went straight to his previous campsite. The place was quiet. All the prisoners were asleep. Taking advantage of the darkness, Angor entered their dreams without any rest. It was worth mentioning that 4 of the first 10 prisoners successfully entered lucid dreams within half a month. While they were enjoying themselves in their dreams, a silent blade was already placed on their necks. Angor obtained 4 more sets of data, which confirmed his previous hypothesis. Only one of the prisoners managed to enter lucid dreams. To Angor's surprise, it was a real lucid dream. Just like Chown, the prisoner had his or her own consciousness in the dream. Even his or her logic was intact. Angor's experiment came to an end after killing the prisoner. He did not care about the rest of the prisoners. The data was enough for him to complete the first phase of the experiment. Angor returned to his room and took out his notebook to record his findings. First, the lucid dream did not mean that the victim's dream state would disappear, which meant he or she could become a resident of the dream realm. Second, the lucid dream state would change slightly, and the dreamer would not be able to enter the dream again. Angor learned this from the prisoner who had a real lucid dream. Before he died, he was creating the world in his dream. But after his death, he could not change his dream to continue creating the world. This was an important piece of information Angor learned from the prisoner's endless questions in his dream. Angor had an idea about this. Dreams were generated by brain activity, while dreams were only a reflection of one's subconscious. However, there was a mysterious place in this world, the dream realm. If one thought of the dream realm as a magnetic pole, one's dream would be a small magnetic pole with a different name, which would be attracted to the dream realm. However, this magnetic pole was independent of the dream realm. After waking up from the dream, the magnetic pole would disappear. However, if a person died in a dream without a sound, his or her dream would be completely integrated into the dream realm. For this reason, the prisoner could freely change his or her dream. But after his or her death, his or her dream would become a part of the dream realm, which meant he or she could not change the rules of the dream realm. Still, this was only Angor's guess. He would have to wait for someone who studied dream manipulations to give him an answer. Besides, Angor believed that those dream manipulators already had a solid answer. Angor put away the notebook and fell into deep thought. So far, the result of this experiment was good. The only downside was that the dream bridge broke too quickly after he killed the prisoner. He could not continue tracking the prisoner's movements in the dream realm. If he could confirm that the prisoner could stay in the dream realm for a long time after his or her death, this experiment could be considered a success. However, it was a pity that it was very difficult to continue tracking the activities of these prisoners in their dreams. Angor pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. After the prisoner died, his or her corpse would become a dead object, right? Then, could he use the dream whelk to pull the corpse into his dream, and then enter the corpse in his dream to see if it was possible to continue tracking the criminal? X equals 2 R equals L R 1 Q 0 and Q M M3E $. KD? He had never used the dream whelk since he got it. Every time he used it, he would run into trouble. For example, wizards who wanted to steal his mystery item would come looking for trouble. Or also, he didn't know how to use the dream whelk, so he just put it aside. Since he had an idea, he might as well give it a try. Maybe the dream whelk could really bring him a surprise. He found the body of the prisoner who had a clear dream and prepared to force it. But before that, he decided to be careful. Moon City was nearby, a place where people gathered. Perhaps there would be extraordinaires who would sense the mysterious waves of the dream whelk. The first time he met the Whis was at Moonwater City's Vichy harbor. Just in case, Angor took Thua's body to the wilderness. He didn't stop until he reached a deserted area where there was no one around. After placing the prisoner's body on the ground, Angor let out a long sigh. He activated the dream whelk and released a mystery energy to envelop the body. When the mysterious ripple on the corpse disappeared, Angor felt a connection with the dream whelk, which made him very happy. He did it. He was worried that the dream whelk wouldn't be able to do that. But it turned out that he was wrong. Rusing dream walk, he saw a dream bridge appearing above the corpse. This was the first time Angor tried to enter a non-living body. He asked Toby to stand guard outside while he reached into the dream bridge with his dream feeler. Soon as he entered the dream bridge, he noticed that something was wrong. Every time he entered the dream bridge, he would see the wilderness. But this time, it was gone. Angor stayed on the dark bridge for a while and still didn't see the wilderness. He was a little confused. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? Did his nightmare illusion have nothing to do with it? It only appeared when he tried to enter a living being's dream? Ranger pushed his doubts aside and kept moving forward. Soon, he reached the other side of the dream bridge. While entering the dream, he was still trying to recall the dream the prisoner had before he died. Back then, the prisoner was standing on top of a giant mountain and trying to create a world in his dream. Every time he looked up, the earth would rise, and when he waved his hand, the sun would shine, and when he tapped the ground with his cane, trees and flowers would appear. When he was about to create a new human being, Angor killed his real body. If it was possible to locate his position in the dream realm through the corpses of the prisoners, then he should still be near the tall mountain peak. However, reality was often the opposite of what he imagined. A white light flashed, and he entered the dream world of the dead body. What he saw shocked him so much that he couldn't believe what he saw. The sky was misty, and Angor couldn't see the color of the sky. Below the sky was a boundless wilderness with thin grass that swayed gently in the gentle breeze. A corpse was lying in the middle of the wilderness, and there was nothing around it. Ranger's dream feelers were still attached to the corpse while he observed his surroundings with a puzzled look. Back on the dream bridge, he was wondering why the image of the wasteland disappeared. But now, he realized that it wasn't because the image of the wasteland disappeared. It was because he was in the middle of the wasteland. This flat plain was the same plain he had seen every time he had entered the dream. Ranger couldn't talk to the corpse. He stayed in the wilderness for a while before he left. When he returned to the real world, he thought to himself, so the connection between a person's consciousness and their body is cut off when they die. I can't use my body to locate them. Ree's experiment didn't work out well, but it wasn't all for nothing. The wilderness that had been bothering him for so long was finally here. However, he still didn't know anything about this place. He wondered, he looked at the corpse beside him and suddenly realized something. In the past, when he entered the dream, he had never entered the wilderness. Now that he had entered the wilderness, it was because he had used the dream whelk. Could it be that the dream whelk was the key to connecting to the wilderness? With that in mind, Angor decided to give it a try. This time, he used the dream whelk to bring a rock from the wasteland into his dream. He chose the dream stone, and when he successfully entered the dream world through the stone, he found himself in a pile of grass. Ranger quietly exited the dream bridge and returned to reality. The rock he chose was too small, and he couldn't see anything but grass. Although the style of the grass looked a bit like the grass in the wilderness, he couldn't see the whole picture, so he couldn't tell. He chose a bigger rock and entered the dream. When he reappeared in the dream, he looked around at the boundless wilderness and realized something. He needed to use the dream whelk to enter the wilderness. But he remembered Freud mentioning that the dream whelk was a random destination. It wasn't some random place. Ranger left the dream and took out the Church of the Deceased. R. Freud had written a lot about the dream whelk when he was still in the Church of the Deceased. There should be some of his experiences in using the whelk. Soon, Angor found a stack of bound papers on the table. The title was 2 or 3 Facts About the Dream Whelk. Freud recorded everything he knew about the dream whelk in this research paper. How to use the whelk, how to use it, how to use it, how to use it, how to use it, and how much potential the whelk had. Angor's expression grew more and more confused after reading the book. Freud had used the dream whelk many times, and he had recorded every time he entered the dream realm. There were strange caves, floating mountains, deep seas filled with magma, clouds, and so on. Of course, there was also wilderness. But according to Freud's record, it was an undulating wilderness, and there was only one time he had entered it. The wilderness Angor saw was a flat plain. Is it because I don't have enough data? Both of my samples ended up in the wilderness? Angor decided to try a few more times. Ranger spent the rest of the night trying to use the dream whelk on most of the non-living objects he could see. As it turned out, all non-living things that entered the dream appeared in the wilderness. So the dream whelk is different from Freud's. As for why, Angor thought about his nightmare energy. He had used nightmare power to enter the dream, and he had used nightmare power to open the dream whelk. Normally, he would only see the wilderness when he entered other people's dreams. But when he used the dream whelk to enter a dream, he would directly enter the wilderness. Ranger couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could it be that this wilderness was actually similar to a subsidiary world? It relied on the dream realm, but it also existed independently of the dream realm. As for why the wilderness existed, perhaps it was a combination of nightmare and dream? If that was the case, wouldn't this place have been one of Freud's favorite research projects? Ranger didn't know much about the dream world. It sounded plausible, but it was only his own speculation. He considered for a moment and decided to ask Freud about it. But before that, he still needed to go to Pat Manor and talk to his elder brother and John first. Ranger took out his gondola and prepared to return to Pat Manor. However, when he saw the beautiful gondola floating in the air, he couldn't help but hesitate. He remembered reading about Freud's idea in the dream whelk. A flying vehicle that could be powered by a magic crystal could be pulled into a dream through the dream whelk, and it would be activated in the dream as well. If gondola could fly, he might be able to get a better look at the wilderness. With that in mind, Angor decided to give it a try. However, gondola had to be activated before he could pull it into a dream. Otherwise, it would remain motionless like other non-living objects. But if he activated gondola and wanted to enter the dream, he would need someone to control it. Ranger considered for a moment and looked at Toby. After promising Toby a lot of dried fish, Toby finally agreed to help. Ranger didn't ask for much from Toby. As long as Toby didn't crash into a cliff, he would be fine. Since gondola already had a magic crystal as its energy source, Toby only needed to steer it. After making sure Toby got the hang of it, Angor took out the dream whelk and pulled gondola into a dream. Just as Freud predicted, gondola was flying in the sky. However, without a pilot, it could only fly in one direction. Still, this was enough. At least he could get a general idea of what was going on in this wasteland. About an hour later, the magic crystal ran out of energy. Gondola fell from the sky and turned into a pile of debris. When his gondola was destroyed, he was automatically kicked out of the dream. Back in the real world, Angor began to think. He didn't spend too much time in the wilderness, but it was enough for him to travel from the extreme north to the extreme south of the Gold's Pink Empire in real life. However, he only saw the same scenery from the beginning to the end of the dream, a flat, undulating wilderness. There was no landform, nothing else, just a vast expanse of flat land and sparse grass. Could it be that there was only wilderness in this wilderness dreamscape? ZG? A and V? 2MJ7? B? V? 3? Asterisk D? WP? N? Phase 7E? E? G4? Freighting Town, Land of Revelation. Freud listened to Angor's description of the boundless wilderness in bewilderment. However, he didn't use the term special illusion to describe the nightmare illusion. Freud fell into deep thought. His expression kept changing as he pondered. After a while, he finally regained his composure. Every time you enter a non-living being's dreamscape through the dream whelk, you see the same wilderness. Since the dream whelk was created by Mr. Angor's special illusion, then it's highly possible that the wilderness is a combination of illusion and dream, just as Mr. Angor said. Freud's eyes glowed as he murmured to himself, "It seems that my research is on the right track. However, I don't know much about Mr.'s illusions, so my research seems to be pointless. What's with this illusion? Why does it have something to do with the dream realm?" Ranger sighed. "Like I said, I learned it from my teacher. I won't teach it to anyone unless you swear an oath." An oath? Freud hesitated. He was too curious about the strange illusion, but he didn't want to make any assumptions about it. If it didn't work as he expected, it would be a waste to swear an oath. But the oath had something to do with his future. Let me think about it." Freud sighed. So, what do you think I should do next?" Freud nodded. "Yes." Freud nodded. Study it and get more data. The most important thing is to find out what makes this dream different from normal dreams." Freud didn't hesitate in the slightest. Are you sure it's different from normal dreams? There must be something special about the unique dream wilderness created by activating the dream whelk. Find it, understand it, use it, and control it. After talking with Freud, Angor decided to stay in Freighting Town. Before leaving the old Earth, he had already bid farewell to Leon and told Chown that he would not be able to return for some time. After all, if he wanted to study dreams, and he didn't know much about the dream realm, he still needed someone to help him. He found an empty room in Tyson Alley near the orphanage and settled down. For the next few days, Angor spent his time exploring the dream wasteland, which Freud named Dream Wasteland. Reverie time, he would drag Gondola into a dream and explore the place inside. As for Gondola, it was left to Freud to operate. Even though he was a soul, his soul energy was plentiful enough to allow him to move the material world. Controlling a flying vehicle was a piece of cake for him. At least 20 gondolas were destroyed in the dream wasteland, which took Angor nearly 30 hours to explore, covering tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, when he entered the dream wasteland one day, he saw something different. To be more precise, the scenery was the same. It was still the boundless wilderness. But this time, there was an exquisite table in the middle of the wasteland. After leaving the dream, Angor used an illusion to show the table to Freud. "This looks like the table in Nea's room," Freud murmured after looking at it for a while. When he first used the dream whelk, it was in Nea's room in Silver Heron Palace. When he'd first experimented with the dream whelk, he'd used Nea's desk as a test subject. According to Freud, once a non-living being entered a dream, it would remain in the dream forever unless it was destroyed on purpose. Ranger was a little disappointed. He thought he found something different, but it turned out to be Nea's table. Freud, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Although they had assumed that the wilderness where all non-living beings entered their dreams was the wilderness of dreams, it was still a dream. But in the end, it was only their speculation, and it was hard to prove. Now, they finally had proof. Freud was almost certain that Angor was using a special illusion to activate the dream whelk, and all of the items would end up in the same dream wasteland. This was one step closer to his goal. The dream realm itself was too vast. The items pulled into the dream realm by the dream whelk were harder to find than grains of sand in the ocean, even if an official wizard spent his entire life trying to reach the bottom of the dream realm. But if all the items inside the dream whelk appeared in the same wasteland, it would be much easier to find them. Freud was overjoyed when he heard the news. But at the same time, a question arose in his mind. Was the dream whelk the main cause of the dream wasteland's birth, or was it the special illusion? Freud told Angor his thoughts, but Angor couldn't come up with a conclusion. Freud pondered for a moment. "Personally, I think the illusion is the main reason. Let's do an experiment. If we don't use the dream whelk, can we send a living person into the dream wasteland with the illusion alone?" Ranger hesitated. "I don't think so. I've never seen anyone enter the dream wasteland before." Mr. Pat, did you forget that the people you brought into the dream were all dreaming on their own? If you use magic tricks to forcefully drag him into the dream, will he enter the dream wilderness? Freud paused for a moment. There are 4 basic cantrips that dream manipulators must learn. They are Dream Enchanter, Dream Entry, Dream Reading, and Dream Control. Dream Enchanter is a cantrip that allows you to drag someone into a dream. So Dream Enchanter is a type of hypnotism? Angor wondered. If it was just a simple hypnotism, he could use nightmare illusions to do the same. Our Dream Enchanter is a type of hypnotism, but its main function is to drag people into a dream. Also, people who are dragged into a dream usually have lucid dreams, Freud explained. Mister, all of your dream-based cantrips use illusions as the source of energy. If Dream Enchanter can pull people into the dream wasteland, that means the illusions might be the main reason behind the dream wasteland's appearance. Ranger accepted Freud's suggestion. However, Dream Enchanter was still a level 2 cantrip. It would still take him half a month to learn it. Ranger thought it was a long time, but Freud only gave him a bitter look as if he just ate shit. Why is the one who's favored always so fearless? Freud had to go through a lot to learn Dream Enchanter. Now, Angor was complaining that half a month was too long? Of course, Freud didn't understand Angor's point of view. Angor knew that this was an unconventional way of learning. It would take him several years to learn a cantrip of this nature normally. The only reason it felt so long was because John's health was deteriorating, and he felt more and more anxious about the passage of time. Ranger left the analysis of dream manipulation to his tablet while he continued to search for more information in the dream wasteland. Our time flew by. A week later. Freud had been staying in the room next to Angor's in Tyson Alley for the past few days. However, when he saw a stranger in Tyson Alley early in the morning, he bade Angor farewell and returned to the orphanage. Without Freud's help, Angor didn't send his gondola into the dream wasteland. Instead, he sat in his room and tried to use the dream whelk to pull the small building he was staying in into his dream. Ranger only used the whelk to pull small objects into his dream. This was the first time he tried to pull such a large building into his dream. It wasn't too difficult. All he needed to do was to cover the building with the mysterious energy. After pulling the building into his dream, Angor used dream intrusion to check it out. Ranger thought he was just experimenting out of boredom. But to his surprise, his trip to the dream wasteland brought him something unexpected. Freud always hoped that he could find something special in the dream wasteland. However, Angor never found anything special in his gondola. But this time, his random experiment brought him a surprise. He had just entered the small building in the dream and was still adjusting his perspective when he sensed the abnormality of the dream. Ranger quickly looked outside using his wide field of vision. But he was still surrounded by a vast expanse of wilderness, and nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was that he felt a familiar aura in the wind. Unfortunately, the aura he sensed wasn't real because he was in his dream form. However, after spending some time immersing himself in the aura, he realized that it was exactly the same as the aura of the nightmare realm. But this aura was much thinner than the aura of the nightmare realm. It felt more like the nightmare domain. Ranger remembered Sunders saying that the nightmare domain was located between the nightmare realm and the real world. But he was in the dream realm right now. So this nightmare domain was located between the nightmare realm and the dream realm? Ranger was a little surprised by his own assumption. The last time he encountered a nightmare domain, it was an accident. He almost became the murderer who destroyed the world. Through the nightmare domain's membrane, he saw the stitched woman sitting on the throne of stars. Her laughter alone was comparable to the aura of a legendary. If the dream wasteland was also a nightmare domain, didn't that mean it was only separated from the nightmare realm by a thin barrier? Angor shivered. He wondered if he should keep exploring. Ranger shook his head to get rid of the unnecessary thoughts. He exhaled deeply and mumbled to himself, "What? Since we can't find any other way, this is the only promising way out. Besides, I don't think this is the real nightmare domain. Even if it is, I'll just cut it off." Ranger decided to put the possibility of this being a nightmare domain aside for now. He would explore it after learning Dreaming Kindle. With a heavy heart, Angor left the dream wasteland. He couldn't tell Freud about this yet. If only he could contact Sunders. At least the man could give him some advice. But he was in the land of revelation right now. He couldn't go back to the fake continent just to see if Sunders was back. Ranger remembered the White Clam Shipping Company at Ferron Land. They had a long-distance transmitter that allowed them to contact floating mech city. Was there something similar in the Land of Revelation? Ranger decided to ask Freud. When he arrived at the orphanage, he was surprised to see that the illusion game inside was already activated. More talents? Angor raised an eyebrow. When he entered the orphanage, he heard several screams coming from the main building of the orphanage. After probing for a bit, he sensed that there was a team of 10 people in the main building. They were scaring themselves in a messy room with bloodstains. The illusions he created weren't working yet. Sunny was still sitting next to Freud in the basement. These people screamed because they were scared by themselves. The gray-haired woman furrowed her brows when she heard the shrill screams. What a shame. She looked at Freud. I'm sorry you had to see that, mister. Freud didn't look surprised at all. They're new here, and they're still looking at things from the perspective of mortals. It's normal for them to be scared. I'm sure they'll change in a few days. That black-haired boy is doing fine. I brought him out of a prison. I heard that he witnessed his family being harmed by a treacherous official and was imprisoned himself. Therefore, his mind is more mature than other people who come from peaceful families. However, it's only a little better. His legs and stomach are actually trembling. It seems that his heart isn't very calm either. The gray-haired woman glanced through the wall and sighed in a resigned manner. It's fine. They need some time to get out of their ivory towers. As far as Freud was concerned, as long as one didn't step into the cruel world of wizardry, they were still nothing. Freud patted Sunny's back and said, "It's your turn. Don't go overboard." Sunny nodded unwillingly and jumped down from Freud's arms. She then slowly walked out of the basement with a large black scythe in her hand. I hope I didn't disturb you by bringing them here, mister. Freud shook his head. Of course not. The gray-haired woman chuckled and was about to find something to talk about when Freud suddenly stopped. Excuse me. Someone's looking for me. I'll go take a look. With that, Freud disappeared into thin air. The gray-haired woman didn't seem to mind. Instead, she took out a wine cup and poured herself a cup of ocean blue wine. Using a voice that only she could hear, she muttered to herself, he actually came to Freedom Town again? Angor was floating in the air when Freud appeared beside him. Did you find something, Mr. Pat? Freud asked in confusion. Angor should still be exploring his dream at this time, shouldn't he? Nothing. Angor considered for a moment. I'm here to ask if you know where I can find a signal tower to contact Fey Continent. I've been staying in Freedom Town for a while, so I don't know much about it. Nea has also left the old Earth with the talents. Freud thought for a moment and said, oh right, the Midnight Witch who came today might know something. Would you like to ask her? Witch of Midnight? Angor looked down. She's the one who guides these talents? Yes. She's one of Song of the Deep's top talents. I heard that her training speed is almost as fast as Jibra's. She's only a bit weaker than Jibra's talent. Freud suddenly remembered the confrontation between Jibra and Angor at the Silver Heron Palace. How about this? I'll go ask her on your behalf. No need. Angor waved a hand. If he avoided Song of the Deep's people, they might think he was scared. A moment later, Angor and Mr. Pad were sitting across each other in the basement. Angor didn't ask Mr. Pad if Jibra asked her to come here, and Mr. Pad didn't show any hostility either. She didn't even try to hide anything from Angor. Floating Mech City only has signal towers in important areas. There's no such thing in the Land of Revelation, Mr. Pat explained. The White Clam Shipping Company doesn't have one either? I remember there's a signal tower in the Ferron Continent branch. Ferron has signal towers because it's used to keep an eye on the savage tribes living in the center of the continent. The shamans of these savage tribes have traces of some otherworldly almighty figures behind them. I paused and smiled. If there's anything you want to know, Mr. Pat, why don't you tell me? I'll tell you for free. Mia's appearance was extremely beautiful, and her long gray hair made her look unique. Just like Jibra, both of them had a fish scale between their eyebrows. Jibra's scale was blue, while Mr. Pat's was red. When Mr. Pat smiled, the scale between her eyebrows looked like a red mole. Do you know anything about the current situation in the Abyss Plane? I don't know much about the Abyss Plane, but I heard that the situation hasn't changed yet. By the way, I heard that Mr. Phantom did a great job at the front lines and scared off a large number of abyssal creatures. Mr. Pad chose a piece of information that was related to Angor. Angor's heart skipped a beat. According to Mr. Pad, the situation in the Abyss Plane was still stable, and Sunders hadn't returned to Brute Cavern yet. This meant that Angor would not be able to ask Sunders about the Dream Wasteland anymore. He couldn't even bring John back to Brute Cavern and let Sunders heal him. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, Mr. Pad looked at him from head to toe. I heard you made a high-tier alchemy item. Are you interested in selling it? Angor looked up and gave Mr. Pad a meaningful glance. Not yet. Mr. Pad shrugged. That's a shame. Mr. Pad didn't say much about the topic. She didn't seem to care much about it, so Angor couldn't tell what she was really thinking. Next, Mr. Pad talked about some of the more popular topics on Fey Continent. Now he understood why Freud already knew that he made a high-tier alchemy item. It turned out that the recording of his alchemy work was leaked and sent back to Fey Continent, which caused a huge commotion. As far as he could remember, the mermaids did not leave any images when he was doing alchemy. They were all mortal creatures, and they could not cause a great disturbance in the supernatural world, not to mention that they did not have any tools to record images. Therefore, there should have been another superhuman at the site at that time and recorded the situation. Angor suddenly thought of a name. Back when he was doing his alchemy, he sensed some energy ripples under the sea. When he thought about Jebra's appearance, he was almost certain that the recording was recorded by Jebra. Before Angor could say anything, Mr. Pat explained, speaking of which, it was Jebra who recorded the video. I don't know what he was thinking at that time, but I did hear some inside information about why it spread like wildfire. Mr. Pat explained Jebra's plan. To put it simply, Jebra wanted to buy the high-tier alchemy item, but if he told Angor that he wanted to buy it, it would prove that he was stalking Angor. Therefore, he decided to spread the video to the public. Once everyone knew about it, Jebra wouldn't attract too much attention when he came to buy the item. However, it is clear that his actions have failed. Mr. Pad explained how Jebra and Sliv worked together to force him to hand over the mystery item, which resulted in a huge mistake. Because of that incident, his stalking was exposed. Basically, everything he did to distract Angor's attention was a failure. Angor didn't know how to respond to Mr. Pad's honest confession. Angor didn't know what Mr. Pad was trying to say. So you're telling me this so that I won't pursue Jebra? Mr. Pad smiled at Angor's question. I didn't expect to see you here either. I'm telling you this because Jebra is very interested in your high-tier alchemy item. If you really want to sell it, you can ask for a higher price. Angor didn't know what Mr. Pad was trying to do when he left the orphanage. Still, she admitted her mistake and revealed Jebra's true intentions, which made it difficult for him to criticize Jebra's behavior. Was this her goal? Was she trying to be friendly so that he could talk to her later? Regardless of what he thought of Jebra's behavior, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. 3 days later, Mr. Pad left the orphanage with a group of talents. Before Mr. Pad left, Mr. Pad came to visit Angor. She didn't want to talk to Jebra about the illusion in the orphanage. Mr. Pad believed that the illusion helped the talents in the orphanage to evolve, and she wanted to work with Angor for a long time. Angor told her to talk to Freud. Since he left the illusion here, he would let Freud deal with it. Mr. Pad didn't say much and left after bidding farewell to Angor. According to what Angor heard, Freud and Mr. Pad agreed to a long-term contract. Freud would pay Mr. Pad 5 magic crystals for every day of training. That was quite a low price for Angor. Still, it was a long-term contract. Freud was in spirit form, and he didn't have any other way to earn money. Another 3 days passed. Angor had been dreaming about the small building for a long time. The more he entered, the stronger the nightmare aura around the building. It was also getting stronger and stronger as the wind carried it further. The Dream Wasteland was a unique nightmare domain, and Angor had to admit that it was a special one. One day, the hologram tablet finally stopped working. The coordinates of all the points on the axis of the universe were calculated. Once again, Angor managed to construct the model of Dream and Kindle without much trouble. However, Angor didn't know who should go first. Freud volunteered. I've been a soul for so long that I've almost forgotten what it feels like to be in a dream. Let me go in first. Angor was surprised. He never thought that a soul could be dragged into a dream. Dreaming Kindle is a way to connect to the dream realm. It doesn't matter what form you're in as long as you're still conscious. Even if you're an elemental being or a gaseous being, you can be dragged into a dream. Angor considered. Freud was a dream manipulator apprentice when he was still alive. As someone who knew a lot about the dream realm, Freud was the best choice. With that in mind, Angor nodded to Freud and closed his eyes to construct the model of Dreaming Kindle. 2 minutes later, Freud still hadn't finished constructing Dreaming Kindle. Freud gave Angor a puzzled look. Even a beginner shouldn't need this much time to construct a Dreaming Kindle. Maybe he could even do it in less than 5 seconds. What Freud didn't know was that this was the cost of Angor's unconventional approach. Every time he tried to construct a dream cantrip, he had to be careful with the hundreds of coordinates in the model, which took him a lot longer than usual. 2 minutes later, Angor finally opened his eyes and covered Freud's body with Dreaming Kindle. Under the faint glow of Dreaming Kindle, Freud slowly closed his eyes. It had been a long time since Freud felt so sleepy, and he couldn't help but fall into a deep slumber. He took out a cup of milkberry sap from his bracelet and added a spoonful of sugar into it. Then he sat down and waited for Freud to wake up. He didn't want to enter Freud's dream. They had been living peacefully for now, but before Freud signed the oath of loyalty, Angor would still be wary of him. Dreaming Kindle could induce a lucid dream, and Freud would be able to find the note of Angor's dream right away. If that happened, Angor would be the one who would be affected. Therefore, Angor chose to wait instead of entering the dream. A few hours later, Freud slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't hold back the excitement in his eyes. Even though Angor hadn't asked, he already knew the answer. As expected, Freud's answer was affirmative. It's really the dream wasteland. After entering through the dream enchanting technique, it's a vast and boundless wilderness. As expected, the key to entering the dream wilderness isn't the dream whelk, but Mr. Special Illusory Power. Angor was a little excited by Freud's answer. It seemed that using nightmare energy to activate dream manipulations really worked. Apart from everything else, this alone was enough for him to gain a lot. When Sunders gave Angor the mystery of nightmare domain, he asked Angor to write a research topic related to the nightmare domain in 50 years. The connection between nightmare illusions and dreams was obviously an extremely valuable research topic. Freud suppressed his excitement and continued, but I was dragged into a dream by Dreaming Kindle, so I must have had a lucid dream. However, I can't control the dream wasteland like the other lucid dreams. But that's not a bad thing. I can treat the dream wasteland as another unexplored land. Freud was already thinking about how many cities would be built in the dream wasteland in the future. It was such a fascinating place. However, Angor wasn't quite satisfied with the outcome. Without controlling the dream wasteland, there were still many things he couldn't achieve. For example, Freud's idea of infinite alchemy could be used to send materials into the dream wasteland through the dream whelk. However, the materials would appear randomly in the dream wasteland. Finding a single material in the vast dream wasteland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Similarly, it would be difficult to find Chown in the vast dream wasteland. More importantly, Angor couldn't control the dream wasteland, which meant he was no different from a mortal. How could a mortal do alchemy? So far, Angor wasn't confident enough to satisfy his needs. He needed to gain a certain level of authority over the dream wasteland. It would be best if he could gain full control of the dream wasteland like the other lucid dreams. However, how to achieve this goal was a problem that needed to be solved urgently. Angor decided to check it out himself. Again, he asked Toby to protect him while he cast Dreaming Kindle on himself. After a brief moment of dizziness, he entered a dream. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast wasteland with no end in sight. A gentle breeze was blowing across his body, which made him feel a little chilly. When he looked down, he realized that even though he was wearing a warm clothing, it didn't seem to have any effect. Although he could connect to his mind space at this time, his mind space was like a projected picture, full of false meanings. In other words, he had become immortal in the dream wasteland. Fortunately, there weren't any dangerous creatures in the dream wasteland, so he should be safe for now. However, he didn't know how to control the dream wasteland without any power. He rubbed his chin and considered what he should do next. Suddenly, he saw a series of familiar green runes appearing in front of his eyes. He looked at his right hand in surprise. He was wearing a glove on his right hand, but the illusion nodes on the glove were gone. Without the illusion, his right hand returned to normal. Not only was it bigger than his left hand, but the floating green patterns on his right hand also reappeared. As the patterns became more active, Angor could clearly sense nightmare energy seeping out from them. The green patterns on his right hand were already capable of releasing nightmare energy on their own. When Sunders used his nightmare domain in the Black Tower, Angor used the green patterns to release nightmare energy to replace nightmare stones and restore the nightmare energy inside the domain. Angor didn't expect the green patterns to release nightmare energy in the dream wasteland as well. As the nightmare aura gathered around Angor, he felt an itchy sensation around his back. Every time he felt itchy, it must have something to do with the nightmare realm. His heart began to race. Should he make a strategic retreat? However, he quickly rejected the idea of retreating. The dream wasteland was too valuable, and the nightmare energy was already there. If he wanted to explore the dream wasteland, he would have to go through the nightmare energy first. Unless he decided not to explore the dream wasteland for the rest of his life. But that was impossible. He wouldn't give up the dream wasteland for John or himself. With this in mind, Angor slowly calmed down. After some time, when the itch on his back finally subsided, Angor felt a strange connection between himself and the world around him. To be more precise, he felt a faint connection with the nightmare energy lingering in the air. When he reached his consciousness into the nightmare aura, he found himself looking at the world from a god's perspective. He could observe everything in the dream wasteland that was covered by the nightmare energy as if he had a pair of eyes in the sky. For example, this ability allowed him to quickly scan the area covered by the nightmare aura. It wasn't as fast as the sequence of gravity, but it was definitely as fast as gondola. In other words, even though he was still in the same place, he could see everything covered by the nightmare energy. However, there weren't many nightmare energies in the dream wasteland at the moment, and they only covered a small area. Still, Angor could feel that there was a source of nightmare energy pouring into the dream wasteland. In the future, the entire dream wasteland would be covered by the nightmare energy. Of course, it would take a long time. Angor was glad to have this new ability. He was worried that the dream wasteland was too big for him to pinpoint the exact location. But with this ability, he could see very far away. Of course, he couldn't affect the wasteland with his god's eye unless he reached the place himself. Without a vehicle, he could only use his feet to survey the land. It would take him decades to reach the end of the dream wasteland by foot. After experimenting with the ability for a while, Angor decided to explore the areas covered by the nightmare energy, especially the source of the nightmare energy. So far, there were two sources of nightmare energy in the dream wasteland. The green pattern on Angor's right hand could be considered as one, while the other was located in the southeast. Angor planned to check the source of the nightmare energy in the southeast. Using God's view, Angor's vision kept traveling through the nightmare aura. About half an hour later, he entered the area where the nightmare aura was denser. While searching for the source of the nightmare energy, Angor found a small building along the way. It was the same building that he used the dream whelk to enter his dream. Since the building was covered by the nightmare energy, Angor was able to look inside and see exactly the same layout as the one in the real world. Angor felt even happier after seeing the small building. At least it meant that he could turn the dream wasteland into a suitable place for John to live in. At the very least, he had to eliminate all potential dangers in the dream wasteland. For example, he had to find out where the nightmare aura came from. As the nightmare aura grew stronger, Angor finally arrived at the source. But when he saw the source of the aura, his expression changed. The source of the aura was still a plain plane. However, that was only from the perspective of other people. In Angor's view, the source was a thin barrier that looked like a sieve. It's a nightmare realm barrier. Thick nightmare energy was seeping out of the holes in the barrier. The familiar sensation told him that it was a thin barrier that protected the half-passage. This meant that the dream wasteland was indeed an interlayer between the nightmare realm and the dream realm. In other words, if Angor used a special method to sever the barrier, he would be able to create a nightmare domain. But unlike the other interlayers Angor encountered before, this one didn't originate from the real world. It was based on the dream realm. Angor's face paled. He still remembered what happened at the Twilight auction. The frog chanter Phalog, the red fox zither player fox, the clown card and the rainbow dragonfly all came out from the halfway tunnel in the interlayer space. None of the nightmare creatures seemed to be hostile to him. They even mistook him for someone called Shava. However, he knew how much damage those creatures had done to the southern wizarding region. So far, the shockwaves they caused had yet to subside. They were still spreading across the Fey continent. If the semi-passage in this place caused the same kind of damage as last time, Angor didn't dare to think further. He always told Sunders that he was someone who could destroy the world. But when he learned about the consequences of invading the wizarding world from the Abyss Plane, he never dared to do that again. Abyss Plane was already powerful enough to destroy the entire southern wizarding region, let alone the Nightmare Realm, which was even more terrifying. There were several legendary-level monsters in the Nightmare Realm even in Nether City, the outermost region of the Nightmare Realm. He did not want to see his friends and family get hurt, not to mention the potential consequences. But now that the Dream Wasteland was right in front of him, he had to think about how to deal with it. He didn't want to give up on the Dream Wasteland so easily. Even if this place is only separated from the Nightmare Realm by a thin layer, it shouldn't have anything to do with the wizarding world. After all, this is a special place in the Dream Realm. As long as he didn't use Nightmare Illusion, he shouldn't be affected. I'm the only one who knows how to use Nightmare Illusion in the entire southern wizarding region, he tried to comfort himself. His mind calmed down a little as he talked to himself. At least for now, he did not see any effects that might affect the real world. Just in case, he decided to check the boundary of the semi-passage first. He wanted to see if there was another army of nightmare soldiers behind the barrier. If there was, he would immediately return home and seal the wilderness of dreams, never to touch it again. Carefully, he approached the barrier and peeked through the tiny hole. It was pitch black. But he didn't sense any other living creatures. He sighed in relief. Maybe the nightmare creatures didn't want to come to this place since there were no living creatures to be found in the dream realm. No matter what the answer was, it was good news that no nightmare creatures were hiding behind the barrier. Since there were no nightmare creatures around, the idea of giving up on his plan rose again, and he had even greater ambitions. He was thinking about how to control the dream wasteland. Now that he realized he was in a special interlayer space, he naturally had a solution. Just like what Sunders did last time, he would sever the barrier and turn it into a nightmare realm. If he had the chance, he would try to fuse with the barrier as well. Angor retracted his vision and decided to look around to see if there were any nightmare creatures coming through the barrier. What he didn't know was that when his gaze left the semi-tunnel, behind the world membrane, in the pitch-black space, a certain existence slowly opened its eyes. His scarlet eyes carried an indifference that had never changed since time immemorial. Angor opened his eyes as soon as he left the dream wasteland. The first thing he saw was Toby fluttering its wings and rubbing its head against his cheek. When they were done, Toby flapped his wings and told Angor that Freud went out earlier and came back with someone else, who was still waiting outside. Freud brought someone here? Angor opened the door in confusion. He saw Freud sitting by the candlelight, writing something down with a pen in his hand. An unconscious man was lying on the ground. His white clothes were tattered and covered in dust. His hands and feet were bound by heavy iron chains. Freud looked over when he heard Angor opening the door. "Mr. Pat. You're awake. You're still in the dream wasteland, right? Did you find anything else?" "Yes, it's the dream wasteland. But it's a long story." Angor shook his head and pointed at the unconscious man. "Who's this?" Freud glanced at the unconscious man. "He's a death row criminal I brought out from the prison in Freighting Town. You've done experiments on dying in a dream, right? Why don't you use dreaming kindle on him and see if he can survive in the dream wasteland?" Angor knew what Freud was implying. He would do the same if he could control the dream wasteland. But he couldn't do it now. Not for the time being. "Before I eliminate the dangers of the dream wasteland, I won't let anyone with the ability to move in." Including me? Freud frowned. That's right. Including you, Angor said without hesitation. Why? What's so dangerous about the dream wasteland? Did you find a powerful dream realm creature? Freud asked in surprise. I didn't encounter anything, but I know what kind of place it is and how dangerous it is. Isn't it a sealed area in the dream realm? Freud looked at Angor's serious expression and asked, is there something else? Yes. But I can't tell you. Freud hesitated for a moment before he finally asked, what if I swear an oath? If you swear an oath, I'll tell you the truth. But I won't let you in until I've eliminated all the dangers. How dangerous is it? Freud sounded a little agitated. I'm not afraid of danger. Even if I die in there, it has nothing to do with you. It's as dangerous as the demon god's shadow. Angor wasn't going to let Freud in even if he had the courage to die. Freud could tell that Angor was telling the truth. But the dream wasteland was filled with dangers as dangerous as the demon god's shadow? How could he believe that? Freud wanted to argue with Angor, but he knew he wasn't in a position to do so. He even wondered if Angor was trying to trick him into swearing an oath. But on second thought, it didn't matter to Angor whether Freud was loyal to him or not. Besides, Freud didn't think Angor was trying to trick him. Still, he wanted to know what happened in the dream wasteland. What did Angor find out? Freud wondered if he should swear an oath right now. Don't worry, Freud. I'll let you in as long as I can get rid of all the dangers in the dream wasteland. Until then, you just need to wait. Angor returned to his room and didn't care about Freud's opinion. He needed to find more information about interlayers as well as how to sever them to form a nightmare domain. He took out the Mystery of Nightmare Domain and read it from beginning to end. There was also information about how to sever an interlayer. He didn't expect to see a new mezzanine space so soon, but he only took a brief look at it before. First, he looked at the information about nightmare domain fusion. Sunders pointed out at the very beginning of the book that fusing a nightmare domain was extremely dangerous. Even wizards would show signs of falling into a trance. Angor also remembered Sunders telling him that he would fall into all kinds of illusions, which might contain the things he desired the most. He had to stay away from them or he would never wake up. However, he didn't fall into such a situation. According to Sunders' theory, it was probably because he was a high-level nightmare form. Angor kept the information in mind and kept reading. When he was almost done with the chapter, he fell into deep thought. He didn't care about the danger of fusing a nightmare domain for now. However, Sunders warned him that he shouldn't try to fuse a second nightmare domain before becoming a wizard. According to the book, every time a nightmare domain fused with a new type of nightmare domain, it would require a large amount of nightmare aura to sustain the nightmare domain. Sunders usually used nightmare stones to replenish the nightmare domain or by entering the nightmare realm. This was why Sunders told Angor not to fuse a second nightmare domain until he became a wizard and was strong enough to venture into the nightmare realm. However, Angor's right hand was able to produce nightmare aura on its own. Angor wondered if the green rune on his right hand could provide enough nightmare aura to fuse a second nightmare domain. If possible, he should be able to fuse a second nightmare domain. Even if he couldn't, he could just buy more nightmare stones. Now that he was done reading, he decided to find out how to sever the interlayer. Angor froze when he read the first sentence. To sever the interlayer, you must learn the sound illusion spell, Dark Requiem. Magic spells could only be learned by official sorcerers, and generally speaking, it would take a lot of time to learn a magic spell. Even the most talented wizard would need years to learn. There was no shortcut, and it was necessary to accumulate knowledge. Angor's heart sank when he read that he had to learn a spell to sever the interlayer. First of all, he was not a wizard yet. Even if he could become one in a short time, John didn't have enough time for him to learn the spell. Could it be that he could only stop for now, or perhaps, he could ask someone else to help him, such as Sumesh, whom he had never met before? Angor pondered for a moment but still couldn't make up his mind. Also, he needed to consider another problem. Everyone in the dream wasteland had turned into mortals and couldn't use supernatural powers. How could he sever the interlayer? Angor decided to keep reading to see if there were any other alternatives. According to the records, Dark Requiem was necessary to sever the interlayer between the nightmare realm and the real world. The only thing left to do was to prepare all kinds of materials. Angor checked the list. The main material was a semi-finished alchemy product called realm glaze. Back when Sunders severed the nightmare domain, he was holding a bunch of glass shards in his hand, which were none other than this realm glass. Realm glaze. Used to set up space nodes, record coordinates, and create new barriers. The amount of realm glaze required varies according to the size of the half-passage. Generally speaking, at least 50 pieces of realm glaze were required. Furthermore, the realm glass was very expensive. Each piece cost at least 2,000 magical crystals. However, Angor noticed that realm glaze was expensive because it was a semi-finished alchemy product, which required an alchemist to make it. The main material for making realm glaze was ethereal ore, which was a mid-tier material, so it wasn't expensive. Angor checked the method of making realm glaze and was confident that he could do the job. In other words, if he were to complete the refinement, he would be able to save a lot of magical crystals for the realm glass. Refining the domain glass still required a lot of auxiliary materials. For example, black dense stone cores, plain corrosion fragments, plain breeding fragments, gray space microbes. Most of them were materials he needed to craft a space storage, and he still had some left. Apart from that, he also saw a solution that needed to be dripped on the domain glass. When he saw the solution, his eyes widened, and he almost immediately wanted to give up on severing the interlayer space. Diluent of fragments of eternity. What are the fragments of eternity? It was an extremely precious material. The moment it appeared, it would cause a large number of adept organizations to move in full force. Fragments of eternity came from the beginning of the plane fusion, which was also the period of the rift's birth. During this period, a portion of fragments of eternity would be thrown out from the rift. Some wizards named it after the benefits they could gain, the Garden of Victory. Fragments of eternity were the main material used to construct a sorcerer's garden. The sorcerer's garden was a standard feature of large adept organizations. Even if it was only a mini-garden, it was still a strategic location. When Angor saw the fragments of eternity, he was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. When Sunders helped him sever the first extravagant nightmare domain, he asked for 150,000 fragments of eternity, which was the price he paid for the materials. 150,000 magic crystals for fragments of eternity? No way. Could it be that Sunders was kind enough to exempt him from paying fragments of eternity? But Angor didn't think Sunders would be so generous all of a sudden. After all, it was fragments of eternity they were talking about. Angor decided to read the list again. However, when he looked at the diluent of fragments of eternity carefully, he realized what it was. The diluent of the fragment of eternity was a diluent made by dividing a drop of the fragment of eternity into hundreds of portions and adding various materials. Many small organizations or clans accidentally found a drop of fragments of eternity with impurities, which couldn't be used to create a sorcerer's garden, and it was difficult to sell. Therefore, they simply diluted the drop into hundreds of portions, removed the impurities, and added other materials to make a profit. This was the diluent of fragments of eternity. Generally speaking, the diluent of fragments of eternity was worth between 4,000 and 10,000 magic crystals, depending on its concentration. Angor could afford such a price. He either had enough materials to sever the interlayer, or he had enough of them in his budget. However, the most important spell was still the necessary one, Dark Elegy. Angor didn't know much about Dark Elegy. He planned to read more steps to sever the interlayer. At least, he needed to know what Dark Elegy was used for. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The minute hand of the oval-shaped clock on the wall moved half a circle. Angor put down the mystery of Nightmare Domain and frowned. Angor didn't see how to use Dark Elegy in detail. But after seeing the steps of severing an interlayer space, Angor understood why Dark Elegy was a must-have technique. Dark Elegy was a sound illusion spell. Its sound frequency seemed to match a certain frequency of the nightmare aura. To a certain extent, it could control the nightmare aura to shrink, spread, and solidify it. More importantly, it could remove a part of the nightmare aura. Generally speaking, Dark Elegy was needed to control the nightmare aura to infect certain materials in the early stages, and to create a space that wouldn't be affected by the nightmare aura for a long time. The coordinates of the realm glaze were all in this space. once the space was corroded, it couldn't be severed anymore. Nightmare aura was a mysterious phenomenon that couldn't be removed by any physical means. Even energy barriers couldn't completely prevent the nightmare aura from spreading. Of course, one could use it to remove the nightmare aura. However, doing so would take a long time, and the interlayer would still provide the nightmare aura. Usually, there would be nightmare monsters lurking behind the interlayer, which meant one had to deal with them as soon as possible. Therefore, any method that took a long time to remove the nightmare aura would be avoided. Therefore, using dark elegy as a way to control the nightmare aura was necessary. If he only needed to create a space that wasn't affected by the nightmare aura for a long time, he could do it. Back in Witch's Town, his right hand seemed to have fused with Shava's right hand. Since then, not only did his right hand grow bigger, but the green runes floating above it also appeared. The green runes allowed him to control the nightmare aura. Once, he and Sunders went to Pakrati in Fairy World, which was a barren underground village. Back then, Sunders wanted to observe Angor's secret of leveling up by absorbing nightmare energy. After spending some time there, Sunders not only learned some new powers of nightmare form, but also figured out some of the effects of the green patterns on Angor's skin. Currently, the green runes floating above his right hand had 3 effects. First of all, illusions released by the right hand would have a nightmare effect, and the effect would be outstanding. Second, the green runes would continuously produce nightmare aura, which was similar to a large nightmare stone. Since the runes were similar to nightmare stones, the nightmare aura produced by the green runes was relatively inert. However, it was enough to maintain a nightmare domain. The third effect was the key. He could quickly absorb a large amount of nightmare aura. Angor didn't know where the nightmare aura went, but according to Sunders' analysis, it didn't linger in his body. The effect of dark elegy was to create a space free of nightmare energy. Angor could easily do that by quickly absorbing a large amount of nightmare aura. If he could do that, he wouldn't even have to worry about whether he was immortal in the dream wasteland. His right hand could be used freely in the dream wasteland. After going through a series of ups and downs, he became excited again. As long as the green runes on his right hand could replace dark elegy, he was confident that he could cut off the connection between the dream wasteland and the nightmare realm. However, even if he could solve this problem, there were still other problems that needed to be solved. For example, even if he had the necessary materials and used the dream whelk to throw them into the dream wasteland, how was he supposed to find them and bring them to the semi-passage? Angor considered for a moment and came up with an idea. The dream whelk wouldn't change the location of a non-living being that entered the dream wasteland. However, Angor could use dreaming kindle to enter the dream wasteland multiple times to find his own location. He could put the materials in his gondola and use the dream whelk to pull them into the dream wasteland. As for himself, he entered the dream wasteland multiple times to find the closest place to gondola. Not only would he solve the problem of materials, but he would also solve the problem of travel. As long as he could find gondola, he could use it to reach the semi-passage quickly. Fortunately, he always used gondola directly in the dream wasteland, so it would always fall from the sky and break. There was no other way to wake up gondola. If a non-living being wanted to wake up in the dream wasteland, they would either have to destroy their main body in the dream or in the real world. Otherwise, they would stay in the dream forever. Since gondola wasn't in the dream wasteland, Angor's plan could still work. But before that, there was something else he needed to do: materials. After diving into the dark Sheena trench, they walked for a while and finally saw the beautiful underwater city. His last visit to Lloyd's was still fresh in his mind. Angor didn't expect to see him again so soon. After entering the waterless zone, Angor quickly reached the Tower of Peace. He was holding a grey card in his hand, on which a line of words was engraved using a special method: Ashen Time. He had once thought that he probably wouldn't be able to use the card, but he hadn't expected to make an exception so quickly. Angor shook his head and walked into the shadow of the Tower of Peace, the Abyss Zone. Just like last time, the Abyss Zone was filled with evil and blood. However, Angor didn't care about anything else. He headed straight for the ruins where the Ashen Time caravan was. Using infinite reticence, Angor made his way to the ruins without a hitch. The ruins didn't change much. It was almost the same as last time. However, there were fewer iron cages, fewer guests who were commenting in front of the iron cages, and fewer members of the Ash's Time caravan in black cloaks. Angor walked around the ruins with the card in his hand and didn't see anyone else. Beale said that someone would stay here for a long time, but that didn't seem to be the case. Angor sighed again. How could he believe a slave trader's words? Luckily, this place wasn't too far from the Land of Revelation, so he didn't have to waste too much time. As for the materials he wanted, he would have to find another way. Maybe he should take Tulu back to the fake continent first, Angor pondered as he walked out of the ruins. When he was about to leave the ruins, he saw a flickering light at the end of the tunnel. The light was getting closer and closer to him. Da sounds of footsteps could also be heard. Angor's expression changed a little when he saw the light source above the ruins illuminating the newcomer. It was a man who was smoking a pipe. The flickering sparks came from the flame that flickered from his pipe. He was wearing a black cloak, but the hood on his head had been removed, revealing an extremely terrifying face. His face was covered by some kind of lizard scales, while his right eye had a slit pupil that looked like a snake's. Mr. Rossum, we meet again. Angor recognized the man. It was the vice commander of Ashen Time, who came to greet him. It's you? Rossum didn't show any emotion on his face, but he was quite excited. He told Beals that he would stay here for the next 10 years so that he could build a good relationship with Angor. He was prepared to spend the next 10 years empty-handed. He didn't expect Angor to come to him in just a month. Yes, it's me. Angor nodded politely and took out his grey card to show his purpose. Rossum held back the excitement in his heart and took the grey card. Esteemed guest, do you want to purchase a batch of materials? Angor nodded. It's really urgent, so I was wondering if I could ask you to bring it to me. If not, I'll have to return to the fake continent myself. Of course. Rossum answered without hesitation. He was worried that Angor might change his mind again. Angor looked at him in confusion. Rossum cleared his throat and explained, I mean, as long as you're looking for something on the market, even if it's a rare magic material, we can help you find it. Including spirit recovery potions? Angor raised an eyebrow. Rossum shrugged. We tried our best with Lady Seely's goods last time. But if it's you, sir, we'll help you even if we have to beg a master apothecary. Angor looked at Rossum. I already felt that you were being a little too friendly last time. Do you know me? Rossum nodded and admitted it generously. Master Angor, you're quite famous in the southern wizarding region. I have a lot of magazines, and I even wrote a column about you, sir. Angor hadn't returned to the fake continent yet, so he didn't notice it yet. On the other hand, he had obtained some minor details from Nea, Rossum, and the previous Witch of Night. Don't call me master. I don't deserve that title. Angor knew that he was still far from reaching Master Mitra's level. Just call me Angor. Angor nodded. You can just call me Angor. Rossum was glad to hear that. Did this mean he was getting closer to Angor? What materials do you need, Master Angor? I'll report this to the commander immediately and prepare the goods for you as soon as possible. Rossum quickly took advantage of the situation. You can get in touch with Captain Beals? Rossum nodded. Our caravan has its own information transmission channel. Instead of asking about the channel, he asked, so you know what's going on outside even if you're in here? Like fake continent? Rossum nodded. What do you want to know? I can tell you for free if it's something public. About the abyss? Free? Rossum hesitated. That depends on what you want to know. If you want to tell me about the abyss, I can tell you at any time. But if you want to know more about Mr. Monkey's plan, you'll have to pay for it. You know about Mr. Monkey's plan? It seemed that Ash Time did have a wide network of information channels. I'm not interested in that. I just want to know about my professor. What about Phantom Master? We don't know much about the front lines. But I heard that Phantom Master is quite active at the front lines. Angor sighed. It seemed that Midnight was right. Sunders didn't come back to Sunders yet. Rossum seemed to have thought of something. By the way, I received news a few days ago that the Masked One went to the Abyss to look for Phantom Master. Masked One was Sumesh's nickname. Angor was planning to ask Sumesh for help if something went wrong. but it seemed that he didn't have the chance. As for Flora, she also had a nightmare domain, but it was under Little Red's control because it was a special case. She wasn't an illusionist, so she wouldn't be of much help to Angor. Looks like I won't be able to ask for help. I'll have to try it myself. Rossum led him to the small room where he traded with Beals. Now, the room looked more lively. There were tables, chairs, food, and even a bookshelf. According to Rossum, he was staying here for the time being. Judging from Rossum's attitude, Angor could guess why Rossum chose to stay here alone. However, neither of them pointed it out. Here's the list of materials I need. Angor handed Rossum a list of materials he had prepared beforehand. Just in case, Angor added a few extra copies of the list. Realm Glaze was a semi-finished alchemy product, so Angor could make it himself. Most of the materials he bought were ethereal ores. They were much cheaper than Realm Glaze, but the total price was still quite high. Rossum was hoping that Angor would ask for some valuable materials so that he could show Ashentime their connections. Maybe he could get closer to Angor. But after reading the list, he sighed in his heart. Although the overall value was indeed very high, the most expensive one was the Diluent of Fragments of Eternity, but it was not to the point of being rare. Don't worry about it. Most of them are in stock, Rossum said. When can I get them? Angor quickly asked. Rossum noticed Angor's expression. If you need them in a hurry, you can ask Beals to open a plain passageway and send them over as soon as possible. Won't it be too much trouble for Beals to open a plain passageway? Angor knew how expensive it was to open a plain passageway. It also required specific casting materials. Normally, wizards would rather fly slowly than travel through a plain passageway if they weren't in a hurry. Don't worry about it. Last time, Beals said he wanted to make friends with Angor. Since it's a request from a friend, of course he won't mind. Angor understood Rossum's meaning. It was similar to how Jibra tried to befriend Angor by offering him materials, but Rossum was more reserved. Angor considered for a moment and decided that it wasn't a bad idea to befriend a wizard. Thank you, Captain Beals. I'll provide the materials for the planar passageway. It didn't take long for Rossum to contact Beals through a special channel. Beals accepted the request without hesitation. However, it would take some time to gather all the materials. Angor decided to stay in Lloyd's for the next few days. Rossum treated Angor as a guest and tried his best to befriend Angor. Angor didn't refuse. In just a few days, Rossum and Angor grew closer. At least, it seemed that way on the surface. He spent 4 days in Lloyd's, during which he explored the beautiful underwater city in great detail. He enjoyed many different sceneries and tasted some delicacies from the deep sea. His time here was quite relaxing. However, he still couldn't let go of what happened to John, which made him feel guilty. On the evening of the 4th day, Beals came to Lloyd's with the materials. Perhaps he already knew what Rossum was doing, because Beals didn't show too much concern. Instead, he handed the materials to Angor politely. However, before leaving, Beals told Angor to ask for his help if he needed anything. Beals purposely placed a green fruit in front of Angor. It was an apple-sized fruit that emitted an ethereal aroma. It was a crocodile fruit from the Swamp of Ecstasy, which was used to make spirit recovery potions. He couldn't help but think of Eureka. It seemed that Beals had noticed the interaction between him and Bruley when they came last time. Beals had probably guessed that he didn't get along with Bruley's master, which was why he had come to this conclusion. No wonder Eureka called Beals a cunning old fox. Beals hinted that he could help Angor deal with Eureka, but Angor didn't intend to do so. So far, Eureka was treating John nicely. If Beals found out about John's identity, Angor didn't trust the man's integrity at all. After paying the 50,000 magic crystals, Angor left Lloyd's. The Abyss frontline. The abyssal plane had always given people the impression of darkness, desolation, bleakness, and cruelty. But in fact, there were many places in the Abyss Plane that were as beautiful as the Elysium of the Paradise Club. Just like now, this valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a clear stream at the back. The valley was full of plants and flowers. Because there was no lack of water, many animals from the Abyss Plane gradually gathered here. Because of the rich land here, it attracted a group of intelligent creatures to settle down here. They were a kind of tailed creatures that were less than 1 meter tall and covered in pink scales. People in the wizarding world called them pink imps. The pink imps were called demons because they grew up in the abyss. If one were to look closely, they were not of the same race as demons. They were even hunted down by demons from the abyss plane. That was why they escaped from the desolate mountains and came to the shallower world. Pink imps were hunted down by the demons from the abyss plane in the deep world because of the demons' desire to kill. But even if they escaped to the shallower world, they were not safe because there were still outsiders who were watching them. At this moment, 2 people were floating in the sky above the valley. One was a handsome man in a black gentleman's suit with a tie and white gloves. He was holding a delicate short staff. The other one was also a man, but he was younger. He was wearing a white robe with green stripes and red embroidery. He had a friendly face and looked like an elegant academic professor. The young man had a bitter expression. "Sir, it took me a long time to find you." Mr. Cantor made the black charm tea. "I didn't even have a sip before I was dragged out by you." Black charm tea was a kind of tea produced in the abyss plane. It was addictive but did not lose its taste. It was hard for people who loved tea to resist. The man in the gentleman's suit turned around and said, "Do you want to stay in the camp and be tied to Munfrost's ship by Samantha?" "Anne. East Sea is here too." "East Sea?" The young man was shocked. "The grafting demon? Why is she here?" The name East Sea was a nightmare for most people in the Magus world. Because of his jealousy, as long as he saw something wonderful in his heart, he would destroy it. If it was just a natural beauty, it wouldn't matter if it was destroyed. She had destroyed more of her own kind, such as humans. As long as Dongyu felt that a person's facial features were prettier, she would destroy that part. Not only did Higashi destroy other people's organs, but she also fully utilized the characteristics of the Karabits. She chopped off other people's beautiful parts and grafted them with some strange biological organs. She wasn't as strong as Sunders, but she was a level 2 truth-finder wizard just like Sunders. On top of that, she was unscrupulous in her actions. She even dared to attack official magi. Many people only needed to take a short nap to wake up to find that a part of their body had been replaced. There was once an extremely beautiful witch whose nose was chopped off by Dong Ao in her sleep and grafted with a bear-like organ. When the young man heard Dong Ming's name, cold sweat broke out on his back. He was also a truth finder now, but he was still a beginner. He couldn't compare to Dong Yu at all. If Dong Ming took a fancy to his perfect facial features, then given Dong Ming's personality, he might really start a war with him without any scruples. "Don't worry. Dong Yu won't be interested in your face. The only thing worth mentioning about you is your hair. I'm afraid you'll get a snake hair transplant the next day if you stay here." "Am I that weak?" "Professor, it's been several decades since we last met. Why do I feel like you've become more vicious? No wonder Samantha always goes crazy because of you." "Oh, Sumesh. You're interested in moving broken glass?" The moving broken glass was referring to Samantha. "No, I'm not." Sumesh quickly waved his hands. Iron Granny told him that Sunder's temperament had improved a lot in recent years. Why is it still the same? Sumesh thought. The gentleman was indeed Sunders. He pointed at the pink imps in the valley below and spoke in a plain tone, "We'll talk about your business later. Let's deal with this first. Didn't you ask why Dongyu came here?" "She's here for the tails of these creatures." The pink little devil's tail was smooth and pink, just like a piglet's tail. It was slightly curly. However, there was a heart-shaped lump at the tip of their tails, which was the source of their energy. "These creatures are quite strong. Be careful." Sunder's words were clear. "I'll watch from the sidelines." "You'll fight them." Sumesh sighed. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew Sunders wanted to test his illusions, which was why he was asked to fight. However, he had a problem now. Sumesh decided to join the fight. His nightmare domain might be a little weak, but it was still more than enough to deal with a bunch of wizard-level creatures. Of course, that was only his own opinion. Soon, he was proven wrong. While the fight was going on, the last remaining wizard-level creature managed to escape from Sumesh's encirclement. If Sunders didn't catch it in time, Sumesh wouldn't have been able to catch up with the creature. Sumesh sighed and approached Sunders. Sunders frowned. You're much better at illusions than I am. But why don't you use your nightmare domain? Once the domain was activated, the enemy would not be able to escape. Sumesh grimaced as he explained his situation to Mika. Using your nightmare domain to influence the material world? Or to project your illusion into reality? Sunders frowned. Even the nightmare realm can't do that. Do you think your nightmare domain can? Sumesh chuckled. Ugh. I was too obsessed back then. I tried and found it impossible. But now, my nightmare domain has a hole in it, and it's unstable. I don't know what to do, so I came to the Abyss Plane to ask you for help. Sunders didn't hesitate. The only way is to fuse with a new nightmare domain and let it recover on its own. Sumesh's expression darkened even further. Not long ago, after becoming a truth finder, I went to the barren sacrificial plane and fused it into my second nightmare domain. Now, I can feel that my nightmare domain is already full. I can't hold another one anytime soon. Sunders pondered. I'll have to trouble you then. Let me think. Sunders pondered for a moment. I already had an idea about how to fix my nightmare domain. But no one was able to break it, so I put it aside. Now, I can go back and study it again. You can give up on using your nightmare domain for now. Sumesh relaxed a little when he heard that Sunders had a way to solve the problem. Sunders collected all the pink imps into his gravity garden and returned to the base with Sumesh. On their way back, they mostly talked about how to fix Sunders' nightmare domain, but they also talked about other topics. Iron Granny told me that your new student has a nightmare constitution? Sumesh asked curiously. Yes. And he's very powerful. Sunders nodded. He already fused with his nightmare domain when he was still an apprentice. That's something I never expected. More importantly, Sunders was the one who created the nightmare domain himself. According to the mystery of nightmare domain, Sunders recorded many possible interlayer locations, which he personally searched for. Angor, on the other hand, created his own nightmare domain, which was probably one of the abilities of his nightmare form. Nightmare constitution again? And he's an illusionist? What a genius! Sumesh exclaimed. Also, I recently received a video that has been spreading like wildfire in the southern wizardry region. Angor is the main character of it. Video? What did he do this time? Sunders frowned. Didn't Angor already return to his hometown? What's going on? Sumesh took out a crystal ball and handed it to Sunders. The video is in there. Sunders was happy to see the video. Angor's creation of a high-tier alchemy item meant that his school had become stronger again. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Who recorded this? Looks like it's from the sea. Sunders frowned. Someone secretly recorded it? Was someone following Angor? Sunders suddenly recalled the Rat Ant Society's movement. Could it be them? Go and check the Rat Ant Underground for me. Also, see if you can find anything about Angor, Sunders said to Sumesh. Sumesh wanted to tell Sunders that he wasn't here to run errands, but he still nodded when he saw Sunders' serious expression. Now Sumesh finally understood why Iron Granny said Sunders valued Angor so much. Sumesh already had a good impression of Angor. Now that Angor's alchemy ability and his teacher's respect for him were taken into consideration, Sumesh knew how he should treat Angor in the future even though he had yet to meet him in person. Why are you still here? Sunders looked at Sumesh in confusion. Sumesh curled his lips and pointed at the crystal ball in Sunders' hand. Give it to me. Sunders looked at Sumesh as if he was going to take it back and study the recording. Sumesh's lips twitched. He already knew what Sunders wanted. Sunders wanted to show off the crystal ball in front of Cantor. After Sumesh left, Sunders put away the crystal ball and closed his eyes. He was checking the drop of blood he gave to Angor. So far, Sunders hadn't used it yet, which meant Angor was still in good condition. On the other hand, Angor returned to Freighting Town with plenty of materials. Refining the realm glass was a time-consuming process. Moreover, the realm glass itself was very special. A single one of them could set up spatial nodes and record spatial coordinates. When multiple realm glass were connected, it could form a new realm membrane on its own and had the effect of isolating space. In other words, realm glass was only a half-finished product, but it was equivalent to crafting a tiered alchemy item. Normally speaking, the amount of realm glass needed to seal a tunnel varied according to the size of the tunnel. However, at least 50 pieces would be needed. Angor spent several days inside the dream wasteland to estimate the size of the tunnel. According to his calculations, he would need at least 120 pieces of realm glass to seal the entire tunnel. Even Angor couldn't find a shortcut when crafting 120 realm glazes. They weren't enchantments or blends. They were simply a mixture of different materials. Angor worked day and night, and it still took him a month to complete the process. It was already the middle of summer. During this time, Angor went into seclusion like a madman. Every time Freud came looking for him, Toby chased him away. When Angor was about to take a breather, Freud came looking for him again. Just like before, Freud wanted to know more about the dream wasteland. However, this time around, he solemnly expressed that he was willing to swear the Azura oath. Freud knew Angor's personality very well. Even if Freud swore an oath to Angor, he wouldn't lose anything in front of Angor. But to Freud's surprise, Angor refused. "Don't worry about the oath. I'll deal with the danger in the dream wasteland later. If the dangers of the dream wilderness can be eliminated, it won't be too late to talk about Luoan after you've seen the dream wilderness. If I fail, I won't be able to eliminate the dangers of the dream wilderness. I won't ever set foot in the dream wilderness again, and I won't use the dream whelk again. So, let's wait." After the discussion, he felt a little better and left Freighting Town. He was going to cut off the dream wilderness, but in order to prevent a big movement in reality when he cut off the interlayer space, he was going to find a place where there was no one. The land of revelation was huge, and there were many uninhabited areas. He found a wasteland with no sign of human habitation within 1,000 kilometers, found a safe spot, set up an illusion to ward off wild beasts, and asked Toby to stand guard outside. He took out his gondola but did not activate it. Next, he placed the realm glaze and other items he thought might be useful inside gondola. After making sure that everything was correct, he took out the dream whelk and dragged the fully loaded gondola into the dream wasteland. From the outside, it appeared that gondola hadn't changed in the slightest, and the same was true for the realm glass. Even if a legendary magus were to arrive, he would not be able to discover that they had fallen into a dream as a whole. If it wasn't for the dream whelk, the dream wilderness would never have been severed. This was because only the dream whelk could bring things from the material world into the dream realm and use them in the dream realm. If he couldn't bring the realm glaze into the dream wasteland, how could he sever it? He carefully put the whelk into his bracelet and cast a nightmare awaken spell on himself. He frowned as soon as he entered the dream wasteland. He found himself in a place where the nightmare aura didn't reach him. Without the presence of nightmare aura, he couldn't use omniscient eye to observe his surroundings. He retreated and prepared to use dream and kindle again to find a new location. But then, he suddenly thought of a problem. What if gondola wasn't covered by the nightmare aura in the dream wasteland? The dream wasteland was too big. The nightmare aura had already spread over a large area, but there were still some places that weren't covered yet. If gondola wasn't within the nightmare aura's reach, Angor would have to wait for the nightmare aura to reach him. The non-living creatures dragged into the dream wasteland wouldn't wake up on their own. Unless gondola was destroyed in the dream, or Angor accidentally destroyed it in the real world. Before using dream and kindle again, Angor decided to enter gondola first. "I hope you're still within the nightmare aura's reach." Angor prayed in his mind and opened the dream bridge. A moment later, he closed the dream bridge with a happy smile on his face. When he entered gondola's dream, he could sense the nightmare aura's presence. However, it was very faint, which meant gondola was at the edge of the nightmare aura's reach. Well, so be it. As long as the nightmare aura covered gondola, everything would be fine. Angor used dream and kindle on himself again. This time, he entered the nightmare domain and used omniscient eye to locate gondola's location. Half an hour later, he found gondola, which was far, far away from him. It would take him at least a year to reach it on foot. He had no choice but to leave and use dream and kindle again. Angor spent the rest of his time in the dream wasteland and used dream and kindle on himself again and again to find his location. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Whenever he ran out of mana, he would meditate and use dreaming kindle to replenish his mana pool. Trying his luck to get to Gondola was a very boring and tedious task. Angor didn't plan to reach Gondola directly. As long as he could reach the center of Gondola within half a month's time, he would be able to reach it. Well, he didn't mind taking a longer time. However, he was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. His metabolism slowed down a lot after becoming a level 3 apprentice, but it was still going to happen. 3 days later, Angor finally reached a location that was relatively close to Gondola. He estimated that he wouldn't need to eat or drink in his dream. If he kept running, he should be able to reach Gondola within a week. He started running toward Gondola's location. Luckily, he was still in a dream, so he didn't run out of stamina. He thought it would take him 6 days to reach Gondola's location, but it only took him 3 days to see Gondola at the end of the wasteland. Angor had visited Gondola before, but this was the first time he actually touched it in person. He checked every part of Gondola and found that it was exactly the same as it was in the real world. Even the special tide effect stimulated by the tidal shellfish at the bottom of the ship was perfectly displayed. I thought the dream whelk was a useless item. But now, it seems that it's much more powerful than I thought. Angor touched Gondola happily. Now that Gondola was working perfectly, it meant that Freud's idea of infinite alchemy would work as well. In other words, he could use the dream whelk to save magic crystals for anything that required a large amount of precious materials. If the dream whelk was successful, many dangerous experiments in the real world could be inspected in advance through the dream whelk. Angor was getting more and more excited. However, he didn't forget that he had to fully control the dream wasteland before he could do anything. Angor calmed himself down and sat inside the gondola. He carefully arranged the materials inside the gondola. The most important material, the realm glaze, was placed in a small compartment at the back of the boat. He himself put on a robe that had a certain degree of defensive capabilities. At the same time, he held the weapons that the dream whelk had projected into his body, as well as all kinds of magic scrolls. Since Gondola had more than enough magic crystals, he only needed to control the direction. This place was quite far from the semi-passage. It would take him years to get there on foot, but with Gondola, it was much easier. After flying for about a day, Gondola entered the semi-passage where the nightmare aura was thick. Soon, Angor saw the semi-passage barrier, which looked like a sieve. The barrier wasn't broken yet, which meant no nightmare monsters came here. Before this, Angor used his god's view to observe this place. Now that he was here, he could feel the nightmare aura even more clearly. It was almost as thick as the real nightmare realm. He couldn't help but wonder which part of the nightmare realm this tunnel would lead to. Was it the core area or the outer area? Of course, he was only thinking about it. He had no intention of digging his own grave. After setting up Gondola, Angor took out the bag of realm glaze, took a deep breath, and walked toward the semi-passage. Angor tried to recall the information he read in the Mystery of Nightmare domain about how to sever an interlayer. There were many steps, but after discarding some minor details, there were actually only 3 steps. The first step was to calculate the nodes. It would take some time to calculate, but Sunders could finish it in half an hour with his computing ability. Angor, on the other hand, would need half a month to do it. Half a month ago, Angor used his god's view to calculate the nodes of the semi-passage. The most difficult step could be skipped. The second step was to set up the realm glaze. The last step was to use Dark Requiem to infect the realm glaze with nightmare aura. Then, he would make sure the materials on the glaze reacted and create a space where the nightmare aura couldn't be detected. So far, Angor skipped the first step and went straight to the second step. However, when he was about to set up the realm glaze in front of the semi-passage, something unexpected happened. The thick nightmare aura suddenly came to life and poured into Angor's right hand. Angor was surprised. He didn't let his right hand absorb the nightmare aura at all. His right hand was doing this on its own. Angor had no idea where the nightmare aura went. Even in the real world, he didn't know much about his right hand, let alone the fact that he was immortal. As the nightmare aura poured into his hand, Angor felt his mind getting a little blurry. His vision became blurry and clear at times. It was as if he fell from a dream into an ordinary one. His mind was getting blurry. A large amount of nightmare energy gushed into Angor's hand. More and more green runes appeared on Angor's right hand as if they were replicating themselves. The green runes became more and more lively, sometimes big, sometimes small, sometimes sparse, sometimes dense, and sometimes scattered. They looked like musical symbols that were composing an unknown score in the air. In the end, the green runes flew away from Angor's right hand like fireflies and formed a clear ring before attaching themselves to the barrier of the semi-passage. Just like the legendary boundary traversing ring, a huge hole appeared in the boundary membrane out of nowhere. Angor could no longer tell the difference between reality and illusion. His mind was getting muddled. He tried his best to keep his mind clear, but he couldn't keep himself in the dream. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a tall figure appear in the boundary crossing ring made of green stripes in front of the boundary membrane of the semi-tunnel. The figure's long blonde hair fluttered in the wind, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes filled with indifference. Angor pointed at the figure despite his confused mind. Various images flashed in his mind. He was standing in a dark, chaotic space. The chaotic space looked like the universe itself, where stars from billions of light-years away flickered dimly. Angor stood at the very center of the dark universe. In front of him was a mirror that could reflect the stars. The mirror was rectangular and seemed to have no borders. It stood there silently like a door. He stood in front of the mirror and unconsciously reached out a hand to touch the surface. There was another person in the mirror. Angor couldn't see the person's face clearly. He couldn't even tell the person's gender. He could only see a head of long blonde hair and a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. The person in the mirror also reached out a hand. Their right hands made contact with the surface of the mirror, and ripples spread out like waves on the surface of the mirror. Angor reached his right hand into the mirror. The man in the mirror and Angor's hands met. Starlight flickered, and the image stopped. Angor quickly looked up. I remember now. You're Xianxia? Back in Witch's Town, Angor's right hand met with another person's, and something happened. Later, Sunders told him that there was a man with long blonde hair whose hand merged with his. Just like the person in the image in the mirror, they held hands and became one. The golden-haired man stepped out of the tunnel and stood in front of Angor. Angor was supposed to be scared. But just like what happened in Maya's place, he didn't feel fear at all. Instead, he felt calm. Answer me. Are you Xianxia? Angor asked again, or are you me? My projection in the nightmare realm? Another me in this world. The nightmare aura around him was so dense that Angor couldn't see the person's figure clearly. His mind was getting more and more blurry as if his dream was collapsing. It was as if he had entered an ordinary dream that didn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Before he completely fell into the dream, he saw the person in front of him moving his mouth. But he couldn't sense what the person said. His clear mind was like a cup of white tea being stirred by a spoon. But now, it became muddy water that couldn't be reasoned with. In his daze, he felt like he just had another dream. The dream within a dream brought him back to the chaotic universe that was filled with ancient starlight. In front of him was the same rippling water mirror. On the other side of the mirror was the blonde figure whose gender he couldn't tell. His right hand was still in the water mirror that was filled with ripples. If the person on the other side was Xianxia, or Angor's projection in the nightmare realm, then back in Witch's Town, his right hand had already fused with the person in the mirror, which was why something happened to his right hand. But why was his right hand still inside the mirror? Angor tried to pull his right hand out of the mirror, but he couldn't. Instead, the mirror began to ripple. He couldn't pull his hand away. Instead, he tried to reach inside. There was still a lot of space. But soon, he realized that he couldn't move his hand away from the mirror. Moreover, as he put his right hand in, his face was getting closer and closer to the mirror. He was only separated from the blonde figure in the mirror by the thin surface of the mirror. Angor suddenly felt a sense of danger. I can't go in anymore. Angor's mind cleared up a little when he sensed the danger. He tried to adjust his perspective, trying to make his blurry vision clear so that he could see the face of the person in the mirror. But as he regained his consciousness, the ancient space around him began to collapse. It was as if everything around him had turned into dust and was being blown into an unknown hourglass by an ancient wind. When all the dust was gone, Angor's mind slowly cleared up. He opened his eyes and looked at the misty sky above him. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Was he experiencing another dream within a dream? Or was he back in the dream wasteland? Or was he back in the real world? It took him a while to figure out that he was still in the dream wasteland. The thick nightmare aura was still flowing around him. It was spreading to every corner of the dream wasteland through some kind of meridian. Angor sat up and looked around. There was no blonde figure in sight. The tunnel was fine, and there was no wind or waves. It was as if nothing happened. But when he looked at his right hand, he noticed something different. Did his right hand grow longer? Angor reached out both hands and compared them with his left. His left hand was about a palm's length shorter than his right hand. His left hand was already smaller than his right hand. Why did his left hand grow shorter as well? Angor suddenly remembered something. When he was dreaming, he once reached his right hand into the mirror. Did he fuse more parts of his body with the nightmare entity? With his heart trembling, he took off his coat. Before, the green lines only covered his right hand. But now, they extended all the way to his forearm and elbow. As Angor expected, his right forearm changed again. It was exactly the same as when he reached into the mirror in Angor's dream. My right forearm. Angor muttered. It's just a dream. I'm still in the dream wasteland, so I won't affect reality, right? Angor tried to comfort himself, but he still remembered that the last time he fused his right hand was in the nightmare realm, which wasn't real either. But it still affected reality in the end. For a second, Angor felt the urge to leave the dream wasteland and return to reality. But when he stood up, the bag beside him began to rustle. He picked up the bag and saw several pieces of glass-like realm glaze inside. He picked up the bag and looked at the half-passage not far away. After hesitating for a while, he decided not to return to reality. Instead, he used God's view and scanned the area covered by the nightmare aura. He didn't find anything unusual. The golden-haired man was nowhere to be seen. Whatever happened while he was in the dream, at least that person wasn't here anymore. He had to figure out a way to deal with the dream wasteland. He couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He decided to stick to his original plan and see if he could cut off the dream wasteland. But before that, there was something else he needed to check. Now that his right forearm seemed to have fused, could he still use his right hand to absorb nightmare aura and create an isolated space? Angor gave it a try and found that he could control his right hand again. He could now absorb a large amount of nightmare aura with his right hand, and the effect seemed to have improved. His control over the nightmare aura was also better than before. Just like Dark Requiem, he could now condense the nightmare aura into a single point to restrain, block, and disperse it. Everything was back to normal, and it was even better than he expected. However, he didn't feel too happy about it. The sudden loss of control over his body made him feel powerless. Would he still be himself if he fused more parts of his body with someone else's? Sunders told Angor to treat it as a projection bloodline, which was the most suitable bloodline for him. Still, Angor couldn't help but feel insecure when he couldn't do anything about it. But this wasn't the time for him to feel sorry for himself. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and get his mind back on the right track for now. Everything else aside, he had to focus on cutting off the dream wasteland. He walked to the tunnel again and used his nightmare aura to peek into the tunnel. It was still dark. No one was there. Maybe he's already gone, Angor comforted himself. This was good news for Angor. But for some reason, he felt a little disappointed. He cleared his mind and took out a realm glaze from his pouch. Then he placed the glazes on the nodes one by one according to his calculations. Some of the nodes were located in the air, so he used gondola to place them there. Soon, 120 pieces of realm glaze were placed at the various spatial nodes. The crystals were placed at the loose nodes of the tunnel. If a nightmare monster came through the tunnel at this moment, everything would be in vain. Luckily, for some reason, the tunnel did not attract the attention of the nightmare monsters. He looked up and saw the transparent glass shimmering in the light of starlight. Next, he reached out his right hand toward the tunnel. As the green runes on his right hand danced, a large amount of nightmare aura gathered around his right hand like a tornado. Instead of absorbing the nightmare aura, Angor followed the steps described in the Mystery of Nightmare domain. He compressed the nightmare aura into tiny dots and touched the realm glazes one by one to activate them. As the domain glass flickered, it was like a starry sky, like a firefly, drawing a strange radiance at the location of the semi-passage. Now's the time. Seeing that all the realm glazes were activated, Angor dashed to the front of the tunnel, reached out his right hand, and quickly absorbed the nightmare aura. As he did so, a vacuum zone of nightmare aura appeared in front of him. All the nightmare aura was sucked into the green runes. This will decide whether I can replace Dark Requiem or not. Angor looked at the realm glazes with glowing eyes and prayed in his mind. He had to succeed. In the vacuum zone of nightmare aura, one of the realm glazes suddenly released a dazzling light. As the light grew brighter, a glowing transparent thread suddenly appeared from the center of the domain glass. It gradually spread outwards, and an invisible gravitational force pulled the thread towards another nearby domain glass. It wasn't moving slowly, but because of how anxious he was, each second felt like an hour to him. During this period, nothing unexpected happened. The glowing line was successfully connected to the second piece of realm glass. At the same time, the second realm glaze also released a bright light. 2 more strings of light reached toward the third and fourth realm glazes. Angor, who had been worried for a long time, finally felt relieved. It worked. As long as the first string could connect to the other realm glaze, it meant his idea was correct. He could use the green runes on his right hand to absorb nightmare aura and replace Dark Requiem. Of course, this replacement was only limited to cutting through interlayer spaces. Dark Requiem's real effect wasn't limited to cutting through interlayer spaces. As more and more realm glazes began to glow, countless strings of light began to spread in all directions. In the end, the strings of light connected every realm glaze like a spider web. The dense strings of light completely blocked off half of the tunnel. Angor was now working on the final step, severing and rebirth, severing the tunnel to the nightmare realm and creating a new nightmare realm barrier. Angor didn't have much to do with this step, but he still had to be careful. Once the tunnel to the nightmare realm was cut off, the dream wasteland would immediately turn into a nightmare domain. At this time, he needed to fuse with the new main body of the nightmare domain. The so-called main body of a nightmare domain was, in a way, similar to the world's consciousness. However, a nightmare domain was a special domain that existed between reality and illusion. Compared to the size of the world's consciousness, the new main body of the nightmare domain was like a speck of dust at best. The process of fusing with the main body of the nightmare domain was called taking over the nightmare domain. Once a nightmare domain was severed, a third medium had to replace the nightmare realm to connect it. Otherwise, the nightmare domain would slowly lean toward another world. Take the dream wasteland as an example. If Angor didn't take over the responsibility right away, it would slowly become part of the dream realm and eventually become a part of it. It took Angor half an hour to sever the nightmare domain, which was much longer than the last time. If anyone or any monster attacked the nightmare domain during this time, all of Angor's efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, everything seemed to be going smoothly. When the process was over, Angor could clearly feel the dream wasteland changing greatly. Everything seemed to be turning illusory. This kind of illusory transformation had an obvious feeling of the dream realm. It was as if the surroundings were covered with a layer of gauze, which gave off a sense of illusion. If this continued, the dream wasteland would become a part of the dream realm. Of course, Angor wouldn't allow the dream wasteland to become part of the dream realm, which Angor had spent so much effort to destroy. However, he didn't do anything yet. He was still waiting for the main body of the nightmare domain to show up. The severed half of the tunnel turned into a dark, bottomless black hole. Angor guessed that the space between the dream realm and the nightmare realm was right outside the black hole. Looking into the black hole, he couldn't see anything. It was all pitch black. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he also heard some muffled noises coming from outside the black hole. This sound was like the howling of the wind in the wind tunnel, but also like the low and hoarse voice of some kind of beast when it was threatening. Angor didn't try to get out of the black hole. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the black hole and waited for the main body of the nightmare domain to show up. It didn't take long for all the crystals embedded in the black hole to explode and turn into light particles. These light particles contained a lot of precious materials, such as plane corrosion fragments, planar breeding fragments, gray space microbes, diluted fragments of fragment of eternity. These specks of light automatically attached themselves to the black hole, slowly filling it up and forming a new boundary membrane. At the same time, Angor's eyes darkened. According to the mystery of Nightmare Domain, the main body of the Nightmare Domain was about to show up when the light particles began to repair the severed half of the tunnel. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Angor counted in his mind. When he reached the 30th second, a light orb suddenly appeared from the black hole. Angor's eyes lit up. This was the main body of the Nightmare Domain. The light orb floated in the air. For a short time it would stay solid and wander around the dream wasteland. Once the dream wasteland completely merged with the dream realm, the light orb would disintegrate and disappear completely. When the light orb slowly approached him, he leaped forward and touched it. Without hesitation, Angor shoved the orb into his body. It seemed reckless, but Angor kept thinking about all the possible situations he might encounter while taking on the Nightmare Domain. According to the book, one would fall into all kinds of illusions when taking on the Nightmare Domain. Once trapped in them, one would never be able to wake up. However, nothing happened when Angor tried to enter the Nightmare Domain last time. He simply took a nap. According to Sunders, it was probably because of his nightmare form. Angor wasn't sure if he would be able to take on the Nightmare Domain as easily as last time. Even if there was a risk, he was prepared to lose everything. Therefore, when he touched the light orb, he pushed it into his body without hesitation. As soon as the light orb entered his body, Angor shivered. Before he could savor the sensation, he felt a tingling sensation on his shoulder. Before he could fall into a daze again, he only heard one sentence in his mind. Same as last time. Last time, he felt a slight itch on his back. Then, he successfully took the Nightmare Domain into his body. Did this mean he would be able to take the dream wasteland into his body again? The answer was probably no. This time, he could not move, but his mind was getting clearer. He could feel the light orb changing inside his body. Rather than saying it was inside his body, it was more like a mysterious space, such as his soul space, spirit sea, or mind space. In this mysterious space, there was not only the light ball that represented the dream wasteland, but also another existence, the Nightmare Domain of luxury. The Nightmare Domain was small in size, while the dream wasteland was huge. According to the mystery of Nightmare Domain, the Nightmare Domain had to be merged with the dream wasteland. When the two merged, the level of the Nightmare Domain and the energy it contained would increase accordingly. However, this didn't happen. The two Nightmare Domains didn't merge at all, and the light orb was still trying to move out of the wasteland. Angor was confused at first, but when he carefully observed the two Nightmare Domains, he realized that something was wrong. The Nightmare Domain was an interlayer space between the Nightmare Realm and the Wizarding World. The Dream Wasteland was an interlayer space between the Nightmare Realm and the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was an illusory world, while the Wizarding World and most other planes belonged to the real world. Because of this, Nightmare Domain and Dream Wasteland could not be fused together in terms of attributes. Therefore, he was certain that he would fail to enter the Dream Wasteland this time. As expected, Angor woke up soon. When he woke up, the light orb was already floating out of his chest. Angor felt a pang of anxiety. He failed at the last step. Seeing that the light orb was about to go somewhere unknown, he quickly grabbed it. This time, he didn't realize that he was touching it with his right hand. When his right hand touched the orb, he was surprised by what happened next. All the green patterns floating above his right hand suddenly came to life. They looked like sprouts that were spreading their branches and leaves. They also looked like musical notes that were playing an unknown song at a strange frequency. At first, only the green patterns were moving. Then, countless nightmare aura came out of the patterns and merged with the ball of light. Angor was still wondering when he noticed that the ball of light stopped moving as if it was being tamed by the nightmare aura. The dream wasteland also stopped turning into nothingness and became solid again at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if everything had returned to its original state. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, the green patterns began to replicate themselves one by one. The new green patterns left his right hand and turned into green thorns that wrapped around the ball of light. Soon, the green patterns completely covered the ball of light. Everything happened in front of Angor's eyes. He was still in a daze when this happened. After the green patterns wrapped around the ball of light, they stopped moving and returned to their original state. The ball of light was also restrained by the green patterns without any intention of escaping. Angor tried to control the green patterns, and to his surprise, he actually succeeded. The green runes wrapped around the orb and dragged it to his hand. His expression was a little strange. When he touched the green pattern and the ball of light, a mysterious feeling rose in his heart. He began to understand why the ball of light stopped moving, and why everything returned to normal. The main body of a nightmare domain was actually the combination of the nightmare realm, the dream wasteland, and the dream realm. Therefore, the main body of a nightmare domain contained the shadow of the nightmare realm, and it was the most important of the three. By cutting off half of the tunnel, Angor basically cut off the connection between the dream wasteland and the nightmare realm. Taking over the nightmare domain meant that Angor had to replace the nightmare realm with his own body to prevent the dream wasteland from turning into the dream realm. However, since Angor failed, the ball of light would naturally fly away. Normally, the ball of light would merge with the dream realm and turn the dream wasteland from a nightmare domain into a normal dream zone. However, something unexpected happened. The green tattoo on his right hand could generate nightmare energy on its own. It was as if the wound on his soul had somehow connected to the nightmare realm. For this reason, the green runes could be seen as a stable tunnel to the nightmare realm. Under such circumstances, the light ball sensed the green runes and absorbed a large amount of nightmare energy. It also sensed the tunnel and thought that it was connected to the nightmare realm again. It stopped drifting, and even the dream wilderness was affected and stopped turning into nothingness. His original plan was to handle the nightmare domain by himself, but now Green Streak took his place. Although he could control the green patterns, he knew nothing about them. He tried to absorb the orb into his body, but it was too late now. However, he still didn't fuse with the nightmare domain, nor did he change the nightmare domain. Under his control, Green Rune pulled the orb out and placed it on his right palm. Now, he roughly understood that the crux of everything lay with Lu Wen. However, Angor had no idea what those floating green patterns were. Sunders was very interested in the green patterns and even created a research project. However, he didn't find anything useful before he left for the Abyss Plane. Angor, on the other hand, was reluctant to look at the green patterns. Whenever he looked at them, he would feel something strange. It was as if he could see a pair of crimson eyes through them. Angor assumed that the owner of those eyes was the blonde woman, or perhaps Shava. Perhaps because of this strange phenomenon, Angor rarely studied the green patterns in the past. In fact, he avoided them like the plague. But now, in order to control the main body of the nightmare domain, he had to study them. The thought of looking into those crimson eyes made him uneasy and instinctively repelled them. Angor forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath. He recalled something about Sunders. The change in your right hand isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I think it's a good thing. Sunders reached out his right hand, which turned into a sharp crescent blade that gave off a cold glint. My right hand was transplanted with the scythe arm of a phantom mantis. It's just a disguise. Apart from my right hand, I've transplanted every other part of my body. Sunders paused for a moment before continuing. Transplanting them will not only improve my strength, but also bring some negative side effects. But why should I transplant them? For research, Sunders answered in a plain tone. For example, this scythe arm of mine has a lot of room for research. If I can research it thoroughly and then cut it off, it won't be difficult for me to grow another human arm. So, even if there are changes in your right hand, you can study it and analyze it. When you understand the changes, you can cut it off and grow a new hand. It's fine. Wizards can do things that are beyond your imagination, Leyland said. The memory stopped here. His uneasy mind slowly calmed down. As a wizard, studying the unknown, analyzing it, conquering it, and making use of it was his instinct. But he ran away out of fear. Running away from fear might give him a temporary comfort zone. But as time went by, there would always be a hurdle in his heart that he could not overcome. Only by facing his fear and defeating it could he clear his mind. Angor calmed down and began to carefully study the green patterns. When he faced Greenwen with a calm mind, most of his distracting thoughts slowly disappeared. Even though he saw a pair of red eyes, he was not afraid. Instead, he felt curious about what it was. However, the scarlet eyes quickly disappeared, leaving behind a pure green pattern. Now, he focused all his attention on studying the green patterns. Since he could control the green runes, he had a better understanding of them than Sunders, and he was also more meticulous in his research. Angor carefully analyzed the meaning of the green patterns from both macro and micro perspectives. Time passed. Angor did not know how much time had passed. He planned to study the patterns until his body was awakened. For example, when his body in the real world needed to be emptied of impurities. As a large amount of information poured into his mind, Angor finally found the first key data hidden behind the green patterns. In other words, as soon as Angor stepped through the door, Green Rune willingly showed its information to Angor. It was a strange model in front of Angor. It looked like a spell model, but it was not complete. It was like taking out a small corner from a complete building block. Although it was incomplete, it was strangely stable. Angor also found out what it meant: contain. Angor tried to control the green patterns to activate the so-called contain. As he activated contain, he noticed that the nightmare aura around him was quickly sucked into the green runes. Angor was surprised. So this was how the green patterns absorbed the nightmare aura, but where did the contain nightmare aura go? Angor tried using contain as his main focus and kept studying. Many days passed without knowing whether it was day or night. Following the capacity, Angor found the second key data. It was also a model, and this model was connected to the previous model. The two models could be pieced together, but even if they were pieced together, it would still be incomplete. The meaning of this model was called channel. The absorbed nightmare aura first reached the container and then the tunnel. All the nightmare aura went into passage. Angor kept studying and found the third data. It was also a model, which was also connected to the contain and passage models. It meant door. However, this door was hidden. Angor could sense it, but he could not activate it. He couldn't activate the door, but he didn't need to. He already knew that the door was probably where the nightmare aura went after absorbing it. Maybe it was the nightmare realm. As for why he could not activate the door, Angor had two guesses. First, he was not strong enough. Or, the green patterns were not made up of enough components. The second possibility was that the green pattern he was studying was given to him by the golden-haired figure. Perhaps, the golden-haired figure had only given him the authority in front of the door. Angor could tell that the model was extremely large. Even the contain, passage, and door only represented a small part of the model. There was still a lot of blank space. Angor was not sure if this model was a spell model or not. But he felt that this model was similar to rune study. For example, rune study also had a concept corresponding to each corner. When all the concepts were put together, they would form a whole rune. However, the study of mageweds was much simpler than the models that existed in the green patterns. At the very least, the study of mageweds was traceable. Angor stepped back and looked at the green patterns again. He studied a green pattern which contained the contain, passage, door, and maybe more. But he could not do anything else after the door. He decided to study another green pattern. This time, he chose a green pattern on his right palm. After studying the new pattern for a long time, he finally found the first data. Another model appeared. This model was still incomplete, and it represented the word release. Angor kept studying and found that the second and third data did not take much time. They were still passage and door. The door could not be opened. Angor did not know if there were any new data. Angor thought for a moment and understood what it meant. He once said that his right hand had three functions. One of them was to absorb a large amount of nightmare energy, or nightmare aura. That meant contain, passage, and door. The other function of his right hand was to release nightmare energy on its own. That meant release, passage, and door. Obviously, studying the green patterns was the same as studying their source. With that in mind, Angor placed the light orb on his palm. The green patterns on his right hand meant that it had different functions. Then, would he be able to understand how to control the ball of light after analyzing the green patterns on it? Very likely, without hesitation, Angor began to study the green patterns on the orb. Thanks to his previous experience, Angor was able to analyze the patterns much faster. It didn't take long for Angor to decipher the first data, which was also the first incomplete model, called bind. Bind literally meant that it could bind energy. Earlier, he tried to restrain the nightmare energy into a single point to activate the realm glaze. But did bind only apply to nightmare energy? Angor decided to see if he could restrain other types of energy after leaving the dream realm. If possible, he could use this chance to come up with something new. Angor moved on. However, when he analyzed the second piece of data, he was confused. The first one was called bind, which he could understand. Since the orb was tightly bound by the green patterns, it was reasonable to call it bind. However, the second one surprised him. It was called dispel. Dissolve meant something similar to erode. After thinking for a while, he decided to try dissolve. But when he did, he realized that he was asking for trouble. As soon as the dissolve was activated, the green patterns that bound the orb began to shrink. At the same time, some light powder began to fall from the orb. Before Angor could understand what was going on, the light powder was blown away by a gust of wind. Angor finally received the corresponding information. The green patterns removed some of the authority of the nightmare domain and returned it to the dream wasteland. Generally speaking, the so-called authority was something like controlling the cycle of crops, the rotation of seasons, weather, and the birth and death of all living things. In a nutshell, Angor could perfectly control his nightmare domain, which meant that he now had the authority of the nightmare domain. Just now, Angor removed some of the authority of the nightmare domain and returned it to the dream wasteland. What was the authority that was dispelled just now? Angor didn't know, but he quickly stopped the dissolve process as soon as he sensed that the orb was turning into powder. Angor felt a little sorry for the lost authority. Fortunately, it was returned to the dream wasteland, which meant that it would still appear in the dream wasteland in the future. If it was snatched away by the dream realm, then he would be truly heartbroken. He decided not to activate the deconstruct model for the time being. He decided to keep studying the deconstruct method. When he saw that the second model was about the ability to dispel the orbs, he already had an idea about the third model. Perhaps the answer he wanted was in the third piece of data. Soon, the third piece of data was analyzed. It was still a broken model, but this model could be combined with the previous models of bind and dissolve. Just as Angor expected, the data meant something else. Fuse. After dispelling the authority and fusing it with one's own body, one would be able to control the corresponding authority. If he could completely dissolve the orb and merge it with his body, he would become a nightmare domain. At that time, he would still be in control of the dream wasteland. The most important thing was that he could activate this fusion model. He held back his joy and decided to keep reading. There were already 3 types of data in this series: bind, dissolve, and fuse. So what would the next one be? When he moved on to the 4th piece of data, he was surprised to find that the 4th piece of data was about the tunnel again. Since he already studied passages before, it didn't take him long to figure it out. If the 4th one was a passage, would the 5th one be a door as well? As expected, he saw a familiar model again when he moved on to the 5th model, a door. Just like before, the door couldn't be activated. Angor considered carefully. There were 5 types of data in this series: bind, dissolve, fuse, passage, and door. Angor recalled that the orb was bound by the green patterns because it received a large amount of nightmare aura and thought it was connected to the nightmare realm again. It was very similar to the current situation. The first 3 data points were the control of the light sphere's authority. The last 2 were related to doors. So the orb thought it was connected to the nightmare realm again. Angor had a general idea of what was going on. Furthermore, he discovered that through the channel and the door, he could fuse all the data he had previously discovered, including the models of contain, release, and bind. In the end, he found a slightly larger model. However, this model was still incomplete, and there might be a lot of missing parts. Angor assumed that the complete model was the true form of the green patterns. Perhaps the green patterns were actually a way to train in the nightmare realm. Or perhaps, they were some kind of law. Angor had a feeling that he would only be able to figure out the true model when he fused with the blonde figure from head to toe. However, he didn't plan to fuse with someone else at all, even if it was just his projection in the nightmare realm. After resting for a while, Angor decided to try to dissolve the orb's power and fuse it. This was a very important attempt. It would determine whether he could control the dream wasteland or not. He took a deep breath and activated the dissolve model again. This time Angor learned his lesson. When the orb began to shrink and release light dust, he immediately stopped dissolve and began fuse. As the fuse was activated, the dust turned into a torrent of information about the power and flooded Angor's mind. As soon as he sensed the information, he realized that he had overestimated his power. The dream wasteland was so huge that it was countless times bigger than Sleepless City, which was an artificial interlayer created by the Evernight Kingdom. Even Sunders had never seen such a huge interlayer before. Thanks to the torrent of information, he was able to sense the boundary of the dream wasteland. It was probably bigger than the total area of the old Earth and the Land of Revelation combined. For this reason, Angor couldn't even begin to imagine how complete the wasteland's power was. Compared to Angor's nightmare domain, it was way more advanced. Angor only managed to fuse a few light dust particles, and he already felt like his brain was going to explode. However, he hadn't even touched the edge of the first authority. The pain was so intense that Angor wanted to give up. But if he gave up now, the light dust would return to the dream wasteland, and he would lose another power for free. He already gave the dream wasteland an unknown power. If he lost another one, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. He had no choice but to hold on. Despite the excruciating pain, Angor gritted his teeth and endured it. Finally, he succeeded in fusing the first power. Before he could even investigate what the first authority was, he felt a wave of dizziness and fell to the ground. Before his consciousness faded away, Angor felt lucky. Luckily, he didn't succeed in fusing the dream wasteland with his nightmare domain. If he did, the nightmare domain's main body would be like an ant trying to swallow a whale. There was no way he could survive. He might even explode and die. Even Sunders wouldn't be able to fuse the dream wasteland with him. Back in the real world, Angor's ears, nose, and mouth began to bleed. His aura weakened a lot, and even his body became a little shriveled. It was obvious how much energy he had to spend to fuse the authority. Toby had been playing around outside the illusion for the past month. He had tried almost every trick he could think of. In the end, he decided to organize everything in Snowy Feather. Dried fish, a doll's jacket, a small bed, a small quilt, and the skull he took out from the dark cave. The skull was still shining with a golden light when Angor first saw it, but it didn't shine for a long time. Maybe it was broken. Toby didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, it smelled the faint smell of blood coming from the illusion. It was a familiar smell. It was Angor's blood. Startled, Toby quickly put everything into his storage space and dashed into the illusion. Angor was currently inside a dream. Or rather, when he learned the first power of the dream wasteland, his perspective changed. It was as if he had become the dream wasteland himself, and he was observing the darkness around him from the perspective of the dream wasteland. It was then that Angor saw something even more shocking. When he looked around from the perspective of the dream wasteland, he realized that the dream wasteland was nothing but a box. In the darkness, there was a gigantic creature that seemed to have no end in sight. It was quietly observing the dream wasteland with its golden eyes. The creature's eyeballs were probably bigger than the dream wasteland itself. This was the largest creature Angor had ever seen, and it was from the perspective of the dream wasteland. The creature kept staring at the dream wasteland as if it was looking for something. While Angor was half awake, he saw a blonde figure standing in front of the creature and blocking its way. The difference in their sizes was huge. The blonde figure was smaller than a speck of dust compared to the creature. However, just by standing there, he was able to prevent the gigantic creature from peeking in. Angor finally understood why no one dared to enter the interlayer space, which was a place all nightmare monsters yearned for. Maybe it was because of the existence of the unspeakably huge creature. Or maybe it was because the blonde figure was blocking the creature's way. Angor couldn't see what the blonde figure was doing. It seemed to be negotiating something. In the end, the enormous creature slowly retreated into the darkness and closed its indifferent golden eyes. The golden-haired figure turned around and watched the dream wasteland vanish into the void, remaining silent. When Angor regained his consciousness, he found himself still lying in the dream wasteland. When he opened his eyes, his mind went blank for a second. But soon, several images began to appear in his mind. The scenery of a box, Angor muttered. The dream wasteland was nothing more than a box. It seemed that the giant had left. But who knew if it would come back? Or if the god outside the box would be replaced by someone else? Angor looked up at the misty sky. Perhaps, beyond the sky, there was someone looking at him. There was mockery in his eyes as he looked down on them from above. If Angor didn't want to end up in a box, the only way was to break free like the blonde figure in his dream. And he had to become stronger first. Angor shook his head with a bitter smile. It was still too early for him to consider such a problem. He hadn't even started to realize his self-worth yet. Angor put the dream away and began to think about the problem at hand. He spent a lot of effort to fuse with a new authority, and he needed to find out what it could do for him. Angor carefully checked the information in his mind. The first authority he fused with was called Dream Gate. The so-called Dream Gate was a sub-authority of the pseudo-law of space. The law of space was naturally an extremely clear term. It was the manipulation of space. However, the pseudo-space in front of it meant that the space law in the dream wasteland was fake. This was because the dream wilderness relied on the dream realm. The dream realm was an illusory realm. Mortals could become gods of creation in the dream realm if they had a clear dream. Therefore, the power of law that appeared in the dream wilderness was just like the dream realm. This was why there was a pseudo-space in front of it. The pseudo-space law couldn't manipulate space in the real world, but it could still be used in the dream wasteland. Angor studied the dream gate carefully. Basically, the owner of this power could decide where to place an object in the dream wasteland. For example, if Angor allowed Freud to enter the dream wasteland, Freud would be randomly placed in a random area of the wasteland. Now that he had the dream gate, he could teleport Freud to a specific location. For example, he once dragged a small building in Tyson Alley into his dream. If he wanted to, he could teleport Freud there. This power isn't related to the main power of the nightmare domain, but it's still an important one. He wondered if the dream gate could allow him to control the location of items he needed to enter the dream wasteland. For example, the non-living beings that the dream whelk had forcefully pulled into the dream wilderness. If it was possible, the importance of this authority would immediately rise to an extremely high level, and infinite alchemy would thus become a foreseeable future. With that in mind, he decided to leave the dream wasteland and give it a try. But before he left, there was something else he needed to do. It was the main body of the nightmare domain, which had lost two of its powers. One of them was returned to the dream wasteland, while the other was absorbed by Angor. Even so, the size of the light sphere didn't decrease at all, which showed how much power it contained. After fusing with the first authority, he learned that the orb couldn't leave the dream wasteland for now. It was the light sphere that maintained the balance of the dream wasteland. Once it was taken away, the dream wasteland would immediately turn illusory and slowly drift toward the dream realm. Angor decided to find a suitable place to store the light sphere. He considered for a moment. Since the light sphere was bound by the green patterns, he could control it to a certain extent. Leaving it in the air would be safer than leaving it on the ground. After all, he was going to send more creatures into the dream wasteland, and it would be easy for them to discover it on the ground. Angor flew into the air and placed the light sphere in the middle of the mist. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. When he had time in the future, he would craft a more secure item and bring it to the dream wasteland to store the light sphere. After making sure that nothing went wrong, Angor returned to the real world. Angor planned to conduct his experiment as soon as he returned to the real world. But he misjudged his current condition. When he absorbed the first power, his brain was attacked by a stream of information, and his body automatically used up energy to replenish it. He didn't have time to replenish his energy, which caused him to fall into a weakened state. Of course, he could recover from this state by consuming food and nourishing food. However, there was one more thing he forgot. His right hand had fused with the blonde figure again. Before he could do anything else, he felt an unbearable pain spreading from his right hand to the rest of his body. If there were any wizards around, they would be able to see the changes happening inside Angor's right hand. His bones were growing, and his nerves and tendons were being torn apart and reassembled. Soon, his right arm was forcibly lengthened, which was in stark contrast to his left hand. Apart from that, a strange bloodline was being produced from his right hand. Just like what happened to his right hand last time, this bloodline was being absorbed into his entire body. According to Sunders, this was the projected bloodline. His right hand being torn apart and reassembled, the pain from the bloodline fusion, and his already weakened body. These three factors caused Angor to fall into an endless torment. He didn't even have the strength to scream. All his pores were bleeding profusely. Toby was scared out of his wits. Earlier, Angor's body was bleeding, but it stopped after a while. Angor's breathing also returned to normal, which was why Toby didn't do anything. But now, Angor's eyes were open, and his whole body was in a horrible condition. Toby looked at the blood flowing out of his body, the bulging veins on his forehead, and his bloodshot eyes. This time, Toby was truly terrified. He wanted to take Angor to someone for help, but he didn't know who to ask for help. Besides, he didn't dare to move Angor's body for fear that something bad might happen. Toby considered for a moment and took out some potions from Snowy Feather. Some of the potions were prepared by Angor, while the others were given to him by Greya. Toby didn't know which one to use. In the end, he chose a potion that didn't require him to swallow, and had a mild effect that could restore his vitality. It was a lucky choice. Angor's body was extremely thirsty due to the loss of energy and blood. Toby's potion was just in time to fill up the emptiness in his body. More importantly, Toby's potion was mild, which was the best choice for Angor, who was on the verge of collapse. If the potion was too strong, it could cause Angor's blood to go out of balance. After using the potion, Angor still felt great pain all over his body, but his strength recovered a little. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and pointed at the potions placed by Toby with a trembling finger. They were all mild potions that could restore his vitality and energy. Toby quickly took out the potions and poured them into Angor's mouth. A moment later, Angor finally regained some strength. He lay on the ground and panted heavily. Toby leaned against his wet hair and curled up in fear. The pain was slowly fading away, but the side effect of consuming too much blood and then forcefully replenishing his vitality was still present. He felt a little dizzy and only managed to say one thing to Toby. "I'll rest for a while." "Don't worry." Then he fell into a deep slumber. It was a week later when Angor woke up. He was still weak, but at least he was in good spirits. His limbs were sore. He tried to sit up but found that he didn't have the strength to do so. Apart from that, he also smelled a terrible stench. It was mixed with the smell of blood and fermented sewage. He tilted his head to take a look, only to find that his entire body was covered in black filth. It was all the filthy blood that he had shed earlier. It was already midsummer, and the temperature was very high. The filthy blood was stifling in the high temperature, and in the end, it fermented into an extremely unpleasant smell. At the same time, it also attracted some worms. Toby was standing on Angor's chest. When the worms tried to crawl on him, Toby released a grey aura and turned them into dust. The more worms there were, the stronger the stench became. He sighed and took out a black top hat from his space bracelet with a weak hand. It was the Count of Grotesque hat Devildare gave him. It was enchanted with a level 3 cantrip called Purification Field. When Purification Field was activated, all the filth around him was gone, and the smell in the air returned to normal. Toby was delighted to see Angor's reaction. She quickly hopped onto Angor's cheek and rubbed her head against Angor's cheek. She was obviously trying to get close to Angor. Angor's pale face showed a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Thank you for your potion. I would have died if it wasn't for you." Now that he knew what happened, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. If Toby wasn't there, he would have lost his mind. He was too obsessed with the nightmare domain in the dream wasteland that he completely forgot about the new fusion on his right hand. It was precisely because he hadn't considered everything thoroughly that led to problems in the end. In the future, he couldn't just focus on the present. He had to see if it would bring him trouble in the future. It's already the end of month of soothing breath? Angor didn't expect to spend nearly a month and a half in the dream wasteland. If he counted the time he spent learning the dream enablement art, purchasing materials, and refining materials, he had been in the land of revelation for more than 3 months. Now, he was worried about Leon and John. "I'll go back after I figure out the effect of the dream gate," Angor muttered to himself. Now that the danger in the dream wasteland was mostly gone, all he needed to do was to test whether the dream wasteland could contain his consciousness. Then, he would have to see how John would react to the dream wasteland. 3 days later. Angor's body still hadn't fully recovered, so he looked a little weak and pale. But he was already fully recovered. In fact, he was even stronger than before. After fusing with his right forearm, his projected bloodline grew a little bit stronger. Even though the effect wasn't fully displayed yet, Angor's physical strength had already reached its peak. The projected bloodline didn't give him any special skills yet, but it did improve his overall attributes. His physical strength, jumping ability, flexibility, and internal circulation had all reached their peak. And as his body recovered, the amount of energy he could gain every day was also increasing. Angor was happy about the improvement, but at the same time, he felt a sense of urgency. After all, the projected bloodline was different from other bloodlines. It contained some unknown mysteries. If there were any hidden dangers, he had to figure it out before it went out of control. That was why he was so anxious. In the past, Angor might have been worried. But just like how he feared the green runes, if he wanted to overcome these unnecessary emotions, he had to analyze them, understand them, and use them to his advantage. Now, he didn't mind the change in his right arm as much as before. Of course, he didn't reject it, but he still had his guard up. While getting used to his new body, Angor took some time to perform a preliminary test on the Dream Gate. He took out the Dream Welk and sent a boulder the size of a small hill into the Dream Wasteland. When the boulder was about to enter the dream, Angor clearly sensed a warning from the Dream Gate. It was a mysterious and profound message, as if it was some kind of spiritual enlightenment. If it could be translated into words, it would read, "Warning. An external object has entered the Dream Wasteland." A miniature map of the Dream Wasteland appeared in Angor's mind, and he could place the boulder anywhere he wanted. He could zoom in on a certain area of the map and turn it into a sandbox to adjust the size of the object. The map seemed to have other functions as well, but Angor didn't have time to study them. The Dream Gate had already begun its countdown. 4 seconds until the object enters the Dream Wasteland. 3 seconds until the object enters the Dream Wasteland. Angor sensed that if he couldn't decide where to place the boulder, he would be randomly placed in the Dream Wasteland. He thought for a moment and chose a spot. A moment later, he used Dream Enkindle to enter the Dream Wasteland and positioned himself near the giant rock. His eyes lit up when he saw a huge rock appear out of thin air in the middle of the boundless wilderness. It seemed that other than being able to locate living things, the Gate of Dreams could also locate non-living things. Then I can move an entire city into the dream wilderness. And I can do my own planning too. Once he gained full control of the Dream Wasteland, he would be able to imitate the buildings on Earth and build a safe house for John. John would also be able to bring living people into the Dream Wasteland, so he wouldn't feel lonely. Angor grew more excited at the thought. Also, the Dream Wasteland had a lot of potential. Just like Freud said, the Dream Welk had a lot of potential. Angor decided to keep experimenting. Next, he moved some of the materials in his bracelet into the Dream Wasteland. It turned out that he was able to locate the target successfully every time. After repeated tests, Angor found something useful. Every time a non-living object entered the Dream Wasteland, Angor would receive a notification from the Dream Gate. It wasn't a bad thing, but it was getting annoying. To solve this problem, Angor continued to study the Dream Gate to see how far it could go. Through his research, he found that he could draw a circle on the mini-map. As long as he didn't change it, all objects that entered the Dream Wasteland would be within the circle. Moreover, he could also set up the landing point of these foreign objects in advance after entering the Dream Wasteland. This way, he wouldn't have to keep receiving notifications. Through his experiments, Angor was able to determine the scope of the Dream Gate's power. Anything that entered the Dream Wasteland, regardless of whether it was a living being or not, would be placed in the Dream Gate's control. Angor could even adjust the posture of the objects entering the Dream Wasteland. However, he soon realized that the Dream Gate wasn't as good as it seemed. The Dream Gate couldn't stop objects from entering. For example, the countdown, objects will enter the Dream Wasteland in X seconds. Once the countdown ended, the objects would enter the Dream Gate. Usually, the countdown would last for less than 5 seconds. Angor felt a little stressed that he couldn't stop objects from entering or leaving the Dream Wasteland. Currently, the only way to enter the Dream Wasteland was to use Nightmare Enablement, and he was probably the only one who knew how to use the spell. But who knew if something unexpected would happen? Besides, dream manipulators were rare, but there were still dream manipulators. If a truth-finder dream manipulator found the dream wasteland and wanted to enter, Angor couldn't stop them. Therefore, Angor had to find a way to integrate more powers. He believed that the authority to defend against external mechanisms definitely existed. After making sure that the dream gate was working well, Angor used dream enablement on Toby and let the bird wander around the dream wasteland. Toby wasn't interested in the empty dream wasteland. After flying around for a while and seeing that the scenery around them didn't change at all, Toby left the dream together with Angor. After testing the basic functions of the dream gate, Angor was ready to leave as well. He couldn't wait to bring John to the dream wasteland. Of course, before John could settle down in the dream wasteland, he had a lot of work to do. For example, he had to obtain more authority in the dream wasteland to ensure John's safety. He also had to test whether a person's consciousness would remain in the dream wasteland after death, and so on. This series of work would take a long time. Before returning to the old Earth, he had to visit Freuding Town first. He already promised that he would let Freud into the dream wasteland once he dealt with the danger. Moreover, he had promised Freud that he would give him a permanent place in the dream wasteland if his plan succeeded. Now that the dream wasteland was more or less capable of doing that, he would keep his promise. After all, Freud helped him a lot in his research. If it wasn't for Freud's suggestion, Angor wouldn't have thought about it. Besides, Freud's idea also saved John's life. In any case, Angor was grateful for Freud's help. He planned to return to Freuding Town directly. However, halfway through his journey, he saw a city at the border of the wasteland. Then he came to a stop. He checked the map before leaving Freuding Town, and he remembered that this place was called Golden Tree City. It was a small city located at the border of the Central Empire on the Land of Revelation. The city was named Golden Tree City because 30,000 luminous trees were planted in the city, which would shine brightly under the sun. Angor stopped because he saw two beautiful buildings in the city. They were definitely the work of a master architect. One of them was a dazzling cathedral. Magnificent decorations, delicate reliefs, and a dome covered with colorful windows. The contrast of colors, as well as the interspersed curved and oval-shaped spaces, gave the place a mysterious feeling. Angor could tell that the craftsman was behind all of this. The other building seemed to be a bar. It was a treehouse built from a withered luminous tree with various primitive totems added to it. There wasn't much work on it, but it was definitely the work of a master architect. As a noble, Angor had his own appreciation of art and beauty. Both of these buildings were good enough for him. In the past, Angor would stop to admire them whenever he saw them. But now, he could use the dream whelk to bring them into the dream wasteland. It didn't take long for the two buildings to appear in the dream wasteland. He didn't even skip the decorations and furniture inside the buildings. My sense of beauty is taught by John. If I think it's good, John will think it's good too. Even if John couldn't move around in the real world, he would still be able to enjoy them. At the very least, Angor hoped that John would be able to see them when he was in the dream wasteland. Every time he saw something interesting, he would drag them into the dream wasteland. Soon, there were more than 20 buildings scattered around the dream wasteland. Angor planned to check out the wasteland first, but he had to control Gondola first. Since he had to spend a lot of time on the road, he decided to wait until later. The journey, which should have taken about 10 minutes, ended up taking 2 hours. Finally, he arrived at Freuding Town before dusk. We can go in now? Freud couldn't help but raise his voice in excitement. He had been waiting for a month and a half, and Angor came back with a piece of good news. How could he not be excited? Of course. Angor nodded. Do you want to check it out now? Freud quickly nodded. 10 minutes later, Freud exited the dream wasteland with a strange look on his face. Mr. Pant, why do I feel like I've seen these buildings before? Since Angor had set up a spot for Freud to enter the dream wasteland, Freud immediately saw the magnificent buildings around him. I think I saw the shining church in Golden Tree City, the dolphin statues in Tuscia, and the sky garden in the center of Freuding Town. Did you pull them all in with the dream whelk? Freud paused for a second. Angor nodded proudly. That's right. Mr. Pant, you can control where the dream whelk pulls non-living objects inside? Oh, wait. You can even control where I land? Freud asked in surprise. Oh, no. Yes. Your idea of infinite alchemy has a little hope now. But once you enter the dream wasteland, you'll become mortals. Even if you can put materials inside, you won't be able to do alchemy for now. Angor couldn't do infinite alchemy for now, but he was confident that once he gained more powers, he would be able to do so. Freud couldn't contain his excitement after hearing Angor's answer. Although the dream wilderness wasn't perfect for the time being, many of the things he envisioned could be realized based on the current situation. Mr. Pant, did you test whether there's a distance limit in the real world before we enter the dream wasteland? For example, if I'm in Freighting Town, and you're in another continent, can I enter the dream wasteland? If we both enter the dream wasteland, can we communicate with each other over long distances? Angor had considered this question as well. If there was no distance limit in the dream wasteland, they could easily communicate with each other over long distances, just like the signal towers invented by Floating Mech City. Moreover, the degree of confidentiality would be very high, and secret information could be transmitted. I haven't had the time to test it yet, but for this test, both parties must be able to log into the dream wasteland. So far, Angor was the only one who knew how to use nightmare enablement. It would be difficult for others to learn it in a short period of time. Therefore, he needed to do some research to see if there were any other ways for outsiders to enter the dream wasteland. Maybe I can try using alchemy, he thought. But he still needed to do some research to see if it was possible. If the dream wasteland can really ignore the distance restriction, then this alone is enough to shake the entire wizarding world. Freud sighed. Angor smiled but did not say anything. Personally, he agreed. This was because the true location of the dream wilderness should still be attached to the dream realm, and the dream realm was an illusory world. As long as a creature could dream, they could reach there. From a certain perspective, the dream wilderness should have the same characteristics as the dream realm. Freud thought for a moment and said, "Sir, as I said before, I'm willing to take the oath if I succeed. Now is the time." Freud was a smart man. He knew how much potential the dream wasteland had, and no other wizard would dare to let someone who knew the secret of the dream wasteland wander around in the outside world. Therefore, before Angor could say anything, Freud took the initiative. Besides, he was the one who made the promise. Angor nodded in agreement. He refused Freud's oath because he didn't know what to expect back then. Now that the dream wasteland was no longer a threat, he didn't want to reject Freud's oath. But before that, there's something I have to say, Freud suddenly said. Huh? Angor looked at him in confusion. I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it. Freud frowned. Sir, I don't doubt your sense of beauty. But I think you still need to learn more about the layout of a city, the distribution of buildings, and the combination of styles. Freud's words were very subtle. Angor raised an eyebrow as he thought of something. He used the dream and kindle technique on himself and entered the dream wasteland to take a look. When he saw the buildings he just entered, his expression froze. Individually, these buildings were all beautiful, but when combined together, it was a little. Just think about it. In the middle of the magnificent style, there was a small forest style, and at the entrance of the small forest style, there were dark and decadent statues. Not to mention the style, just the color was very strange. Angor suddenly thought of Nano and Aaron. Angor couldn't believe he had fallen to the same level of beauty as Nano. Blue veins popped up on Angor's forehead. He almost wanted to cover his face and cry. His expression didn't change at all after he left the dream wasteland. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Freud looked at Angor anxiously. Aren't you going to take the oath? Angor asked. Freud suddenly realized that he shouldn't have said those words out loud. He should have just kept them to himself instead of asking for a scolding. With a guilty conscience, Freud swore the oath. Under the witness of the world's consciousness, Freud's every word represented the binding power of the oath. When Freud finished the oath, his soul became a little dim. As for Angor, he could sense Freud's presence in his mind. As long as he wanted to, he would be able to peek into Freud's mind. Once Freud swore the oath, he would become Angor's slave. In other words, Freud would become Angor's servant, just like how Butler Good was to Sunders. Freud's loyalty was fixed to Angor, and he would die if he tried to betray Sunders. "Milord." Freud changed the way he addressed Angor and bowed respectfully after making the oath. Angor waved a hand. "Don't call me master." He didn't ask Freud to take the oath to enslave him. However, there were some things about the nightmare dream that Freud would have to swear an oath before he could tell him. "What do you want me to do next, sir?" Freud considered. Angor considered for a moment before he spoke with a serious expression. "The first mission I'm giving you is to enter the dream wilderness and tear down those buildings." This was a dark history that could not be seen by anyone else. Especially John. In the end, Freud decided not to go into the dream wasteland. "Sir, instead of tearing down those buildings, why don't we change their style a little? For example, by repainting, modifying and dismantling the details, as well as changing the decorations, you can make the interior look brand new." Personally, he didn't think it was a good idea to demolish the city and build a new one in the dream wasteland. Still, Angor didn't want to discourage Freud's enthusiasm. While Freud was busy working on the decorations, Angor began to think of other ways to bring people into the dream wasteland. Otherwise, Angor would have to cast Dream and Kindle every time Freud wanted to enter the dream wasteland. Meanwhile, Freud was busy modifying the buildings in the dream wasteland. He wasn't alone though. Both Sunny and Alda were working as child laborers. When Freud mentioned that he wanted Sunny and Alda to enter the dream wasteland, he also suggested that Angor make them sign the oath. Angor refused. The dream wasteland had great potential, but it wasn't so bad that everyone had to sign an oath to enter it. A confidentiality agreement was enough. Once he gained full control of the dream wasteland, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone taking it from him. Besides, he had someone backing him up. Of course, Sunders knew about the dream wasteland's discovery. Angor planned to include it in the Mystery of Nightmare domain so that Sunders would know about the potential of the dream wasteland. Sunders wouldn't necessarily protect the dream wasteland, but at least he would be able to scare off some random thieves. Of course, the best way was to rely on himself. Once he was strong enough, no one would dare to try anything funny. Over the next few days, Angor spent his time reading books in an attempt to find a way to solve the problem. Of course, the simplest method was to cast a permanent Nightmare and Kindle spell, just like the purification field in the hat Devil Dare gave him. But Angor didn't know how to cast a permanent spell. As far as he knew, it was a very rare spell used by alchemists. So he had to find another way. Finally, after flipping through the first few chapters of the Enchantment Encyclopedia, he found a magic array that was similar to the constant spell in the advanced chapter. It was called Energy Storage Space. An alchemy item engraved with energy storage space could store a spell. However, this technique had to be mastered by the person who created it. Furthermore, this technique was not permanent and would be consumed over time. As for how long the spell could last, it depended on 3 conditions. First, the level of the material. Second, the level of the spell. Third, the frequency of the spell. The higher the level of the material, the longer the spell would last. However, this was only relative. What was more important was the level of the spell techniques that were stored up. For example, the higher the level of the spell, the shorter the spell would be. The spell would only last for a few days. Even if the caster didn't use the spell would run out on its own. Also, if the spell was used too frequently, the spell would be quickly consumed. Of course, this only applied to one cantrip. If the spell was a one-time item, it was basically a one-use item. Generally speaking, it was a very expensive magic array. It had too many restrictions compared to a permanent spell. Compared to other alchemists, it wasn't very useful. But since there was no other way, Angor had to make do with it. Although the energy storage space was a magic array, there were not many magewefts in it. There were only 3 magewefts in total, which were the constant mageweft, the solidifying mageweft, and the spirit storage mageweft. Angor had already learned about the constant rune before. Generally speaking, the energy storage space wasn't a difficult magic array. Angor spent 2 days selecting the materials he needed to create the energy storage space. In the end, he chose an above-average combination of materials and spent another day crafting a crude logger. At first, Angor was planning to make the logger into a helmet and call it a virtual helmet. However, he didn't want to waste too much material and carry it around with him. So, he decided to modify it into a pair of glasses. To be more precise, he created a pair of glasses that looked fine, but were actually meant for the general public, a monocle. Angor didn't even bother to think about the name. He simply named it Dream Wasteland Lager. Angor used Narda's vision to inspect the item. The peak of the low level was only one step away from the mid-level. As he expected, the Nightmare Dream Enabler was successfully solidified. Each activation of the spell would consume a certain amount of energy, which could be replenished. Angor used the logger once to log into the Dream Wasteland. At the same time, Angor reduced the number of times he used to log into the Dream Wasteland, which allowed him to see a completely new set of buildings. A few days ago, Freud went out to purchase a large amount of materials and dyes, and Angor used the Dream Whelk to drag them into the Dream Wasteland. In less than a week, the appearance of the building had undergone great changes. Although the style of the buildings was still different, Freud had added the same color to them and mixed some of the complicated decorations together. The final result was quite stunning. Instead of looking too flashy, the buildings had a unique charm to them. It was a style unique to the Central Empire. Angor couldn't help but admire Freud's artistic style. As expected of an old nobleman from the Central Empire, Freud's artistic style was elegant and natural. Even if Angor didn't plan it properly, he could still turn any random building into something magical. While admiring the new buildings, Angor heard a childish song coming from a mushroom-shaped house in the distance. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Sunny singing. However, compared to her singing voice in real life, her voice here was obviously less seductive, and instead, it was filled with innocence and childishness. After Sunny finished singing, Alda followed suit and sang a nursery rhyme that the children of the Central Empire were familiar with, the Ballad of the Rocking Horse. Alda's voice wasn't as beautiful as Sunny's, but there was still some purity in his voice. When they finished, a round of applause came from the mushroom house. Freud praised, "Sunny's voice is not as scary as it is in real life. Not bad, not bad. As for Ada, with your broken duck voice, don't choose such a high-pitched song in the future." Sunny's laughter and Alda's dissatisfaction came from inside the house. Angor, who was standing by the door, also chuckled. Besides, the atmosphere in the room was so warm that he began to miss his family. Dong, 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 the sound of knocking on the door startled the people inside. Apart from the three of them, Angor was the only one who could appear in the Dream Wasteland. Without hesitation, Freud opened the door and saw Angor's face. "Mr. Angor," Freud greeted him politely. Angor looked around the room and saw a fire burning in the closet. Sunny and Alda were sitting on a soft sofa and looking at him curiously. Sunny looked exactly the same as she did in real life, but she didn't look as hostile as she did in the Dream Wasteland. Alda was the same. He didn't look like an undead spirit in real life. Even if someone else came here, they wouldn't be able to tell who they were. Angor nodded to Sunny and patted Alda's head. He had to admit that Alda's hair was soft and nice to touch. As for Sunny, she was a girl, so Angor had to be careful not to touch her. After playing with Alda for a while, Angor looked at Freud and praised him for his efficiency. "As for the problem of logging in, I think I have a solution." Angor briefly told Freud about the login device. The device can only be used a limited number of times, but at least it works. Let's use it for now and find other ways to improve it. Angor considered for a moment. "I'll leave after I give you the device. I've been away for a while, and I don't know how John is doing. I need to go back and check on him." Freud wanted to say that he could go with Angor, but Angor refused. "Just stay here. You need to take care of Sunny and Alda. Also, I can use this chance to see if you can log into the Dream Wasteland when I'm gone. If I return to the old Earth, we can still meet in the Dream Wasteland. That's basically a super long-distance communication." Freud nodded. If he could meet John in the Dream Wasteland, he didn't mind not following Angor. "After I give you the device, you can decide whether you want to let other people in. If you do, you'll need to sign a confidentiality contract." Angor considered. This was an internal test, after all. "Sir, I want to use the device to see if I can store my consciousness in the Dream Wasteland." "Can I?" Freud asked. Angor was going to do the experiment since it would determine whether John could become a permanent resident of the dream wasteland in the future. Sure. But you'll have to consider the number of times you can log in. Angor talked with Freud about how to use the login device and where they would meet in the future. Then, he bid farewell to Freud and left. After giving the device to Freud, he bid farewell and left the building. Before Freighting Town disappeared on his gondola, Freud saw Angor approaching. He saw Nea leading a few talents in the direction of the orphanage. Freud has some work to do, Angor shook his head. There was another reason why he didn't take Freud with him. Freud had signed contracts with several wizard organizations, and the orphanage had become a checkpoint for them to identify talents. After returning to the old Earth from the Land of Revelation, Angor and Toby took turns using the sequence of gravity. 2 days later, they saw the coastline of the old Earth. After 3 months, Angor noticed that the war in Gold's Pink Empire was slowly coming to an end. On his way back to Gru Town, Angor saw fewer refugees than before. When he arrived at the outskirts of Gru Town, he saw fewer people in the camps. After all, they couldn't enter the town because of the illusion. The first thing Angor noticed when he arrived at Pad Manor was the change in the air. The air was fresher than before, and there was also a lot of life energy in the air that was beneficial to the body. It was already the middle of summer, so the air outside was humid and hot. But inside Pad Manor, Angor didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and comfortable. Angor was still on gondola. He considered for a moment and decided to fly toward the main castle. There was a small patch of cloud soil here, where the goddess of spring, Demeter, which he bought from Ashen Time, was being planted. It had been several months since Angor last saw the Demeter. She had already grown into a beautiful tree. She was the one who improved the temperature of Pad Manor and the rich life energy in the air. When he arrived at the cloud soil, he saw Eureka. Eureka was sitting next to the Demeter, reading a book leisurely. The Demeter's aura was a great source of nourishment for mortals, and it also helped Eureka's spirit recovery. It didn't help her recover her spirit, but it did make her feel better. Compared to staying in the stilted house, Eureka preferred to stay with the Demeter for the past few months. "You're back?" Eureka raised an eyebrow and looked at Angor, who was sitting on the gondola, in awe. Even though she had seen gondola many times, she still couldn't help but marvel at the sight of this flying boat that seemed to be shrouded in stars and moons. Angor nodded and put gondola back into his bracelet. "Huh? Your hand." Eureka looked at Angor's right hand, which was covered by a thin layer of illusion. "I had an accident. I didn't want Leon to worry, so I used an illusion to cover it up." Eureka thought Angor's hand was injured, so she nodded. "Did you find anything during the 3 months you were gone? Did you find a way to save John?" He shook his head. "I don't know how to save him." He wasn't lying. He didn't know how to save John. But he did have other ways. Eureka nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Angor checked the Demeter's condition and wanted to ask Eureka why she was here. But in the end, he decided against it and left for the ice room. Eureka looked at Angor's back with a curious look. "Master, I think he's lying." It was Bruley, who was sitting on top of the Demeter's tree. "I don't think so. But he did hide something from us." Eureka put down her book and stretched. "But it's fine. If he really did find a way to save John, it won't hurt us, right? He's been gone for so long. Won't he tell anyone where you are?" Bruley wondered. "No, he won't. He won't tell anyone about this place, especially not when John and Lion are still here." Toby couldn't wait to play with his friends, while Angor went to the ice room alone. John didn't seem to have changed too much. Overall, he was still in a stable state. John's lips curled up slightly, which meant he was in a good mood. Angor stared at John's face for a long time before he sighed. He was going to enter John's dream and tell him about the dream wasteland. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he confirmed that Chown could really become a permanent resident of the dream wilderness. If he told John now that the final result of the experiment was bad, he would bring hope to John and take away their hope. Perhaps John would not mind, but he would feel guilty. Therefore, he stayed in the ice room and checked on John. He even resisted the urge to enter John's dream. Before leaving, he already told John that he was going to find a way to save him. If he didn't tell John about it now, John might get suspicious. He might as well do nothing and wait for the next time he confirmed the news before entering the dream again. Before leaving, he took another spoonful of Akiso's blood and fed it to the Dreamweaver ant. After making sure the ant didn't need to worry about food for a while, Angor left. When he came out of the ice room, he saw Olga standing by the door in her loose-made dress. She was looking at him with a sad face. "Mister." Olga pouted and her eyes turned red. "Why are you here?" Angor wasn't surprised. He already sensed Olga running toward him before he entered the ice room. "Do you know where my brother is?" "Mr. Viscount went out to train." Olga hesitated. "Mister, can you take me with you when you leave next time? I'm your maid after all. I can take care of your daily needs." Olga didn't notice Angor's movement because she was looking down and bumped into his back. She covered her nose that was red from the collision and was about to cry. Angor sighed and looked at Olga with a serious look. His eyes, as clear as the sky, stunned Olga for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she lowered her head shyly. "Hey, Ori, did you see Miss Eureka being taken care of by her servants?" Ori seemed to know what Angor was trying to say. She quickly tried to explain, "Sir, most of the time, magi are lonely. Only by enduring loneliness can one remain undisturbed in the endless years." "Of course, wizards need servants and assistants as well," Angor interrupted, "but wizards also need servants and assistants. However, apart from being lonely, wizards were also very selfish. Sorcerers need servants who are absolutely obedient. It's best if they don't have any consciousness and only know how to follow orders. They also have the ability to deal with things that sorcerers don't want to do, including killing people. And things like daily life are the things that wizards don't care about the least. Most of the time, a little magic trick can solve it." He gently stroked Ori's hair, and a gentle energy filled her body. Ori felt much better in an instant. Hearing Angor's words, Ori's expression changed from one of sadness to one of frustration. Her eyes turned red. "Of course, there are good things about you too. For example, in the entire manor, your fried rice is the closest to Professor John's." Ori was still sobbing. "Then I'll go make egg fried rice for you, sir." Angor didn't refuse. He let Ori leave as if she was trying to escape from something. He could see Ori's kindness. At the same time, he also sensed that Ori now had some special feelings for him. However, Angor didn't plan to spend time with other people right now, so he wouldn't respond to Ori's feelings. Since he couldn't do that, he could only refuse. Many wizards were happy to see mortals fall in love with them. They would even say a few flirtatious words to get them into a one-night stand. But in the end, there would always be a difference between mortals and mortals. When wizards pursued their own truth, mortals would be the ones who hurt them the most. Back in Floating Mech City, Angor once heard a rumor. It was said that one of the two city lords of Floating Mech City, Beast Emperor Lawson, had a mortal wife in Rome Kingdom who gave birth to a daughter for him, who later became Melantha. However, after taking Melantha away, Lawson never saw his mortal wife again, even though they lived in the same kingdom. Of course, this was only a rumor. It might not be true, but it was enough to tell Angor something. Angor's rejection didn't mean to hurt Ori's feelings. It was better to kill her when she was still young. Besides, Angor also hoped that Ori could find her own happiness. He didn't want her to end up lonely for 100 years like Lawson's wife. Angor shook his head and walked toward the main castle. "You're really something, aren't you? Not only did you refuse a little girl's kindness, but you also used me as an example?" A feminine voice suddenly reached Angor's ears. "I apologize if I offended you, Lady Eureka," Angor replied in a soft voice. At the same time, he glanced at the floating cloud in the sky above the main castle. "There's no need to apologize. But aren't you afraid that you'll hurt her feelings?" Eureka asked. Angor lowered an eyebrow. "You think I should say something like that, Lady Eureka?" Eureka chuckled and didn't say anything else. "That's exactly what I heard about Phantom Master. So they're from the same school after all." Bruley chimed in. "But if it's Mr. Sunders, I don't think anyone would even dare to express their feelings." Eureka nodded. I saw Mr. Phantom from afar. You're right. He's so cold and unapproachable. Unlike Angor. Of course, Angor couldn't hear their conversation on the cloud. Angor waited for Eureka's reply, so he returned to his room. He wasn't surprised to see Eureka talking to him all of a sudden. Eureka must have seen everything when he went to see John. Angor didn't like it, but he couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, he didn't expose any of his secrets. Even if Eureka's psyche was in perfect condition, she wouldn't be able to reach into the dream wasteland, let alone with her damaged psyche. The first thing he did after returning to his room was to check the soft larva's nest. Surprisingly, the illusion he set up around the nest wasn't destroyed. It seemed that Eureka didn't try to check it. Instead of worrying about Eureka's thoughts, he used his spirit feelers to check the inside of the nest. What he saw made him a little bewildered. Apart from the dead eggs and that special egg, all the other eggs had hatched. They were all ordinary soft worms. If it were someone with a phobia of worms, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Angor didn't pay much attention to the worms for now. Instead, he focused on the egg he kept away from the others. When he left the nest, he left a small bowl of Akiso's blood near the egg, but it was all gone. Now, this special egg was even bigger than before. It was at least 3 times bigger than an ordinary egg. Furthermore, the egg's color was slowly turning pale gold. From afar, it looked like a golden bean. Is this really the egg of a soft larva? Angor muttered to himself. That was way too big for a soft larva's egg. He couldn't find any information about insects in his tablet. Since he didn't know what was going on, he had no choice but to give up. After drinking another bowl of Akiso's blood, Angor rearranged the illusion and returned to his desk. He planned to check out the dream wasteland first. The land of revelation was quite far from here, and he wasn't sure if he could contact Freud. If he could get in touch with Freud, he might be able to ask him about the egg. Angor entered the dream wasteland and arrived at the same place as before. As soon as he entered the dream wasteland, he saw Freud walking out of the church he used in Golden Tree City with a golden white uniform in his hand, which was obviously a clergyman's uniform. Freud looked at Angor in surprise. You're here, sir? I'm already back at the old Earth. So the dream wasteland doesn't restrict the distance you can travel. Freud was surprised by Angor's speed, but he was more than happy to know that the dream wasteland didn't restrict the distance. When I was in the dream wasteland, I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the buildings here were still intact and didn't disappear because of the distance. I guessed that the dream wasteland's distance restriction was very small. It's true. Freud was a little excited. I wonder what's the furthest we can go with this restriction? Fake continent? Or, can you cross planes too? I think fake continent is fine, but not across planes, Angor replied. Even if they couldn't travel to other planes, fake continent alone was enough to make the dream wasteland extremely valuable. Freud slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, if that's the case, I need to write up a research project and figure out how to use it. We'll talk about that when we have time. Apart from confirming the distance, I also have some questions for you. Angor suddenly frowned and looked back at a certain direction. He heard a strange noise coming from afar. It sounded like metal scraping against metal. It came from a small building with a unique design. Using God's view, Angor looked inside. A gray-haired old woman with well-groomed hair was holding a small iron stick and rubbing it against a round plate. The old granny looked very benevolent and kind. She was concentrating on the work in her hands. You brought her in from outside? Angor pointed at the small building. Since he set this place as a landing point, he wouldn't be alerted to the presence of outsiders. Yes, sir. Her name's Della. She used to be an official of the Silver Heron royal family. Later, she left the capital and lived in seclusion in Freighting Town as a tailor. Why did you bring her in? To do an experiment to preserve my consciousness, Freud explained. You can use death row prisoners for that. Angor frowned. The old woman was clearly a good citizen. Freud replied respectfully, I was planning to use prisoners on death row at first, but after some consideration, I realized that most of them have bad personalities. Now that they've entered the dream wasteland, they're all mortals, and it's easy for them to turn against us. Besides, most of them are ignorant people who don't have much value. In addition, Sir's mentor has a problem with his body. So, I thought of looking for people who are terminally ill to do experiments on. Della is one of them. Saying that they couldn't deal with the criminal was basically an excuse. Freud might be immortal here, but his experience and insight were more than enough to deal with a mortal's tricks. Angor guessed that Freud's last words were his true thoughts. Still, Freud was right. Sonny and Alda were still kids, and they might not be able to handle the criminals easily. It was better to let people with good intentions into the dream wasteland than to deal with troublemakers. Is Della's body dead? Angor asked. Freud nodded. Yes. When I went to find her, she was already dying. I asked her if she wanted to live, but in a different way, and she would leave the land of revelation forever. She finally agreed, so I brought her here. Angor nodded in agreement. I don't think there are any supernaturals left in Freighting Town, but you still need to be careful. Don't get targeted. Both Jibra and Mai, two of Song of the Deep's most talented students, were in Freighting Town. Freud nodded. I understand. I'll be more careful. What's she doing? Angor looked at Della again and noticed that she had been sharpening the iron rod in a very focused manner. Freud didn't have the same ability as Angor, but he could easily guess what Della was doing. She's sharpening a needle. Sharpening a needle? Angor raised an eyebrow. Freud blushed. Sonny sang really well the day before yesterday, so I promised to give her a beautiful dress in the dream wasteland. But I couldn't find a dress that fits her body shape even after searching through the buildings for a long time. Freud showed the robe in his hand. So I asked Della, and she said she could make a dress. So I went around looking for some clothes and asked her to make them smaller. But there aren't any sewing tools here, so Della decided to sharpen the needle herself. She started yesterday morning, and it's been more than 10 hours now. Freud sighed. Fortunately, he only felt tired mentally in the dream wasteland. Physically, he didn't feel tired at all. I see. They all wore the same clothes in the dream wasteland as they did in the real world. As a soul, Sonny's clothes were already fixed and couldn't be changed. It was normal for a little girl to want a new dress. How about this? I'll send a batch of silk and sewing tools to the mushroom hut later. Pay attention and look for it. Freud nodded gratefully. Della, as the first experimental subject, seems to be a success so far. But a single sample is not enough to support the results. You can find more samples and do a long-term investigation. On my side, I will also send some people over in a few days. Pay attention to them. Freud nodded. Rest assured, my lord. By the way, I have something to ask you. He wanted to confirm the distance limit of the dream wasteland and ask Freud about the soft larva eggs. Angor explained the situation of the soft worms to them. Freud thought for a while and said, the soft larva's egg is mutated? Not only did it grow bigger, but its color also changed. That's strange. Do you have any clues? Angor asked. No. I don't know much about soft larvae. But I heard that soft larvae are classified into different classes. Maybe this egg belongs to a higher class, Freud guessed. Angor also heard that soft larvae were not only classified into different classes, but they were also controlled by superhuman creatures. Just like ants were divided into worker ants, soldier ants, female ants, male ants, and queen ants, soft larvae were the same. Soft larvae were just one type of soft larva. Perhaps, as Freud thought, the egg was a new kind of soft-form worm. Angor hoped that the egg would hatch into a soft larva, which was one of the most valuable types of soft larvae. Next, Angor asked Freud if he should use the dream whelk to send in other items. After all, there would be more people living in the dream wasteland in the future. Instead of sending in the finished product, I suggest you use some basic materials, sir. Like Della. She didn't know what to do when she first came here. But when she started grinding her needles and found something to do, she slowly regained her composure. Freud spoke in a serious tone, mortals like her can't control themselves. Giving them a better life will only make them lazy. Living a life of order and discipline is more suitable for them. Not long after leaving the dream wasteland, someone knocked on his door. Angor opened. it and saw Ori with red eyes. Ori was standing outside with a dining cart. "Young master, the fried rice is ready." Ori's voice was a little hoarse. "Bring it in, then." When Ori placed the fried rice and several appetizers on the table, Angor hesitated. "Want to eat together?" Ori quickly waved her hands. "Of course not. I can't go overboard." Olga suddenly paused and muttered to herself in a mosquito-like voice, "Yes, how can I overstep my boundaries?" Ori lowered her head again. "Young master, I'll be going now. Headmaid Mana asked me to go to the tea garden. I'll go now." After saying that, Olga left in a panic. Angor, on the other hand, remained silent for a few seconds before he shook his head with a bitter smile. He only invited her because he saw Ori's unhappy look. But Ori actually understood what he meant. Instead of eating alone, Angor summoned Toby to join him. Ori's fried rice wasn't as good as John's, but it still had its own uniqueness. Angor enjoyed his meal, and so did Toby. However, compared to the greasy fried rice, Toby preferred some cold dishes. After finishing the delicious fried rice, he went to Nano's room. Since he promised Freud that he would bring some silk and tools, he wouldn't go back on his word. When he opened the door, he saw Nano and Gold Gleam arguing with each other while glaring at each other. As soon as Angor showed up, he became their way of complaining and setting traps for each other. It took a while for Angor to realize that Gold Gleam was here for the silk from the 23rd installment. Nano didn't want to hand it over. He claimed that he had already given away all the previous installments, and he didn't have any more silk for his bed curtains and curtains. Gold Gleam's mission was to save the silk from Nano, which was given to her by Leon. As a new citizen of Gru Town, Gold Gleam had to obey Viscount Leon's orders. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Angor cleared his throat to attract their attention. "How about this? I don't want to ruin your relationship. Just leave it to me." Angor grinned. "I'll take care of it." With that, Angor picked up the pile of silk and disappeared from their sight. Gold Gleam and Nano looked at each other and sighed. If it were someone else, they would have complained. But since Angor took away the silk, well, they would just let it go. Angor took the silk away and left the manor. He planned to go to Waterford and send some basic materials and tools to the Dream Wasteland. Angor drove his gondola to Waterford. Sitting on the flying boat, he could see the verdant forest below him, the waterfall flowing, and the undulating mountain terrain. The familiar scenery made his mood gradually become cheerful. What Angor didn't know was that someone was watching him while he was enjoying the scenery. The Kuki waterfall was one of the waterfalls Angor saw on the airship. The waterfall was abundant, and the height of the waterfall varied greatly. 200 meters away from the waterfall, one could hardly hear the surrounding sounds. One could only hear the rumbling of the water. In the middle of such a terrifying waterfall, under a slightly smaller waterfall, there was a completely naked person lying on a rock, constantly gasping for breath. Anyone else would have been severely injured under the waterfall, but this man was fine. His body was covered in red marks, which was quite scary. Coincidentally, when Angor's airship flew over the horizon, the man under the waterfall looked up. When he saw the airship, he was a little surprised. "That's Angor's gondola? Angor's back?" If Angor was here, he would recognize Leon right away. According to the WIS, Leon was practicing an extreme physical training method. According to the WIS, this extreme physical training could temper one's willpower and allow one's spirit power to reach the level of a talent. This kind of cultivation could not be stopped before one stepped into the door of a superhuman. Leon had been practicing it for years, but he didn't tell Angor about it because he didn't want Angor to worry. Now, he was training his body under the waterfall. It was supposed to be a routine. However, Angor's appearance had caused Leon's mind to be distracted for a moment. He was able to stay under the waterfall because his mind and body worked together. But now, his mind was distracted, and he lost his balance. Normally, he would be fine. But right now, the waterfall was so strong that it sent him flying away. After several jumps, Leon fell into a pool of water. Ever since Princess Shannon's first victory in Moonwater City, she had conquered several provinces in a row, each of which ended in victory. Goldspink's disadvantage against Halon was instantly reversed. This positive development gave the people in charge of the provinces hope. They believed that they would be able to recover their lost territories in the end. Thus, after the external threat was reduced, the provinces began to focus on solving their internal problems, the refugee problem. Among them, Waterford preferred Konya's method of solving the refugee problem. They encouraged the refugees to solve their own problems. During the day, the refugees were allowed to enter the city to work after they were registered. At night, the refugees rested in the settlement area outside the city. It was tiring to be on the move every day. But at least most of the refugees had something to look forward to. Derek was a member of this group of refugees, but he was special in that he not only had to support himself, but also his grandfather. During the process of fleeing, the refugees rarely cared about the elderly. Most of the older ones were either eliminated halfway through the journey due to lack of physical strength or simply stayed in their original village to avoid causing trouble to their families. Therefore, it was rare to see someone too old in the refugee area. Derek's grandfather was an exception. He was now over 70 years old, but he had traveled nearly 1,000 miles from the neighboring province to Waterford. It was all thanks to Derek's care. The grandfather and grandson relied on each other to survive the difficult period. Now, Derek could go to the city to work during the day to improve their lives. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Derek's grandfather suffered from a strange disease. It was as if there were insects crawling all over his body. A large number of red sores and edema appeared all over his body, and pus kept flowing out every day. This unspeakable disease made it impossible for Derek's grandfather to live a normal life. Derek worked every day to earn enough money to pay for a doctor, but the doctor refused to come. Derek had no choice but to carry his grandfather into the city on his back. However, he was stopped by the guards at the gate. Refugees could enter the city to work, but Derek's grandfather's condition was too horrible. It looked like a skin infection. The guards naturally didn't want to let Derek's grandfather in to protect the safety of the people in the city. "My grandfather's illness is not contagious. I'm by his side every day. You see, I'm fine now," Derek begged. The refugees at the side also spoke up for him. "That's right. He's been sick for more than a month. If he was infected, he would have been infected long ago." It wasn't easy for Derek to scrape together enough money for the medical expenses. Let him go in. After all, the guards at the city gate were just pawns. Most of the people who played tricks were from the upper echelons. When they saw so many people pleading for leniency, they also felt a little embarrassed. They couldn't help but look at the captain of the city defense. Seeing the captain shaking his head, they could only continue to refuse Derek's request. Even though Derek knelt on the ground and begged, he was not allowed to enter the city. His grandfather was his only family member. If he couldn't even save his grandfather, then Derek's chest tightened, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Sigh, I was so angry that I vomited blood." The surrounding refugees shook their heads and left. They didn't dare to really point their fingers at the guards, and only spoke a few words of support. What's more, it was still daytime. When Angor arrived at the city gate, he saw a young man even younger than him kneeling beside an old man, sobbing. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Angor's attire and temperament made him look completely different from the other refugees. When Angor showed his clan badge, the guards didn't dare to stop him. Even the captain of the city defense team came forward to greet him. Derek learned from the guards that the young man was a noble who didn't look much older than him. He looked at his grandfather who was unconscious on the ground, gritted his teeth, and rushed to the noble young man. Angor looked at the young man who was kneeling on the ground while holding his shoe. Derek wanted to enter the city to take his grandfather to a doctor, but the guards refused because they didn't want him to be infected. When the guards on the side saw the refugees colliding with the nobles, they immediately went forward to arrest Derek. Angor glanced at Derek's grandfather and waved a hand at the guards. "Let him in. His grandfather's illness isn't contagious." The guards didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and didn't know whether to release or arrest Derek. A moment later, the captain of the city defense team came back and looked at Derek. "Since the noble has given you a chance, you may go in." however, cover your grandfather's exposed skin. Even if it's not contagious, I'll still have to follow the law if someone complains about you. Derek didn't expect this. He even thought he would be beaten to death for offending a noble. There were cases of refugees who were killed for offending a noble in the past. He quickly kowtowed to Angor and took off his jacket to cover his grandfather's exposed skin. Angor shook his head. Compared to your grandfather, I think you need to see a doctor more. With that, Angor turned around and entered the city. Angor walked around leisurely. However, whenever he saw a shop selling tools or raw materials, he would stop and use the dream whelk to move the entire shop into the dream wasteland. Originally, he planned to build the first city in the dream wasteland so that every building would have its own uniqueness. But later, he realized that he could actually appreciate the beauty of a single building. However, when he placed a bunch of beautiful buildings in the dream wasteland, they didn't fit well with each other. So, he decided to move his shop into the wasteland. Even if it didn't look good, Freud was there to help him. After fulfilling his promise, he walked to a building that was entirely blue in color and looked as if it was made of water. It was the Ocean Theater. Angor used to like this place a lot. When he was a kid, his idol, Maestro McGeeve, would always perform at the Ocean Theater whenever he was in Waterford. It was one of Angor's childhood dreams. The Ocean Theater was the most unique building in Waterford. Angor planned to move the theater into the dream wasteland. Even if the theater wasn't useful in the dream wasteland right now, it would still fulfill one of his childhood dreams. When he was about to take out the dream whelk, he suddenly saw a young man sitting by the entrance of the theater. It was the young man named Derek that he had seen at the door earlier. Derek was half naked and sitting on the stairs leading to the theater with a blank look on his face. Derek's grandfather had just woken up from his coma and was sitting beside him. Derek's grandfather was weeping silently, while Derek was leaning against a flower bed in a daze. Neither of them spoke until Derek heard footsteps behind him. "I'm sorry, but I'll leave right away." "Oh, is that a noble?" Derek said. Derek thought it was the guards of the Ocean Theater who came to chase them away. But when he turned around, he saw the young noble who helped him enter the city. Derek bowed to Angor respectfully. "You don't seem to be satisfied with the doctor's diagnosis, do you?" Angor looked at him quietly. "No. The doctor said my grandfather is fine." Derek didn't expect a noble to care about a lowly person like him. He was trembling a little. "I know your grandfather is fine. I'm asking about you." Angor glanced at Derek's grandfather. The man was covered in abscesses and red sores. But when he scanned the old man with his spirit feelers, he found nothing wrong with his body. Derek's condition was similar to someone who suffered from delusions. His clean and orderly life was suddenly changed to a rundown refugee area. When he saw several insects crawling on his body, he would imagine himself being bitten by the insects, which led to his body acting like a parasite. In fact, he wasn't ill at all. He was just overthinking things. But most patients didn't think so. They believed they were suffering from some kind of physical disease, and they might even die from the unbearable itch. Derek, on the other hand, had a strange feeling. Earlier, Angor noticed that Derek's body was slowly deteriorating. Derek's condition was similar to John's. However, Derek wasn't affected by the great consciousness. He was probably suffering from some kind of disease. Derek smiled bitterly. "The doctor said I have Twilight Syndrome, an incurable disease. I won't live for more than a week." Twilight Syndrome? Angor never heard of it before. Most of his medical knowledge came from John, who taught him about diseases from Earth. "Are you a doctor, sir?" The one who asked the question was Derek's grandfather, who was scratching himself. His eyes were filled with tears. "Sir, you can see that there is something wrong with Derek's body. Is it because you are a doctor? Can you save Derek, sir?" "If I can save Derek, even if I have to die, I'm willing." Angor looked at Derek. "I'm not a doctor, so I can't save you. But I can help you live in another way. You'll have to leave the old Earth forever. What do you think?" Since Derek's condition was similar to John's, Angor decided to include him as a test subject. Besides, Derek was suffering from an incurable disease. Derek didn't understand what Angor meant. but Angor didn't explain further. He simply put the choice in front of Derek and let him make his own choice. What will happen to my grandfather if I leave? Derek looked at his only family member with a worried look. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, Derek quickly said. Derek's grandfather hurriedly said, but Derek looked at his grandfather's red and swollen body and didn't believe him at all. Derek was worried about his grandfather, but if Angor didn't save him, he would die eventually. For a time, Derek fell into a dilemma. In the end, Angor decided to send Derek and his grandfather into the dream wasteland together. At first, he only wanted to send Derek into the dream wasteland. After all, Derek's grandfather wasn't injured at all. However, he didn't expect Derek's grandfather to be such a hot-tempered man. Seeing that his grandson couldn't make up his mind, Derek's grandfather began to feel itchy all over his body. So, he came up with an idea: if I die, my grandson won't care about this anymore. As soon as the idea popped up in his mind, he became even more agitated. All of his rational and emotional thoughts were emptied, and his mind was filled with this strong thought. In the end, Derek's grandfather gritted his teeth and slammed his head into a nearby flower bed. A large wound appeared on his head, and his life began to drain away along with his blood. Derek's grandfather was already old, and he couldn't do anything to save his life. Angor sighed and used Dream Enkindle to send Derek's grandfather into the dream wasteland before he died. Of course, Derek wouldn't object to Angor's grandfather entering the dream wasteland, so Angor took him with him. Angor didn't expect things to end like this. But at least in a way, Derek's grandfather and grandson were reunited in the dream wasteland. After dealing with their bodies, Angor returned to the entrance of the Ocean Theater. 2 minutes later, he released the mystery aura from the dream whelk and dragged the theater into the dream wasteland. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. At the same time, in the distant Moonwater City, a cargo ship slowly docked at Vichy Harbor. Whistles were already sounding at the port, and people from various merchant companies were already waiting on the side to collect the goods. The first ones to disembark were the passengers. There weren't many of them, but they all wore strange clothes. For example, there was a person who was wrapped in a black robe in the middle of summer. His exposed hands did not look like human hands, but more like dead wood. Another example was a beautiful woman with 2 green and red snakes coiled around her neck, hissing. There was also a golden-robed man who sat on a pretty red fox, similar to a person who was floating in the air. The only one who didn't look so special was probably a fat young man wearing a hat. Other than being twice as fat as the others and always smiling, this person was the most normal one. At this moment, another person appeared among the passengers. It was a red-haired, cold-looking young man. Other than his flamboyant hair color, this young man was relatively normal. However, his appearance caused all the passengers in front of him to step aside and make way for him. Furthermore, when the red-haired youth got off the boat, everyone lowered their heads respectfully. Some of them were even trembling. Only the big fat man in the hat smiled and said, "It's really an honor to have Sir Red-Hair's protection along the way. I feel very safe." The red-haired young man glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on the back of his hand. On the back of his fair and smooth hand, there was a light golden fish scale that shone brightly under the midday sun. Even Song of the Deep is using this route to recruit talents? That's strange. The red-haired young man replied indifferently, then ignored him, leaving behind a black cloak with golden patterns that flashed before the fatty's eyes. The fat man was still smiling as he looked at the direction where the red-haired young man left with a respectful expression. When the red-haired young man disappeared from the Vichy harbor, he thought to himself, the Whis got off the ship at the marginalized island. Last time he was on the basket witch's side. Could it be that he got some information? Is there something fishy about the marginalized island? Wait, if there's something fishy, the basket witch would come here herself. So why is the Whis here? The fat man thought for a moment and jumped into the sea under everyone's shocked gazes. The people on the shore were startled and quickly asked for help. However, when the swimmers who knew how to swim jumped into the sea, they couldn't find the fat man at all. The red-haired young man was the Whis, Leon's teacher. After getting off the boat, he flew toward Gru Town as soon as possible. However, after a while, he frowned as if he thought of something. His expression became tense, and he disappeared in the next second. Angor had just left Waterford. He took out his gondola and was about to return to Grue Town when a figure suddenly appeared not far from him. Just like when he faced Eureka in the past, a powerful blood aura came crashing down on him. It was the same as when he faced Eureka. Angor's hand trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. However, the blood aura disappeared just as quickly as it came. When Angor looked up, he saw a red-haired young man wearing a black trench coat with golden patterns, a white shirt, and black trousers. Angor was stunned for a moment as he recalled many memories. He knew this red-haired young man very well. He saw this man at Vichy Harbor when he left the old Earth with Mara. Later, he saw this man again in the Handbook of Handsome Men given to him by Lady Mirror. Not long ago, Angor even used this man's face to create ocean rhyme. Angor couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he thought about the half-naked merman he saw in the illusion. Mr. the Wiss. Angor lowered his head to greet the newcomer. He was also a little nervous. Leon told him that the Wiss would come back to Pat Manor, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Considering how much the Wiss cared about John, Angor's plan wouldn't go awry if the Wiss came back. You know me? Of course, the Wiss noticed the change in Angor's expression. Did Angor not know what was going on? Of course, the Wiss used a plain passageway to travel from Moonwater City to Waterford. He came here because he sensed the mystery energy. As far as he knew, the only source of the mysterious energy was the artifact that Eureka had stolen from Goman King. Thinking that Eureka had gotten into an accident and that the mysterious energy was coming from the direction of Grue Town, he reluctantly took out all the precious spellcasting materials that he had been saving on his way to Grue Town. As soon as he stepped out of the plain passageway, he tried to pressure Eureka to change the situation. However, he didn't see Eureka in front of him at all. Instead, it was a young man he heard about many times, and even Irisa praised him. He knew Angor was Leon's brother, so he quickly withdrew his aura when he saw who it was. As Irisa said, Angor was a future master alchemist, and Leon was Thuis' brother. The Wiss could use this relationship to gain the friendship of a future master alchemist. Besides, the Crimson Crown Angor created was still in Thuis' possession. And just as Irisa said, the Crimson Crown wasn't a fake. Even if Irisa didn't mention it, the Wiss had his own plans. However, the Wiss didn't understand why Angor looked so guilty before he could say anything. Angor cleared his throat. 4 years ago, when I went to Fake Continent, I met you at Vichy Harbor. 4 years ago? Thuis' memory wasn't as good as Sunder's, but he could still remember what happened 4 years ago. The Wiss recalled seeing an old bearded level 3 apprentice when he disembarked from the Redbud. He was accompanied by 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. One of them looked very similar to Angor. I see. The Wiss nodded. I didn't think you'd become a famous wizard in the southern wizarding region in just 4 years. Thuis' words surprised Angor. You know me, sir? I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Your title, Half-Mystic, has spread across the entire southern wizarding region. Half-Mystic? Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't want to accept such a title. The Wiss chuckled as if he knew what Angor was thinking. You've been hiding in plain sight for a long time, so Floating Mech City only spread your title based on your past achievements. It's just for convenience. Pausing for a moment, Thuis' eyes darkened. If you're not satisfied with this title, you can refine a mysterious product to completely replace this title. A mystery item isn't that easy. Angor was furious. Jibra told him not long ago that he could fight for a mystery item himself. How did things change so quickly in half a year? Angor didn't know that the title Half-Mystic wasn't spread all over the southern wizarding region like the Wiss said. There were other titles like Music Box Sorcerer, Illusion Manipulator, Lionheart Bramble, Baron Milk, and Baron Milk. No one knew where Baron Milk came from, but it was the least popular one. I sensed a mystery ripple just now, and I thought you were going to remove the Half-Mystic title from your title. Looks like that's not the case. The Wiss casually changed the topic to the mysterious energy fluctuations from before. Angor knew what the Wiss was trying to say. Almost every wizard who sensed the mystery ripple coming from him wanted to tease him. Just like what he did to Sliv and Eureka, Angor took out the dream whelk. Sir, the mystery ripple you sensed must have come from when I was testing it. Angor and the Wiss sat across from each other on the gondola. The Whis had been silent ever since he learned that the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast was the source of the mystery energy. Angor didn't pay much attention to Thuis's reaction. Instead, he invited the Whis to join him. Angor didn't like the Whis very much. However, the Whis was different from Eureka. While he couldn't defeat Eureka, he could at least run away from her. However, the Whis didn't even give him a chance to escape. Since he couldn't fight back, the Whis had no choice but to back off. However, he was still thinking about what to do next after he boarded the ship. Thuis's return would definitely break the balance between Angor and Eureka. As Eureka said, she wasn't interested in John at all. But the Whis was different. Leon also told Eureka that the Whis had asked him to record John's daily data, which showed how much the Whis cared about John. What should he do under such circumstances? Should he protect John while keeping his own life? Angor considered for a moment. His original plan was to wait until the dream wasteland was more or less finished before sending John there. But Thuis's return made him determined. Regardless of whether Chown's body could be saved, he had to at least drag Chown into the dream wasteland first. No matter what Thuis's attitude toward John, Angor could at least keep John's consciousness intact. Meanwhile, the Whis, who was sitting in front of Angor, was wearing a complicated expression as well as a worried look on his face. He didn't expect that the source of the mystery energy was the most useless mystery item in the southern wizarding region, the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast. Apart from being used by alchemists for research, it had almost no other use. Angor was a half-step mystery, so it was reasonable that he wanted to use the dream whelk for research purposes. But because of that stupid whelk, Angor created a plain passageway? From Moonwater City to Waterford? How expensive were the materials needed to create a plain passageway? The Whis couldn't stay calm when he thought about that. But he couldn't blame Angor for this. If it were any other apprentice, the Whis would have vented his anger on them right away. But as an alchemist, Angor's status was even higher than a wizard's. The Whis was determined to get closer to Angor, so he had to treat Angor as an equal. Besides, Angor had the right to do so. In this case, in a situation where he couldn't vent his anger, he naturally had to be reasonable. And reason wasn't on Thuis's side from the beginning. Angor created a plain passageway was his own initiative, and he didn't want to steal John's mystery item. Therefore, he had no choice but to suffer in silence. She had suffered a loss but couldn't say anything about it. This made his heart ache all the way. Thuis's on Thuis's SSSSS. The Whis, Thuis's SS. In the end, the Whis broke the silence. Since he couldn't change anything, he had to accept it. Since he was already here, he might as well take this opportunity to see Angor's attitude. Also, he was curious why Angor looked at him so strangely. This flying boat is quite eye-catching. The Whis was telling the truth. The airship looked so beautiful that it could even be called a work of art. The moon and the stars shone brightly. How beautiful it would look when traveling at night. I saw some wizards from Brute Cavern at Silver Palm Island. Their airships aren't like this. Did you make this yourself? Since the Whis already knew about Angor's identity, he must know about Angor's alchemy skills. Angor didn't try to hide it from the Whis. However, Thuis's Silver Palm Island surprised him a little. Silver Palm Island? You know about it too? The Whis looked at Angor with a curious look. When I traveled across Devil's Water on the White Clam Shipping Company's ship, I passed by Silver Palm Island. Unfortunately, the island was already occupied by the Leviathan. Angor considered. Jibra told me that something happened to the island. Something did happen. Someone wanted to take the island for himself. But in the end, he lost his main food. The Whis revealed a sarcastic smile. So this Jibra you're talking about is the disciple of Lady God of Sea? Do you know him? We've met a few times, but I don't know him well. Also, something unpleasant happened. Angor did not hide anything. The Whis recalled the fat man he saw at Vichy Harbor. People from Song of the Deep usually lived on the other side of Devil's Water, which was 4 oceans away from Devil's Water. Angor wondered why Jibra suddenly showed up here. Thuis's instinct told him that Angor had something to do with the people from Song of the Deep. The Whis didn't tell Angor about his guess. Instead, he changed the topic to something else, such as Leon. Leon once told Angor that he saw the Whis as his teacher, but the Wisp never admitted it. Angor wanted to know how the Wisp felt about Leon. Also, the Wisp seemed to be praising Leon's performance. "Did you test Leon's talent, sir?" Angor asked. He wanted to know if the Wisp was going to accept Leon as his student. "I'm pretty sure that Leon is a bloodline master. But we'll have to wait for a more detailed test." Angor nodded. At least Thuis's answer didn't mean that Leon was a hot-blooded person. They continued to talk about Leon for a while, but soon, the topic shifted to Angor. "Leon's quite talented, but he's not as good as you. You left the marginalized island less than 5 years ago, and you've already improved your alchemy skills and your training." The Wisp gave Angor a thoughtful look. "You're not far from becoming a wizard." Angor was already a level 3 wizard, which meant he was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. As a matter of fact, Angor was a little troubled himself. His body was slowly recovering these days, and as he recovered, his strength was also increasing. He only absorbed a small part of his projected bloodline, but his strength was growing by leaps and bounds. Angor was a mid-level 3 wizard. Considering his current training speed, he would probably reach the level next year. But now, he had already surpassed high level 3 and was still pushing his strength to climb higher. The projected bloodline hadn't reached its full potential yet. By his estimation, the extra bloodline projection would push him to the peak of level 3 when it was fully activated. "It's all a coincidence," Angor said. "As for becoming a wizard, I'm not sure if I can do it. Besides, I still have a lot of things to learn. Coincidences and opportunities also require one's own effort. It's like alchemy. No matter how expensive a material is, it won't work if it's left on the side, right?" The Wisp continued, "Speaking of alchemy, I heard that you created a high-tier item, which shocked the alchemy community." Angor was still thinking about the first part of Thuis's words, but when he heard the second part, he suddenly became alert. "Can I take a look at it?" Angor was speechless. His instinct was right. Sweat began to form on Angor's back. When he created the Ocean's Rhyme, he didn't plan to show it to anyone but Lady Mirror. That was why he used the image from the illustrated handbook of handsome men. But now, the Wisp suddenly asked to see the Ocean's Rhyme. Angor didn't know how to react. He lowered his head guiltily and tried to think of a way to refuse. The Wisp was only going to praise Angor's alchemy skills and improve their relationship. He didn't expect Angor's reaction to be so strange. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the ground, followed by someone shouting in a hurry. Angor also heard the noise from below. When he saw the Wisp looking at the ground, he sighed in relief. He looked out of the window and realized that they had arrived at Gru Town before he knew it. The sound of horse hooves came from the Pat Manor. A group of knights in silver armor were riding toward the outskirts of Gru Town. All of them had the emblem of Lionheart on their armor, which meant they were the guardian knights of the manor. Apart from the knights, he also saw Headmaid Manna riding on her horse. What's going on? Why did Headmaid Manna leave with the knights? Angor wondered. And why did Headmaid Manna look so worried? While Angor was still wondering, a beautiful figure suddenly flew over from the sky and landed beside Gondola. He looked up and saw Eureka standing next to him. She was wearing a long red dress and was wearing a long red dress. Eureka's eyes landed on the Wisp, a look of surprise on her face. The Wisp was also looking at Eureka with a smile. Angor felt that he was being a bit extra when they were looking at each other. He already heard from Leon that Eureka and the Wisp had a special relationship. But as far as he knew, they were both wanted criminals. Angor even suspected that they had some sort of secret deal. But now, it seemed that they were actually lovers, Eureka, who was wanted by the government, and the Wisp, who was her captor. This news was enough to make all the gossip magazines in the southern wizarding region talk about it for years. A minute later, Eureka finally noticed Angor's presence. Angor quickly turned his head away and pretended to enjoy the scenery. In the wizarding world, the more you knew, the more dangerous you would be. Angor pretended that he didn't see anything. It was none of his business whether they were dating or not. However, Eureka wasn't going to ignore Angor. She glanced at the Wisp and asked, "Why did you come back with Angor?" "We met on the way, so we came back together." The Wisp gave Eureka a gentle smile. Angor was surprised by Thuis's gentle smile. He heard that the Whis was a cold-blooded man who didn't like to smile. Angor didn't expect to see such an expression on Eureka's face. Compared to Angor, Eureka was even more surprised. Earlier, she talked to Thua's puppet clone about Angor, and the clone suggested that the Whis should wait for the Whis to come back so that they could find out Angor's secrets. Eureka assumed that the Whis would do something to Angor after he returned. She even planned to tell the Whis not to do anything to Angor before he fused with his puppet clone. After all, Phantom Master was backing Angor up. He didn't expect the Whis to be having a good conversation with Angor even though he hadn't fused with the puppets will yet. However, with Thua's personality, there was no way he would treat an apprentice adept like this. Did the Whis know Angor? That didn't sound right. The puppet avatar she had left behind was left behind by the Whis when he left the marginalized island. It had basically inherited Thua's memories and experience. Thua's puppet clone didn't know Angor, which meant the Whis didn't know Angor either. Did the Whis become friends with Angor while he was away? But this was strange. Why would the Whis be so familiar with an apprentice adept? You know Angor, right? Eureka decided to ask the Whis directly. You know Angor, don't you? There are only a few wizards in the southern wizarding region who don't know Angor. The Whis chuckled. After all, he has a mysterious future ahead of him. Mysterious future ahead of him? What do you mean? Eureka looked at Angor and the Whis with a puzzled look. Before the Whis could explain further, someone called out to them from below. He stuck his head out and saw Olga shouting his name at the gondola in the sky. He lowered the gondola to the ground. Olga immediately lifted her skirt and ran over with an anxious look on her face. Olga noticed that Eureka and the Whis were with her when she arrived at the edge of the gondola. Although Olga had seen these two magi before, she had never come into close contact with them. Hence, when she saw them, she was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground. Ollie, what happened? Angor frowned. I saw all the knights in the manor leaving Gru Town, including head maid Mana. What's going on? It's the Lord Viscount. Olga's expression was one of panic. The Lord Viscount is gone. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He quickly asked for the reason. According to Olga, Lion usually went to the waterfall to cultivate. As for what he cultivated, no one knew. However, Lion would always go there every day and come back before lunchtime. But today, after dinner time, Leon still hadn't come back. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal if he came back sooner or later. However, when Leon's servant went to the waterfall to look for him, he found Lion's armor, weapons, and undergarments lying around the waterfall. But Lion was nowhere to be found. Since the waterfall was huge and filled with steam, Leon's servant went around the waterfall on the east bank and didn't find Lion anywhere, so he quickly came back and told head maid Mana about it. That was why a group of knights went out to search for him. The waterfall? Why is my brother training there? Angor still remembered how he felt about the waterfall when he was young. The waterfall wasn't a big deal to him now, but it was still a dangerous place for mortals. When John was still in good health, he once said that the waterfall at the center of the waterfall was almost as big as the tallest waterfall in his hometown. Also, the sound of the waterfall was so loud that it made his eardrums tremble. Why would Lion go to the waterfall if he wanted to train? Lion is training his willpower. To put it simply, extreme environments will stimulate his body and temper his willpower, which will eventually lead to a breakthrough in his spirit power. You can't stop training like this before you truly become a supernatural. Otherwise, your spirit power will deteriorate. It was the Whis who spoke. But Lion chose to train his body under the waterfall himself. He couldn't stop training his body under the waterfall? Angor's expression turned gloomy. He only knew that Lion's spirit power had reached 10. He didn't know there was such an inside story. If he knew this, he would have just given Lion the potion of austere night instead of going through this torment. But it was pointless to think about it now. He had to make sure his brother was safe. Angor prepared to go to the waterfall, but the Whis stopped him. He's my student, after all. Let me do it. As soon as the Whis said that, a massive wave of mind power spread out from him and probed in the direction of the Kuki waterfall. They were still several dozen kilometers away from the waterfall, so the Whis used his spirit power to sense the area. A moment later, the Whis withdrew his spirit power and frowned. I didn't find lion. Let's go check. The Wisp didn't use his psychic power to investigate the waterfall this time. Instead, he used his spell, Break Illusion, to track down all traces that had been concealed. A moment later, the Wisp flew to the bottom of a waterfall and looked at a wet rock. There's a blood reaction here. The Wisp looked up and quickly figured out what happened. Lion was training his body here. Maybe he got distracted or something happened, so he couldn't hold on and was sent flying by the waterfall. The Wisp pointed at the rock that had a blood reaction. He was scratched here when he fell, so he probably fell into the river. About 7 hours ago. Let's just follow the river and we'll find him. The Wisp paused. Or his body. Wizards never considered the worst possible outcome, so he wasn't surprised by Thua's suggestion. Angor didn't care what the final result would be. He quickly followed the river and looked for lion. He sent out all of his scouting puppets and began searching the area himself. Along the way, he saw countless sharp rocks stuck in the water, which made him feel more and more nervous. He flew for 2 hours without finding anything. The scouting puppets didn't give him any good news either, which made him even more anxious. At the same time, he felt a sense of guilt and self-blame. It had been half a year since he returned to Pat Manor. During this time, he only cared about John and didn't pay much attention to his brother. He didn't even realize how dangerous Lion's training was until today. He always thought that he still had a long way to go, but he never considered the possibility of a disaster. With his negative emotions, he kept searching for a glimmer of hope on the surface of the dark river. Perhaps his prayers were answered, because one of the scouting puppets finally brought him some good news before the moon was high in the sky. They found Lion's body in a forbidden swamp at the bottom of the river. From the image provided by the scouting puppet, Angor saw Lion's naked body being tied up by several sharp green thorns and hanging on a large green cocoon. His body was covered in bloody wounds, which made him look extremely miserable. The only good news was that Angor could feel Lion's chest moving up and down, which meant he wasn't dead yet. Angor determined Lion's location and activated the sequence of gravity without hesitation. He arrived at the swamp in the blink of an eye. As soon as he arrived, he immediately smelled something rotten in the air. He looked around and saw that apart from Lion, there were also many dead beasts and giant skeletons. This place was at least 200 meters away from the river, which meant Lion couldn't have come here on his own. Some kind of creature must have brought Lion here, or maybe it was using Lion as food. Angor didn't sense any other life forms nearby. He quickly approached Lion. Lion's body was covered in thorns, which made Angor's heart skip a beat. Lion's injuries were more serious than they looked. Most of the bones in his body were broken and shattered. Many of them even hurt his internal organs. Strangely, Lion didn't seem to be affected at all. He even had a faint smile on his face. Angor tried to wake Lion up, but he couldn't. Angor decided to cut off the thorns and try to stop Lion's injuries first. But before he could do that, he heard Thua's voice from behind. If you cut off the bewildering vine on his body now, it's very likely that the tide spider poison in his body will immediately erupt. If that happens, it'll be very difficult to save him. Angor turned around and saw the Wisp and Eureka showing up in the swamp. While the Wisp was talking to Angor, Eureka was looking at Lion's green cocoon with a disdainful look. Angor didn't care how they found this place. Instead, he began to think. Tide spider venom? Angor didn't know much about poisons, but Thua's words reminded him of a certain demonic bug. Tide spider venom. Swamp tide spider was a special kind of magical insect. It was only a level 2 monster, but it was still highly sought after by many wizards. Wizards who were good at manipulating insects liked swamp tide spiders because of their venom, which was extremely sticky and difficult to neutralize. Other wizards liked swamp tide spiders because of the magical plant they grew with, called bewildering vine. The reason why bewildering vines were loved by adepts wasn't because they were magical plants, but because the sap of bewildering vines could be used as a hormone inducer, and the concentration was not low either. Salamoni was a pleasant pheromone released by the brain, which could improve one's mood. In short, a salamoni inducer was a special ingredient that could induce the brain to release salamoni. There were 3 natural salamoni inducers in the wizarding world: mana algae powder, black charm tea, and bewildering vine juice. Due to their natural properties, These 3 types of Salamoni inducers had fewer side effects compared to the perfumes or other Salamoni drugs that were made later on. This was why Bewildering Vine was so popular among wizards. However, Bewildering Vine was much rarer than Mana Algae Powder and Black Charm Tea. If one could find a swamp tide spider, he or she would definitely find a Bewildering Vine. Hence, in ancient times, large numbers of magi had gone out of their way to hunt down swamp tide spiders. After so many years, even if they had restrained themselves, the number of swamp tide spiders had dwindled. Hence, the production of Bewildering Vines had declined. I didn't expect to see a swamp tide spider here. I remember when I left Fey Continent a few years ago, there was hardly any news about swamp tide spiders. Every time someone found one, he or she would earn a lot of money. Eureka sighed. She had been in Gru Town for several years now, and she didn't expect to see a swamp tide spider so close to her. If you like the swamp tide spider, I can catch one for you later. The Wisp turned to Eureka and said. Eureka shook her head in disgust. Nah, I don't like them. But I can always sell them. While they were talking, Angor was thinking about Thuis' words. The Wisp was trying to say that Leon was poisoned by a swamp tide spider. It was equivalent to having a bomb buried in his body. Once the poison exploded, with his mortal body, he would die almost instantly. The Bewildering Vine juice was the reason why the poison didn't go off yet. Bewildering Vine was a magical plant associated with swamp tide spider. To some extent, Bewildering Vine juice could suppress the poison, but it couldn't detoxify it. Because the marsh tide spider loved to eat live food, its food reserves maintained this strange balance between the poison of the tide spider and the Bewildering Vine sap. First, it prevented the prey from dying from its poison, and second, the Bewildering Vine sap prevented the prey from waking up. If he did that, he would break the balance between the tide spider's poison and the Bewildering Vine juice, which would trigger the poison inside Leon's body. Therefore, he had to get rid of the poison in Leon's body as soon as possible before getting rid of the Bewildering Vine. He tried to cast an antidote spell, but before he could, the Wisp warned him, the tide spider's venom is very sticky. If you can't get rid of it completely, it'll activate the venom. Angor quickly stopped and looked at the Wisp. The Wisp continued, the tide spider's poison is difficult to expel, and it also has the property of nothingness. If you're not careful, it can easily cause it to erupt. With Lion's physique, as long as there is a trace of poison left, there is no chance of survival. How do I do that? Angor frowned. He did not know much about bugs, and even less about poisons. To dispel the tide spider's poison, we need a specific medicine. Theus paused for a moment. At the moment, the night spider antidote is the most suitable. Although this antidote isn't too precious, it's rarely used. You'll need to find a specialist to make it. A helpless expression appeared on Thuis' face. The tide spider's poison had no effect on official magi. It was impossible for them to have the antidote on them. Angor's expression froze for a second when he heard tide spider antidote. He seemed to have thought of something. Eureka clicked her tongue. Even if the Bewildering Vine can suppress the tide spider's poison, it won't last long. If you don't find the antidote within 2 days, the poison will erupt even with the Bewildering Vine. Eureka looked at the Wisp. How about you open a plain passageway to the Fey Continent and see if there's anyone selling the antidote? Eureka knew that the Wisp liked Lion a lot, which was why he suggested this. However, she also knew that the cost of opening a plain passageway was extremely high. No matter how much the Wisp liked Lion, he would never go out of his way to open a plain passageway just for Lion. What Eureka didn't know was that the Wisp would never open a plain passageway for Lion if it was just for Lion. But now, Angor was Lion's backer, which was something worth considering. If Angor owed him a favor, it would definitely cost more than the materials required to open a plain passageway. Thuis's hesitation surprised Eureka, who came up with the idea. Judging from Thuis' attitude, was he really going to open a plain passageway? Did he really care about Lion that much? The Wisp suddenly spoke to Angor, if you don't have any other ideas, I can help you go to Floating Mech City. Eureka was confused. Why was the Wisp talking to Angor like he was trying to negotiate with him? An official adept was using a negotiating tone with an apprentice adept? What happened between the Wisp and Angor? Eureka already found it strange that the Wisp came back together with Angor, and he sounded so familiar with Angor. There must be something going on between them. Even Thua's puppet didn't know who Angor was. Eureka studied Angor from head to toe and couldn't help but feel puzzled. A space bracelet, a luxurious airship, a large amount of potions, and a Demeter. The more she looked at Angor, the more curious she became. Eureka decided to ask the Whis about Angor through voice transmission. Judging from Thua's attitude, Eureka believed that the Whis knew something about Angor. Before Eureka could ask, Angor spoke first. "Thank you, Mr. the Whis, but not for now. If it's just an antidote, I can give it a try." While speaking, Angor took out a scroll with a green cover and began reading it. "You can give it a try?" Eureka wondered. Eureka turned to the Whis and asked with an emotionless face. Was he trying to make the antidote for the tidal spider? The Whis didn't notice the change in Eureka's expression. Instead, he nodded with a hint of regret. "That would be great." The Whis thought that Angor might not be an expert in apothecary because he only knew tooling. But now, it seemed that Angor knew a thing or two about apothecary as well. It seemed that saving Leon and earning a favor from Angor was no longer an option. Eureka had been paying attention to Thuas's expression the whole time. She noticed a hint of regret on Thuas's face, which confused her even more. Angor knew alchemy? Why did the Whis admit that Angor knew how to do it? Eureka looked at Angor again and saw a familiar name on the cover of the scroll in Angor's hand. Mitra's Alchemy Handbook? Eureka's voice trembled when she read the name. The Whis also noticed the name of the book in Angor's hand and looked surprised. I didn't know Angor was friends with a master apothecary. He even gave his book to him. Maybe I can ask him for help when I need to learn alchemy. The Whis muttered the last sentence under his breath. Angor was too focused on the notebook to hear it, but Eureka did. Eureka knew that the Whis knew a thing or two about apothecary, but not much about it. Back then, she had told Ashentime's commander that if she didn't have any potions, she could trade them for materials because she wanted the Whis to help her refine some low-rank potions. But now, the Whis was asking for help. Maybe I can ask Angor for help when I need to learn alchemy? Eureka didn't know what to say. Did the Whis just admit that Angor was better at alchemy than him? You're saying he's better than you? Eureka used voice transmission to ask the Whis, you're saying he's better than you? You didn't know Angor knows alchemy? The Whis looked at Eureka with a confused look. Angor told me he went back to Pat Manor half a year ago. I thought you already knew about him. Angor knows alchemy, but I don't know how good he is at apothecary. However, his achievements in the field of metallurgy are frighteningly high. Seeing that Angor was still reading the scroll, the Whis decided to tell Eureka more about Angor. Rumor has it that Angor almost created a mystery item. But Lady Isabel of Dark Castle intercepted half of his mystery spirit, which prevented him from becoming a mystery alchemist. The Whis sighed. I didn't believe it at first. But Lady Isabel didn't deny it, and the alchemy community also confirmed it. So the rumor is true. Because of this, many people called Angor half-mystic due to jealousy, pity, or envy. Half-step mystery, half-step mystery. Eureka muttered in disbelief. She already heard from the Whis that Angor was a half-step mystic. She didn't know why at first, but she didn't expect this to be the reason. Eureka didn't show any emotion on her face, but she already felt like cursing Angor in her mind. Mystery? Angor once touched a mystery item? Countless alchemists would go crazy trying to get their hands on it. And mystery items were something that all wizards would do anything to get their hands on. Even a half-step mystic realm was far more valuable than Eureka could imagine. The Whis continued, Angor also has other nicknames, such as the Lionheart Bramble, because his unique symbol is a lion wrapped in thorns. Another one is the Music Box Warlock, because Angor loves to make music boxes. Last year, a tiered music box made by Angor was sold at a whopping price of 200,000 magic crystals, which broke the record for beginner-tier alchemy items. Besides, the music box is still causing a lot of attention. Many wizards who are interested in music are looking for Angor, hoping to know the name of the song he played in the music box. They've been sending letters to Brute Cavern, and I heard they've caused a lot of trouble. Eureka swallowed her saliva. A tiered music box sold for 200,000 magic crystals? That was insane. Eureka didn't have 10,000 magic crystals in total. She now understood why Angor had so many valuable potions and space storage. Even if he didn't make them himself, he could still afford them. Bruley also mentioned that Beals, the whale hunter of Ashen Time, respected Angor because he knew who Angor was. There's something else that's causing a lot of trouble in the alchemy world. Angor created a high-tier alchemy item in the video. The Whisk couldn't help but sigh. He hasn't even become an official wizard yet, but he's already made a complete high-grade alchemy item. In addition, he's been in contact with Mystery before. It's almost certain that he'll become a master alchemist in the future. It's just a matter of time. If Forest of Time wasn't released too early, his name would have been on it already. According to my sources, as long as Angor doesn't die, he'll get a spot in the next issue of Forest of Time in 10 years. Eureka was speechless. The Forest of Time was the most authoritative magazine in the southern wizarding region. Eureka used to read every single one of its issues with awe in her heart. Moreover, the concepts, technologies, and latest research results recorded in each issue of The Forest of Time would bring new inspiration to her. She could not believe her ears when she was told that Angor was going to appear in the next issue of Forest of Time. Eureka looked at Angor with a complicated expression. Since Angor returned to Pat Manor, she had been keeping an eye on him, but she did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Angor never told her that he was an alchemist. Eureka gritted her teeth as she thought of something. Is he trying to hide it from us? What do you mean? The Whisk sent a voice transmission to Eureka. Eureka gave Angor a vicious glare and told him everything he did in Pat Manor. She also emphasized how she asked Angor to go to Lloyd's to get the materials she needed. He knows how to do alchemy, but he didn't do anything when he saw me holding the materials. He must be enjoying the show. The Whisk didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Maybe he doesn't want to reveal his alchemy skills. But why do you think he'll help you even if he does? Do you think he won't? Eureka scoffed. The Whisk chuckled helplessly. Maybe he'll help you if you threaten him with your strength. But do you really have the guts to drink it? Eureka didn't say anything. If it were someone else, Eureka could easily threaten them. But for this kind of technical alchemist, it would be troublesome if he left a little harmless secret in his work, which would be a hindrance at a critical moment. Don't even think about threatening him. In a way, he's more important than you and I. The Whisk paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, I think Brute Cavern will do something to help him. The Whisk had a point. But Eureka knew that the Whisk was much more extreme than her. The Whisk only treated Angor so politely because Angor was valuable to him. So you're willing to help Leon because of Angor's alchemy skills? You want to get closer to Angor? Eureka asked. The Whisk nodded, then shook his head. That's true. But the main reason I want to get closer to Angor is because of you. Because of me? Crimson Crown. The Whisk mentioned a name in a soft voice. Angor also created a replica of Crimson Crown, and it almost looked like the real thing. While the Whisk and Eureka were talking to each other, Angor was reading Mitra's alchemy notes carefully. Mitra gave him this alchemy notebook before he left Floating Mech City, which recorded Mitra's potion-making experiences. Angor recalled that the notebook contained detailed instructions on how to make Moonspider antidote. Back when he was in Floating Mech City, he studied Apothecary Hut in Master Mitra's Apothecary Hut, and Mitra personally taught him how to make several potions. One of them was the antidote. Angor didn't manage to make the antidote back in Elixir Hut, but he didn't neglect his Apothecary Hut, especially the potions Mitra taught him. He already successfully made a low-tier potion like Moonspider Antidote back when he was on the Limpet. Moonspider Antidote, on the other hand, was only a variant of Moonspider Antidote. After reading the alchemy notebook, Angor was sure that the antidote was almost the same, except that there were a few extra steps in between. Thanks to Mitra's unique interpretation of the antidote, Angor was confident that he could make it. Angor put away the notebook. He didn't start right away because he still needed one main ingredient. He already had most of the ingredients for making Moonspider Antidote because they were similar to the ones he needed to make Moonspider Antidote. However, there was one main ingredient that he had to get. It was the venom of a swamp spider. Not only did it have to be used as a main ingredient, but it also served as an initiator. To get the venom, Angor had to find the swamp spider first. Since he couldn't sense the presence of the swamp spider nearby, he released a scout puppet and used it to scan the area. The search went smoothly. The swamp spider wouldn't go too far from its nest. In the end, Angor found a swamp spider walking on water near a branch of a river. The swamp spider was as big as a calf, but it was able to stand on the water and drag a shallow crocodile with its green silk. Angor already saw the remains of a crocodile nearby. It seemed the swamp spider wasn't satisfied with Leon's size and wanted to store more food. Angor planned to kill the swamp spider and take its poison sac, but the Whis seemed to be interested in the creature. Angor decided not to kill it. Instead, he used an illusion to trick the creature into thinking that it had a new prey and spat out its venom. Angor didn't mind his surroundings at all. He immediately began the crafting process. Alchemy focused on dosage and temperature control. Angor already had a lot of experience in tooling, so it wasn't hard for him to make a low-tier potion. This was why many alchemists who studied tooling found it easier to learn apothecary, and vice versa. Angor was using the reformist's crafting method. It wasn't a smooth process, but at least he was able to complete the potion successfully. Angor felt that his crafting method was a little old-fashioned, but the Whis, who had some experience in apothecary, found it interesting. The Whis knew that Angor had incorporated Master Mitra's unique knowledge into the potion, which was something worth studying and studying. The swamp spider antidote was a success, but Angor wasn't sure if it could save Leon's life. Leon was still immortal, and the main ingredient of the swamp spider antidote was the swamp spider's poison. Angor wasn't sure if Leon could survive the poison. The Whis noticed Angor's hesitation. You underestimated Leon. The fact that Leon was able to break through the supernatural limit with willpower casting is proof enough of his tenacity. No matter how tyrannical the night spider antidote is, it's still a low-grade medicine. Angor knew that he might be overthinking things. But he still had to be careful when it came to his only blood relative in this world. He used Narda's vision to confirm the effect of the potion, then checked Leon's condition again. Finally, he poured the potion into Leon's body. Leon's entire body began to tremble. His blood vessels began to bulge, and his entire body began to turn red. Arg! Under the extreme pain, Leon finally woke up from the blissful dream created by the maze-vine sap. Angor watched Leon writhing in pain, which made him feel anxious as well. He was planning to drag Leon into the dream wasteland as a precaution. However, he knew that the swamp spider antidote would cause extreme damage to Leon's body. Angor wouldn't be able to get Leon into the dream wasteland unless Angor had full access to the dream wasteland. The antidote lasted for 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, Leon's body was already bleeding profusely. When Leon finally spat out the tide spider's venom, Angor quickly used heal to stop the bleeding. However, Angor could only heal Leon's external injuries, such as broken bones and damaged organs, which the Whis helped with. When everything was done, Leon fell asleep again. He lost too much blood. He'll recover after a week of rest. As the Whis spoke, he extended his psychic tentacles toward Leon to sense the condition of his body. Suddenly, Thu's expression became one of bewilderment. I feel like his willpower forging technique has improved by another level. Thu's voice attracted his attention. Perhaps it's because he used the antidote, but I can sense that his spiritual force has increased by a bit. He's actually using the willpower forging technique to its limit. The Whis sighed with emotion. Leon's tenacity is truly rare among mortals. So my brother's spiritual power level is 11 now? Angor asked. The Whis nodded. Yes. Willpower casting can only increase a person's spiritual power by 3 points, and it's only suitable for mortals. Leon's spiritual power level increased from 8 to 11. That's rare. Well, it's not a bad thing after all, Eureka added. It's not easy to improve spiritual power. Angor was a little surprised. It was indeed a blessing in disguise. He was happy for Leon's safety, but he still hoped that such things would not happen again. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Angor finally settled Leon down. The knight and head servant Mana, who went out to look for Leon, also came back. Mana looked at Leon, who was lying on the bed with a pale and weak face. Her expression was full of worry. Don't worry. Didn't the doctor say Leon is just weak? He'll be fine after a few days of rest, Angor comforted Mana. Mana wiped her tears. When I heard that Viscount Leon went missing near the Kraken waterfall, I was so scared. It reminded me of. Mana paused halfway through her words. Angor knew who Mana was referring to. 16 years ago, it was the coldest winter ever for Pad Matter. A beautiful woman named Habasha fell into a tributary of the Kraken waterfall. She was rescued quickly, but her body was damaged by the water for too long. Habasha survived for 2 weeks before she was declared dead. Habasha was old Pad's wife, as well as Angor and Leon's mother. It was precisely because he recalled that Habasha had also fallen into a tributary of Kuzan. It was no wonder that Mana had even ignored him and insisted on going out with the knights to search for Lion. She was worried that the past would repeat itself. Everything will be fine. Angor wasn't sure if he was talking to himself or Mana. While Mana stayed in Leon's room to take care of him, Angor left. For one thing, Lion needed to get enough rest and not have too many people around him. For another, he needed to know Thuis's attitude when he arrived. Thuis and Eureka were sitting on a sofa in the grand living room. Neither of them spoke a word, but Angor could tell that they knew each other very well. Eureka rarely came to the main castle because there were too many mortals around, and she didn't want to be disturbed. She would either stay in the Stilt House or go to the Demeter to rest. But today, both of them suddenly came to the main castle. Angor knew that they were waiting for him. As Angor expected, Thuis pointed at the other end of the sofa and asked him to take a seat. Eureka frowned when Angor sat down. You really know how to hide things from us, Angor. You're an alchemist, but you didn't show any signs of it after half a year. Angor already knew Eureka would say something like this when he first started the potion. He expected Eureka to be annoyed, but to his surprise, Eureka didn't sound angry at all. Instead, she spoke in a mocking tone. I've never hidden anything from you. It's just that I've been busy with John ever since I came back. I don't have time for alchemy. You're right. You're more concerned about John. Eureka paused for a second. Since you're an alchemist, then, Angor thought Eureka was going to ask him to help her with her potion crafting. You broke Brulee's monocle last time, so you're responsible for it. Angor was a little surprised to hear this. He did see Brulee wearing a monocle when he first came back, but the monocle was broken during the fight. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. Making a monocle for Brulee wasn't a big deal. Eureka didn't say anything else after that. Thuis, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. I heard from Seelie that you gave John a Dreamweaver ant. Angor thought to himself, here it comes. Just so John can have a good dream, Angor explained. Thuis nodded. Let John dream, and then you enter his dream. I didn't think of such a method. I haven't seen John for a long time, and I happen to know some dream manipulator cantrips. Angor tried to change the topic. John's condition is deteriorating, and we can't find a way to save him. Mr. Thuis, do you have a way to save him? I just went to check. John can only maintain his 3-state balance. As for how to save him, I didn't find any clues during my trip. Thuis paused. Perhaps you can try to find Master Mitra. I saw you have Mitra's alchemy notes. You know him, right? We've met a few times, but I don't know him that well. I don't want to tell anyone about John's existence until it's absolutely necessary. What do you think, Mr. Thuis? I respect your opinion, but if you really want to save John, it's much easier to announce it to the public than to shut yourself in. Thuis' words puzzled Angor a little. Wasn't Thuis supposed to care about John a lot? Even Eureka said that Thuis cared more about John than she did. However, Thuis didn't seem to be acting like what Eureka had told him to do. In fact, he was much friendlier than before. If you need anything, you can come to me anytime. This was the last thing Thuis said about John. Thuis suddenly stood up when Angor was still wondering why Thuis was treating John differently from what he expected. There's something else I need to ask you. But this isn't the place for that. Thuis walked to Angor and put a hand on his shoulder. A strange power began to spread from Angor's shoulder. At the same time, Angor's vision went dark, and in the next second, he found himself in a strange space. There was nothing but chaos around him, and he was floating in the center of the space. Angor looked around. This place looked like a chaotic universe, but it wasn't spacious at all. We're in an exile space, and he can only create a small safe zone here. Let's just make do with it. A red-painted fingernail touched Angor's shoulder along with a fragrant scent. He looked back and saw that Eureka had also shown up in the same area. Exile space? Angor muttered. He had never heard of such a term before, and Eureka didn't seem to want to explain it to him. He didn't know why the Whis had brought him here. However, under unclear circumstances, it was best to remain silent. The Whis was standing right in front of Angor. He noticed that Thu's expression was getting darker and darker by the second. What's going on? Everything was fine before. Could it be that the Whis had brought him in to threaten him? Or to kill him? Angor's mind was filled with all kinds of horrible consequences, and he felt more and more scared. Soon, he realized why the Whis was so angry. The Whis strode to Angor and grabbed Eureka's hand, which was resting on Angor's shoulder, and pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? Eureka pushed the Whis away and rubbed her hands. You're so strong. Do you want to fight me? It's nothing. Thu's expression changed from a gloomy one to a faint smile. I just think this location is better. So? The Whis was jealous? Angor thought. I brought you here because I have something I need to ask you. What is it? The Whis took out a luxurious crown from his storage space and placed it in front of Angor. Angor's pupils shrank, and his expression darkened. Do you know what this is? Of course he knew what the Whis was holding. He was the one who crafted the crown. The Whis didn't understand why Angor looked so strange, but that didn't stop him from talking to himself. It's a replica of the Crimson Crown. According to Irisa, you crafted it, right? That's right. Not only did he craft the crown, but he also tried his best to restore the magic array on it. But Irisa reacted like, huh? So these marks are actually magic patterns? I thought they were just normal runes. Ha 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 ha. Angor knew that Irisa and the Whis were siblings, so he wasn't surprised to see the Whis holding the Crimson Crown, which he crafted himself. But he still couldn't help but feel annoyed whenever he thought about Irisa's expression. It was a piece of dark history that made him want to vomit blood. The Whis continued, as expected, Eliza didn't lie to me. Eureka walked up to Lucian and looked at the crown carefully. Is this the fake you were talking about? The Whis nodded. From the looks of it, it is indeed very similar to the real thing. Since Eureka had the real thing, she had the right to comment on it. But is the magic array on it really the same as the one on the crown? You'll have to ask him. The Whis pointed at Angor. Angor considered for a moment. If the drawing Mr. Ghost gave me is real, then the magic array on it is bloodline retrace. Let's compare it with the real thing. The Whis gestured at Eureka. To show her the real Crimson Crown. Without hesitation, Eureka took out the crown and handed it to Angor. Angor did not take it. He looked hesitant. He knew that Eureka might have the Crimson Crown, but he never mentioned it to her, let alone asked her about it. A long time ago, both Sunders and Greya warned him not to get involved in this matter. He didn't want to get involved, so he didn't really want to take the crown when Eureka offered it to him. What is it? The Whis raised an eyebrow. Mr. the Whis, may I ask why you brought me here? When I gave Mr. Ghost the fake Crimson Crown, I made it clear that I won't be responsible for anything that happens after I give it to you. The Whis gave Angor a thoughtful look. I know what you're worried about. I didn't mean to drag you into this mess. I just want to ask you a question. What is it? The Whis took the Crimson Crown from Eureka's hands. It was a beautiful crown that shone with a mysterious light. Even the Whis, who had seen the crown countless times, couldn't help but fall into a daze. The Whis struggled to look away from the crown. Before that, I need you to tell me if the magic array on the crown is bloodline retrace. He glanced at the crown again. Even though he had already made a copy of it before, he had to admit that this one was much more eye-catching than the fake one. Yes, it's a magic array with blood retrace, Angor confirmed after a quick glance. So it's bloodline retrace? The Whis pondered for a moment before asking, now that we know there's a bloodline recall magic array on the Crimson Crown, can we directly erase the blood connection? Bloodline Retrace was a magic array that allowed the user to connect the blood to an object, no matter where it was. Bloodline Retrace was the reason why Goman King was able to locate Eureka's location every time. This was why the Whis came to Angor this time to see if he could erase the blood connection on the magic array. Can't I? The Whis was a little disappointed when he saw Angor's silence. Mr. the Whis, have you heard of the Fathom Lord? The Whis shook his head. The Whis nodded. Of course. He's a great demon god from the Abyss Plane. Why do you ask? Since you've heard of the Abyss Lord, you must know something about the Blood Soul Sacrifice spell he created, right? Blood Soul Sacrifice was a spell that allowed the user to combine their blood with the sacrificial object. From then on, the sacrificial object could be controlled at will, which greatly increased the effectiveness of the spell. It could also be considered an advanced version of Contract Rune. Yes. The Whis naturally knew about Blood Soul Sacrifice, and he also knew about its drawbacks. Anyone who used Blood Soul Sacrifice would basically be listed in front of the Deep Abyss Lord. The Abyss Lord wouldn't care about you when you were still weak. But once you grew stronger, you would have to be careful. Bloodline Retrace is also a part of Blood Soul Sacrifice. Angor considered for a moment before continuing. In other words, once Blood Soul Retrace is engraved on an object, it's bound to the object. Unless the user dies, there's no way to erase the connection. The Whis frowned. If what Angor said was true, this wasn't going to work. But there was a way. The Whis suddenly thought of something. Previously, he and his sister Eliza had speculated that if it really was bloodline retracing, with Goman King's personality, it was impossible for him to connect his heart's blood to it. Losing his blood would be a huge blow to Goman King, and it would be an irreparable regret. Bloodline Retrace was a magic array that only a handful of people knew about, which was why it required blood to create. Since it wasn't Goman King's blood, all they needed to do was to find the owner of the blood and kill him or her. If we kill the owner of the blood, can we make the blood soul retrace its owner? The Whis quickly asked. If we kill the owner of the blood soul retrace will self-destruct, Angor explained. It's a powerful self-destruction. But the blood soul retrace is a mystery item, so it's hard to say if it'll be destroyed. The Whis was a little disappointed. He didn't expect blood soul retrace to be so powerful. Actually, we don't need to kill the owner of the blood. We just need to find him, take him away, and turn him into a living puppet. Thua's eyes lit up. Can we use blood soul retrace to find the owner of the blood? Angor left the living room with a gloomy look. The Whis claimed that he wouldn't let Angor get involved in this mess. However, the truth was that he was already in the middle of a quagmire when he asked about blood soul retrace. It was just a matter of how deep he was involved. Fortunately, he wasn't too deep into this mess. As long as he didn't get involved, he still had a chance to escape. He planned to check on John in the ice house, but too many bad things happened today, and he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He didn't want to talk to John like this. He thought for a moment and decided to go back to his room. He cast Dreaming Kindle on himself and arrived at the Dream Wasteland. As soon as he entered the Dream Wasteland, he heard some loud noises. He looked up and saw himself standing in front of a small square in front of the Treehouse Bar. Not far from him, Derek, who was dragged into the Dream Wasteland by Angor earlier this afternoon, was being dragged into a game called Scarecrow and Black Crow by a group of kids. He also saw Alda, who looked like a tiger among the children. Meanwhile, Sunny was sitting on the roof of the Treehouse Bar, looking down at the kids playing the game with a disdainful look. There were a few other people around the square. Most of them were chatting while looking left and right. They were filled with curiosity about the surrounding environment and buildings. A young man with a bright smile was the first to notice Angor's arrival. He was sitting on the balcony of a clock tower. You're new here too, right? New? The young man pointed at Derek, who was disguised as a scarecrow. See? That dumb scarecrow just came in. I told him to ignore those naughty kids, but he wouldn't listen. See? He's being used as a prop. The young man continued to speak as if he was an experienced person. After nagging for a long time, he finally remembered that he did not introduce himself. My name is Rabu. Among the naughty kids playing the game over there, the one wearing a red tie is my younger brother, Rado. Both of us were infected by a strange plague. We thought we were going to die, but the kind Mr. Thiessen brought us to a new world. A new world? Angor rubbed his chin. The dream wasteland was indeed a new world for these kids. What about you? What's wrong with you? Rab asked curiously. He didn't answer. Instead, he looked to the side and saw Freud running toward him. Everyone who saw him bowed to him politely. Even Rab jumped down from the balcony and bowed to Freud. Freud waved a hand and dismissed the onlookers. You're here, sir. Sir? Rabba raised his head in confusion, only to see the young man from before walking further and further away from the kindest young Master Dixon in his eyes. Who is he? Why did Mr. Thiessen call him that? Rab muttered to himself. Humph. I heard you calling him a newbie. What's wrong with you? At some point in time, Sunny had appeared beside Rabu. She swung her small and fair feet as she spoke to Rabu in a mocking tone. Rabu didn't care at all. After all, from his point of view, Sunny was just a child. As an adult, he wouldn't argue with a child. What? You know who he is? Rab asked curiously. Sunny pouted. You keep talking about a new world, a new world. In your words, he's the real master of this new world. Sunny liked to tease Angor, but she also knew that without Angor's help, she would become an undead, and Freud would never return home. Whenever Angor wasn't around, Sunny would try to put in a good word for him. When Rabu heard Sunny's words, he muttered in a daze, the owner of the new world. Meanwhile, Freud and Angor were heading to Heaven's Tower together. Heaven's Tower was the first one Angor found in the Land of Revelation. It was 5 stories tall and covered in decorative engravings. It was the tallest building Angor had brought into this place so far. You're pretty quick. It's only been a day since I last saw you, and this place is already crowded. I'm here to do some experiments. Also, I hope this place isn't so lonely. Angor didn't mind Freud's decision. It was good to have people here. At least John wouldn't feel so lonely when he came here. Inside the tower, Angor saw 3 beautiful women in uniform sitting in front of a desk, working on some documents. Just like Rab, they're dying because of the plague, so I brought them here, Freud explained. They used to work for the sheriff, so they're good at keeping records. So I brought them here to do some headcount, distribution of resources, and labor arrangements. Angor used his omniscient view to check the documents in their hands. They were all stacks of documents. The one at the top of the stack was about Derek, who was brought here by Angor. It recorded all the relevant information about Derek. Based on the above, it also carried out a simple evaluation mechanism. Derek's evaluation wasn't too high. He didn't have any skills, so he could only pay for the resources through labor. Derek's grandfather, on the other hand, had a good evaluation because he knew how to carve wood. The most important thing right now is a house for them to rest in. In the future, they will have to pay for it with their own labor, Freud said. That way, they won't have to work too hard. Angor agreed with Freud's suggestion. No one should ever think about getting something without putting in effort. These information cards also recorded the various conditions of these people, from their physical to their mental states. In other words, while recording the information, they also carried out an experimental investigation of the spiritual light of consciousness in the dream wilderness. Angor suddenly heard some noises coming from outside the door. When he turned around, he saw a group of people carrying a few big boxes together. They were huffing and puffing as they walked past the door. They search and organize important treasures, cultural books, raw materials, and other resources. Freud explained that the team outside the door was mainly responsible for searching for useful items in the building, categorizing them, and managing them together. Angor glanced at Freud in surprise. That's a good plan. Freud had not only taken into account the big picture, but also the small details. Most importantly, it had only been a day, which showed how efficient Freud was. Freud snickered. Actually, I've already considered this when I was writing the dream whelk. At that time I just wanted to play around. I didn't expect that Sir would really make it happen. Freud's idea was good, but it would be a waste of his talent to deal with such trivial matters. We don't know how long these people can live, but if we want to keep their consciousness in the dream wasteland for a long time, we need to set up a system to manage them. It's impossible for me to consider everything, so I plan to see if there's anyone with good management skills who can take over these trivial tasks. You can do that on your own. But you have to keep a long-term record of your experiments. While talking, they headed to the top floor of the tower. Soon, they arrived at the top of the tower. From the balcony, they could see all the buildings in the area. Apart from Firmament Tower, there were two other buildings that stood out from the rest. One was the splendid Flicker Church, while the other was the Ocean Theater that Angor dragged into the wasteland. The three landmarks stood on opposite sides of the wasteland, which made them look quite interesting. There aren't many buildings here yet, but it's starting to feel like a town. How about we give this place a name, sir? Freud stood behind Angor and felt a sense of accomplishment as he watched the city slowly being built. That young man called Rab told me that this is a new world. I didn't think much about it at first. But now, facing the city that is slowly becoming more and more lively, I suddenly have a feeling that I have really created a world. Angor shook his head to clear his mind. This place looked real, but it was nothing more than a container that stored consciousness. Illusory and ethereal, it was almost incomparable to the real world. Even the sorcerer's garden couldn't compare to it. Still, the dream wasteland had its advantages. At least, the sorcerer's garden couldn't compare to its ability to transmit messages over long distances. In the end, he said, let's call it First Heart City. This was the starting point of the dream wasteland, where Angor placed all of his hopes and dreams. John once told him that one could achieve great things by not forgetting one's roots. This was what Angor wanted to do, so he named the city First Heart. Freud agreed with the name. First Heart City, the heart of beginnings, was where one's dreams began. The name of First Heart City was immediately spread to the ears of everyone in the city. When they came here, most of them were still confused about the road ahead. Most importantly, they didn't even know where they were. It felt like an illusion. However, when they saw the name of the city on the notice board, the uneasiness in their hearts slowly disappeared. First Heart City? I'm a citizen of First Heart City now? The notice board was located at the entrance of the small square. Derek, who was playing with his kid, noticed it right away. He and his grandfather used to be nothing more than farmers in the countryside. They didn't have slaves, but they were still considered untouchables in the city. But now, not only did he own a house with his grandfather, his illness had also improved, and he had even become a resident of a bustling city. This made him somewhat unable to believe it, and he could not help but ask himself. Stop acting like a country bumpkin and learn to be as steady as me. I don't want my little brother to become a clumsy idiot after playing with you. It was Rab who was also standing beside the notice board. Derek chuckled. Rab's words were a bit harsh, but he knew Rab didn't mean any harm. Back then, when he had just entered Foundation City and was at a loss, it was also Rabu who had spoken to him immediately and calmed him down. Rab didn't mind Derek's silly smile. He was thinking about something else. Although he had only been here for a day, he had asked Master Dixon where he was before he came in. Master Dixon didn't answer. He only smiled mysteriously. Later, Rab tried asking others about the name of the city, but no one knew about it. Not even Sunny or Alda. However, the young man who Sunny called the real master of the new world soon came and settled the name of the city. Rabu was a little suspicious. Could it be that the name of this city was given by the youth from before? First Heart. That's a nice name. Rab chuckled. Whether or not the young man was the one who named the city, everyone agreed with the name. From then on, all the new residents would know that they would have to abandon their past identities, their past glory, and become a member of Beginning City. They would also have to integrate into the life of Beginning City. After naming the city, Angor talked to Freud about the data he collected from the experiment. The people in First Heart City weren't just residents. They were also important test subjects. He needed to see if they were suitable for John to live in the city for a long time. We're still observing them. We don't see anything wrong with them. Personally, I think they've already become residents of the dream realm, Freud explained. Still, he didn't trust Freud's words completely since John's life was at stake. He still needed some time to confirm the authenticity of the samples. Still, it was a good idea to let John get used to life in First Heart City first. After saying goodbye to Freud, he left the dream wasteland and returned to the real world. However, he used dreaming Kindle on himself again. This time, he didn't choose to enter First Heart City. Instead, he chose a different location and entered the dream wasteland. This place was very far away from First Heart City. There were only wild grasses around him, which didn't seem to change at all. There was only a lone gondola left in the middle of the wasteland. He controlled his gondola and flew higher into the sky. Soon, he found his target among the clouds, the glowing orb. This was the main body of the nightmare domain. Now that his body was almost fully recovered, he wanted to see if he could fuse a new authority into his body. The dream gate wasn't bad, but it wasn't a core authority. Besides, the dream wasteland didn't have any defensive power, which was why he wanted to fuse the new authority. However, when he placed the orb in his hand, something told him that he needed a little bit more. He wanted to fuse with a new authority, but with his current situation, he was still a little lacking. If he forced it, he might lose the authority or suffer a mental breakdown. His instinct told him that it wouldn't take him too long to fuse the new authority. He was only one step away from becoming a level 3 apprentice. Once he became a real level 3 apprentice, he would be able to fuse the new authority. He didn't even need to train himself to become a level 3 apprentice. He just needed to wait for the bloodline projection in his body to fully fuse with the new authority. It would only take him a few days to reach that level. Since he couldn't fuse the new authority, he didn't want to linger around. He put the main body of the nightmare domain away and left the dream wasteland. Early in the morning, Ori pushed the dining cart into Angor's room and saw him busy writing on his desk. There were piles of papers around him, and several pieces of draft paper were floating on the ground. Seeing that Angor did not notice her, Ori crouched down to collect the papers. While doing so, Ori curiously glanced at the contents of the papers. There were complicated three-dimensional geometric patterns, all kinds of strange symbols, and rows of formulas filled with words. Ori did not understand the formulas, but for some reason, the numbers seemed to have some kind of magic power that attracted her attention. She could not help but stare at them. In Ori's eyes, the numbers and formulas seemed to come alive. They slowly rotated and formed a dark door. The door was full of temptation. She felt as if a voice was urging her to step into the door. Whoosh, Ori suddenly shivered and woke up from her strange state. She looked up and saw Angor standing in front of her in a thin white robe. She didn't know when he arrived. The morning breeze lifted the curtains, and the warm sunlight outlined Angor's handsome side profile. "Ori, are you all right?" Angor's voice pulled Ori back to reality. She finally noticed that the draft paper in her hand was already torn in half by Angor. Ori blushed and lowered her head. "I just wanted to organize them. I didn't expect, these formulas contain some truth. If your spirit power is not strong enough, it's dangerous to read them. You might lose yourself." Olga nodded with lingering fear and stood up from the ground. Angor waved a hand and cast a cleanse spell. The papers fluttered in the air as if they had wings. In the end, they all landed on the desk neatly. Ori was a little dazzled. It took her a while to realize that she was here to deliver breakfast. "Young master, there's milkberry tree sap for breakfast, paired with cocoa flowers. There's also head-made Manna's breakfast sausages, a plate of chicken and mushroom soup, fruits after the meal, and my fried rice." Ori put the breakfast on the table while speaking. Angor was not hungry, but he did not refuse Ori's kindness. While eating, Angor asked, "How's my brother? Are you awake?" Lord Viscount woke up for a while, drank some soup, and went back to sleep. The doctor said that Lord Viscount is recovering well and should recover soon. Olga stood to the side and said respectfully, "That's good." He planned to check on Leon first, but since the man was asleep again, he decided to wait until Leon woke up. After finishing breakfast, Angor spoke to Olga, "You almost got lost in the maze just now. Don't work today. Go back and rest." Olga was stunned for a moment before she nodded gently. "I understand. Thank you for your concern, young master." After Ori left, Angor returned to his desk and began to destroy the draft papers he had prepared earlier. Only the final design was left, which was a very mysterious geometric figure. It took him a whole night to design the lock. The main purpose of the lock was to store the nightmare entity. The nightmare entity was still exposed to the outside world. It was safe for now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Of course, the final purpose of the lock was to store the nightmare entity, but he only needed to use the dream whelk to bring the nightmare entity into the dream wasteland. Angor's lock would not disappear in the real world. In order not to waste resources, he had to at least use the lock to help him in the real world. The biggest problem for him right now was that he was always surrounded by Eureka and the Wiss. Everything he did would be noticed by them, and using the nightmare domain to hide his presence was not a good idea. Therefore, he hoped that the lock would be able to block the prying eyes of the outside world. Another thing was that every time he used the dream whelk, he would generate mystery energy. Wizards were very sensitive to mystery energy. If they sensed it, he would be in big trouble later. Therefore, it would be best if the lock could block the mystery energy. However, after spending a whole night designing, he found that most of the magic arrays used at least 20 runes. In other words, they were all at least high-tiered, which was not something he could use right now. In the end, he took a step back and chose a magic array consisting of 5 mageweths, silent confinement. It was a magic array that combined defense, concealment, which was perfect for the concept of lock. Silent confinement could not completely block the mystery energy, but with some cantrips, Angor could restrict the mystery energy to a radius of 100 meters. Angor did not start right away because he had never used silent confinement before. He needed some time to familiarize himself with the process. Also, there were other matters in the real world that he needed to deal with first. He put the design into his bracelet and planned to check on John first. But before he could do that, he heard the sound of wings flapping outside the window. He looked back and saw Bruley sitting on the balcony railing while staring at him with her big round eyes. It's still daytime. Owls should be sleeping by now, right? I told you, I'm not like other owls. I don't need to sleep at all. Bruley suddenly remembered something and spoke to Angor in a flattering tone. I just heard that you're such a great alchemist. So? While talking to Bruley, he walked to his wardrobe and took out a black vest embroidered with silver patterns. He put it on over his white shirt. I heard from Master that you promised to make me a monocle, Bruley carefully probed. Sure. What kind of monocle do you want? Give me a sample later. Angor would never refuse his promise. Besides, making a monocle wasn't a difficult task. Bruley grinned from ear to ear when she saw Angor being so easygoing. Since it did not have a sample, it had to go back to Eureka and ask. On the other hand, Angor entered John's dream. John sensed Angor's presence right away and pretended to be calm. You're here? Yes, I'm here, Angor said. I've already repeated the cycle of spring and summer here countless times. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. Chown asked. 3.5 months. Only 3.5 months? John sighed. I thought it's been 3 years. My sense of time is getting weaker and weaker. John could not sense time because he was in his own dream, which meant he could change the flow of time at will. Under the constant intertwining of time, the concept of time would gradually become blurred. Angor peeked through John's window to check his surroundings. He discovered that John was currently in a banquet hall. He was no stranger to this banquet hall. It was the hall of the main castle. There were all kinds of delicacies in front of Chown, and he ate with a knife and fork in boredom. Ugh. When I realized I'm in a dream, I realized the food tasted like wax, John sighed. I can imagine all kinds of food, but none of them taste good. How torturous. Then why are you still eating? John pointed at the other side of the table. I prepared it for you because you're coming. Specially prepared for me? Angor looked at where John was pointing with a puzzled look. There were 2 people sitting at the other side of the table. One was a young man with a bulky body, while the other was a beautiful woman with a gentle smile. He's Old Pat? Angor was surprised to see the young man. That's right. Don't be fooled by Old Pat's pot-bellied look when he was young. John paused. Lion inherited your father's looks. You, on the other hand, look more like your mother. John suddenly looked at the woman on the other side of the table. The woman waved a hand. It's a pity I couldn't be with you when you were growing up, Angor. But don't forget, your mother loved you too. Angor was surprised. His mother had already left when he began to remember things. He saw his mother's portrait, which was graceful and elegant, but also distant. He never saw his mother's smile so clearly like this. He knew it was John's illusion, but he still couldn't hold back his excitement. Thank you, Angor said after a long pause. My memory is also weakening. I can clearly remember less and less of your mother's scenes. She didn't grow up with you, but her love for you didn't diminish at all. What she said just now was what she wanted me to tell you before she passed away. While speaking, the scene in Angor's dream suddenly faded away. John was stunned for a moment before everything returned to normal. What's going on? He knew that John's brain was damaged, which caused his dream world to be incomplete. However, it was rare to see someone who did not put much effort into it. Even the main scenery was blurred. John sighed and shook his head. It's been like this lately, so I don't want to make too many illusions. Angor remembered something. Whenever he entered John's dream, he always saw John's wife and daughter. But this time, when he entered John's dream, he did not see them. Was it because John's condition wasn't right? My memory is deteriorating too. I've forgotten a lot of things. I'm afraid I'll forget about you one day. John shook his head. But it's worth it. I thought I was dead for sure, but I managed to survive for a while in my dream. Angor remained silent. John was dreaming, but his consciousness and memories were still bound to his brain. When his body was deteriorating, it was also reflected in his dream. If Angor took John to the dream wasteland, his consciousness wouldn't be affected by his body, and his memory wouldn't deteriorate again. Angor had been considering whether he should let John adapt to life in the dream wasteland in advance. But now, John's condition made him decide. With that in mind, Angor slowly explained the details of the dream wasteland to John. After going through a series of ups and downs, John was no longer afraid of death. However, if there was a chance to survive, he would gladly take it, even if it was just a sliver of hope. When Angor told John about the dream wasteland, John considered for a moment and nodded. A place that can preserve human consciousness. John looked excited. That's interesting. The reason why we judge a person as a human is that their memory and logical thinking remain the same. It seems that the so-called consciousness aura in the dream wasteland contains these two structures. You're right. Your consciousness and your soul are different in nature. Once we get to the dream wasteland, you can compare them and see what's the difference between your current state and the dream wasteland. I can't wait to see the new world you've built. John was not only curious about the dream wasteland, but also because he hadn't talked to anyone in a long time. After explaining everything, Angor left the dream bridge. He looked at John in the ice coffin for a long time. When he saw John's dream becoming blurry, Angor knew that he couldn't stay idle anymore. However, he wasn't sure if John could really survive in the dream wasteland. In the end, Angor sighed and began to construct Dream and Kindle in his mind space. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and this was the only method he could use. The nightmare aura of Dream and Kindle slowly enveloped John's body. Angor carefully observed John's condition and made sure that the man's stats didn't change. Angor deliberately allowed the dream gate to operate on its own so that he could see if John had entered the dream wasteland. As John was pulled into Dream and Kindle, Angor immediately received a message. Warning! Foreign object has entered the dream wasteland. A mini-map of the dream wasteland appeared in his mind. A blurry figure appeared above the map. The blurry figure was probably John. Angor could place John anywhere he wanted in the dream wasteland. Angor chose Genesis City as his destination. The dream gate displayed the final message, foreign object is entering the dream wasteland. As the message ended, the blurry figure was pulled into the mini-map. The map quickly enlarged until it turned into a sand table of Genesis City. After making sure that John had entered the city, Angor sighed in relief and allowed the dream gate to operate on its own again. Next, he checked John's body to make sure that nothing was amiss before leaving. He took the Dreamweaver ant with him. Since John had entered the dream wasteland, the ant could go back to work. Back in the main castle, Angor used his spirit feelers to check Leon's room. Since Leon was still resting, Angor didn't disturb him, so he returned to his bedroom and began his research. He didn't use Dream and Kindle right away because he was worried that the Whis and Eureka might notice something fishy. They might not know where the Dream Wasteland was, but using Dream and Kindle too often would make them suspicious. Angor didn't want to underestimate the intelligence of wizards. Secondly, he hoped to give John some time to familiarize himself with Foundation City. After finishing his lunch, he decided to enter the Dream Wasteland during his lunch break. As soon as he entered the Dream Wasteland, Angor used Omniscient View to look for John. Genesis City wasn't too big, so Angor soon found John's location. Sunny and Alda were taking him on a tour of Origin City. From time to time, John would talk to Sunny and Alda while laughing out loud. It was clear that he was in a good mood. "You're here, sir." Angor entered from the top of Heaven's Tower. Not long after he entered, Freud came to him in a hurry. "Did you arrange for Sunny and Alda to show John around the city?" Angor already mentioned John's name before, so Freud could easily guess who he was. "I was going to do it myself. But everyone knows who I am. I'll only bring trouble to John." Angor nodded. If Freud wanted John to slowly become a part of Foundation City, he shouldn't have asked for John's help, considering how well-respected Freud was in the city. "You did the right thing. You don't need to get close to John. Just make sure he's safe." Angor paused for a moment before he continued, "Also, I don't care who you ask to take care of John's condition and the others. But you have to take care of John's condition yourself. Do a comprehensive assessment, and report to me immediately if anything goes wrong." He planned to do it himself, but he had too many things to do in the real world, and he could not take care of everything. So he asked Freud to do it for now. "I understand, sir." He knew how important John was to Angor. Angor was only willing to explore the Dream Wasteland for John's sake. "I'll leave you to it." He left Freud alone and slowly walked toward John's direction. John was amazed by everything he saw. The buildings here were so unique that he couldn't take his eyes off them. Ever since he arrived at Genesis City, he didn't pay attention to the so-called consciousness light or other people around him. Instead, he was attracted by the city's buildings. Ever since he came to the wizarding world, John had never left Gru Town. However, he didn't know much about the cities in this world. This Genesis City might not represent all the buildings in this world, but it was still an eye-opener for him. "This is the Flicker Church. It's close to the plaza and the tree bar, so there are a lot of people here," Alda explained in his childish voice. He dutifully introduced the architecture and scenery of First Heart City to John along the way. "What's so interesting about the church, Grandpa John? How about I take you to the tree bar for a drink?" It was Sunny, who was wearing a new silk dress. "Grandpa?" John rubbed his nose and sighed in his mind. Back on Earth, he had just reached the level of no doubts. But in this world, because of all kinds of external destruction, he had become an old man who looked like an old man. In his dream, Chown could even change his appearance at will. But when he arrived at the Dream Wasteland, the first thing he felt was his old face. Why did he have to change his appearance? Why can't he change his appearance like in a holographic game? John complained in his mind, but he still put on a kind smile on his face. The boy called Alda reminded him of Angor's childhood when he saw Alda's childish look. As for Sunny, she was a bit impulsive, but in a way, she looked a lot like his daughter Mumu. Besides, John hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, so he didn't want to argue with someone about how to address him. He ignored the grandpa and asked curiously, "You can drink here? Does it really smell like alcohol?" "Of course it smells like alcohol. Isn't that common sense?" A young man who was passing by heard John's question and looked over. Then, the young man saw Sunny and asked curiously, "Sunny, who is this old man? Who are you calling an old man?" "Call me Grandpa." Sunny gestured with her fist and said fiercely. The young man took 2 steps back in fear and gulped. Under Sunny's threat, he whispered to Chown, "Grandpa." Chown. Sigh. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "He's Rab. I have a good friend called Rado." "He's Rab's little brother," Alda said. Sunny knocked on Alda's head. "You've only known Rado for 1 day, and you're already friends with him?" Can't you be more careful? Alda pouted, feeling wronged. Sunny then pointed at Rab. Get out of here. I'm going to show Grandpa John more. Don't disturb us. Raba didn't know why he was so afraid of Sunny. He always felt that Sunny was exuding a fierce aura, which made him afraid, but he couldn't help but want to tease her. What are you waiting for? Rab nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. After Rab left, Sunny spoke to John again. They don't know the truth about the dream wasteland. Please don't mind them, Grandpa John. I don't know if the wine here tastes like alcohol, but I heard that it's good. Shall we try it? John wanted to agree. After all, he hadn't tasted wine in a long time. But he saw the yearning look on Sunny's face. Sunny had said that she hadn't tasted wine before. John was alarmed. Was this little girl thinking of tasting it? John quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Drinking will hurt your mind. Let's keep walking. Sunny sighed in disappointment when John didn't agree. In the past, Master Tison wouldn't allow them to drink. She thought that she could use this chance to start a new life, but it was a failure. Sunny was a little listless, but Alda was very responsible and diligent. Soon, they came to a large, light blue building. This is the Ocean Theater. Grandpa John, do you want to go in and take a look? Alda asked. John didn't reply. He just stared at the Ocean Theater. He'd been to Waterford and seen the Ocean Theater before, but he'd always been in a hurry and never had the chance to go in. He never thought that he'd see the Ocean Theater again one day. Let's go in and take a look. John nodded. The group entered the Ocean Theater. They found that there was no one else inside except for the resource team who were collecting valuables. They didn't attract the attention of the resource team. After all, the Ocean Theater wasn't restricted. There are only chairs in the theater, and no one is performing. There's nothing to see. Let's go to the bar, Sunny couldn't help but suggest. As soon as Sunny said that, she heard the melodious sound of a piano. She looked up and saw that there was no one on the stage. The music came from behind the red curtains. It was melodious and clear. It was as if they were looking at a green paddy field in summer. The breeze blew and the sun shone. Who's playing the piano? Sunny asked curiously. It sounds nice, but I don't think I've heard this song before, Alda said, confused. That summer, John said. Huh? Alda and Sunny looked at John in confusion. This song is called That Summer. John suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with beautiful memories. I thought you'd never learn it. I didn't expect you to be so good at it now. As he spoke, John walked toward the stage. Standing in front of the curtain, John did not lift it. Instead, he kept tapping his fingers to the rhythm of the song. Separated by this layer of curtains, whether it was the person behind the curtains or the person outside the curtains who was beating the beat, they all knew the identity of the other party, but no one exposed it at this time. Alda and Sunny were also standing beside the curtain. Alda tried to lift the curtain, but Sunny knocked on his head. When Alda's eyes were filled with tears, Sunny made a shhh gesture. John kept time, humming along to the music. As he hummed, he recalled the time when he taught Angor how to play the song more than 10 years ago. Back then, Angor's musical talent was not outstanding. He could not learn it no matter how hard he tried. Even so, Angor still liked John's performance. He liked the bright melody. Whenever he heard the prelude, he felt as if he had returned to the summer when he enjoyed singing and laughing. Accompanied by the sunlight and the breeze, the song came to an end in the dancing notes. It was only at this moment that the bright red curtain was pulled open by Sunny and Yada. A handsome young man with blonde hair was sitting in front of a black piano. His back was straight but not stiff. He sat down gracefully and elegantly. His long fingers were resting on the black and white keyboard. His knuckles were clearly defined. Perhaps he sensed the curtain being opened, so the young man turned his head slightly. His blue eyes seemed to be glowing. John looked at the young man and suddenly laughed. So this is Angor. He had simulated Angor's grown-up appearance countless times in his dreams. But when he saw Angor in person, he felt that all those images were blurry. Only the person in front of him became clear. As John smiled, he suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. The little guy from back then had now grown up. Indeed, he was as handsome and elegant as he had expected. Angor stood up and bowed to John in a noble manner. "Mr. John." John nodded. He knew he would see Angor here, but he still could not hold back his excitement. He could not speak for a long time. When John calmed down, he noticed that everyone except him and Angor had left the Ocean Theater. Sunny and Alda. "I asked them to wait outside," Angor explained in a low voice. He wanted to rub Angor's hair like he used to when Angor was little. But when he got closer, he realized that Angor's head had grown so much that he had to reach out his hand to touch Angor's face. Chan retracted his hand and patted Angor's shoulder. He sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect you to look like old Pat after you've grown up. But your eyes and brows still look like your mother's." John paused. "You're growing fast, aren't you? You're almost 1.9 meters now, right?" "That's right, your brother is also tall, but 4 years ago, he was much more burly than you. I didn't expect you to be thinner than him now." "I admit that I'm thin, but I don't admit that I'm weak." Angor grinned, revealing a row of shiny white teeth. "I'll ask my brother to come to see you one day. I'll fight with him, and you'll know. You're a wizard now, and you still want to bully your brother?" "I've never bullied him. Besides, he's going to become a supernatural soon." "Speaking of which, he's probably a bloodline wizard," Angor muttered. He muttered to himself, "I need to fight him before he learns the technique. That way, I won't lose in close combat." "Alright, enough with the mumbling. Don't bring Leon here. We can let him in when we're done dealing with the outside world." John knew that Pat Manor wasn't as simple as it used to be. After all, there was still a wizard in the manor. What John didn't know was that the Whis had returned to Pat Manor as well. The Whis was Leon's teacher, and Angor needed to consider many things before bringing Leon into the dream wasteland. "I understand." Angor nodded. "Speaking of which, the piano piece I played just now should be better than before, right?" John nodded. "Yes, but there are still some flaws. I can show you if I can." John paused for a moment. Angor considered for a moment before saying, "You can try jumping, sir." John didn't know what Angor meant, but he still jumped a little out of instinct. John seemed to understand something when he jumped up and landed on the ground with ease. "You look exactly the same as you did in real life. But you're not weak at all. You're at the same level as everyone else in Foundation City," Angor explained. John hesitated for a moment before sitting down in front of the piano. As his wrinkled hands touched the keys, a series of beautiful music notes were heard. Sunny, who was standing at the entrance of the theater, suddenly stopped and looked at the main hall. Alda also looked over. "It's that summer again. But this time it's much better. It's like seeing the sun again." "Is that a great musician?" It was unknown when Rabu had appeared at the entrance of the Ocean Theater. He asked Sunny, who was playing inside. "This level of skill is simply too amazing. Why are you here again?" Sunny grumbled. Rab chuckled. "Foundation City isn't that big. I just wandered around a bit and found my way here. Don't tell me the person playing the piano is the old man from earlier." "Ahem, Grandpa? Who knows?" Sunny shrugged. Angor spent most of the afternoon with John, telling him about the rules of the dream wasteland as well as some strange things about the wizarding world. He wasn't too worried about John's condition. With Freud's care and the social structure of First Heart slowly improving, John should be able to adapt to life there soon enough. After waking up, Angor sat down in front of his desk to think about something. Since John seemed to be doing well in the dream wasteland, it was time to think about how to treat his body. John's only option was to become a dream citizen and live in the dream wasteland. If John's body could still be saved, Angor hoped that John could survive the ordeal. However, it seemed that it was impossible for him to save Chan's body now. Even Eureka and the Whis didn't know what to do. Angor wondered if he should tell the others about John's condition. Earlier, the Whis suggested that he ask Mitra for help. Mitra was a master apothecary, after all, and he might have a way to save John. Apart from why the Whis changed his attitude toward John, Angor had already considered the suggestion seriously. He already had a way to save John's body. If his physical body could be saved, it would be a good thing. In the worst-case scenario, John's identity would be exposed. However, Eureka and the Whis were already aware of John's true identity. As for the so-called secret, it was still a secret if only one person knew about it. However, if 2 or 3 people knew about it, even if it wasn't to the extent that everyone knew about it, the secret could no longer be hidden. He might as well take the risk. Still, he didn't want to make a rash decision. He still needed to seek John's approval before he could carry out the plan. Previously, he had talked to Chown about this topic, but Chown had thought about it too much and rejected it. Now that John was allowed to live in Foundation City for the time being, Angor wondered if John would change his mind. He didn't enter the dream wasteland to ask for John's opinion right away. It was better to let John familiarize himself with life in Foundation City first. Angor checked the time. It was 3 in the afternoon, so he decided to meditate first. Time slowly passed. Angor opened his eyes at 6:30 in the evening. He checked his mana pool and fell into deep thought. As the projected bloodline in his body grew stronger, his meditation became even more efficient. He thought it would take him 1 or 2 weeks to become a top-level apprentice. But now, it would only take him 3 days to digest the new bloodline. Angor wasn't sure if he should be happy or worried. He was glad that he would be able to fuse with his new authority in 3 days. But he was worried that he was progressing too fast. He didn't have any major problems yet, but he still had other concerns, such as a weak foundation. Angor sighed. I guess I'll just have to take it one step at a time. He stood up and opened the door to his room. Ori was standing outside with a parchment scroll in her hand. Angor already sensed Ori's presence when he finished his meditation. Yes? Angor asked. Young master, Lord Viscount has woken up. Headmaid Mana asked me to inform you. Ori handed the scroll to Angor. Mr. Bruley gave this to me. She said you're still meditating, and I'll give it to you when Mr. Viscount comes out. Angor nodded. I see. I'll be right there. Before heading to Leon's room, Angor opened the scroll and saw a concept design for a monocle. It looked exactly like Bruley's monocle, which was probably made by Eureka. There was also a line of words below it. Bruley's monocle was originally enchanted with eagle eye and energy perception. Which meant he was going to make a monocle that could improve his eyesight and perception. Angor considered for a moment. It wasn't a difficult task. He just needed to create an alchemy structure with a complex rune. By the time he was done simulating the structure of the monocle in his mind, he had already arrived at Leon's room. The door was open. The first thing he saw was not Leon. Instead, he saw a bright red figure. A 2-headed dog with red hair was standing on the balcony, looking down at Leon, who was lying on the bed with an awe-inspiring posture. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He dashed to Leon's side and looked at the 2-headed dog cautiously. Who are you? Angor didn't attack right away. Since Pat Manor was now safe from monsters, this 2-headed dog must have something to do with the Whis. Still, he didn't want to let his guard down. Angor looked closer and noticed that the red fur on the 2-headed dog's body was dancing in the air as if it was alive. One of the 2 heads was covered by a black ribbon and seemed to be sleeping, while the other head looked like a wolf. It chuckled when it heard Angor's question. Calm down, Angor. It's called Soapy, teacher's pet. Leon's voice came from behind Angor. Leon's words confirmed Angor's suspicion. Soapy nodded at Angor and turned to Leon. Don't forget what I said. I'll be going now. Soapy's sharp voice came from Leon's mouth. With that, Soapy turned around and leaped out of the window. Its red fur danced in the air like a ball of flame. Soapy was so fast that it disappeared from Angor's sight in just a few leaps. Angor waited until Soapy was out of sight before he looked back at Leon. Leon's face was still pale. His body was wrapped in thick bandages, but he seemed to be in a good mood. He kept a smile on his face, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Moving his body would hurt his wounds. You seem to be in a good mood. Angor waved a hand and summoned a stool beside the bed. Yes. Leon smiled and nodded. Just now, Subai told me that I have practiced the wool forging technique to the limit. I don't need to practice it anymore. I can start preparing to enter the meditation stage. Did it give you the channeling method? Not yet. Soapy told me to find my teacher after I'm healed. My teacher will measure my talent and choose a channeling method suitable for me. After Leon said that, he suddenly laughed out loud. As a result, this laughter pulled on his injuries again, causing Leon to cry out in pain. It took Leon a while to stop the pain. Instead of laughing, he could only express his joy with his sparkling eyes. Of course, Angor understood Leon's feelings. It seems that the WIS has decided to accept you as his student. Even though testing one's talent might seem like an ordinary action, it was still an extremely ordinary thing to do. However, according to the rules of the world of adepts, this meant that the WIS was going to accept Leon as his successor. Lion had always regarded the WIS as his teacher. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, how could he not be happy? Judging from Subai's tone, that should be the case. Leon laughed even harder. In the end, he was caught off guard and suffered another tragedy. Ah, ouch ouch ouch, he took a look and saw that the bandage was bleeding again. For the sake of Leon's safety, he decided not to mention the WIS again. For your safety, he took out several scrolls from his bracelet and handed them to Leon. 2 energy barrier scrolls, 1 dark concealment scroll, and 4 energy blast scrolls. I have some more, but they're all elemental magic scrolls. They're not as effective as I expected in the old earth, so I can only give them to you for now. They should be enough for your defense. Leon did not refuse. Thank you. I heard from Subai that you saved my life when I was poisoned by tide spiders. It's nothing. The tide spiders weren't created by humans. However, your cultivation method has surprised me greatly. Angor was going to criticize Leon for hiding his cultivation method, but now he realized that Leon probably didn't want him to worry about it. Besides, Leon already told him that he didn't need to practice willpower casting anymore, so he didn't think too much about it. I thought your training was going well? Why did you suddenly make a mistake? Angor asked out of curiosity. Leon was taken aback. He saw Angor's flying boat flying over the waterfall and lost control of his mind, which led to his mistake. He could not bring himself to tell Angor about this, so he could only laugh it off. Angor did not press Leon further. He only warned Leon that he should at least leave a backup plan for himself when doing such dangerous training in the future. At the very least, it was better to have a servant keep an eye on him than to make a mistake and rush down the river when he cultivated alone. Leon listened carefully, but Angor noticed that the boy's eyes were in a daze. Obviously, he was not listening. Angor sighed helplessly. Everyone had their own path, and it was best not to interfere with other people's opinions. But after all, Lion was his blood relative. He thought for a while and decided to craft a defensive tool for him in order to prevent something similar from happening to Lion again. Angor chatted with Leon for a while longer. The moon was already high in the sky. Leon was not fully recovered yet, so he was beginning to feel sleepy. Angor told him to stay put. Angor walked along the corridor to return to his room. When he passed by the central corridor, he heard someone yelling outside. He looked down from the window and saw a dark-skinned young man wearing a hat. The man was holding his breath and yelling at a tree. After several shouts, a thin stream of water vapor gushed out from his palm and washed away some of the dust on the tree. Looking at the result of his efforts for half a day only to see a stream of water vapor, the young man was somewhat dejected and walked back in a depressed mood. Angor raised an eyebrow. The young man was Tulu. He had been busy with John's matter these days and did not pay much attention to Tulu. He knew that Tulu might be a sea elementalist, but he did not expect the boy to be so talented. Although Tulu wasn't satisfied with the water vapor he released, this was the old earth where the elemental energy was extremely thin. His water vapor could be used as a powerful water arrow or water bullet in the outside world. Luaning's ability meant that he was already a beginner in meditation. Being an apprentice before joining an organization was more than enough for Tulu to get a golden invitation. But now, Tulu was wasting his talent in Pat Manor because of Angor. Angor rubbed his temples. Should he send Tulu back to Pat Manor first? With that in mind, Angor returned to his room. As a matter of fact, he wanted to go back to Brute Cavern and ask Sunders about John and the Dream Wasteland. Even if Sunders was not back yet, there should be someone who could contact him. All he needed to do was to pass on the message. But going back to Brute Cavern would take a lot of time. Unless someone opened up a plain passageway and sent them on their way. Leaving the plain passageway aside, his main purpose of returning was to talk about John. As for whether John was willing to expose his existence, Angor had to get John's permission first. He put those thoughts aside and took out several Demon Falcon bloodstones, antique platinum, and star iron from his bracelet. He planned to craft Brulee's monocle first. When he unfolded the parchment scroll drawn by Eureka and was about to start the crafting process, he sensed something approaching him from above. Both Eureka and the Whis were probably watching him from the shadows. Well, they weren't spying on him either. They were obviously trying to tell him that they wanted to watch the battle. Angor didn't mind if there were other people watching him, but he still didn't like the feeling of being watched. With a grim look, he activated his nightmare domain and completely blocked them from prying eyes. Outside, Eureka and the Whis exchanged a look and sighed in silence. We can't see the alchemy, but his illusions are quite interesting. He's just like Phantom Master. The Whis muttered to himself. Since he couldn't see alchemy, he might as well study illusions. However, the Whis still couldn't figure out the difference between a nightmare domain and an illusion. Even after Angor removed the nightmare domain, the Whis still couldn't figure it out. As soon as Angor removed the nightmare domain, Brulee immediately flew to the balcony of Angor's room. A moment later, Brulee returned to Eureka's side with a new monocle on her head. He finished it in one night? Only enchantment alchemists can do something like that, the Whis exclaimed. Eureka took the monocle and examined it carefully. Sure enough, the monocle was much better than Brulee's monocle. Low tier mid-tier. Angor has a solid foundation in tooling. The Whis frowned. Huh? He's still not happy with us. Eureka gave the Whis a puzzled look. The Whis pointed at the monocle. He didn't inscribe his personal emblem on it, which means he didn't want to admit that he made it. Eureka nodded. That's probably what he meant when he asked Brulee to give him a sample. Yeah, I think so too. After all, if it was an alchemist who designed and refined it by himself, he would definitely carve his own logo. The Whis sighed. If Angor can engrave his own emblem on it, the monocle will be even more valuable. Brulee grunted in dissatisfaction at Thuis' words. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just stating the truth, the Whis explained. Brulee didn't mind the monocle's appearance. She liked its appearance and function. It's normal that he doesn't like us. As long as he doesn't hate us too much, he should know what's good for him. Eureka didn't mind at all. Wizards were always scheming against each other, but as long as there was a common interest, they could still work together. 3 days later. Angor made great progress in his study of silent confinement. There was one last rune he was not familiar with. If he used the hologram tablet to project it, he could already draw it. However, the hologram tablet was an external tool after all. It would be best if he could master it himself. But today, Angor decided to stop his study of silent confinement at the last moment. Because another important matter was placed in front of him. Before he knew it, the mana pool in his mind space had reached an unprecedented level. In the past, Angor always felt empty when he tried to sense the mana pool in his mind space. But now, for the first time, his mana pool felt full. It meant that he had reached the end of his apprentice training. If he wanted to increase the capacity of his mana pool, he had to become a wizard. The peak of apprentice, when he reached the peak, Angor felt a discomfort he had never felt before. It was as if he was stuck in mud and could not get out no matter how hard he struggled. It was as if there was an extra layer of shackles and shackles from his soul to his body. So this is the Great Barrier? Angor mumbled to himself. He already knew that there would be a barrier at each stage of the wizard's path. The so-called barrier was the threshold to reach the peak of one stage and advance to the next. For example, a level 1 apprentice would face a barrier when advancing to a level 2 apprentice. The Great Barrier, on the other hand, was the threshold to advance from one level to the next. The first Great Barrier for a wizard was when he or she became a wizard from a peak apprentice. Both the Great Barrier and the Great Barrier would cause a sense of stagnation that was incompatible with the world. However, due to Angor's channeling method, talent, and other reasons, he had never experienced a barrier before. This was the first time he sensed one, so the feeling of stagnation was even clearer. The discomfort almost made Angor want to break the barrier. However, his strong self-control stopped him from doing so. He remembered clearly that Sunders once said that it was best to break a barrier in one go. The more he tried to break it, the lower the chance of success. Moreover, every impact would cause some damage to the spiritual model. He wasn't confident that he could break through the barrier. Besides, there were still many things he needed to prepare. Even if he wanted to, now was not the right time. Angor stood up. The heavy feeling brought by the barrier made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that he had broken through to the peak of apprentice, it was time for him to fuse with his second authority. However, fusing with the authority might cause some abnormalities in his body. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't want to do it in pat manner. At first, he had intended to go alone, but when he recalled the miserable situation he had been in when he fused with authority, he decided to bring Toby along. The place he chose to fuse with the second authority was at the edge of Yame province, and the nearest city, Moonsea City, was 1,000 miles away. Once again, he returned to the dream wasteland. Soon, he held the nightmare domain in his hand. The ball of light was lustrous, and if one looked carefully, they would find that there were circles of green patterns entwined around it. He took a deep breath and began to analyze the green patterns on the orb. Soon, the outermost layer of the broken model appeared in front of him. It was called binding, which was how the green patterns could keep a nightmare domain in place. The second model was called dispel, which was how to remove the authority of the nightmare domain. As for the dispel model, it was called fuse, which was how to gain the authority. Angor checked again to make sure that he could handle the second authority. He gritted his teeth and activated dispel. As he did so, the green patterns on the orb began to glow while expanding and compressing the orb. Soon, luminous dust began to fall from the orb. When the dust reached a certain level, Angor activated fuse. The dust immediately turned into a torrent of information that rushed into Angor's mind. The torrent of information was so violent that Angor felt dizzy the moment he tried to accept it. Once again, when Angor accepted the authority, he felt as if he had turned into the entire dream wasteland. His vision was no longer limited. Instead, he began to observe the wider world from the dream wasteland's perspective. Last time, when he sensed the boundary of the dream wasteland, he also vaguely sensed that the dream wasteland was a box controlled by a giant void creature. Now, he could sense that the dream wasteland was moving around a boundless realm. There was nothing but darkness around him. He assumed that the boundless realm was the dream realm. The dream wasteland used to be an interlayer between the dream realm and the nightmare realm. Now that the tunnel between the dream wasteland and the nightmare realm was cut off, the dream wasteland would naturally be connected to the dream realm. As for the giant creature he saw before, it was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps, just like what he sensed when he was half awake, the blonde figure had negotiated with the giant creature and made it give up on the dream wasteland. No matter what the answer was, at least Angor knew that the dream wasteland was safe for now. The torrent of information soon came to an end. Last time, Angor's outcome was terrible. But this time, he didn't faint. He still felt a sharp pain in his head, but he still couldn't move. Angor lay down on the ground and breathed deeply, waiting for his mind to calm down. At the same time, in Foundation City, tens of thousands of kilometers away, everyone was surprised by Angor's new authority. They felt that the world around them had become clearer, and they all sensed a mysterious energy wave brushing past their bodies. I feel like I'm being summoned by something. It's like I'm talking to my own mother. I feel the same. My vision is clearer, and I feel more at ease. I think it's coming from outside the city. Someone looked toward the outside of the city with a curious look. However, there were guards outside the city who forbade anyone from leaving without permission, so they could only watch from afar. At the top of Heaven's Tower, Freud was also looking at the source of the energy wave with a puzzled look. Why does it feel like a law wave? But it's more intangible than a law wave, Freud muttered. Is Mr. Pat fusing with a new authority? Ever since Freud swore an unbreakable oath, Angor didn't hide the truth about the dream wasteland from him. He also told Freud about the new nightmare authority. This was why Freud came up with such a theory. He would have to wait until Angor came to Foundation City to see if he was right. While Freud was deep in thought, a woman in a tight-fitting uniform quickly walked over and whispered into his ear, "Mr. Thiessen, this is a slip of paper that Alda secretly sent over." Freud took the crumpled paper and opened it, only to see a line of crooked words written on it, "Help." Freud crumpled the note and tossed it to the ground. "Ignore him. Next time, pretend you didn't see anything." "I understand." The woman nodded and left. Freud looked toward the Ocean Theater. He couldn't see what was going on inside, but he could guess what was happening to Alda. John was probably forcing Alda to learn how to play the piano. It was also good for Alda to be able to learn an art. Besides, Freud knew how important John was to Angor, and it wouldn't hurt for Alda to get closer to John. Sunny was also learning from John, but according to John, Sunny had a wide range of voices and was better suited for singing poems. As for Alda, he was tone-deaf, so he should learn how to play the piano. Angor rested for at least 10 hours before he finally regained his senses. When he felt his mind calming down a little, he began to check his new authority. "It'll be great if I can recover my strength in the dream wasteland," Angor muttered to himself. If he could recover his strength in the dream wasteland, he would be able to fulfill Freud's infinite alchemy request. Currently, Angor, Freud, John, and Alda were all mortals in the dream wasteland. However, thanks to the green runes, Angor could easily crush them. Still, Angor wasn't satisfied yet. Now that he had both the dream welk and the dream wasteland, his desire for infinite alchemy was growing stronger by the day. Angor prayed for the new authority in his mind. After a while, he took a deep breath and began to check his new authority. When he read the name of the new authority, he frowned. Gatekeeper? There was a new gatekeeper in the dream wasteland? Did they belong to the same series of authorities? If they were of the same series, then the gatekeeper was actually a child authority under the pseudo-law of space. Angor carefully checked the information about the gatekeeper and eliminated several possible extensions. Finally, he came up with a general idea of what the gatekeeper could do. Gatekeeper, this authority grants you the right to control the entry of any object into the dream wasteland. His furrowed brows finally relaxed after reading the message. His eyes were filled with joy. This authority wasn't enough to achieve his goal of infinite alchemy, but it was still one of the most important authorities in the dream wasteland. Previously, Angor couldn't stop anyone from entering the dream wasteland. For example, when the dream gate finished its countdown, Angor had to let them enter the dream wasteland. But now, with the gatekeeper, he could stop anyone from entering or leaving the dream wasteland. He could even forcefully kick someone out of the dream wasteland. In fact, the gatekeeper could also be considered as an autonomous authority. As a matter of fact, he was worried that the dream wasteland would be exposed to the outside world while it was still developing. The gatekeeper came as a great surprise to him. Just like the dream gate, the gatekeeper had a lot of details that could be exploited. For example, he could set a rule that only those who used his own energy signature could enter the wasteland. Apart from destroying the realm barrier of the dream wasteland, there was no other way to enter it. Apart from that, he could also set various restrictions. Women could enter, but not men. Dead souls could enter, but not the living. However, there were also some things that he couldn't set. The items that were pulled in through the dream welk. All the items pulled in by the welk could bypass the gatekeeper restrictions. Through the gatekeeper's power, Angor could sense the items pulled in by the welk and set their landing points. However, he couldn't stop them from entering the wasteland. From this, one could see the uniqueness of mystery items. They could even bypass the origin laws of the dream wasteland. Even if the law was fake. Now that he had acquired the gatekeeper's right, he began to set up the first restriction. He had to use his own energy signature to enter the dream wasteland. In other words, apart from using his own nightmare enabler, only Freud's login device could bring people into the wasteland. For the time being, this restriction was enough. When Angor was about to deactivate his power and leave the wasteland, he noticed something else about the gatekeeper ability. He sensed something in the distance, which seemed to be resonating with his gatekeeper ability. He carefully sensed it, and a virtual map of the dream wasteland appeared in his mind space. The ripple was far to the northwest, and as he sensed it, the virtual map began to enlarge, and finally, it turned into a real-time sand table. The sand table was located at Foundation City. Among the rows of buildings in the city, Angor saw a small dot of light. The dot flickered as if it was an invisible tube that went through the barrier of time and space to connect with the gatekeeper ability inside Angor's body. That's... Angor quickly found an answer from the gatekeeper's torrent of information. Someone was resonating with the gatekeeper ability. It was similar to how Angor learned the sequence of gravity in the real world. However, the various law veins in reality were real and powerful. On the other hand, the authority of the dream wilderness was illusory and unreal. Someone has also obtained the authority of the gatekeeper? But he quickly shook his head. No, he didn't get the power of gatekeeper's authority. He just matched the energy waves of the authority. He still needs his own permission to get the authority. The invisible conduit that was connected to the gatekeeper's human rights energy could actually be understood as the other party's talent after matching the gatekeeper's human rights energy fluctuations. With a single thought, he could send the gatekeeper's projection through the invisible conduit and send it to the gatekeeper. As for how much authority he gave out, it all depended on how much authority he gave to the target. Who would have thought that this kind of illusory authority could be matched by someone just like the laws in reality? To him, the dream wasteland's authorities were illusory because he knew the rules of the real world. But for the interlayer space attached to the dream realm, the authorities were real. For example, when a person had a lucid dream, he or she would gain a large amount of authority in the dream. In a lucid dream, a person could become a god of creation or a playboy who had all kinds of beautiful women around him. These were the embodiments of authority. The dream wasteland was the same. But for people in the real world, it was an illusory law. But for the residents of the dream realm, it was a real law. Now, Angor had to make a decision. Should he give the gatekeeper's authority to this lucky guy? Angor didn't make a decision right away. He wanted to see who the light spot belonged to first. After leaving the dream wasteland and returning to the real world, Angor suddenly felt weak and dizzy. It seemed that the fusion power had affected the real world as well. But it didn't last long. Angor licked his lips and tasted something bitter. He turned around and saw Toby squatting in front of a bottle of nutrient potion. The bottle was empty. Good thing I brought you with me, or I would have fainted in the wild again. Angor reached out a weak hand and held Toby's head in his palm. When Toby complained that its feathers were all wrinkled, Angor let it go. Wait for me. I'll go to Origin City first, then we'll go back to the manor. Angor suddenly paused. Oh, right. Do you want me to take you to Origin City? One of my most beloved family members is there. I'll introduce you to him. Toby didn't know what Origin City was at first. But when Angor told him that it was the Dream Wasteland, he quickly lost interest. The last time Toby went to the Dream Wasteland, it was completely empty. When Angor was about to explain the situation in Foundation City, Toby quickly gestured that if Angor entered the Dream Wasteland, there would be no one to protect Angor. Angor thought about it and agreed. He might have set up an illusion, but he didn't know if it would attract supernaturals. Just in case, Angor agreed and entered Origin City alone. As for introducing Toby to John, he wasn't in a hurry. After returning to the Dream Wasteland, Angor chose Origin City as his destination. As soon as he arrived at Origin City, the light associated with the gatekeeper shone even brighter than before. Instead of looking for the gatekeeper, Angor activated his God's view to see who the light belonged to. Soon, he saw a woman who was applying makeup on her face in a small courtyard built with stones. She was a woman who looked like a prostitute. She was extremely beautiful and looked to be in her 30s. The corners of her eyes were already starting to show fine wrinkles. She was wearing a golden tutu skirt embroidered with dark red roses and dark green vines. Angor guessed that she didn't wear it in Origin City. She probably brought it here from the real world. Most of the people Freud brought into the Dream Wasteland were either dying or dying in the real world. In other words, this woman paid a lot of attention to her appearance before she died. Angor didn't know who this woman was, so he could only guess that she was someone who had been through a lot. As for her personality, Angor didn't know. Angor considered for a moment and made up his mind. He didn't want to give this woman the gatekeeper's power. The gatekeeper's power was one of the most important powers. Even if he could give a weaker version, it would still affect the Dream Wasteland greatly. He didn't mind giving it to Freud or John, but he didn't want to give it to anyone else. Since he had made up his mind, Angor looked away and decided to check on John. He didn't visit John for several days because he hoped that John would be able to adapt to life in Origin City. But before he could look for John, he heard the people around him discussing something. Everyone seemed to be talking about the same thing. Everyone had sensed a strange wave coming from outside the city. The wave made them feel inexplicably safe, but at the same time, it made them feel the vastness of the world and their own insignificance. Angor was a little surprised when he heard their conversation. So that's why the woman was able to fuse with the gatekeeper authority. Whenever I do that, the entire dream wasteland would react accordingly. Angor quickly realized what was going on. He thought for a moment and went to Heaven's Tower to ask about Freud's opinion. Freud's face lit up at the sight of Angor. "You're finally here, sir." Everyone in Foundation City sensed a strange ripple. "I think it's similar to the ripple of a law. Are you trying to fuse with your authorities?" As expected, Freud's words proved him right again. Angor nodded and told Freud about what happened, including the effect of the gatekeeper's power and how he found someone who was compatible with it. Freud was just as excited as Angor when he heard about the gatekeeper's power. Once they had the ability to guard the door, the basic defense of the residents living in the dream wilderness would be guaranteed. As for the woman who was compatible with the power, Freud was a little surprised. "I remember her, sir. She was the wife of a noble from a small country near the Central Empire. She used to be a viscount's wife, but she was very good at socializing. After her husband died, she managed to get into the upper class of the Central Empire and became a famous socialite. But she also failed because of her social skills. Later on, she hooked up with a young noble, who happened to be the lover of a princess from the Silver Heron Empire. The princess was so angry that she ordered someone to give her a cup of poison. When I passed by her residence, she had dressed herself up to the nines and drank the poison. Before she died from the poison, I brought her here." Freud paused for a bit before continuing, "Actually, this woman is one of the few people I've been looking for to take over the city lord position." According to Freud, this socialite was not only good at socializing, but she also had a good sense of the big picture and knew how to deal with people. She was able to rise from the bottom of a small country to the upper class of a major country. Even so, he did not plan to share his right of guarding the door with her. After all, this was the core of the dream wasteland, and he couldn't simply share it. However, he didn't care whether Freud would become the acting city lord of Foundation City or not. He trusted Freud's ability, and he trusted the man's judgment. Besides, Foundation City was slowly getting on track, and Freud needed someone to help him manage it. The dream wasteland was huge, and Freud didn't need to waste his time on such trivial matters. Such mundane matters could be left to mortals to manage. Speaking of which, if someone else did acquire the authority, does that mean it's a law system unique to the dream wasteland? Freud twirled his hair and pondered. "You're overthinking it. The authority in the dream wasteland is illusory. Maybe it's more like the dream realm, but it won't work." Angor used the example of creating new laws in the bright dream realm as an analogy. "You'll know when you acquire the authority in the future. I still can't recover my strength in the dream wasteland. Looks like I'll have to postpone infinite alchemy for now." He already sensed the main body of the nightmare domain after fusing with the gatekeeper authority. If he wanted to acquire a new authority, he would have to wait until he became a wizard. Whether he could do infinite alchemy by then was another question. Unlike other nightmare domains, the dream wasteland was so huge that it could almost be considered a realm. Therefore, the number of authorities in the dream wasteland was uncountable. So far, Angor had fused 2 authorities, Dream Gate and Gatekeeper. He also gave the dream wasteland a new authority due to some mistakes he made. In total, he lost 3 authorities. However, the light orb didn't shrink at all, which showed how many authorities it contained. If Angor gained all of the authority by himself, he might not be able to control half of it even when he became a legend. The prerequisite was that he had to advance into the legendary realm. Therefore, Angor wanted to share the power. For example, handing over some unimportant authority to others to manage. Just like a country, agriculture, finance, education, health and medical care, each had their own authority. But before that, he had to acquire the core authority of the Nightmare Domain, which was called the Supreme Authority. He didn't want to give away his authority before he obtained it. At that time, if he ended up being controlled by others, then he would really have to suffer. However, he had no idea what the core authority of a Nightmare Domain master was, or how he should obtain it. So he was still far away from thinking about how to divide the authority. Still, he had already considered the idea of dividing the power among the people. His goal wasn't the dream wasteland. He once used the dream wasteland to observe the wider world, which was nothing more than a small piece of scenery to the most powerful beings. Therefore, controlling the dream wasteland with so many illusory authorities was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of the truly powerful beings. Angor's thoughts quickly vanished. When he came back to his senses, all the thoughts in his mind slowly disappeared. He was waiting for the day when the opportunity would come. By the way, did you notice any changes in the dream wasteland recently? Changes? You're saying that you're using the dream whelk to bring in more items? Freud asked. Angor shook his head. Something happened recently, so I didn't use the whelk. I'm talking about the changes in the world and the laws. My lord, are you referring to a lost authority? Angor nodded. When he was experimenting with the dispel model of the green runes, he gave the dream wasteland an authority. However, he didn't know what it was yet. He could only hope that the dream wasteland would change on its own. Freud fell into deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. I don't see any major changes, but there's one thing that I'm not sure if it counts as a change. What is it? Sir, did you do anything to relieve yourself in the dream wasteland? Or should I say, physiological metabolism? Angor was speechless. Freud noticed that Angor was looking at him in silence and cleared his throat. I mean, like going to the bathroom or something. Angor remained silent for a while and shook his head. Me, Sonny, and Alda didn't either. Freud paused for a moment before he continued, but everyone who died in the real world can still eat, drink, and sleep here. Freud, Sonny, and Alda were all dead. However, they entered the dream wasteland as dead souls, and they could leave as dead souls. Therefore, there was a clear difference between him and other people who only retained their consciousness and spiritual light. So you're saying that people who become dream wasteland residents have their physiological metabolism? That's right. Freud nodded. Do they have any desires? Yes. Basically, they have all kinds of physiological desires in the dream wasteland. Angor considered. Maybe it's something unique to dream wasteland residents, and it has nothing to do with the lost authority? Freud shook his head. I can't say for sure. But that's all I can see. Let's keep watching then. Freud asked, then should we increase the number of living people we send into the city? Apart from John, everyone else who had entered the city had died in the real world. That was why Freud said that. Angor shook his head. I don't think I should do that before I gain control of the core authority. Angor asked Freud to leave. He was thinking about the future of the dream wasteland. He allowed Freud to bring these people into the city so that he could gather more data to determine whether John was fit to live in the wasteland. But what about the future? What should he do about the dream wasteland? Angor considered for a moment. If John stayed in the dream wasteland as a dream wasteland resident, Angor would develop a more diverse society so that John wouldn't feel lonely. Angor planned to use the dream wasteland as a long-term research project. He could conduct experiments in the real world as well as research on infinite alchemy. As for whether he should let other supernaturals into the dream wasteland, he didn't have a plan yet. Just like how he divided the authority, he would think about that later. When Angor left Firmament Tower, he saw a group of looters carrying boxes and other goods. A few of them were carrying wooden wine barrels. The fragrant aroma of the wine made the surrounding people unconsciously take a deep breath. I think it's rum made from rye. I want a sip. Someone smacked his lips. Let's see if the higher-ups are willing to give us more next time. I know how to make wine too. But I don't think I can find any ingredients or tools in the city. Angor listened to the man's words carefully. Most of the food and water in Foundation City came from the real world through the dream whelk. He never thought that the food and water could actually be used to supply the dream wasteland residents. I guess I'll have to solve the food problem later. Angor wasn't too worried about the food and water problem, but he had to figure out a long-term solution. As he pondered, he arrived at the Ocean Theater. He had sensed that John was currently in the Ocean Theater. As soon as he entered the theater, he saw Alda sitting in front of a piano with a sad look while John taught him some basic piano skills. Sunny was sitting on a platform on the stage, humming a song while looking at Alda with a big smile. Alda scratched his cheeks and looked like he was about to cry. This reminded Angor of himself when he was young. John used to treat him the same way. John knew that Alda wasn't a talented musician, but he still forced Alda to learn 1 or 2 songs. When Alda was about to cry again, he suddenly turned around and saw Angor as his savior. Mr. Pat is here. Puzzled, John turned around and saw Angor sitting under the stage. He was about to greet Angor when he heard a noise behind him. When he turned around, he saw Alda hiding behind the curtain, trying to escape from the backstage. John looked at the time and saw that Alda had been practicing for more than 3 hours. He said, "All right, Sunny and Alda, you two rest first. Come again next time." Sunny smiled while Alda mumbled, "There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. I'm not coming back." When Sunny and Alda left, Angor approached them. "TSK, TSK. Alda was such a cute kid. Look at him now," John grinned. "Don't you think he's cuter when he's crying?" Angor didn't know what to say. Angor gave John a doubtful look. "Don't tell me this is the reason why John forced me to practice when I was young." Angor didn't ask, but he had a feeling that the answer was yes. Angor shook off John's prank and asked in a serious tone, "Professor, what do you think of your life in Foundation City these days?" "Not bad. Without the suppression of the world's consciousness, it's like I've been reborn. The wizarding world is indeed mysterious. I've never thought of such a world that exists between dreams and reality." Seeing that John agreed with his life in Foundation City, Angor finally revealed his true intention. "Professor, do you mind if I let someone else treat your body?" So far, John already had the dream wasteland as an escape route. Even if the situation got worse, at least he would still have his consciousness and become a resident of the dream realm. Now, Angor had to worry about John's body first. There was no way he could solve John's problem with his current strength. Therefore, he decided to tell Sunders about John's condition. Sunders was the only one he trusted. After telling Chown of his plan, Chown fell into silence. After a long while, Chown said slowly, "When I was on Earth, there was a religion that said that the human body was just a stinky bag of skin to a human. And from my point of view, as long as my consciousness can still exist, as long as my name hasn't disappeared in the changes of history, I don't mind my physical body. But, Angor, from the information you told me, I can tell that from a certain point of view, wizards are actually a group of unconventional scholars. Although my physical body is useless, it has recorded a lot of information passwords. Most of these passwords don't matter, but I'm worried that there may be information that points directly to Earth. I'm worried that if wizards find them, they'll..." John didn't continue, but Angor knew what he was trying to say. Just like last time, John was worried that his body might reveal information about Earth. Although there's a possibility that some almighty wizard might discover some information about Earth through your body, it's still a possibility. But I don't think it's possible. Angor considered. It's more likely to be the codes of Earth's people, rather than the coordinates of Earth. Even if a powerful wizard knows Earth's coordinates, I don't think he or she can travel through time to reach another universe. If that's the case, he or she won't be interested in Earth, which has no supernatural power. Besides, there's no such wizard in the southern wizarding region, Angor explained. There hasn't been a legendary wizard in the southern wizarding region for thousands of years. As far as I know, even a legendary wizard can't see through the barrier of time and space. According to some secret stories, legendary wizards are only mid-tier wizards in the entire wizarding system. Every single high-grade magus was known as a miracle. I don't think they've even traveled through the general planes of this universe, let alone a planet in another one. So, I don't think you need to worry too much. Besides, both Eureka and the Whis already knew about John's existence. John sighed. You're right. I'm just afraid that I'll become a sinner of Earth's civilization. I'll grow strong enough to protect you, Professor. But I don't have enough time. Qian was surprised by Angor's serious promise. Most of Qian's memories of Angor were from the time when Angor was still immortal. Angor loved to drink milk, threw tantrums, and acted like a spoiled and arrogant child. Now, John finally saw Angor's change, and how mature and responsible the boy was. As if he grew up overnight. Qian pondered for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I agree. If given the chance, I also want to live. However, even if my physical body can't be saved, it doesn't matter. At least I still have hope in Origin City, right? Remember, I don't want to be a burden to you at all times. Angor nodded. I know. I'm planning to take you back to Earth, Professor. Qian shook his head. Wait, you still have the alien eye. Oh, right. You still have it. Qian frowned. Qian said anxiously, just as you said, my body may not reveal too much information, but the alien eye is different. This thing brought me from the Earth to this world. I think there is a high probability that some coordinates of the Earth are stored in it. Remember to keep it safe. Don't let anyone see it. Angor nodded. Many people, including Sunders, had seen the alien eye before. However, no one noticed anything strange about the alien eye. Everyone treated it like an ornament. Toby was the only one who saw it floating in the air. Back when he was traveling to Fake Continent on the Cloud Whale, the alien eye did something strange and illuminated his room. Nausicaa told him about it later. After asking Toby, Angor learned that it was the alien eye's doing. Angor didn't mind Toby knowing about the alien eye. Considering Toby's personality, he had probably forgotten about it already. Besides, there were many mysterious things in the wizarding world. Even if Toby remembered something, Angor could find all kinds of excuses to cover it up. As long as people like Sunders didn't find out about the alien eye, Angor would be fine. However, Angor didn't have a good way to hide the alien eye. He couldn't put it into his space bracelet. If he tried, the space inside the bracelet would immediately collapse. He could put the alien eye into a small world like the Sorcerer's Garden. However, it was impossible for him to find a Sorcerer's Garden right now. Therefore, the alien eye always carried Angor with it. So far, the alien eye didn't do anything except for the strange movement on the Cloud Whale. But just in case, Angor needed to find out what caused the Cloud Whale's strange movement. He didn't want the alien eye to be discovered again. After agreeing to Angor's suggestion, John still carefully asked about Sunders. Is there really no problem with your teacher? I don't know about other wizards, but I trust Professor Sunders. Angor didn't know much about Sunders, but he could tell that Sunders treated him well so far. In terms of benefits, Sunders was a good friend. Angor's nightmare form, bloodline projection, and alchemy were all beneficial to Sunders. If that's the case, just do what you want. Don't worry about me. I like living in Foundation City. I can find some fun here. Angor knew what John meant. John didn't want Angor to be a burden to him. Angor nodded. All right then. If you need anything from me, you can ask Sunny or Alda to give it to Freud. Or you can talk to Freud directly. I'll know what you need when you see me. Next, Angor and John chatted about some other things in the wizarding world before leaving the dream wasteland. Angor didn't feel dizzy when he returned to the real world. However, the overwhelming amount of information still affected his mind. When Angor drove the gondola back to Pat Manor, almost everyone saw Angor's pale face. It had only been half a day, and everyone was worried about Angor's change. Ori didn't know what to do. Madame Manna quickly went to the kitchen to prepare some nutritious food for Angor. Even Leon, who was still recovering, came to check on Angor. I'm fine. Just a little tired. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Angor gave the same answer to everyone's concern. It didn't take long for Eureka to hear about Angor's condition. Since the Whis was busy trying to make spirit potions for Eureka, she didn't pay much attention to Angor's condition until Bruley told her about it. Bruley stopped on a branch of the Demeter and told Eureka what it saw. I went to see Angor just now. He's a little weak. I don't know what's going on. Bruley looked worried. Ever since Angor gave the mermaid shell to it, Bruley's opinion of Angor had changed. Plus, Angor also made a monocle for it, so its dislike of Angor had turned into a good one. When Bruley heard about Angwar's condition from the servants in the manor, Bruley went to check on him. Angwar's not feeling well? Eureka looked toward the main castle and noticed Angwar's condition. Angwar also walked out of the balcony and looked at Yuntu's direction. Clearly, Angwar noticed Eureka's prying. You've improved your temper. Eureka chuckled and looked away. Angwar nodded at Yuntu from afar and returned to his room. Is Angwar all right, mistress? Bruley asked. He's fine. He's just suffering from a barrier problem. Eureka let out a sigh of relief. That guy is really something else. He reached the peak of apprentice in such a short time. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of her. It was the Whis, who had been busy concocting potions in the exiled dimension. The Whis looked a little disheveled with a light green stubble on his chin and a bottle of light green potion in his hand. Did it work? Eureka asked. Only 1 out of 7 sets of ingredients was successful. The Whis sighed again. It's so inefficient and wasteful. If only Angwar could. Ah, never mind. Who did you say reached the peak of apprentice level? There. Eureka pointed at the main castle and told the Whis what she saw. The Whis glanced down as well, but he was quick enough to look away before Angwar noticed anything. So he reached the peak of apprentice level. The Whis sighed. And he's suffering from a barrier problem. I don't think he's experienced it before. He reached the peak of apprentice level in such a short time. I don't think anyone in the southern wizarding region will see someone like that. I wonder what secret he's hiding in his training. Or maybe he's really good at channeling? The best channeling method in Brute Cavern is called Monto's octahedral channeling, right? The minimum value is 13. Is this the channeling method he's learning? But that's still too fast. Unless Angwar's talent is extremely compatible with Monto's octahedral channeling. Maybe it's more than 20? The Whis muttered to himself but still couldn't figure it out. It's none of your business. Eureka stretched her arms and said, I'm not interested in his secrets right now. What I want to know is whether the potion works or not. Eureka's words pulled the Whis back to reality. The Whis handed the green potion to Eureka. It should work. But since you're injured by that, mister, let's see how much you can recover. This potion was called Rhythm of Lawlessness. Although it was a potion of the Reformists, it incorporated some guiding techniques of the Ancient Order faction. Among the primary potions of the Reformists, it was one of the more difficult potions to make. The potion wasn't meant to be consumed by the Reformists. Instead, it was meant to be used by the Reformists. The Whis touched the potion with all 10 of his fingers. His fingertips moved quickly, and lines of laws that looked like codices of order flew out of the potion. The runes circled around Eureka's body before disappearing into her glabella. The runes looked like wild geese flying to the south, and the runes were arranged neatly in an orderly fashion. Every rune circled around Eureka before disappearing into her glabella. Eureka felt extremely comfortable as each of the lines of laws entered her forehead. It was as if her spirit pool, which had been exhausted for a long time, was being reborn. However, this feeling only lasted for a brief moment. Once the lines of laws entered Eureka's forehead, they would naturally reach her spirit sea. The spirit sea was an illusory existence similar to the mind space. Once the lines of laws reached the spirit sea, they would heal the damage done to the spirit sea. If Eureka's spirit sea was a real ocean, it was already close to drying up. There was a black hole in the middle of the sea, which was the source of Eureka's spirit injury. All of the lines of laws entered the black hole and did nothing but give Eureka a momentary sense of comfort. A moment later, all of the lines of laws were sucked into the black hole. Eureka felt that the black hole had become smaller, but she quickly dismissed the thought. How is it? How is it? The Whis looked at Eureka with concern. Eureka shook her head. Not much. Almost nothing. Seeing Thuis's sad face, Eureka hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, I think the damage to your psyche isn't as severe as it used to be. It might work, but you'll need a lot of irregular rhyme. The Whis sighed. Lawless rhyme requires a few rare materials. I can only make 30 bottles at most. With my success rate, I can make 5 bottles at most. Lawless Rhyme is the most effective spirit recovery potion I can make. If Lawless Rhyme doesn't work, the other potions won't work either. Eureka smiled bitterly. I guess I'll have to stay like this for a while. But it doesn't matter. Thanks to Angor and the Demeter's aura, I'm much better now. The Wisp glanced at the Demeter and then at Eureka. Should I talk to Angor again? Angor didn't know that Eureka and the Wisp were talking about him behind his back. He quickly went back to his research. He only needed one last piece to complete silent confinement. He hoped that he could finish it in one go. 2 days later, he finally mastered the entire rune of silent confinement. According to his calculations, the item he was about to create should be a mid-tier alchemy item. Alchemy omens would definitely be triggered. Normally, such omens wouldn't affect other people, but he didn't plan to do it in the manor just in case. Instead, he took Toby to the outskirts of the manor. Again, he chose the same forbidden area where he fused with his authority. The alchemy process went smoothly. However, when he was done, the alchemy omen dragged him into the anomaly space for a long time. The test of the phenomenon space this time was extremely suitable for the geometrical lock that he had refined. Angor entered a Rubik's Cube world, where each lattice was a lock. Every time a lock was unlocked, the cube would move a little bit. Angor had to follow a certain pattern to unlock the locks and return the cube to its original state. This wasn't difficult for him since he had supercalculator abilities. However, this was a level 4 cube, which required a lot of calculations. Besides, he also had to figure out the pattern of the cube's rotation, which took him a lot of time. It took him an entire night to get out of the strange space. Following the disappearance of the strange space, clouds filled with complicated information slowly dispersed from the sky. Before Angor could check his geometric lock, he heard a cold and hoarse voice speaking to him, "Get out of here. Your omen is spreading far and wide. Guides from several organizations, including Song of the Deep, are coming for you." It was none other than the Wisp. So the Wisp is saying that guides are coming to the old Earth? Angor didn't care why the Wisp was here. He frowned and thought about what the Wisp said. Considering the time, the sea route to Whalebone Sea was open, which made sense. But, guides from organizations don't usually come to the old Earth. Why are they here now? And Song of the Deep? Angor didn't think the Wisp was lying. There was no need for that. He didn't want to meet these guides, especially if they were from Song of the Deep. Without hesitation, Angor put the geometric lock back into his bracelet and told Toby to transform into a griffin. Using the sequence of gravity, Angor quickly disappeared from the spot. After Angor left, the Wisp showed up at the place where Angor did his alchemy. A mid-tier item in less than a day. He's almost as good as an enchantment master now, the Wisp muttered. The Wisp arrived as soon as the omen appeared. He wasn't surprised to see that it was Angor who caused it. However, the Wisp couldn't believe how fast Angor worked. The Wisp glanced at the northwest and the south. Apprentices were rushing towards them from both directions. Most of them were the guides he had seen at Vichy Harbor. With a wave of his hand, the Wisp removed all remaining alchemy fragments and pheromones that might be related to Angor's work. The Wisp didn't want to expose Angor's identity and get Eureka involved, so he had to make sure everything was in order to make sure Eureka didn't get caught in the mess. With that done, the Wisp turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, 3 figures appeared on the spot. They looked at each other and didn't seem surprised to see Angor. Instead, they seemed to be chatting with each other. That was an alchemy omen, right? It was a woman wearing a dark blue robe. She had a pair of red and green snakes coiled around her neck while holding a broom in her hand. I think so. The muffled voice came from a man dressed in a black robe. His exposed hand was like a piece of dead wood, and one could even faintly see a bud. The alchemist has already left. I originally wanted to pay him a visit, but I didn't expect to miss it. The woman sighed regretfully, and a light flashed in her eyes. The third person who didn't speak was a chubby young man wearing a hat. He was from Song of the Deep, and the Wisp met him once at Vichy Harbor. He took out a golden scroll and scanned the area. A moment later, he frowned. There's no trace at all. That alchemist must be very careful. The chubby man rubbed the scales on the back of his hand and chuckled. An alchemist showed up on Shoddy Island? Could he be the target? He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the other two with a smile. Twin snakes failing from Tower of Hurricane and Dumb Aunt Henry from Gravity Forest. How are you doing? The chubby man raised an eyebrow. I have a small question. Can you answer it? Harry and Failing looked at the fat youth with vigilance. They were on the same freighter back then, so they were naturally familiar with the fatty's identity. The chubby man was from Song of the Deep, and he called himself Gold. Aside from the fact that the chubby man had reached the peak of his power level, he was also a member of Song of the Deep. I just want to know a small question. King smiled, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. I thought you were only staying at the Vichy port for a while, but you didn't leave with the ship after so long. So, you are planning to stay at the marginalized island to look for talents? I remember that your wizard organizations haven't come to Shoddy Island for a long time. Why did you suddenly choose to come here? Our route has always been nearby. We just rarely come to Shoddy Island. Song of the Deep has never come to Shoddy Island. You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to ask you, Failing said disdainfully. No comment, Mute Aunt Henry said and turned to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Gold flashed and appeared in front of Henry. Henry was shocked. He reached out his hand subconsciously, and countless vines shot out from his palm. Gold's laughing voice came from the vines. TSK, I didn't make the first move this time. He landed on a mountain ridge outside of Gru Town. Soon, he saw the Wisp standing on the path with his red hair fluttering in the wind. Thank you for the warning, Mr. the Wisp. Angor lowered his head. Alchemy omens are always big. You should do it on the sea next time. Otherwise, an alchemist who could produce omens would easily attract people's attention. You don't want Pad Manor to be targeted, do you? Thua's voice was cold and hoarse. Angor nodded. He knew that alchemy omens would attract people's attention, but he thought that only the Wisp and Eureka would notice them. Angor didn't really care if they did. However, he didn't expect there to be guides from other organizations in the Old Earth. The Old Earth wasn't that big in the first place, and it would be easy for them to find their way to Gru Town through the smell. By then, they might notice the abnormality in Pat Manor. Angor was grateful for Thua's warning. Mr. the Wisp, there hasn't been a guide in the Old Earth for a long time. The last time a guide showed up was because the guide was also from the Old Earth, and he was just visiting his family. Why is there another guide here? Angor asked out of curiosity. The Wisp replied with a hint of bewilderment in his voice, I don't know. Perhaps there's something fishy going on here. But it has nothing to do with us. With that, the Wisp turned around and started walking down the mountain path. The Wisp didn't fly back. Instead, he walked. Clearly, he had something to tell Angor. Angor considered for a moment and followed him. The alchemy omen I just sensed had a kind of hidden fluctuation. Did you make a concealment item? The Wisp asked in a casual tone. Yes. Angor nodded. To hide the ripples of the dream whelk, I made a small gadget. The Wisp choked. He recalled that he had also been attracted here by the dream whelk's mysterious energy fluctuations. So Angor made the item to guard against people like him. The Wisp was more surprised by the fact that Angor was willing to make a mid-tier item for such a trivial matter. What was more, Angor called it a small toy. The Wisp had already overestimated Angor's talent, but now he realized that he still underestimated it. Angor was not only talented in cultivation, but also in alchemy. The Wisp couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? His cultivation speed is so fast that he is even more proficient in alchemy than people who have been studying it for 100 years. The Wisp realized that he was being a little rude. But since he already asked, he didn't want to take it back. He wanted to know what Angor's answer was. Luck, he said after a moment of silence. The Wisp obviously wasn't satisfied with this one-word summary, but he didn't continue asking. Instead, he simply said, luck? Heh, don't tell me you've been bewitched by a prophet? The Wisp was only joking, but when Angor heard luck spell, he felt something flashing in his mind, but he didn't know what it was about. How about we make a deal? A deal? Thua's words caught Angor's attention. What kind of deal? Help me make a potion, and I'll agree to one of your requests, the Wisp said. You want me to make a potion that can heal spirit injuries, mister? Angor quickly understood Thua's plan. He already knew that Eureka would ask for his help when he was working on the antidote, but Eureka seemed to have forgotten about it and never brought it up again. Who would have thought that the Whis would be the one to make such a request after a few days? Yes. Angor smiled wryly. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Why? Do you think a favor from me isn't worth your alchemy? The Whis narrowed his eyes. That's not it. If you want me to make a tooling potion, I'll consider it. But if it's apothecary, I can't. I only know how to make 2 or 3 types of potions, and antidotes are one of them. But you? The Whis frowned. Mr. the Whis, I need to read Mr. Mitra's alchemy notes before I can make the antidote. Mr. Mitra was the one who taught me how to make the antidote. But my knowledge is limited, and I don't know how to make a spirit recovery potion, Angor said in a righteous tone. The Whis didn't need to use truth check to know that Angor wasn't lying. So Angor really didn't know how to make potions? But the Whis had Mitra's potion, and Angor could learn how to make one. And he also had Mitra's alchemy notes. Still, the Whis knew that Angor had no time to learn how to make potions now that he was focusing on John's recovery. As the Whis sighed in his mind, they arrived at the main road leading to Gru Town. There was a refugee camp here, but there weren't many people around. Are you going to keep going? Don't. No one can enter Gru Town now. I think it's a ghost town now. An old man in ragged clothes saw where Angor and the Whis were heading and couldn't help but try to persuade them. I don't think so. I saw a team of knights coming out of Gru Town just a few days ago. A young man walked out from the main road with a bird with a feathered arrow in his hand. Maybe it's just like the stories in the books. Maybe a god cast a spell to hide Gru Town from the outside world and turned it into a peaceful land. God? If there's a god, do you think I'm going to leave my hometown at this age? I don't believe it. Maybe it's an evil witch who turned the Baron of Gru Town into a vampire. The old man sighed when he saw that the young man wasn't listening. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Don't think too much. I'll roast some pigeon meat for you tonight. As the young man spoke, he tore off the leg of the pigeon in his hand. Blood gushed out, and at the same time an exquisite wooden tube fell from the leg of the pigeon. Why does it look like a carrier pigeon to me? The old man picked up the tube. Where did you get it? Just outside Gru Town. This pigeon couldn't fly in, so it kept circling around the town. I shot an arrow at it. Just one arrow, I promise. While the young man was bragging about his skill, Angor approached them. The old man was right. The pigeon was a carrier pigeon. And the small wooden tube was probably filled with letters. This method of using carrier pigeons to send messages was actually the mainstream method in many mortal countries. Since the young man said that the pigeon was circling around Gru Town, it probably wanted to fly to Gru Town. However, Angor's illusion prevented it from entering. Angor didn't know who the pigeon was meant for. Since he already knew, he didn't mind helping. When Angor came back with the wooden tube, the Whis asked in a plain tone, "You're talking about equivalent exchange for mortals?" When Angor got the wooden tube, he used a silver coin to trade with a refugee. "I think rules are better than no rules at all," Angor replied calmly. The Whis smiled noncommittally. They continued walking into the town together. Angor opened the wooden tube on their way and took out a rolled-up envelope. It was written on the cover and addressed to Angor Pat. Angor was a little surprised. He thought the messenger pigeon was for the townspeople or Sheriff George. But he didn't expect it to be Sheriff George who signed the letter himself. Who would send a letter to him? Angor turned the envelope over and saw the sender's name, Alan Moan. Alan was the general who came to Moonwater City with Princess Shannon. After Princess Shannon's victory at Moonwater City, she moved on to other provinces while Alan stayed behind. Angor set up a dream enlightening classes for condemned prisoners outside the city, and Alan also helped him. A letter from Alan? Angor opened the letter. He didn't know Alan that well, so he was curious about the purpose of the letter. There were only a few lines on the letter, and Angor quickly finished reading. He didn't expect Alan to send this letter because the kid who ran away came back looking for Angor. When Angor helped Shannon deal with the supernatural who controlled the Heart Eaters, he saw that the man was called Ghost Caller, a rogue apprentice from the Rat Ant Society. After killing Ghost Caller, Angor found a kid. According to Ghost Caller, the kid was going to be his successor. Back then, he was thinking that he still needed a talent for his guide mission. This kid was following Ghost Summoner, but Ghost Summoner did not teach him anything, nor did he join the Rat Ant Society. So, Angor decided to recruit him. But since Angor was going to visit the Shannon Royal Palace, he left the kid in Ellen's care. However, when Angor returned, the kid had already run away. Not only that, but he also released a bunch of white-legged sea spiders, which poisoned several guards who were guarding him. If Angor didn't save them, they would have died. Back then, Angor thought that he would just let the kid run away. He didn't care about the kid anyway, and he was even disgusted by the kid's evil behavior. But he didn't expect the kid to come back to Ellen after running away for half a year. "You want to see me?" Angor pocketed the letter with a strange look. After he saved the poisoned soldiers, he told Aaron that he could do whatever he wanted with the child in the future, and there was no need to worry about him. However, Alan didn't do that. Instead, he sent a letter to Angor. Looking at the date, it was signed half a month ago. Angor wondered if he should go and check it out. The Whis didn't say anything while Angor read the letter. "John's condition isn't good. What's your decision?" The Whis asked after Angor finished reading the letter. Last time, the Whis suggested that Angor ask Master Mitra for help. Angor had a good impression of Mitra, but he didn't want to talk too much with Mitra. However, after talking with John, Angor had a general idea of what to do. "I'll ask someone else for help if I can't." The Whis saw that Angor didn't want to talk about it. "Come to me if you need help. Also, before you decide to seek help from others, remember to tell me in advance." They had arrived at the entrance of Pat Manor. The Whis was already floating in the air, which meant he was heading to cloud territory. Angor hesitated for a moment before he decided to ask. "Mr. the Whis, can I ask you a question?" The Whis stopped and looked back at Angor. "Aren't you curious about John's condition, mister?" The Whis remained silent for a moment. "I can't save him. But I know the value of a living body. It's much more valuable than a dead body. If you can find someone who can save him and share the information with me, that would be great. If not, it's fine." The Whis paused and added, "Besides, he's not as valuable as you are." The Whis left. Angor stood there and thought for a while. The Whis' last sentence clearly meant that he didn't care about John because of Angor. Regardless, Angor sighed in relief. He was worried that the Whis would do something to John after coming back. Judging from Thuis' response, it seemed that the Whis was going to give up on John. The Whis was Leon's teacher, and Angor didn't want to get into a conflict with him. He walked back to his room and sat down. Finally, he took out the new geometric lock he crafted. The appearance of the geometrical lock was a three-dimensional decoration made up of multiple diamond-shaped objects. Large and small, fat and thin diamond-shaped objects were combined together. It was full of geometrical beauty. On the outermost corner of the diamond-shaped object, columns of varying length extended out. The whole object looked a bit like a three-dimensional snowflake. Angor used Narda's vision to inspect the item. The attributes of the geometric lock were reflected on the server in the mind space. There was no surprise or joy. No special effects of the materials were activated, nor were there any special effects similar to the Blood Knight protection. It seemed that the abnormality in the Blood Knight shelter might really be related to that person who called himself Cassini. However, Cassini did not appear in his alchemy omen. Was it because he didn't have to give up any options for this alchemy omen? The geometric lock didn't give him any surprises, but Angor still felt relieved. The special effect of the Blood Knight shelter was so powerful that it could even avoid the detection of a legendary being. Even if it was only one chance, it was still a great treasure. Angor felt a little uneasy when he saw such a powerful effect appearing on his Crimson Knight shelter without warning. He knew that there was no such thing as luck in the wizarding world. You had to pay for what you gained. Did this mean that he had to pay some kind of price? Compared to the unnecessary suspicion, the geometric lock was more reassuring. According to the appraisal of Narda's vision, the geometric lock was just as he had expected. It was at the beginning of the intermediate level, and its effect was to combine defense, concealment, and hiding aura into one auxiliary item. When the lock was activated, it could be as big as 10 meters, or as small as a water droplet. Angor installed a magic crystal as the energy source. After the lock was activated, the diamond-shaped objects on the lock began to show their beauty. Soon, countless illusory lines covered Angor's room. This was when the geometric lock was at its largest. It had defensive capabilities and the ability to block prying eyes. Of course, the changes in Angor's room didn't escape the attention of the two wizards on the cloud. Eureka looked down and found that she couldn't see anything. Eureka tried a variety of prying spells, only to discover that any prying spells would trigger a reaction from the strange geometric lines. She could use a high-level detection spell, but Angor wouldn't be able to see through it. Is this Angor's alchemy item? Eureka was surprised. The wisp glanced at the item. Yes. Based on what he said, it should be. We can't see through it? Did he do it on purpose? Eureka was surprised. Huh? Why did he hide his aura? That thing can hide its aura? Eureka looked at the wisp in confusion. He didn't hide his aura on purpose, right? So that we can help him with his experiment? The wisp didn't know what to say. You're the only one I saw. How dare you use me as an experiment? Eureka shouted angrily. The wisp rubbed his temples and wondered if he should tell Eureka that she was the one who ran into the trap. He didn't hear Eureka's outburst. He was still testing the geometric lock's various abilities, such as its concealment limit, its defensive coefficient, and its ability to hide aura. When he was almost done, he decided to use the dream whelp to pull the geometric lock into the dream wasteland. At the same time, he also wanted to see if the geometric lock could hide mystery ripples. According to his previous calculations, the silent magic array could keep the ripples within 100 meters. The final product should have a similar effect, but he still needed to test how much it could do. While the dream whelp pulled the geometric lock into the dream wasteland, he quickly tested the range of the lock. In the end, he found something good. The mystery ripples were kept within 80 meters of the lock. Any further, and the effect would gradually decrease. Once the ripples reached 200 meters away, they would no longer be able to be detected. Eureka didn't notice anything while the wisp looked at Angor's room. The wisp, on the other hand, seemed to have noticed something. Inside the dream wasteland, Angor planned to put the nightmare domain inside the geometric lock first. However, when he looked at the large sphere of light filled with authority, he suddenly froze as a large amount of information flashed through his mind. He had been thinking that it would be great if he could get his hands on the core authority of the big light sphere first. There was no need to waste his time on some of the lesser authorities. However, he didn't know how to get the core authority. But now, when he looked at the nightmare domain, he suddenly remembered Thua's joke about how a certain prophet cast a fortune spell on him. At that time, he felt something flashing in his mind. However, he was distracted and did not think about the meaning of the idea. Now, when he looked at the nightmare domain again, he couldn't help but recall Thua's words. Or rather, the key point of Thua's words. The authority removed from the nightmare domain was random. Dream Gate, for example, was useful to Angor, but it was only a sub-authority of the pseudo-law of space, not the core authority. As for the second authority to be fused, Gatekeeper, it was a true core authority. Clearly, the light sphere didn't follow the rule of more valuable. Instead, it removed a random authority. Since it was random, Angor wondered if he could use something similar to Fortune's spell to reduce the range of variables to the authority he wanted. If he could, wouldn't he be able to quickly learn the core authority of the dream wasteland? Of course, spells that increased luck were actually spells that changed the threshold of variables. They were rare divination spells, and Angor might not be able to learn them. But he had money, he could totally buy a magic scroll that could increase his luck. Usually, such scrolls were single-use items that cost at least 7 digits. He didn't have to use them in the real world, but he could always bring them to the dream wasteland. As long as he had the dream whelk and didn't use the scroll in the real world, he could use it again and again in the dream wasteland. Buying one scroll was like using countless scrolls in the dream wasteland. Angor quickly put the nightmare domain into the geometric lock and activated stealth. After making sure everything was safe, he left the dream wasteland with a happy look on his face. He took out his notebook and wrote down his idea on the usage guidelines of the dream wasteland page. Angor couldn't stop smiling when he finished writing. It was as if he could already see the beautiful blueprint of the dream wasteland. It took him a while to calm down. After all of this was just a prospect. He still needed time to realize it. Moreover, magic scrolls that could enhance luck were also extremely rare items. Currently, no mage with warlock could inscribe them. The ones that were circulating outside were all relics from ancient times. It wouldn't be easy for Angor to get his hands on one. After calming himself down, Angor carefully put the letter away. Angor didn't have anything else to do after dealing with these trivial matters. He thought about it for a bit and decided to visit Freud in Foundation City. He wanted to see if Freud needed anything and tell him about his plan. Just as he was about to use the dream enchanting technique on himself, his gaze suddenly landed on the crumpled letter on the table. In the ancient language of Halon, Xianxia was translated as the tide that visits the winter. However, since the common language of the continent became popular, the native language of Halon began to lose its popularity. Nowadays, not many people knew the ancient language of Halon. However, some cities and islands of Halon still used the language of Halon. Xianxia was one of them. It was a city on the outer island chain of Halon. Although the official name was Xianxia, compared to this awkward name, the locals preferred to call this place Wintertide City. Blue Wave Bay was a harbor near the Sea of Wintertide. It used to be a prosperous commercial port, but after the war between Halon and the Gold's Pink Empire, it was occupied by the army and temporarily turned into a military port. Blue Wave Bay's conversion into a military port had already severely damaged the business of Blue Wave Bay. However, the people of Wintertide gritted their teeth and made up their minds to survive this period when business was not as good as before when they were on the old earth and occupied the Gold's Pink Kingdom. However, what they didn't expect was that Halon had a great advantage in this war. They had continuously occupied the Gold's Pink province and expanded their territory on the continent. However, for some reason, Halon began to decline in just a few months. And now, it was showing signs of defeat. At this point, the royal family of Halon couldn't just stop. Not to mention the loss of morale, the consumption of the country's internal needs for the past year had to be replenished by external resources. Therefore, they could only continue to fight the Gold's Pink Empire. In order to fight a war, one must have money and sufficient resources. When the national treasury was running low, the royal family had to turn their attention to the common people. The sudden increase in taxes plunged Wintertide, which was already in a bad situation, into a real winter. Wintertide had been shrouded in the shadow of exorbitant taxes for a long time. Coupled with the prospect of losing the war, the people of Wintertide were restless. A large number of bankrupt refugees appeared on the streets. Theft and robbery were on the rise. The trust between people was at its lowest point. In a bakery in Blue Wave Bay, 2 refugee children were looking at the female owner of the bakery with pitiful eyes. The female shop owner was a middle-aged woman with a fierce face. She looked very fierce. "Please, we haven't eaten for a long time. My sister is sick." The one who spoke was the chubbier of the 2 refugee children. His name was Chela. Beside him was a skinny boy with fair skin. He was also looking at the female store manager expectantly. The auntie snorted and scolded Chai La, "Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're fatter than my Nini. How dare you say you're hungry? I think both of you are here to cheat me of my food. Get lost. Don't get in the way of my business." Chai La's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness, but he was too hungry. Looking at the fragrant bread in the glass cabinet, he could not help but swallow his saliva. "We didn't cheat you. We were really hungry. My brother Anika is a mute, and my sister was injured. Please take pity on us," Chayla said in a sobbing voice. In the end, the woman didn't agree to Chai La's request. Instead, she called out her dog and chased Chai La and Yannicka out. Seeing Chai La and Yannicka leave, the woman's tense face slowly relaxed. She could see that they were in bad shape. In the past, she wouldn't have minded helping them. But now, she really didn't have the capital to be kind. Sigh. The auntie shook her head. She took a piece of black bread and walked to the back room. She muttered, "No matter how hungry I am, I can't starve my Nini." On the other side, Chai-La and Yannicka finally got rid of the dog after fleeing for a while. Chai-La was panting heavily. He stood on the shore of the bay and spat into the sea. His eyes were filled with anger. Yannicka was thin and weak. Coupled with his hunger, he was a little dizzy. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Chai-La saw this and his heart ached. He ran over and helped Yannicka up. "Are you okay?" "It's okay if you can't eat the bread." Chai-La looked hesitant. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "At worst, I'll go down to the sea and catch some fish to roast." Yannicka looked up and shook his head at Chai-La. Rambo Bay had been converted into a military port, and the first order was that no one was allowed to go down to the sea. If anyone was found out, they would be punished on the spot. Yannicka was hungry, but he didn't want Chai-La to take the risk. He kept gesturing with his hands, and his mouth was wide open. He couldn't utter a single word. If one looked closely, they would see that Yannicka's tongue was gone. Chai-La's heart ached when he saw Yannicka trying his best to speak, but when he thought about Guina's injuries, he couldn't help but be enraged. Damn that Vaughn man. If it wasn't for him, you and Guina wouldn't have fallen into that old hag's hands. You wouldn't have. Chai-La clenched his teeth and 2 streaks of tears slid down his dirty cheeks. Yannicka was anxious. He kept shaking his head and gesturing with his hands. "You're still speaking up for him?" Chai-La wanted to scold Yannicka, but he knew it was useless. He didn't know what Vaughn man did to Yannicka and Guina, but they didn't blame him for what happened. "He's not coming back. He's a coward." Chai-La spat. After hearing this, Yannicka pursed his lips and began to sob silently. Seeing Yannicka's appearance, Chai-La felt both distressed and aggrieved. It was as if there was an unquenchable anger in his heart that made him want to roar. Chai-La yelled at the sky 3 times in a row. Chai-La's yelling distracted Yannicka a little. At the same time, not far from the shore, a chubby girl in a princess dress also looked over after hearing Chai-La's cry. Chai-La also noticed the girl at this time. When he saw the girl's appearance, his eyes flashed with hatred. He looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he rushed forward and pushed the girl into the sea. Seeing the girl struggling in the sea, Chai-La finally felt the stuffiness in his chest dissipate a lot. When Yannicka saw this, he looked at Chai-La in surprise. "This woman is the daughter of the bakery owner. Her mother dared to let her dog bite us. Serves her right," Chai-La said fiercely. Yannicka was silent for a moment. He looked at the girl who was struggling in the sea and shook his head. He then dragged Chai-La away. Chai-La and Yannicka left Blue Wave Bay and headed to the outskirts of Wintertide. Yannicka didn't say a word along the way. Chai-La knew that Yannicka was angry. Chai-La didn't think he did anything wrong. Vaughn Man and Guina had killed people, and they had killed more people than he had. This was a world of murder. Why couldn't he kill people? Chai-La and Guina didn't say a word along the way. They returned to their temporary lodging, which was a rundown shack. Before they even stepped into the shack, they could already smell the thick stench of blood. There was nothing in the shack except for a broken bed, an unlit bonfire, and a broken baby's cradle. The smell of blood came from the baby's cradle. Along with the smell came a sharp, ear-piercing voice. "Who is it?" "Guina, it's us. You're back. Hey, didn't you find anything today?" Guina's strange and shrill voice came from the cradle again. "The people in the city are like bedbugs when they see us. No one will pity us. Today, we were even chased by a ferocious dog in the Blue Wave Bay's bakery." Chai-La paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. "But it was not a loss. I pushed the bakery owner's daughter into the sea. She'll be killed if the patrolling soldiers find her." Guina suddenly thought of something. "Is the girl you pushed Nini into the sea?" "What? You know her?" Chai-La panicked. He was a vagabond, and loyalty was the most important thing to him. If Guina knew the girl, wouldn't that mean that he had done something against the code of loyalty? "Oh, Nini used to be a friend of mine." Guina paused for a second and then continued, "But it doesn't matter. I don't need any friends other than you guys. Guena's voice was low. Chila thought for a second and said, well, we did find some thorny fruits on the way. They're a bit sour, but they're good for our stomachs. I'll break them and make some water for you. Guena replied. While Chela went to make the thorny fruit soup, Anika walked to the cradle and looked inside with sadness in his eyes. In the cradle, there was a little blonde girl about 7 or 8 years old. However, her arms and legs had all been cut off, leaving only the shell of her body. That was why she could be placed in the cradle. The smell of blood they had smelled earlier was coming from the gauze covering her wound. She was none other than Guena. Not only were her limbs damaged, but her mouth was also sewn shut by a black needle and thread. On her right shoulder was a small doll with a round head and a small body. The doll's mouth was so big that it could open and close at will. Guena used to use the doll to talk to Von Man using ventriloquism. She was able to talk now thanks to her ventriloquism skills. Don't be sad, Anika. I'm not dead yet. Don't be sad until I'm dead, okay? Guena said in a strange voice. Anika nodded with a sad face. Alright, don't let me see your sad face again. You promised me that you'd learn ventriloquism before I die. I'll teach you while I still have time. Before Anika could say anything, Chila walked over with a bowl filled with green liquid. You won't die. You'll live forever, just like us. Ho ho ho. Guena laughed with ventriloquism. I can feel my life slipping away, but I'll try my best to live on. I want to see Von Man one last time before I die. Chila's face darkened when he heard Von Man's name. What kind of poison did you get from him? The white-legged sea spider? He's the one who hurt you. Have you forgotten? Anika protested silently. He didn't hurt us. He's a victim too, Guena said. A victim? Chila snorted. Give up. He's not coming back. If he does, I want to see him. If he doesn't, then, that's fine. Guena looked down as if she was reminiscing. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps could be heard outside the shack. If you were talking about the place where those little mutes lived, then this is the place. Another refugee, who was also dressed in rags, nodded and bowed to an armored knight. Behind the knight was a middle-aged woman who looked as if she had lost her soul. She was the previous owner of the Blue Wave Bay Bakery. The door of the dilapidated hut was pushed open by the armored knight. His cold eyes scanned the place, but the inside was empty. There was nothing inside. Didn't you say that they were here? Where are they? The armored knight coldly looked at the refugee. The refugee also looked around in confusion. He had clearly seen those 2 little bugs come back. How could they suddenly disappear? The knight's eyes grew deeper and deeper. Sweat began to form on the refugee's head and his eyes rolled around. Are you playing with me? The armored knight coldly snorted. The refugee's already tense heartstrings instantly snapped. He was so scared that he knelt down on the ground. No, I really saw them come back. That's right, I remember now. The vicious peasant woman who used to live here seemed to have dug a cellar in the backyard. Maybe they are hiding in the cellar. In order to increase his trust, the refugee kept nodding his head. Yes, they must be in the cellar. There was a peasant woman who used to live here? The armored knight repeated the doubtful points mentioned by the refugee as he walked around the gate and headed towards the backyard mentioned by the refugee. That's right. That vicious peasant woman was crafty and harsh. She was also very burly. She looked very much like. When the refugee said this, he glanced at the woman in the bakery. He felt that what he said was inappropriate and coughed twice. Anyway, we who live in this area hate her. However, a month ago, that wicked peasant woman suddenly disappeared. Then, those 2 little bugs came. No, it was 3 little bugs. However, one of the boys came and then left. I think that the wicked peasant woman's disappearance was caused by those little bugs. The woman in the bakery suddenly raised her head. Her dazed expression instantly turned into one of gnashing teeth. That must be it. Those 2 children are demons. They killed my Nini. The knight ignored the madwoman and turned to look at the refugees. This area has been occupied by you refugees. You say that others are mean, but from the perspective of a peasant woman, what good have you done? As a judge knight, he would never listen to a one-sided story. The refugees called others evil peasant women, but they had never reflected on their own actions. Now that the entire Halon nation was shrouded in a shadow, if a single peasant woman wanted to survive in a place where refugees gathered, how could she not be fierce? The refugee smiled embarrassedly, nodding and bowing, but he didn't dare to talk back. When they came to the cellar in the backyard, the knight suddenly frowned. Why is there another, rotten smell? It seems that your previous guess might be correct. The knight glanced at the refugee. He pushed the door. As he expected, the door wouldn't budge. However, there was a flicker of light in the crack of the door. It was obvious that the reason why the door couldn't be opened was because someone was blocking it from behind. The knight sneered. He took out his sword and slashed at the wooden door of the cellar. The wooden door shattered. At the same time, the figures behind the door were revealed. 2 children, one fat and one thin, looked at them with fear in their eyes. Judge, it's them, it's them. The 2 children that the sailor talked about must be them. They killed my Nini. The madwoman held the knight's iron boots with trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. Before the knight could speak, the 2 children saw the shining iron sword in the knight's hand. They were so scared that they hid in the cellar. The knight followed them down. After a few steps, he saw a half-rotten female corpse at the corner of the stairs. The strong rotten smell came from the female corpse. Her face was so rotten that it couldn't be seen clearly. There were white and fat maggots moving between the green and white. The refugees behind the knight had seen many hungry and rotten corpses. They weren't afraid of this scene. They even looked curiously. Look at her clothes. This body is that vicious peasant woman's. The refugee exclaimed. I was wondering why she was missing. So she died here. The knight glanced at the rotten body of the peasant woman and roughly estimated the time of her death. Thinking about it, as soon as the peasant woman died, these children moved in. Obviously, her death was related to them. The knight looked back at the madwoman who was still crying. He had a rough conclusion in his heart. He guessed that the sailor from Blue Wave Bay was right. With the viciousness of these 2 children, it was possible that they pushed her daughter Nini into the sea. The knight sighed. In this filthy world, even children picked up weapons. There was no way out of the cellar. Chayla and Anika stood in front of the cradle. They looked at the knight in iron armor and the madwoman behind him with fear and despair. Did you kill the person outside? No one answered. Did you push her daughter into the sea? Still, no one answered. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. A passing sailor saw you push her daughter into the sea. I now arrest you in the name of the Knight of Judgment. If there is a mistake, you will be fine. But if you resist arrest now, don't blame me. The knight took out his sword and pointed it at Chayla and Anika. The cold iron light of the weapon made the 2 unconsciously take a step back. After a moment of silence, Anika suddenly pushed Chayla away and walked in front of the knight. He pointed at himself and kept saying but he couldn't say a word. The knight looked at Anika's empty mouth, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had heard from the refugees that there was a mute living here, but he didn't expect that the mute wasn't born, but had his tongue cut off. Chayla saw Anika's actions and his eyes turned gloomy. He finally came forward and protected Anika behind him. It wasn't him. I pushed the girl into the sea because her mother. Chayla turned his head and stared at the madwoman. She insulted us. She even let the dog bite us. We were only defending ourselves. That's because you stopped me from doing business. That's why I let the dog. Before the madwoman could finish, the knight stood in front of her. The court will judge whether it's right or wrong. You all come with me. Chayla said quietly, I'll go with you. It's not just about her daughter. You also need to give an explanation for the dead woman outside. So you all must come with me. Chayla's eyes were gloomy. We didn't kill the woman outside. Whether it was you or not, we'll know when we get to the court. I said I'll go with you. If Anika leaves, who will take care of my sister? Chayla looked at the knight fearlessly. Sister? The knight's eyes hesitated for a moment, then landed on the cradle. The refugee muttered doubtfully, they have a sister? I've never seen her before. The knight walked forward, forcing Anika and Chela to retreat. When the knight came to the cradle, he looked inside. His pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? Who did it? The knight's voice was trembling, but his eyes were full of anger. As a knight of the court, his principle was to hate evil. Although he didn't like the actions of the two children, looking at the girl in the cradle who had no arms or legs, and even her mouth was sewn shut, made him even more indignant. Killing people was just a moment, but torturing people was a lifetime. What's more, this was just a child. The knight looked at the girl in the cradle, his eyes flashing with distress. The refugees also curiously went to look inside the cradle. Anika and Chela protected the cradle, looking at the knight with vigilant eyes. Except for the madwoman, everyone surrounded the cradle. Most importantly, they all had their backs to her. Hatred flashed in her eyes. She didn't care what was in the cradle. She just wanted to avenge her daughter. Now that everyone had their backs to her, it was the best chance. She reached into her pocket with trembling hands and slowly pulled out a small knife that she usually used to cut bread. Her eyes locked on Chela. According to the sailor she met before, it was the fat child who pushed her Nini. Her first goal was to kill Chela. If she had the chance, she would kill Anika as well. She put the knife on her back and pretended to want to see what was in the cradle like everyone else. But when she got closer, she raised the knife and stabbed it into Chela's abdomen. She screamed in pain and blood gushed out. The knight kicked her back. Ha ha ha. Nini, I've avenged you. Mommy has avenged you. The auntie was kicked to the side. Even though her chest hurt, even though she didn't manage to kill Yaniga, she had already killed Nini's murderer. Nothing else mattered. Chela's knife broke the balance in the cellar. The knight glared at the madwoman. He didn't expect her to kill someone in front of him. Chela. Chela. No. Anika, who didn't know how to speak ventriloquism, finally understood. Even Guena, who was lying in the cradle and pretending to be deaf, couldn't help but struggle. What's going on? What happened? Chela? Answer me, Chela. What happened to you? I'm fine. Chela was lying on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth. I don't believe you. What happened to you? Guena asked anxiously. Mr. Inquisitor, please let me see Chela. The knight glanced at Guena who was struggling in the cradle. Her ventriloquism was very strange. Chira. The knight wanted to comfort Guena, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to her when he saw Chira's pupils dilating. He's fine. The madwoman was laughing like a madwoman, but there was only silence. When Chela's body was no longer warm, Anika was lying on top of him with tears running down her cheeks. Suddenly, Anika saw a blood-stained knife on the floor not far from them. It was the knife the madwoman used to stab Chela, but it fell on the ground after the knight kicked the madwoman away. Yaniga looked at Chila, who was no longer breathing. He suddenly smiled bleakly and picked up the knife. Anika's eyes widened. I'm sorry, Guena. And Brother Von Man. Goodbye. Yaniga picked up the knife and stabbed it into his heart. Just as the knife pierced his heart, Yaniga suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yaniga? Anika endured the pain and turned to the direction of the cellar. A figure suddenly rushed towards him. Anika froze for a second, then slowly smiled. This is great, it's great to see you again before I die. It was none other than Von Man, whom Guena and Yaniga had been talking about for a long time. However, his arrival was a step too late. His dearest little brother and once his best friend had withered away before him. Von Man rushed to Yaniga's side and looked at the two cold bodies on the ground. Guena didn't know what was going on, but her eyes were filled with tears. She struggled in the cradle and whispered in a strange tone, "What's going on? What's going on? Chela? Yaniga? Answer me. I heard you, Von Man. Are you back? Tell me, what happened to Chela and Yaniga? Why aren't they talking?" Guena knew what was going on, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Von Man knelt beside Yaniga's body without saying a word. Are they asleep? Guena asked softly. That's why they're not talking to me, right? Feng Mankai hummed and replied absent-mindedly, yes, they are asleep. Let them sleep then. They're tired. I want to sleep too, but I can't. Guena's voice was trembling as she spoke. Only Guena and Bauman's conversation could be heard in the cellar. When both of their voices slowly quieted down, only sobbing could be heard. The Knight of Judgment, whose throat was dry, suddenly didn't know what to say. You. Knight realized that his voice was hoarse when he spoke. He gulped and looked at Bondman, who was crying on the ground. Who are you? And who are you? The Knight paused for a second and looked at the other direction. Following Knight's question, everyone shifted their attention to the second guest. Right at the entrance of the cellar, a young man dressed in an extremely meticulous aristocratic attire stood at the intersection of light and shadow. In the light and shadow, his facial features were as elegant and handsome as if they were carved by a master. Even if he was just standing quietly at the side, that kind of temperament from inside out made everyone involuntarily feel inferior. He was a noble. He wasn't someone who would show up in this refugee area. This was a piece of information that everyone present could determine at a glance. Who are you? Knight stepped forward and looked at the man from head to toe. He looked at the man's elegant suit and his eyes flashed with suspicion. This style doesn't seem to be Helen's style. Why does it look like the style of Gold's Pink Empire? The Knight swallowed his saliva as he tried to get rid of the thought that he himself did not believe. A noble from Gold's Pink Empire would never show up in Heilong at this time of the year. The Knight was waiting for an answer, but before the noble could say anything, Bondman rushed over and kowtowed to the young man. Sir, you must have a way, right? You must have a way. Please save them. Bondman pointed at the two bodies lying in a pool of blood and kept kowtowing. The Knight was confused. Bondman was asking the noble to save the children? Could it be that this noble was actually a doctor? The Knight chuckled. So what if he was a doctor? The two children had already been confirmed dead. Unless the god of death took back his scythe, no one would be able to wake them up. The spiritual light of consciousness dissipated, and the soul fragments collapsed. There's no other way. They're dead. The young man spoke in the common language of the continent with a foreign accent. The Knight was stunned. He felt like he had heard this voice somewhere before. There must be another way, right? I heard from Ghost Call that there are ways to bring people back to life. Bondman couldn't help but ask again. Bringing people back to life is taboo. Even if they do come back to life, they won't be Bondman anymore. The young man's words crushed Bondman's hope. He stumbled to the bodies again and murmured the names Xianxia, Chela in a daze. After a while, Bondman suddenly looked up and asked, who did this? Who killed them? Bondman stood up and pointed at the Knight beside him. A few small spiders crawled out of his dirty hand. Was it you? Did you kill them? The Knight didn't answer. Bondman turned to the other two people, a refugee and a madwoman. Was it you? Still, no one answered. Bondman staggered for a moment and then burst into laughter. Since none of you are talking, then go to hell. Go to hell. Hearing Bondman's words, more small spiders crawled out of his sleeves. Even a knight would be horrified by their whiteness. Bondman was about to release the spiders when a strange noise came from the cradle. Bondman, pick me up. I want to see Xianxia and Chela. Guena's voice was low. Guena, they're asleep. Let's not disturb them. Bondman turned around and said. Pick me up. I'll tell you what happened. After a moment of silence, Bondman mumbled, yes. Bondman picked Guena up. Guena's horrifying image was displayed in front of the crowd. Guena didn't care about the refugees or the madwoman. Instead, she looked at the two bodies on the ground. Tears trickled down Guena's cheeks. After a while, Guena said, they're sleeping, and they're sleeping so peacefully. What happened, Guena? Bondman didn't want to give up. Guena regained her composure and began to recount the events that happened today. Everyone remained silent after listening to Guena's explanation. The noble young man frowned when he heard the whole story. It wasn't a big deal, and he didn't know who was right or wrong. It was Angor who came with Bondman. Just one day ago, he was reading the letter from Ellen and wondering if he should go and see the kid. He didn't like the kid's cruel personality, but he already got John's permission to visit Brute Cavern. Angor was sure that John would bring Tulu with him when he returned to Brute Cavern. After all, he still needed one more talent to complete his guide mission, so it was really difficult to find one in such a short time. That child was obviously a gifted one, so after some consideration, he decided to go over and take a look. When he arrived at Moonwater City, he finally met the kid, Von Man. Von Man came to Angor because he wanted Angor to help him save someone called Guina. At first, he didn't want to help Von Man. But as he listened to Von Man's explanation, Angor learned that Guina was also a talented apprentice. However, Von Man sent Guina to a woman named Kusha. Angor killed Ghost Caller, and Von Man escaped. When he returned to Halon, he found Guina's limbs and mouth sewn shut by Kusha's hands and feet. Yaniga also lost his tongue when he tried to find Guina. Guina's bleeding was stopped, but she was still in a bad condition. Von Man struggled for a long time and finally decided to return to Moonwater City and beg Angor to save Guina. This was the whole story. If Guina was really a talent, Angor thought it would be a good idea to recruit another person. He didn't expect to see such a scene. When Guina finished her story, Von Man's eyes turned cold. He turned around and looked at the refugee who led the way, then at the magistrate knight who claimed to be just. Finally, he locked his eyes on the woman who had turned from a frenzied woman to a quiet woman. So you forced them to their deaths. Von Man emphasized each word. None of you will escape. As soon as Von Man finished speaking, she saw the bakery auntie raise her head and suddenly laugh. What are you laughing at? Von Man asked coldly. The woman ignored Von Man's question and looked at Guina, who was still in Von Man's arms. Guina, I remember you. The middle-aged woman looked at Guina with a complicated expression. There was pity, nostalgia, and disgust in her eyes. Back then, Nini was still your friend. She always came home and told me how nice you were. The woman's expression softened as she recalled something. Suddenly, her expression changed. My Nini didn't mind that you were a homeless person. She even made friends with you. I didn't expect that Nini would die in the hands of your friend. Don't you feel guilty? Guina, who was in Von Man's arms, stared at the middle-aged woman and said, Actually, I wanted to kill her and take the bread from her. I don't deny that she's cute, but she's a little silly. However, her foolishness had also saved her life. Because she took the initiative to give me the bread, I gave up the thought of killing her. That's why I never felt guilty. To me, she wasn't as important as a piece of food. The auntie was stunned and laughed crazily. My most precious Nini can't even compare to a mouthful of food in your eyes. You're a demon. I'm not a demon. I just want to live, Guina said in a low voice. The woman didn't hear Guina's words. Instead, she looked at the two corpses on the ground and laughed even harder. Now that the two people who killed Nini, Yaniga, and Chela, were dead, she had no more regrets. With a determined look in her eyes, the woman struggled to her feet. Then, she shouted, Nini, Mommy is here to accompany you. Then, she slammed her head against the wall. 3 corpses were placed in the small cellar. Including the rotten corpse at the corner of the stairs, there were 4 corpses in total. The corpses on the ground all seemed to be in the right and wrong in their respective standpoints. But Angor didn't want to judge them right now. He felt sorry for them, but he also hated them for what they did. He didn't like Von Man, who was too vicious. He also didn't like Guina, who was too self-centered and cruel. As for Chela, Angor believed that he deserved it. Yaniga was the only one who could be considered innocent. Angor didn't like these people, but he did understand their lives. Just like Guina said, they only wanted to live. As for humans, the most basic need was to live. Others could pursue higher desires, such as self-restraint and morality. But these people, who lived at the bottom of society, couldn't. They might be chaotic, evil, but they were only doing what they wanted. If they couldn't even fulfill this basic need, Angor wouldn't be able to use his own standards to judge their actions. The curtains fell on the absurd drama, but Angor still needed to think about something. He once read something in the literature records in his hologram tablet: we can't see all the snow that falls on a person's life. Everyone spent the winter alone in their own lives. Reality was indeed like this. Everyone had their own life, and every life had its own winter. Most of the others were just passers-by, unable to truly bring warmth to your winter. Some people's lives were always the same. Living was already the best they could do. Von Man didn't kill the magistrate knight or the vagabond after the woman's death. Although he had raised a group of highly poisonous white-legged sea spiders, they were completely useless against a knight who was completely sealed in armor. Von Man didn't have a chance to kill the vagabond either. He wanted to ask for Angor's help, but Angor only watched from the side. He had no intention of getting involved. Von Man gave up on killing all of them. At least the mastermind behind his brother's death had already committed suicide. At the end of this ridiculous play, the knight with a complicated expression finally opened his mouth. I can understand what you're going through. But, as a knight of justice, I must bring this matter to a close. Please put away your sadness and come with me to the magistrate's office. The knight paused for a second and looked at Guina, who looked like a human stick, and sighed, I know what happened. You'll be fine. I'll ask the magistrate for compensation so that you can live a better life. If you're willing, I can even adopt you. The last sentence was obviously meant for Angor. From Angor's point of view, the knight was innocent. Everything happened at the right time, and he was the one who pulled the strings behind the scenes. I don't need your bullshit. Von Man glared at the magistrate and hugged Guina tightly. Get out of here, all of you. I must take you to the magistrate's office. The magistrate stepped forward and forced Von Man to back off. Angor, who had been keeping quiet all this time, finally spoke up. Sir, they'll follow me from now on. I'll take care of them. Don't worry. The magistrate was still doubtful, but he was sure that Angor was a noble. It was a good thing that a noble was willing to take care of two poor children. However, as a knight who believed in justice, he had his own principles. May I ask where you're from, sir? The magistrate saluted Angor. I don't care what happens in the future. I need them to come with me to the magistrate's office. It doesn't matter where I'm from. We're done here. The truth is clear, isn't it? We don't need to find out who's right and who's wrong. The owner of the bakery and the two children are dead. Even the deadliest knot has been untied, Angor answered politely. Knight was silent for a moment. But there's more than one case here. The corpse outside also needs to be dealt with. I'm the one who killed her. She took Guina from her cradle a month ago and threw her to the ground. I'm already letting her off easy by poisoning her. Von Man suddenly spoke up. What? You're not the one who killed her. Was the righteous knight going to avenge her? Then why don't you kill me? Von Man's tone was full of annoyance. Knight was not the only one who frowned. Angor also felt disgusted. No matter what the reason is, since you have admitted it, you must come back with me. The knight stepped forward and grabbed Von Man's hand, trying to take him away by force. Angor sighed helplessly as he watched the knight take Von Man away. He rubbed his fingers together. A strange aura then drilled into the knight and the refugee's forehead. Both of their expressions instantly became dazed. Get out of here and forget about everything, Angor muttered in a low voice and gave them a command in the illusion. The refugee was the first to leave the cellar. Knight also let go of Von Man and walked away in a daze. Angor didn't mind letting the knight take Von Man to the magistrate's office. However, he didn't want to waste any more time here. Seeing that the knight was about to leave, Von Man's lowered eyebrows flashed. He suddenly pulled out the sword at the knight's waist and was about to stab the knight's chest. Bang! Von Man was sent flying away and slammed into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Guina was also sent flying away. However, she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she floated in the air while a pair of giant hands appeared behind her back. Von Man stared blankly at the knight's sword that had fallen to the ground and returned to its scabbard. The knight had also left the cellar unharmed. Von Man tried to kill the knight, but he was sent flying by an invisible wall. Angor was the only one who could do such a thing. Von Man stared at Angor in disbelief. Why? Why didn't you let me kill him? Von Man asked with tears in his eyes. Aren't you a member of Gold's Pink? Isn't Halon an enemy of Gold's Pink? Shouldn't you be happy that I killed him? Why didn't you let me kill him? I don't want to comment too much on your personal matters. But the knight had nothing to do with the origin of this farce. If he wasn't involved, there would be others. You're just venting your anger on him. Angor paused a little. Goldspink and Halon are at war. But when you reach a higher level, you won't stop at mortal wars. Angor cast a cleanse spell on the cellar without caring about von Mann's resentment. When the dirty cellar was cleared, he sat down in front of a table and spoke to von Mann. Now that you've calmed down, let's get down to business. Von Mann struggled to his feet and carried Guenna in his arms. Can I talk to Guenna for a moment? He asked Angor in a low voice. Of course. Von Mann carried Guenna out of the cellar and made sure to stay away from them. They were whispering to each other as if they were trying to keep their voices down. But no matter how hard they tried, Angor could not hear them at all. In Angor's opinion, what they were talking about was only trivial. They hugged each other and cried for a long time. Then, they talked about Arnica and Chayla's death. Finally, they talked about serious matters, which mostly revolved around Angor's identity. Strangely enough, von Mann was the one explaining Angor's identity to Guenna. But in the end, Guenna was the one explaining Angor's behavior to von Mann. He's been watching from the sidelines ever since he came to the cellar. He didn't stop the woman from trying to kill herself. But he stopped you from killing the knight. Judging from these details, he's a man of order. Guenna explained. Von Mann listened attentively to Guenna's explanation. Earlier in the cellar, Guenna didn't say anything as if she didn't care about anything. Angor didn't expect her to be observing the whole situation. Based on what he said about you, I think he's more reliable than Ghost Caller and Kusha. I don't think we'll have any problems following him, Guenna said in a calm voice. Only when she mentioned Kusha did she sound a little angry. Angor couldn't help but chuckle. Guenna knew that Angor could overhear her conversation with von Mann, which was why she said those words on purpose. She was trying to flatter Angor, and at the same time, leave a way out for herself. It had to be said that Guenna was a lot more cautious than von Mann. Still, she was still too young to care about such things. But as she grew older, she would become more mature. About half an hour later, von Mann returned to the cellar with Guenna in his arms and sat down in front of Angor. Guenna returned to her usual quiet self and laid quietly in von Mann's arms. Angor sighed as he looked at the two children in front of him. Even though she was only 10 years old, she had already experienced so many things that even an adult would find hard to bear, especially Guenna. Von Mann already told Angor about Guenna, and he already had an idea of what happened. But when he saw Guenna in person, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Guenna was a beautiful woman with curly blonde hair. Unfortunately, she had lost her arms and legs, and her mouth had been sewn shut. Despite the pain and suffering, she still managed to survive. Her eyes never lost the will to live. Both Guenna and von Mann had evil personalities, which he didn't like, but he had to admit that they were the only ones who could survive in such a situation. I've already told Guenna that we'll go with you as long as you can keep us alive, sir. Von Mann didn't dare to look into Angor's eyes. Also, Guenna's injuries, I can make sure she doesn't die. Angor looked at Guenna. Even if you lose your arms and legs, as long as you don't slack off in your training, you can regrow them or transplant them. Guenna's eyes lit up when she heard this. Can Guenna's arms and legs really be healed? Von Mann asked. Of course. Von Mann was overjoyed. Great. Then Guenna and I will be your apprentice. Angor waved a hand. I'm not qualified to take you in yet. I'm only your guide. If you really want to become a wizard, I'll arrange a mentor for you once we return to the organization. Von Mann and Guenna looked at each other and nodded. But don't get too excited just yet. We don't have to accept you just because you're talented. You still need to go through a test. A test? Angor did not explain what the test was. He only mentioned the deathmatch as an example and briefly explained it to Sunders. Both von Mann and Guenna were surprised to learn about the death rate of the deathmatch. But Angor didn't see any fear on their faces. The test isn't happening now, but it could happen at any time. I hope you can pass it. Angor didn't really mean the test. he couldn't show that he was in a hurry to find talents. That would be too embarrassing. Since he already said so, Angor began to plan the content of the test in his mind. If he really wanted to test them, he needed to have a basic requirement. Angor disliked Von Man and Guena's evil nature the most. However, he didn't intend to correct them. Still, he could use this chance to temper their impulsive nature before they entered the supernatural realm. Especially Von Man. Angor already had a rough idea of what to do. However, just as he had said, the test could be carried out at any time. There was no rush. There was one more thing he needed to do before putting them to the test. He needed to confirm their talents. There were many signs that indicated that both of them were talents. But it was still a possibility, not a certainty. Angor planned to test their talents first so that he wouldn't make any mistakes. Luckily, the members of the Rat Ant Society didn't have much money, so they only used simple spiritual power measurements to determine talents. So far, Von Man and Guena hadn't been tested by the Abel's Eye yet. Next, I'll test your talents. He placed plates on the table, filled cups with water, lit candles, and opened up a skylight for the cellar. He did everything to prepare for the test. When everything was ready, Angor placed a light red crystal ball on the table. This is the Abel's Eye, also known as the Talent Orb. It can help you estimate your potential talent. Of course, someone will do the more accurate test for you when you return to your organization. Angor briefly explained how the orb worked. Remember, look carefully and see if there are any changes in your surroundings. With that, he signaled them to begin the test. Von Man was the first to approach. He was cautious, and his outstretched hand was trembling. Before he could touch the talent sphere, he asked worriedly, "Sir, if I don't see any changes, does that mean I don't have the talent?" "Some changes are very subtle, so don't worry about them. As long as the orb glows, it means you have a talent." Von Man asked more questions, but Angor didn't bother to answer them. Abel's annual talent collection had been published several hundred times, and there were too many anomalies. It was impossible for him to explain all of them. Von Man heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed her eyes. She was going to open her eyes wide to observe her surroundings. When Von Man placed her hand on the crystal ball, a red light flashed unexpectedly. Von Man was in a daze, which was a normal reaction when entering the test. Once the red light appears, it means that he must have talent. While waiting for Von Man's test, Angor told Guena about the details of the test. "Don't be fooled by his blank expression. I think he's looking for something to change." Guena stared at the glowing talent orb in deep thought. When Von Man withdrew his hand, his eyes were dazed, but his expression was full of surprise. He kept turning his head, looking around the cramped cellar as if he was looking for something. "It seems that your change is very obvious. What did you see?" Angor looked at Von Man. Von Man stopped looking around with a disappointed expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I saw a lot of strange creatures in the cellar. On the wall over there was a guy that looked like transparent plasticine. The dust on the ground turned into little briquettes with big eyes. There were creatures that looked like transparent earthworms walking in the air. There was also a pattern of a big face cat on the ceiling, and it was winking at me. They are all strange creatures." "They are colorful and bizarre," Von Man said, as if he had not had enough of the story yet. Angor considered for a moment. "The changes you saw are similar to what I saw in the book. Maybe you're an occult summoner. That's why Ghost Caller chose you." After all, Ghost Caller was a summoner apprentice. Von Man wanted to ask more questions, but Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Guena. "Your turn. Since your arms and legs are broken, you can touch the talent ball with your forehead." Guena nodded. She didn't hesitate like Von Man. She signaled Von Man to carry her forward. However, Von Man was still immersed in the beautiful scene, and she accidentally dropped the doll on Guena's shoulder. Von Man quickly picked it up and brushed the dust away. Angor noticed that the doll was a small, round doll with a small body. It looked like a Teru Teru Bozu. However, its face was a little strange. Both its eyes and mouth were sewn together with black threads. The black threads looked almost the same as the ones on Guena's mouth. From afar, Guina looked like a broken doll with a broken arm and a broken leg. When Guina touched the talent ball with her forehead, the ball instantly glowed red. Just like Von Man said, Guina was indeed a talent. A moment later, Guina opened her eyes and spoke to Angor. "Mr. Wizard, I just saw my doll being pulled by strings and dancing." "That's your transformation?" Angor pondered for a moment. "Sounds like a puppet wizard who manipulates strings." Bogula, the golem master, was one of those who walked this path. "Also, I saw my body glowing red." "Are you sure you're glowing red?" Angor looked up at Sunders. Guina nodded and used a strange ventriloquist voice. "Yes. I can only move my neck, so I can only see part of the skin around my waist." Guina's clothes were a modified version of an old man's suit. There was a hole on her waist, through which she saw her body glowing. "There were some strange patterns on my skin. I tried to remember them, but when I woke up, I couldn't remember anything." Guina sighed. Meanwhile, Angor was quickly thinking about the case study in Abel's annual talent collection. A doll dancing on strings, this was definitely a puppet operation. But at the same time, she noticed that her body was glowing red, which meant that Guina had a special constitution. Still, Angor didn't read much of Abel's annual talent collection, so he couldn't remember the details of special constitutions. So far, there were only cases of people glowing in red. Therefore, Angor was sure that Guina was not only a talent, but also someone with a special constitution. That was quite surprising. According to the guide quest in Brute Cavern, anyone who found someone with a special constitution or talent would be rewarded with several times the reward. Angor didn't really care about the reward, but he could tell how rare it was to find someone with a special constitution. Angor couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. "I'm so lucky to find someone with a special constitution at the last minute. Guina alone is as good as 10 regular talents combined." "Sir, what does Guina's glowing mean?" Von Man asked curiously. "It means you have a special constitution. It might be good for you, but it could also be a disaster." Angor couldn't help but think about Shilyu, who had a special talent. "Let's wait until we get back to Brute Cavern." Angor put away the talent orb and spoke to the other two. "I've finished the test. Both of you have decent talents, as far as I can tell. But you'll have to work hard to see what you can achieve in the future. Next, I'll give you an hour to pack your things. After an hour, get ready to leave." Guina and Von Man didn't have anything to pack. Therefore, they knew very well that this wizard named Pad had given them an hour to say goodbye to their past. And to say goodbye to Yanniga and Chayla. They put their grief aside because they wanted to test their talents. But now, when they saw the two cold corpses lying in the cellar, their hearts sank again. Von Man knelt on the ground and began sobbing. "I still remember when we met 3 years ago. I can't believe it's like this." Von Man and Von Man were all refugees. They weren't related by blood, but they were closer to each other than family members. Chayla wanted to be a chef, while Yanniga wanted to be a musician. But now, they couldn't go any further. Von Man's face was bitter. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have followed Summon Ghost, and I shouldn't have listened to his nonsense and sent you to that old witch. If I didn't do that, they wouldn't be like this." "It's not your fault. It's just that we were born in a humble family, and we have no choice but to follow the flow of this dark world." Guina finally opened her mouth to speak. "But one day, I won't let anyone else have the right to choose." Guina's eyes were filled with determination. Von Man also stopped sobbing after hearing Guina's words. Now, they had to face reality. "Sir, you only gave us 1 hour. We don't have much time left. What should we do now? Leave them in this cellar?" Guina hesitated. "I want to take them with us." When Angor saw Von Man walking toward him with blood all over his body, he couldn't help but frown. Not only was Von Man covered in blood, but even Guina, who was curled up in Von Man's arms, had a few blood stains all over her face. Meanwhile, Von Man's backpack was still dripping blood. Angor was about to say something, but when he saw that they didn't seem ashamed at all, he sighed and changed the topic. "I'll give you some time to clean yourselves up." Especially, Angor glanced at Von Man's backpack. Von Man and Guina looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the river. Von Man took off his clothes and jumped into the river to clean himself up. He then helped Guina clean her face as well. After cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, Von Man carefully opened his backpack. 2 stacked human skins appeared in front of him. These 2 human skins were none other than Xianxia and Chayla's. While Von Man carefully cleaned the skin, Angor watched from afar and sighed in his mind. It was normal for Von Man and Guina to mourn for their dead companions. However, Guina changed her mind. She wanted to take Xianxia and Chayla away, but they didn't have a storage space, so they couldn't carry the 2 corpses with them. In the end, Guina decided to strip them of their belts and leave. I want to make a doll out of their skins, so they can stay with me forever. Guina's eyes were glowing when she said that. She didn't seem to think that it was a terrible idea to carry a doll around with her. So Von Man isn't a troublemaker. This Guina is even more troublesome. Angor frowned. Maybe this was a common problem among all puppeteers. As he recalled, Bogula also liked to use people as puppets. More often than not, they were living puppets. Maybe all puppeteers had the same obsession. When they stood in front of him again, Angor spoke in a plain tone, "It's time to leave. But before that, there's something I need to do." "Where's Kuza?" He looked at Guina and asked, "What about her?" In the forest outside of Wintertide City, there was a dark castle in the forest. The castle wasn't big, but it was eerie. Gray vines crawled all over the walls, and there were signs of thorns everywhere. "So, this is Kusha's home?" Von Man nodded. "That's right." According to Von Man, Kuza was an evil witch who had cut off Guina's limbs and Anika's tongue. According to Von Man, Kusha must know Ghost Summoner because Ghost Summoner took Von Man away and recommended Guina to Kusha. It was obvious that the 2 of them had some sort of connection. He was worried that Kusha might be a member of the Rat Ant Society, so he came here to check. The castle wasn't big. He sensed around and found no one inside. He walked inside and saw that the furniture was covered in a thin layer of dust. It was obvious that the owner of this place had left not long ago. However, he also found some messy footprints on the carpet. They looked like the footprints of a child. Von Man suddenly spoke up. "I think I left these footprints the last time I came here." "You did?" "After escaping from Moonwater City, I came here to find Lady Kuza. I wanted to tell her about Ghost Summoner's death." Von Man lowered his head. "But Kuza has Guina, so I had to come back. When I came back, I didn't find Kuza in the castle. Instead, I found Guina soaked in a strange liquid in the underground laboratory. She was already like this when I came back. I woke her up and tried to run away with her. Guina told me that Anika was nearby. Then I saw Anika lying in a tank with his tongue cut off. Then we left." Angor checked the basement with his senses and found many petri dishes and experiment pods. There were also some human body parts. So this was a lab for studying bloodlines or transplants? Angor went to the basement to take a closer look and confirmed his suspicion. There were operating tables, replacement tables, and petri dishes all used for transplants. However, many of them were old and obsolete, and the specimens that were soaked in the liquid were all mortal specimens. Angor could tell that Kuza wasn't very good at experimenting. She probably wasn't as strong as Ghost Summoner. He turned around and saw that Von Man and Guina were murmuring something to each other in front of a skull. It seemed that the head belonged to a government official in Wintertide City. Angor was more interested in the fact that the 2 kids didn't seem to be afraid at all. "Do you have any of your body parts here?" Angor approached Guina. Guina shook her head. "After Kusha cut off my limbs, she threw them to the wolves." "You saw it with your own eyes?" "Yes, it's her pet." Guina nodded. Angor frowned. No matter how mature Guina was, she would still be traumatized if she saw her own limbs being fed to a pet. He finally understood why Guina's mind was so twisted. Angor walked around the castle one more time before leaving. Since Kuza wasn't here, he didn't want to waste any more time. He also found some clues in Kuza's study and the underground lab, which pointed to Kuza's identity. Kuza didn't seem to be a member of the Rat Ant Society. She was probably a member of a small wizard family. Since she wasn't a member of the Rat Ant Society, Angor had no reason to go after her. When they left on gondola, Guina chuckled. It's good that she's gone. I'll go find her myself one day. Angor brought Von Man and Guina back to Pat Manor and settled them down in a separate building that was a little farther away. He didn't want to cause any trouble. Guina's appearance was too scary. Besides, Von Man was going to start making skins in the next 2 days. Angor believed that Yaniga and Chayla's skins would cause a huge commotion when they were exposed to the sun. Therefore, he decided to leave them alone. Headmaid Mana was in charge of their daily food and water. But Angor also warned them that they must put away their skins when they saw servants passing by. Angor also told Tulu about Von Man and Guina. They were going to be apprentices in the same class, so it would be better if they could get along well. After settling them down, Angor went to see the Whis. Are you sure you want to leave? The Whis stood tall and straight with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Angor nodded. The Whis already told him to inform Angor before leaving. John is getting weaker and weaker. I don't have any other way to save him. I have to go back and ask for help. The Whis wasn't surprised by Angor's decision. Have you thought about it yet? Who are you going to ask to heal John? I'm going to go back to Brute Cavern and bring the talents back. Then I'll think about it. Eureka's eyes lit up when she heard Angor's words. She looked at Angor and was about to say something when she realized something. However, the Whis shook his head at her. Eureka didn't know what to say, but she didn't say anything. The Whis nodded to Angor. I hope you can keep John alive. He's a rare specimen. The Whis continued, I won't stop you from leaving this time, but I need to give you a warning. Angor looked at the Whis and waited for him to explain. First, don't tell anyone about me and Eureka. It won't do you any good, the Whis said. Angor nodded. Besides, Leon was already through a student, and Angor wasn't someone who liked to gossip. Second, I hope you can help me find or buy some potions that can help me recover my spirit power. I'll try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to buy them. I'm sure you know what's going on at Fey Continent. Third, you said you need to think about it. Do you have an answer now? Angor looked at Thuis' burning eyes and realized what he meant. The Whis brought Angor to his exile space and asked him about bloodline retrace. If they wanted to get rid of Goman King's tracking, they had to do something about it. However, erasing bloodline rewind could also damage the Crimson Crown. Therefore, they changed their plan. They wanted to use bloodline retrace to find the owner of the heart blood. But before that, they had to be sure. Can we use the bloodline retrace array to find the owner of the heart blood? When the Whis asked this question, Angor said he didn't know. It had only been a few days, but the Whis couldn't wait any longer. There's no such thing in the book. But there is a way to extract the information from bloodline retrace. Thuis' eyes lit up. You can extract the heart blood? That would give them a lot of room to work with. Whether it was cursing or locating the target, they could do it easily. No. We can only extract some information from it. Can we find the owner of the heart blood? I can't guarantee that. But I'm sure you'll be able to narrow down the search area, sir. Heartfelt information was something like a human password. However, it would take a long time to gather enough information. Still, with the help of a prophet, Angor might be able to figure out who the intruder was. That's all you can do? The Whis considered for a moment. That's all I can do. All right then. Heartfelt information is fine. How do we extract it? The Whis asked. Not hard. Just reverse the magic array. But it might take some time. When bloodline backtrack and heartfelt blood matched each other, there would be some changes. For example, the edges of some runes would change, and the distribution of energy would change. These changes would reveal some information. All Angor needed to do was reverse the magic array, find the information, and sort it out to obtain the so-called heartfelt information. Coincidentally, Angor also tried to reverse bloodline backtrack before. Back then, he only did it to confirm the identity of the runes on the crown. Now, he was going to check the changes in the runes. Since he already did it before, he didn't think it would be hard. However, there were too many runes in bloodline backtrack. Angor had to check them down to the smallest detail, which would take some time. How long? About half a month. Half a month wasn't a long time for wizards. They usually spent years on their research. If they wanted to reverse bloodline backtrack, however, they would have to obtain the Crimson Crown themselves. The Whis and Eureka would have to think twice before making the decision. Sure. Angor was going to wait until the Whis returned from Fey Continent. However, the Whis didn't say anything and took Angor into the dark space. The crown's aura will leak out if we're outside. Let's do it here. Angor wanted to tell the Whis that he had geometric lock that could prevent the aura from leaking out. However, he did not say anything. The most important thing about the Crimson Crown was not its mysterious aura, but its location that Goman King sensed. There was another reason why he didn't reject the offer. He wanted to get closer to the mystery item and see if it could give him any inspiration. Don't worry, I won't waste your time. I'll open a plain passageway and send you back to the Fey Continent. The Whis asked Eureka to hand the Crimson Crown to Angor. At the same time, the Whis released his magic pet, the two-headed dog Subi. Subai is connected to my senses. If you have anything, you can ask Subai to tell me. If you want to leave, you can also tell Soapy. With that, the Whis and Eureka left the banishment space together with Angor. In the empty chaotic world, there was only him and a two-headed dog that was lying on a chair, pretending to be asleep. He glanced at Soapy, who was still as red as fire. One of its heads was sleeping, while the other was covered by a black ribbon. Soapy. Angor tried to call him again. The head without black ribbons opened its emerald-like eyes and stared at Angor with calm and deep eyes. Angor clicked his tongue. Soapy's calmness was much better than Brulee's. Can you tell Mr. the Whis to tell Leon that I'm doing research here? I don't want him to worry. Soapy didn't hesitate to respond. To his surprise, Soapy's voice belonged to Thuis' real body. Sure, the Whis said. By the way, Mr. the Whis, can you tell me what my brother's talent is before I start? Angor took the chance to ask another question. Leon told Angor that the Whis would test his talent once he recovered from his injuries. Now that Leon was almost fully recovered, Angor believed that Leon already had his talent tested. After a long while, Thuis' cold voice rang out from the empty exile space. Bloodline Mastery. While Angor was busy working on the magic array, the Whis was also thinking about the information he just received. The Whis pondered for a moment before turning to Eureka. She was looking in the direction of the Fey Continent. I can only obtain the heart-blood information. Although there are great limitations, it seems that this is the only way to locate the owner of the heart-blood. That's it then. Eureka also sent a voice transmission to the Whis, but she didn't give the Whis a proper answer. But even if we do get the information, we'll still need to find a diviner to pinpoint the exact location. That won't be easy. The Whis frowned as he tried to think of a solution. Eureka's expression darkened again when she heard the word prophet. A tiny figure appeared in her mind. Angor didn't waste any time and began working on the reverse calculation. As time passed, the stack of papers in front of him grew thicker and thicker. It was a difficult process, but he was still happy to be able to study the Crimson Crown up close. However, he was very careful. He only studied the Crimson Crown but never touched it. After all, he didn't know what the Crimson Crown's mysterious power was, and he didn't want to get too involved. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Angor's last word meant that he was done with his research. He checked the results to make sure they were correct. He didn't call the Whis right away. Instead, he studied the Crimson Crown carefully and came up with an idea. I wonder how the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast will react when it encounters the Scarlet Crown. Could the dream whelk pull the crown into the dream wasteland? If it was possible, then there would be more room for manipulation. In the future, if he could pull a few more mysterious items into the dream wasteland, wouldn't its defensive capabilities be much stronger? Perhaps with more mysterious items entering the dream wasteland, he would be able to deal with the huge creature that had spied on the dream wasteland. Angor couldn't wait to give it a try. However, he didn't plan to do it in secret. He decided to tell the Whis about his plan. The Whis wouldn't get suspicious if he told Angor everything. In Thuis' eyes, the dream whelk was just a useless tool for Angor's mystery alchemy research. If Angor wanted to use the dream whelk to pull the Crimson Crown into a dream, he was probably doing some experiments. However, a sneaky test would arouse Thua's suspicions. Angor asked Soapy to bring the Whis in and explained his plan. The Whis didn't think too much about it. He only thought that Angor wanted to test out the dream whelk's ability. However, the Whis and Eureka both entered the exile space to observe Angor's experiment so that Angor wouldn't do anything to the dream whelk. With Thua's permission, Angor took out the dream whelk and placed it on the table next to the crimson crown. Eureka shook her head and sighed when she saw the dream whelk. It's a mystery item, but it's so useless. Oh right, I saw you studying dream cantrip for the dream whelk? The Whis asked curiously. Yes. Angor didn't want the Whis to keep asking. He didn't want the Whis to expose his lie. Instead, he began to work on the dream whelk. A mysterious ripple spread from the dream whelk's body, trying to surround the blood crown. However, the mysterious ripples of the dream whelk were unable to penetrate any further after wrapping around the crown. It was as if the blood-colored crown was wrapped in a layer of membrane, preventing the mysterious energy from seeping in. Angor put the dream whelk away in disappointment. It didn't work. Looks like the dream whelk can't pull mystery items into a dream. The Whis and Eureka weren't surprised either. Eureka joked. If the mystery item is really pulled into the dream realm, the creatures in the dream realm will be able to pick up the crimson crown. That's how it works in the novels. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Dream creatures aren't real. Even if they have mystery items on them, they're nothing to be afraid of. The Whis curled his lips. Angor couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. Clearly, the Whis had misunderstood him. He didn't think that the gigantic creature he saw before was just a paper tiger. While the Whis and Eureka were still joking, Angor handed the crown and the information he obtained back to the Whis and prepared to leave. I burned all the other drafts. This is the only conclusion I have. Angor shrugged. Well, I think I forgot about it too. The Whis knew that Angor didn't want to get involved in this from the very beginning. Good. The Whis nodded. Can you send me out now, sir? I haven't seen Professor John for a long time. I want to see him. Come find me when you're ready to leave. I'll open a plain passageway and send you back to Fey Continent. The Whis didn't stay any longer. He turned around and reopened the door to the exile space, disappearing into thin air. Angor was planning to make a deal with Beals, the leader of Ashen Time. But since the Whis brought it up, he didn't mind saving some magic crystals. Angor turned around and headed back to his room. Angor kept a calm expression on his face all the way back to his room. Only then did he reveal a puzzled look. He tried to use the dream whelk to drag the crimson crown into the dream wasteland, but it didn't work. His conclusion was correct. But during his observation, he noticed something strange. There was something wrong with the mystery ripple coming from the crown. But Angor didn't know what exactly was wrong. However, compared to the dream whelk's mysterious wave, the crimson crown's mysterious wave seemed a little unnatural. He wondered if he should tell the Whis about it. But he decided against it. Eureka had been using the crown for a long time, so she probably didn't need to be reminded. There was one more thing he didn't understand. Until now, he still did not know what the effect of the crimson crown was. The night wind blew in through the window and chilled his cheeks. Angor sighed in relief. He had already decided not to get involved in Cumin's secret. The more he thought about it, the easier it would be for him to get lost. So he decided to leave it all behind. Angor spent the whole night writing on the desk. With the help of transcription spell, he finished a thick book called Notes for Beginner Apprentices in the early morning. Half a month ago, Angor learned that Leon was a bloodline wizard, which was why he decided to write this book. Most wizards only taught understanding apprentices, and they rarely explained things in detail. Instead, they would give the apprentices a general idea and let them study it on their own. The Whis was currently distracted by external affairs, so it was even more impossible for him to explain some basic problems to Leon. Besides, Leon wasn't going to leave Pat Manor anytime soon, so the Whis couldn't do any research. In order to prevent Leon from going astray, Angor spent the whole night writing this experiential handbook. Apart from Angor's beginner experience, most of the book contained basic knowledge, as well as some basic applications of technical branches, such as alchemy and runes. Angor also recorded the basic methods of learning them. If Leon was talented enough, Angor would not hesitate to teach him in the future. He did have some records about the current situation in the wizarding world. However, what he knew was mostly superficial, and he could not get a more in-depth view of it. Still, it was enough for Leon, who had just entered the supernatural world. After finishing the book, Angor read through it once and was satisfied with what he learned. He considered all the possible problems Leon might face in the future. To avoid missing anything, Angor decided to ask someone else. After activating the geometric lock, the surrounding area was immediately surrounded by lines full of geometric beauty. He took out the dream whelk and pulled the notes for beginner apprentices into his dream before entering the dream wasteland. With the book in hand, he found Freud on the top floor of Firmament Tower. When Angor arrived, Freud was working on a large number of reports in his office. A woman in a luxurious long dress was talking to Freud in a low voice. The woman frowned. She was about to scold the intruder for being rude when Freud stepped forward with a respectful look. "You're finally here, mister." Freud was pleasantly surprised. Angor nodded and glanced at the desk full of papers. "You're busier than before." Freud chuckled awkwardly. "I've already chosen a few substitute city lords, and these are the proposals they came up with. I'm going to pick a real city lord from them. After I'm done with this, I'll be able to relax in the future." With that, Freud signaled the woman to leave with a meaningful look. The woman didn't question Angor's identity, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she bowed to both Freud and Angor and left the room. "She's the one from before?" Angor waited for the woman to leave before he asked. She was the only person in the entire dream wasteland who had the power of gatekeeper. If Angor wanted to, he could give her the power. "Yes. Her name is Monroe. I was only considering her as a substitute city lord, but Mr. Freud told me that she's suitable for the power of gatekeeper, so I paid more attention to her. I discovered that among all the candidates for the city lord, her abilities and methods are the best." Freud couldn't help but sigh. Many people in Foundation City have noticed the anomaly in the dream wasteland. Even the candidates who are in charge of the city have their own guesses, but none of them revealed their true thoughts to me. Freud pointed at the documents on the table. "Their proposals are all reasonable. They might work well in the real world, but they never really took the dream wasteland into consideration. Monroe, on the other hand, has taken the abnormalities of Foundation City into consideration. I'm more and more inclined to let her manage the city." Freud's compliment piqued Angor's curiosity. He saw Monroe's plan for governing the city on the table, so he simply picked it up and looked at it. While reading Monroe's proposal, he also handed the notes for beginner apprentices to Freud and asked him to check if there were any mistakes. After reading Monroe's proposal, Angor saw that Freud was still flipping through the pages, so he picked up the other candidates' proposals and started reading. It took him a while to figure out what was going on. Monroe's proposal might not be practical, but she had a clearer view than the other candidates. Since ancient times, most of the Thai rulers liked smart people, but they didn't like people who were too smart. The other candidates were smart enough to know what to write, what to ask, what to shut up, and what to close their eyes. Therefore, the proposed plan seemed very stable. Although it was not outstanding, it was enough to preserve what had been achieved. It was the type of plan that the ruler would use. Monroe, on the other hand, pointed out everything clearly. She even went so far as to say that this world might be an unexplored afterlife, where all the people here were undead, and Foundation City was just an outpost for exploring the wasteland. It wasn't Monroe's fault. It was just a matter of her limited vision. In the real world, Monroe's bluntness might cause dissatisfaction among the higher-ups. But this was the dream wasteland, a world of supernaturals. No matter how smart the mortals were, they would still be limited by their limits. Therefore, the supernaturals preferred smart, practical, and honest mortals. Monroe was one of them. Freud once told him about Monroe's past. She was able to rise from a small country to the upper class of the Central Empire by using her connections. She was a smart woman who knew how to make decisions. She had deviated from the type of role that ordinary rulers loved. She had completely deviated from the methods of the other candidates. It was not that she was ignorant or reckless, but that she had truly seen through the thoughts of the upper echelons. Freud was right to praise her for her cleverness. Some of Monroe's proposals weren't practical, but Angor appreciated them too. For example, Monroe wrote that if Foundation City wanted to be recognized by the people, it needed to build a city history first. Whether it was real or not, it needed to have a solid foundation. Apart from that, it was also necessary to make the citizens useful. Writing books and teaching also had to be taken into consideration. Angor didn't care about other political ideas. However, he, John, and the other wizards all agreed with each other when it came to academic research. As for academic research, it was best to integrate books, teaching, and knowledge into one. Angor put down Monroe's proposal. Judging from Freud's personality, Monroe should be the city lord of Foundation City. He didn't participate in the development of Foundation City, but it was still the first settlement he built in the Dream Wasteland. He hoped that Foundation City could develop and create a better social environment for John. As for Monroe, she should be a pretty good person in charge. What do you think, Mr.? Freud put down his book and asked curiously. They're all smart people. But you're right. Monroe can see the situation better than them, Angor said. Freud knew what to do when he heard Angor's opinion. Putting Monroe aside, Freud began to talk about himself in the Notes for Beginner Apprentices. Freud spent decades in the wizarding world. He might have died in the end, but his knowledge and experience were much better than Angor's. Besides, Angor wrote the book for Leon. Leon was a bloodline master, and Angor knew too little about it. Most of the training methods he read were from books, which might not be suitable for beginners. Freud knew many bloodline apprentices when he was in the Tower of Hurricane, so he knew a lot more about them than Angor did. With Freud's help, Angor soon found the second edition of Notes for Beginners. This book is good enough for Level 1 and Level 2 apprentices, Freud said. Freud sighed. He had to try many different ways to find the correct path. If he had this book, he wouldn't have to waste so much time. Good. I'm going back to the Fey continent soon. I'll give these to Leon, Angor said. Sir, before you go back to Fey continent, can you come to the land of revelation for a bit? Freud asked in a shy tone. Huh? Angor looked at Freud in confusion. Freud lowered his head in shame. I only have single digits left. I don't even dare to go to the wasteland. It took Angor a moment to realize what Freud meant. The dream wasteland he made for Freud had a limit of 979 entries. Freud would use up one entry each time he entered the dream wasteland. Now that he brought so many test subjects to Foundation City, he had to use up even more entries. Angor considered and nodded. All right. I'll fly to the land of revelation and give you more entries. I have something to do at Lloyd's anyway. End of chapter 924. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.